Traditional cultivation with a gradual upgrade, family unity, decisive in battle, parents alive. The mortal realm is stable, and the sixth sun is not a failure. Levels: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation. Li, Qingyuan, afflicted with a congenital heart condition, faced an untimely demise, only to be reborn into the world of cultivation, born into a Qi refinement family. Upon realizing he had entered a realm of cultivation, the pursuit of immortality became Li Qingyuan's greatest aspiration. In his new life, he possesses an internal space that grants him immense fortune. Spirit stones, spiritual plants, talismans, elixirs, magical artifacts, foundation establishment pills. All resources are doubled. From then on, Li Qingyuan embarks on the path of cultivation with twice the resources. Furthermore, the space of fortune also allows him to learn techniques. Chapter 1. The Qi Refinement Family, Li Qingyuan. In Yunxia Town, the Li clan of immortals. Though referred to as an immortal clan, it is merely a small, third-rate Qi refinement family. However, even as a third-rate Qi refinement family, it remains an unattainable and awe-inspiring cultivation family for mortals. 7.5 years. Before a modest courtyard, a 7-year-old child donned a green garment, with long hair tied back, possesses a delicate and charming face and a pair of bright, spirited eyes. Li Qingyuan's youthful visage is filled with anticipation, yet tinged with apprehension. This year, at the age of 7, I finally reached the time for the family's annual spirit root assessment. Do I possess a spirit root? Li Qingyuan is filled with both hope and fear, anxiously pondering. What if I do not have a spirit root? Having traversed for 7.5 years, Li Qingyuan has long understood that he has arrived in a world conducive to cultivation, born into a Qi refinement family. Even though this Qi refinement family is merely third-rate, if he possesses a spirit root, he will surely receive the family's nurturing and directly embark on the path of cultivation. Though the starting point is low, he has already stepped half a foot into the realm of immortality. Among mortals, there are occasionally those with spirit roots, yet they may squander their lives without the fortune of cultivation, passing away without ever attaining immortality. Now, Li Qingyuan merely requires the key to unlock his fortune, the spirit root that in this life. My father possesses a 5-element spirit root, while my mother is a mortal. The likelihood of me having a spirit root exceeds that of an ordinary mortal. Li Qingyuan takes a deep breath and declares, even if it is only a 5-element root, the lowest grade of mixed spirit roots, it is still a spirit root. As long as I have a spirit root, I can cultivate. With a lazy yawn, his father, Li Dingzhou, slowly approaches the courtyard. Stretching his limbs, he remarks, "Yuan, why are you up so early today?" Seeing the expectant yet anxious expression on his son's delicate face, Li Dingzhou smiles gently, recalling his own feelings during his spirit root assessment years ago. How does it feel? Are you very nervous? Li Qingyuan. At that moment, his mother, Qingyuan, emerges, playfully chiding her husband. Yuan is already quite nervous. Why are you teasing him? Is this how a father behaves? Qingyuan continues. Hurry along. Today is the significant day of the family's annual spirit root assessment. The Li clan conducts an annual spirit root assessment for children aged 7 and older. The reason it is held once a year is that the assessment requires special artifacts, consuming a considerable amount of spirit stones to function, thus making it an annual event. Half a year ago, Li Qingyuan turned 7. Now, at 7.5, it is his turn for the spirit root assessment. Li Dingzhou nods. Let us go, Yuan. Li Qingyuan swiftly follows, waving goodbye. Mother, we are leaving. Qingyuan watches the father and son depart, clasping her hands together, whispering, Ancestors, may you bless my son Yuan with a spirit root and guide him to become a master of immortality. The Li clan boasts a population of 3,000, governing Yunxia Town and its surrounding 30 miles, with approximately 60 cultivators possessing spirit roots within the clan. Yunxia Town is home to tens of thousands of mortals who are vassals of the Li clan, benefiting from their protection while serving the clan. The Li clan resides at the heart of Yunxia Town, on Yunxia Mountain. Yunxia Mountain contains a Tier 1 residual spiritual vein. Although incomplete, it remains the foundation of the clan's existence. Upon arriving at the Grand Hall for the Spirit Root Assessment, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan find themselves surrounded by a crowd. Li Dingzhou scans the area and observes, it appears that this year, There are at least 50 to 60 children being assessed for their spirit roots. On this day each year, any child of the Li bloodline who reaches the appropriate age is accompanied by their parents for the assessment. Brother Dingzhou, a middle-aged man, approaches briskly, followed by a 7-year-old girl. Li Dingzhou smiles. Ah, my brother, you have arrived as well. Li Qingyuan greets Uncle Qingyuan. Hello, Sister Qingqing. Li Qingyuan, possessing a 5-element spirit root and a Qi refinement level 3 cultivation, shares the same capabilities as his father, Li Dingzhou, with both families being on amicable terms. 7-year-old Li Qingqing is charming and bright, her hair styled in 2 playful pigtails, cheerfully greeting. Hello, Uncle Dingzhou. Hello, Brother Qingyuan. Li Dingyuan glances around and states, Brother Dingzhou, based on past years, it is likely that only 3 to 5 children will possess spirit roots this year. Alas, I wonder if among those, there will be Qingqing and Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou feels uncertain as well. Although the Li clan is a cultivation family, with bloodline superior to that of mortals, the number of cultivators among the 3,000 members remains around 60. Yet, the proportion of those with spirit roots remains exceedingly low. Li Qingyuan shares the same apprehension that it is worth noting that his grandfather, his father's father, possessed no spirit root. In their lineage, aside from his father, the last spirit root bearer was his father's grandfather. It appears that a spirit root manifests only once every generation, despite the fact that each generation often includes several siblings, sometimes even a dozen. Thus, it is evident that even within the Li clan, those who possess spirit roots are still quite rare. Among ordinary mortals, they are a mere 1 in 10,000. Soon, the grand hall doors open, and an elder of the clan announces, the spirit root assessment begins. Children whose names are called should enter the hall accompanied by an elder for their assessment. First up, Li Qinghao, enter the hall. Next, Li Qingyu prepare. Li Qingyuan is momentarily taken aback. He recognizes both Li Qinghao and Li Qingyu. Both possess families with Qi refinement level 4 cultivators. It seems the order for the spirit root assessment is arranged according to the strength of the families. Before long, Li Qinghao exits the hall, looking dejected, with his father wearing a face of helpless disappointment, sighing deeply. Shortly after, Li Qingyu and his father emerge, both equally forlorn. After a string of failures, a chubby boy rushes out, laughing gleefully, haha, I possess a spirit root. I possess a spirit root. The chubby boy's father beams with pride, and many others step forward to offer their congratulations. Even Li Dingzhou and Li Dingyuan approach to commend this clan brother. Next, Li Qingyuan, enter the hall. Li Qingqing, prepare. Li Dingzhou pats Li Qingyuan on the back and says, let us go, son. The father and son step into the grand hall. As the doors close automatically, isolating them from the outside world, Li Dingzhou respectfully bows and says, esteemed elders, I thank you for your efforts. The 2 elders, both at Qi refinement level 5 and around 60 years of age, regard him. One elder speaks, all is for the sake of the clan. You are Li Qingyuan, correct? Step forward to prick your fingertip and let your blood be tested. At 7 years old, the child has yet to cultivate any innate spiritual power, so it is impossible for him to simply touch the artifact to determine his spirit root. As the Li clan is merely a third-rate clan with limited resources, even the most powerful cultivator within is only at level 6. Thus, the artifact used for the spirit root assessment is certainly not very advanced. Li Qingyuan is unperturbed as he takes the dagger, gently piercing his fingertip, allowing his blood to flow into the artifact's testing chamber. After dropping his blood, Li Qingyuan takes a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on the artifact. Simultaneously, Li Dingzhou holds his breath, silently praying, may the ancestors bless my son with a spirit root, ensuring the continuity of our family legacy. Li Dingzhou's anticipation, tension, and anxiety are no less than those of his son. Buzz! Suddenly, the artifact before Li Qingyuan hums, illuminating with a cascade of brilliant lights. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight. There is a reaction. Ha! I possess spiritual roots. I possess spiritual roots. Buzz! 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 The magical artifact emitted 1, 2, 3 beams of light. A green light, representing the wood attribute. A red light, representing the fire attribute. A yellow light, representing the earth attribute. Li Dingzhou gasped, unable to believe, wood, fire, earth, 3 spiritual roots. Ha! My son possesses 3 spiritual roots. It is indeed 3 spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots. Li Dingzhou wept tears of joy, overwhelmed with emotion. Chapter 2. The True 3 Attributes of Spiritual Roots. My son Qingyuan has the potential for foundation establishment. I actually have 3 spiritual roots. Li Qingyan was equally stunned, feeling as if struck by a grand fortune. Overwhelmed by happiness, he had thought he would be lucky to have even 5 spiritual root, or at most 4. Never did he expect to possess true 3 attributes of spiritual roots. The 2 elders gasped, their expressions filled with unparalleled joy, also shedding tears of happiness. It is 3 spiritual roots, the renowned true spiritual roots. Moreover, they are wood, fire, and earth, 3 mutually supportive attributes. These are the superior quality among 3 spiritual roots. Ha ha ha. Our Li clan has hope for resurgence. Hope for resurgence. Quick, notify the clan leader. Whoosh. The clan's grand elder, filled with excitement, swiftly applied a lightness talisman to himself, soaring away like a dart. Yes, soon as the great hall's door opened, he formed a seal and flew out on his sword, vanishing from sight. After he departed, the great hall's door closed on its own. Inside the hall, the second elder gazed at Li Qingyan, his gaunt features unable to hide his excitement, his face beaming with joy. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. 3 spiritual roots. Our Li clan is destined to rise. Li Dingzhou's face was filled with elation. With true 3 attributes of spiritual roots, my son Qingyuan possesses the potential for foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan. Not only them, but Li Qingyuan was also immensely excited at in the realm of cultivation. It is a consensus that 5 spiritual roots and 4 spiritual roots are deemed mixed roots, with the slowest cultivation speed and inferior quality. Merely qualifying one for cultivation. 3 attribute roots and dual attribute roots are referred to as true spiritual roots, belonging to superior quality. As for mutated roots and single attribute heavenly roots, they are legendary and exceedingly rare. In the understanding of the Li clan, most foundation establishment cultivators are known to possess true spiritual root quality, with 3 roots or dual roots being the majority. The mixed roots that successfully establish a foundation are exceedingly few. This is precisely why Li Dingzhou exclaimed, "My son Qingyuan possesses the qualifications for foundation establishment." Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the great hall, 2 streams of light rushed in, one after the other, entering the hall. The leading figure appeared to be over 60 years old, gracefully descending from his sword, clad in a black robe, slender in form, with white hair and beard. The trailing figure was indeed the clan's grand elder. Upon entering the great hall, the doors closed once more, isolating them from the outside world. Li Dingzhou, seeing the newcomers, respectfully bowed and said, "Clan disciple Li Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader." I Qingyuan also respectfully bowed. "I have met with clan leader grandfather." "Good child, let me see you." The clan leader quickly stepped forward and grasped Li Qingyuan's wrist, channeling his qi to check his pulse. After 2 breaths, the clan leader's expression froze, his cheeks flushed with excitement, and he laughed heartily. "Ha ha. Good, good, good. It truly is 3 spiritual roots." The second elder explained, "Clan leader, this child has awakened the wood, fire, and earth attributes, 3 mutually supportive spiritual roots. These are the superior quality among 3 spiritual roots, second only to dual spiritual roots." Upon hearing this, the clan leader became even more exhilarated, repeating the word "good" thrice. "Good, good, good." After the joyous moment, the clan leader composed himself, his expression becoming serious as he commanded, "Today's events must remain confidential, known only to you 2, along with Dingzhou and Qingyuan, and other clan members must be informed. Do you understand?" The clan leader's gaze was piercing. The 2 elders nodded solemnly. "Rest assured, clan leader. In matters concerning the family's future, we shall remain tight-lipped." Li Dingzhou also regained his composure and hurriedly assured, "Clan leader, rest assured, for the family's future and my son's safety, I understand what must be done. This matter shall not even be disclosed to my wife." The clan leader stroked his beard, nodding. "Good. For the sake of the family's grand scheme, this must remain secret." A century ago, the Chun clan detected a genius with 3 spiritual roots, the clan leader sighed. But not long after, that genius was killed by rogues. Since then, every clan has exercised greater caution, conducting spiritual root tests in the Great Hall with the doors closed to block out the outside world. and the children undergoing the test can only be accompanied by one elder. The clan leader expressed gratitude. Fortunately, even though our clan hasn't birthed a 3 spiritual root genius in 100 years, we have maintained the practice of testing. Within this hall, had we tested openly, little Qingyuan's potential might have been hard to conceal. The clan leader smiled kindly and asked, "Little Qingyuan, promise your clan leader grandfather that you will not speak of your spiritual roots to anyone. Understood?" Li Qingyuan nodded. "Yes, clan leader grandfather. Rest assured, Qingyuan knows what to do. Those who excel will be targeted by the winds that Qingyuan said. If I am too exceptional, they will ostracize and destroy me. If I am too mediocre, they will trample on me and look down upon me. Only if I am on par with them will they acknowledge me." The clan leader's eyes lit up, saying, "Exactly, precisely. No wonder you are the prodigy of our Li clan. Little Qingyuan speaks most wisely." The clan leader patted Li Qingyuan's head and said, "All right, let us all exit together. As for Qingyuan's potential, we shall declare it as 4 spiritual roots to the outside." The 2 elders and Li Dingzhou responded respectfully, "Understood." Outside the great hall, a multitude of people were discussing among themselves. What has happened? Why did the grand elder suddenly leave? Then the clan leader arrived on his sword and entered the great hall. The great hall is soundproof. We cannot hear what they are saying. Li Dingyuan said, "Shoo, the clan leader is coming out." Everyone hushed immediately. The clan leader slowly emerged, facing the gathered clansmen. All the clansmen bowed respectfully. "We greet the clan leader." The clan leader raised his hand, his expression calm and unperturbed, stating softly, "The magical artifact used for testing spiritual roots suddenly malfunctioned, and the grand elder had to urgently report to me. Now, the artifact has been repaired, and the spiritual root testing shall continue." Whoosh! The clan leader leaped several feet, retrieving a first-tier mid-grade flying sword artifact from his storage bag, gracefully soaring away. The second elder announced loudly, "Li Qingyuan for spiritual roots." Next, Li Qingqing, Li Dingzhou, and his son, Li Qingyuan, stepped out of the great hall. They were immediately surrounded by a throng of clansmen offering greetings and congratulations. An avalanche of compliments and flattery poured in. Li Dingyuan enviously remarked, "For spiritual roots, among the 60 or so cultivators in our clan, there are only about 10 with 4 spiritual roots. Both the clan leader and the 2 elders possess 4 spiritual roots. With 4 spiritual roots, one can typically become a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Mid-stage Qi refinement refers to those at the 4th, 5th, or 6th levels of Qi refinement who have already cultivated their spiritual consciousness, enabling them to fly on their swords, possessing strength surpassing that of the initial stage." Li Dingzhou was grinning widely, cheerfully saying, "This boy is merely lucky. Qingqing, let us go test your spiritual roots." Li Dingyuan and his daughter Li Qingqing entered the great hall. Before long, Li Qingqing exited the great hall, her small face beaming with a smile. Li Dingyuan also wore a broad grin. The second elder announced loudly, "Li Qingqing for spiritual roots." The scene erupted in astonishment. 2 4 spiritual roots appeared at once. It seems our clan is fortunate this year. 1 5 spiritual root followed by 2 4 spiritual roots. The quality of our seedlings surpasses previous years. However, perhaps due to the luck expended by Li Qingyuan and Li Qingqing, no additional seedlings appeared after Li Qingqing, not even a 5 spiritual root. As noon approached, the testing concluded. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exited the Great Hall, instructing, "The spiritual root testing is complete. From this moment on, Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qingbao shall become the seedlings of our clan. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you will gather at the clan's law transmission hall to learn the clan's techniques and receive cultivation resources." "Indeed," Li Qingyuan replied respectfully, his face alight with anticipation. At last, the time for cultivating immortality had arrived. Chapter 3. Previous Life and Present. Selection of Dazhong Gong in the evening. Mother Qingyuan prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. The richness of this meal lay not in the dishes but in the rice. "Oh, Lingmi!" Li Qingyuan gazed longingly at the large bowl filled with lingmi, his mouth watering. Lingmi is precious and not easily acquired. Typically, it is only served during festive occasions or significant celebrations. Chun Xiuyun smiled gently at her son and said, "May our ancestors bless us. Yuaner not only possesses a spiritual root, but also a rare 4th spiritual root. My Qingyuan will surely become a mid-stage qi refining practitioner, achieving spiritual consciousness and soaring through the skies as a celestial master. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan exchanged knowing glances and shared a quiet smile. Li Dingzhou felt a swell of pride in his heart. What is mid-stage qi refining? Qingyuan will at least become a late-stage practitioner, perhaps even attempt to reach foundation establishment. After all, Qingyuan possesses a superior quality among the three spiritual roots, with qualifications closely approaching that of a dual spiritual root. If a dual spiritual root comprises metal and wood, they are at odds with each other. In contrast, the three harmonious attributes of wood, fire, and earth provide a cultivation speed that rivals that of dual spiritual roots. Qingyuan continuously served her son vegetables, expressing her care. You honor, eat more. Li Qingyuan devoured his food while praising. Mother's culinary skills are truly improving. He cherished his parents in this life, as they made him feel the warmth of home. After being well fed, the family of three strolled in the courtyard. As a mid-stage qi refining practitioner, Li Dingzhou held a respectable position within the family. Owning a small independent courtyard, after a leisurely walk to aid digestion, they washed up and prepared for bed. Li Qingyuan had his own room in the side house, where he slept soundly that night. However, he was plagued by a nightmare. In his dream, he was an infant abandoned by his biological parents due to congenital heart disease. He felt cold and hungry. Eventually, kind-hearted individuals took him to the police station and then to an orphanage, where he miraculously survived. Yet, he was frail from a young age, suffering from a weakened heart that diminished his vitality. Insufficient blood supply led to a lack of energy, causing his spleen and stomach to grow cold, leaving his hands and feet icy and instilling a fear of winter. Even after receiving assistance to complete high school and university, his heart condition worsened, leading to sudden death after only 2 years of work. Li Qingyuan awoke suddenly, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath as if emerging from water. Once he steadied his emotions, he resolutely declared, "In this new life, I must not only possess a healthy and robust physique, but also pursue the path of immortality." The Chinese obsession with cultivating immortality is deeply rooted in their genes, bloodlines, and souls. Throughout history, emperors, Taoist masters, and countless beings have yearned for the pursuit of immortality. This desire has ascended to immeasurable heights, and Li Qingyuan is no exception. At daybreak, Li Qingyuan rose to wash up, while his mother had already begun preparing breakfast. After their meal, his father, Li Dingzhou, said, "Come, son, the great elder instructed me yesterday to accompany you to the family's transmission tower." "All right, father," Li Qingyuan nodded. 15 minutes later, the father and son arrived at the family's transmission tower. Li Dingzhou, being a mid-stage qi refining practitioner, had not yet attained spiritual consciousness. His spiritual energy could only be wielded for short-range attacks and defenses, preventing him from flying. Thus, they walked together. A practitioner in the early stages of qi refining is significantly stronger than an ordinary person, yet this strength does not reach a transformative level. In the realm of mortals, skilled martial artists can still defeat early-stage qi refining practitioners, leading to inspiring tales of mortals slaying qi refining masters to obtain cultivation techniques and embark on the path of immortality. Upon arrival, the great elder was already waiting at the entrance of the transmission tower. Li Dingzhou clasped his hands respectfully. "Greetings, great elder." Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing. And Li Qingbao bowed respectfully. "Greetings, great elder." The great elder helped Li Dingzhou to his feet, his demeanor warm and friendly. "There is no need for such formalities. My dear nephew, I remember when I was young, embarking on the path of immortality, I received guidance from your grandfather, and I have known your father since childhood. According to our family hierarchy, you should refer to me as uncle." Li Dingzhou, not one to adhere to rigid formalities, quickly smiled and replied, "Nephew Dingzhou pays his respects to Uncle Guangyao." Li Guangyao, the great elder's name, represented the Guang generation, while Ding represented his generation and Qing represented the next. In the qi refining family, respect and order are upheld. The great elderly Guangyao stroked his beard and chuckled, "Good, good, good. Dingzhou, you may head to the side hall. The clan leader has important matters to discuss. As for Qingyuan and the others, I shall take care of them." Li Dingzhou clasped his hands. "Understood, I take my leave." Li Guangyao looked at the three children and said, "Come along, little ones." He led them into the transmission tower. Speaking as they walked, the transmission tower is where our Li clan's cultivation techniques are passed down. Each year, newly identified spiritual seedlings come here to select their techniques. Inside the building, several cushions were scattered about. The great elderly Guangyao said, "Please sit down. I will select cultivation techniques for you." The three children complied and seated themselves. Li Guangyao cleared his throat and began to speak slowly. Here, on Lioha Island, it is not difficult for a cultivation family to obtain qi refining techniques. Among the qi refining techniques, apart from those for special or mutated spiritual roots, families typically possess a full range of 5 elemental techniques. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling Han Laoma. Han Laoma only realized at the Immortal Ascension Conference that the Changchun Gong was indeed a common cultivation technique, priced at merely a few spirit stones per book. Yet, even such a commonplace technique is a rare opportunity for ordinary people. Li Guangyao waved his hand, and 5 books flew from the wooden rack. He introduced. The commonly practiced 5 elemental qi refining techniques in the cultivation world are Dazhong Gong, Yin-Yang Gong, Dai Shi Gong, Jin Chan Gong, and Shui Yuan Gong. Li Guangyao continued. Li Qingbao, you possess a mixed 5-element spiritual root, so you may cultivate any of these techniques. Li Qingbao, the first to be identified with a spiritual root, was a chubby and adorable little boy. He quickly said, "Great elder, my father wants me to cultivate Dai Shi Gong." Li Guangyao pondered for a moment. "Your father practices Dai Shi Gong, which is advantageous. He can guide you once you return home. This will enhance your comprehension and speed up your cultivation. Little Qingqing, what about you?" Li Guangyao looked at Li Qingqing, smiling kindly, his face radiating warmth. Li Qingqing, a lovely and charming little girl, often garnered affection from her elders. In a clear, bright voice, she replied, "Great elder, I choose Shui Yuan Gong. This is what my father advised me to select." Li Guangyao Nuda Axelin. Your father practices Shui Yuan Gong and has reached the 3rd level of qi refining. He can guide your training. Finally, it was Li Qingyuan's turn. Li Guangyao smiled and asked Dazhong Gong, Yin-Yang Gong, Dai Shi Gong, Jin Chan Gong, which one do you wish to cultivate? Li Qingyuan, possessing the 4 spiritual roots of wood, fire, earth, and metal, understood the great elder's intention. After a moment of contemplation, Li Guangyao added, "By the way, your father practices Yin-Yang Gong." Suddenly inspired, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "I choose Dazhong Gong." The 3 characters Dazhong Gong reminded Li Qingyuan of a classic masterpiece from his previous life. Zhuangzi, the free and easy wandering. In ancient times, there existed a great tree named Dazhong, which flourished for 8,000 years in spring and another 8,000 in autumn. In Chinese mythology, Dazhong symbolizes a tree of longevity and immortality. Li Guangyao, astonished, inquired, "Oh, Dazhong Gong, are you certain?" Chapter 4. Foundation Establishment Seed Treatment. The clan leader's generosity, Li Qingyuan nodded firmly. "I am certain, great elder. I wish to learn Dazhong Gong." The esteemed elder, Li Guangyao, addressed, "Xiao Qingyuan, should you choose the Yin-Yang Gong, your father is more than capable of guiding you, enabling you to grasp the technique with expedience and embark upon the path of qi refinement." Li Dingzhou, possessing a 5-element root aptitude, has achieved the pinnacle of the 3rd layer in qi refinement through the Yin-Yang Gong. For Li Qingyuan, having such a father to provide daily instruction in cultivation will undoubtedly facilitate a swifter mastery of the technique, allowing him to step into the 1st layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan, adhering to his inner calling, replied, "I still wish to learn the Chun Gong." Li Guangyao chuckled unexpectedly, saying, "Very well, from this day forth, I shall personally guide you into the Chun Gong." "Ah, you will instruct me?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. "Do you also practice the Chun Gong?" he inquired. As a realization dawned upon him, Li Guangyao stroked his beard, nodding with a smile. "Indeed, I am a practitioner of the Chun Gong. Furthermore, I am the family's sole 1st-tier spirit plant master." The 2 young ones gasped in astonishment. "A 1st-tier spirit plant master?" Li Qingbao blinked and added, "A 1st-tier spirit plant master is one who can cultivate 1st-tier spirit plants and spirit medicines, a title bestowed only upon those of such caliber." Li Qingqing remarked, "My father has mentioned that 1st-tier spirit plants are quite valuable, ranging from a few to several dozen spirit stones." Li Qingyuan mused inwardly. A spirit plant master, one of the myriad arts of cultivation, sounds intriguing. Li Guangyao waved his hand, causing 2 tomes of technique to float before Li Qingqing and Li Qingbao, both aged 7, saying, Xiao Qingqing, your shui yuan gong. Xiao Qingbao, your dai shi gong. Li Guangyao instructed. After acquiring your techniques, you shall each proceed to the family treasury to collect your cultivation resources. Then, return home and consult your fathers on how to cultivate these techniques. Li Qingqing and Li Qingbao rose and bowed respectfully, responding, Yes, esteemed elder. The elder was responsible for selecting and imparting techniques. However, since Li Qingbao and Li Qingqing had chosen the techniques practiced by their respective fathers, their fathers were more suited to be their mentors, as the elders specialized in the Dechun Gong, which did not align with their paths. Li Qingqing chirped, Brother Qingyuan, I shall take my leave first. Li Qingbao also bid farewell. Qingyuan, see you later. The two young ones soon departed, skipping away towards the family treasury to gather their cultivation resources. Li Guangyao settled cross-legged, stating, Come, Xiao Qingyuan, open the technique. I shall guide you in the Dechun Gong. Begin by reading through the incantation. Feel free to inquire if anything is unclear. Li Qingyuan nudda, understood, astamatelde. He opened the Dechun Gong and began to recite. Qi sinks into the dantian, drawing in the spirit breath, heart like a great tree encompassing the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tides, following the meridians. The spirit resonance converges within the purple palace. Meanwhile, in the core of the family's spiritual vein, in the patriarch's courtyard, the Leaf family, a clan of Qi refinement practitioners, was led by Li Guangyao, age 70, who had attained the pinnacle of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. His aptitude was a mixed 4-element root, making him the strongest cultivator in the Li clan. Li Dingzhou bowed respectfully. Patriarch, you summon me? Li Guangyao stroked his beard with a smile. Dingzhou, you have blessed the family with a fine son. Among the 3 roots, he is of superior quality. The future of our clan rests upon Xiao Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou scratched his head with a chuckle. I never anticipated that in our trifling Qi refinement family, a once-in-a-century 3-root talent would emerge from my own son. In a family of Qi refinement practitioners, a 3-root aptitude indeed represented a rare genius, possessing foundational potential. Li Guangyao continued. Regardless of luck, as Xiao Qingyuan's father, you have made a significant contribution to the family. Here, take this small young Lingdan. Li Guangyao remarked. You have stagnated at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement for many years. This small young Lingdan will surely aid you in breaking through to the 4th layer. Li Dingzhou exclaimed with excitement. This is a small young Lingdan of 1st-tier medium quality? The small young Lingdan is a simplified version of the 1st-tier high-quality young Lingdan, belonging to the 1st-tier medium quality category, possessing remarkable efficacy for breaking through the 3rd layer of Qi refinement to the 4th. Li Dingzhou, in disbelief, queried, Patriarch, is this truly for me? A small young Lingdan is valued at a minimum of 30 spirit stones, if not more. Li Guangou affirmat, Dingzhou. I am aware that you have been accumulating spirit stones in preparation to purchase a small young Lingdan to challenge the 4th layer of Qi refinement. With a deep sigh, Li Guangyao lamented. It is regrettable that while your grandfather was a cultivator, your father's generation has seen a break in the lineage. Your grandfather passed shortly after your birth, leaving you without sufficient resources for cultivation. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you would have already reached the 4th layer. Li Guangyao praised. After all, you are a dual cultivator of Qi refinement and body refinement, recognized as the foremost combatant among the clan's disciples in the mid-phase of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou humbly replied, Patriarch, your praise is excessive. It is merely the goodwill of the clan members. Li Guangyao continued. Now, as you have nurtured Xiao Qingyan, I bestow upon you the small young Lingdan, with the agreement of the elder and the 2nd elder. Moreover, upon reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement, your power will significantly enhance the clan's strength. Accept it. Li Guangyao closed the jade box and presented the elixir. Li Dingzhou received the jade box with both hands, his expression filled with gratitude. Thank you for your benevolence, Patriarch. I shall forever remember the clan's grace. Li Dingzhou understood that he indeed benefited from his son's accomplishments. Li Guangyao stroked his silver beard, then tapped his storage pouch, producing a stone about the size of a goose egg, entirely jade green and glimmering with spiritual light. Alongside the stone, there was a small pouch of spirit rice. Li Dingzhou expressed his astonishment. Patriarch, what is this? Li Guangyao explained. Last night, after a night of deliberation with the elder and the second elder, we unanimously decided to designate Xiao Qingyuan as the clan's foundational seed, granting him the treatment befitting such a designation. Ordinary celestial seedlings receive cultivation resources every 3 months, amounting to 1 spirit stone and 10 gene of spirit rice at a time, provided by the clan for 3 years. Li Guangyao's demeanor turned serious as he stated, however, Xiao Qingyuan is a once-in-a-century 3-root talent. Therefore, the 3 of us have decided to grant him a monthly allocation of 1 spirit stone and 10 gene of spirit rice, allowing him to collect these resources 12 times a year. Furthermore, the 3-year period of free supply has been extended to 5 years. Li Dingzhou Gaspat. Incredulous. The clan is actually providing Qingyuan with 1 spirit stone and 10 gene of spirit rice each month, and for 5 years, free of charge. Li Dingzhou was awestruck by the patriarch's generosity. It should be noted that he had spent years accumulating merely a dozen or 20 spirit stones to purchase a small young Ling Dan. In contrast, the patriarch and the elders were willing to invest 12 spirit stones and 120 gene of spirit rice annually for cultivating Li Qingyuan, sustaining this for a full 5 years. The resources required to nurture Li Qingyuan for 5 years could have easily produced 2 additional 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivators for the family. For the Li family, 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners are indispensable pillars. As a 3rd-tier Qi refinement clan, the patriarch has reached the 6th layer, while the 2 elders stand at the 5th layer. In total, there are only 5 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioners in the entire clan. Yes, you heard correctly. There are merely 5 4th-layer practitioners. The resources allocated for nurturing 2 4th-layer practitioners were specifically dedicated to cultivating Li Qingyuan, a testament to the family's investment in their future. Li Dingzhou contemplated. The treatment granted to foundational seeds is indeed lavish. Li Guangyao remarked, by the way, regarding the foundational seed matter, it is known to you, me, and the 2 elders. You shall personally collect Xiao Qingyuan's monthly cultivation resources from me. Remember, it must remain a secret from the clan. Li Dingzhou accepted the spirit stones and spirit rice, responding respectfully, yes, patriarch, I understand. Oh, by the way, Li Guangyao seemed to recall something, saying, when Xiao Qingyuan cultivates his first wisp of spiritual energy, be sure to inform me. Li Guangyao's countenance revealed anticipation. When I first cultivated my first wisp of spiritual energy, it took me a full 3 months. Xiao Qingyuan possesses a 3-root aptitude, and a superior one at that. I eagerly await his performance. Chapter 5. Cultivating the first wisp of spiritual energy, doubling resources in the mysterious space. Gong, a wood attribute cultivation technique, is one of the 5 most widely circulated and popular methods within the realm of cultivation. Its prevalence does not imply inferiority. Rather, it signifies that it is sufficiently fundamental, exceptionally practical, and has garnered a vast audience. Even though it is commonplace in the world of cultivation, it remains a coveted technique in the realm of mortals, necessitating spiritual roots for practice. The esteemed elder Li Guangyao remarked, Gong cultivates a pure and vibrant wood attribute power that can extend one's lifespan. In addition to enhancing one's spiritual prowess, it fortifies the body, increases longevity, and provides immunity against toxins. Furthermore, as one advances in their cultivation level, they can develop spiritual consciousness, which allows them to perceive objects, fly with swords, activate talismans, and manipulate formations to vanquish foes. Li Qingyuan listened intently, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The elder added, it is crucial to note that practicing Gong will greatly benefit your aspirations to become a spiritual botanist. He continued, our clan possesses limited resources. Mining is laborious. Hunting spiritual beasts is perilous. Taming them takes time, and sowing spiritual rice yields little return. Within the Li clan, only I and the clan leader possess mastery over the arts of cultivation. Li Qingyuan gazed up at the elder with admiration, exclaiming, Grand Elder, you are truly remarkable. The elder, pleased with the compliment, declared, the clan leader is a mid-tier talisman master, while I am a first-tier spiritual botanist. Remember, little Qingyuan, you are a 3 spiritual root child and the future of our family. You must focus on your cultivation and swiftly reach the later stages of Qi refining. Thus, engaging in mining, hunting, or farming is unnecessary for you. However, the elder added a caveat. According to clan tradition, Every young cultivator must contribute to the family business after 3 years of training to earn cultivation resources. To prevent you from being singled out and facing resentment from your peers, you may study spiritual botany under my guidance. Qingyuan's spiritual root aptitude must remain concealed. Thus, any preferential treatment must be discreet, as open acknowledgement could incite jealousy among the clan. I am grateful for your guidance, Grand Elder, Qingyuan pledged. I will not disappoint you. Very well, the elder smiled. Let us continue our study of Gong. As the days swiftly passed, Qingyuan respectfully took his leave from the transmission hall. The elder beamed, saying, "Good child, off you go." Shortly thereafter, the clan leader, Li Guangyao, emerged, inquiring about Qingyuan's aptitude. The elder replied with a smile, "His understanding is extraordinary, and his memory is remarkable. In merely one day, he has memorized the 1,000 characters of the Gong heart method, nearly to the point of recitation. His comprehension is unparalleled, far exceeding my own at that age." The clan leader praised, "Excellent, excellent. He truly is a prodigy of the Li clan." Days turned into weeks as Qingyuan diligently followed the elder to learn Gong. The only change was the location of their studies, shifting from the transmission hall to a quaint wooden cabin in the medicinal herb field on the back mountain. The 10-acre medicinal field, cultivated atop a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein, was rich in spiritual energy. Beyond 100 feet from the field's edge lay the family's spiritual rice paddies, specifically designated for growing spiritual rice. Each day, Qingyuan sat in meditation, reciting the incantations, guiding the spiritual energy into his body and converting it for his use. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed since Qingyuan began his practice of Gong. One day, as he sat cross-legged in meditation, his mind clear and the surrounding spiritual energy buzzing, he drew in strands of spiritual energy that flowed through his meridians. With his breath settling into his dantian, he felt as if he had transformed into a majestic tree, a grand ancient Zelkova, immovable and drawing in the essence of heaven and earth. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his dantian, coalescing into verdant spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, circulating through his body and uniting the yin and yang of his being, ultimately gathering in his qi si. Qingyuan rejoiced. "Ha! I have successfully cultivated my first strand of spiritual energy. I have entered the first layer of qi refinement." Unexpectedly, the Gong within him activated autonomously, causing the spiritual energy to surge with vigor, rushing towards his Niwen palace. With a resounding boom, the energy flooded into the Niwen palace, overwhelming Qingyuan's consciousness and causing him to faint. "Where am I? Is this it?" His spiritual awareness inexplicably entered his Niwen palace, revealing an ancient bronze door radiating an archaic aura, shrouded in mystery. It was indeed the bronze door. In his previous life, after receiving his first paycheck, he had wandered through an antique street and, drawn by its charm, purchased a small bronze door, carrying it with him ever since. Vividly, he recalled the moment when he suffered a heart attack, clutching the bronze door tightly in his hand before losing consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, he found himself in his mother's womb, a fully formed fetus, later born into the Li clan. "To think you have come with me," Qingyuan reflected, a whirlwind of emotions surrounding the bronze door, the sole witness to his past life. Suddenly, he was struck by realization, murmuring, "Was my transmigration mere chance? Or is there a connection to you?" He reached out to gently touch the bronze door. In an instant, the door radiated brilliance, engulfing Qingyuan and drawing him into an enigmatic space. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in a mysterious realm. A sliver of consciousness entered his mind. Astonished, he murmured, "The Champagne door, the Champagne space." It dawned on him that the bronze door was known as the Champagne door, and the space within it was the Champagne space. Qingyuan was no stranger to the Champagne door. He had read the Tao Te Ching in his past life, where it was referenced as the source of all creation, akin to a mystical world capable of giving birth to all things. The Champagne door also represented the gateway to transformation. Having established his connection with the Champagne space, Qingyuan perceived a faint stream of information. His eyebrows arched in surprise. Replication? Could it be true? In the next moment, he focused his intent, guiding his consciousness back from the Champagne space to his physical form. Rising from a seated position, he retrieved a spirit stone from his waist pouch and whispered, "Collect." In an instant, the spirit stone vanished, entering the Xianpin space. Li Qingyuan's consciousness observed as the spirit stone within the space vibrated and transformed into two radiant beams of light, replicating into two identical spirit stones. The size, shape, and quality were indistinguishable, an impeccable duplication. Li Qingyuan's breath caught in his throat as excitement spread across his face. One spirit stone had become two. He realized he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity and a significant boon. In essence, his external aid had arrived. Chapter 6. First layer of Qi refinement, strengthened spirit. Cultivating the first strand of spiritual energy and completing a full circulation of the great cycle marked the official entry into the first layer of Qi refinement. Filled with motivation. Li Qingyuan Musa. My father once said that only after a cultivator successfully cultivates their first strand of spiritual energy can they begin refining spirit stones to accelerate their cultivation speed. Now that I have reached the first layer of Qi refinement, I have activated the Xianpin space, allowing me to replicate spirit stones and double my resources. Doubling my resources will, in turn, expedite my cultivation speed. Li Qingyuan slowly rose and stepped out of the small wooden cabin. As he emerged, he was greeted by a splendid view bathed in sunlight. 10 acres of medicinal fields sprawled before him, crisscrossed with ditches, nurturing a variety of spiritual herb seedlings. Some of these herbs flourished, blooming and bearing fruit, radiating vitality and exuding a rich fragrance on the verge of ripeness. Li Pluka aspirita feting pundering. I wonder if the Xianpin space can replicate spiritual herbs, aside from replicating spirit stones? He silently chanted in his heart, collect, collect, collect. After numerous attempts, he concluded that it was futile. He mused, is it only capable of replicating spirit stones? At that moment, the Grand Elder emerged from his large wooden cabin, clearing his throat with a hint of annoyance. You rascal, why are you uprooting my herb seedlings instead of meditating and cultivating? Li Qingyuan's face turned awkward as he sheepishly replanted the herb seedling, explaining, Grand Elder, I was merely curious and wanted to take a look. Curiosity doesn't justify uprooting them. The Grand Elder admonished, stepping closer. Spiritual herb seedlings are quite delicate. Your actions could lead to their demise. Spirit Rain Technique. The Grand Elder invoked the technique with a hum, channeling his Qi from the 5th level of Qi refinement, drawing in surrounding spiritual energy, which transformed into a downpour of spiritual rain, nourishing the herbs. All right, you should return to your meditation and cultivation, he instructed. I still have to tend to the medicinal fields, and will come back to guide you later. Thus, he continued to cast the Spirit Rain technique, which could irrigate an area of several zhang at a time. With 10 acres of medicinal fields to tend to, it would keep him occupied for quite a while. Scratching his head, Li Qingyuan said, Grand Elder, I have already cultivated spiritual energy. Just having cultivated spiritual energy? What's so remarkable about that? The Grand Elder retorted absent-mindedly while performing the Spirit Rain technique. What? The Grand Elder suddenly froze, his spiritual energy vibrating, causing the Spirit Rain technique to dissipate. He swiftly turned and asked, What did you say? You have cultivated spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan blinked and nodded. Yes, look. He activated the De Chun Gong, circulating the spiritual energy within his body, guiding it through his meridians and gathering it in his palm. A wisp of spiritual energy, pure and emerald green, swirled above his hand. Though faint, it was undeniably visible. The Grand Elder grasped Li Qingyuan's hand, examining it closely before bursting into hearty laughter. Huh, you have indeed cultivated spiritual energy. Realizing it might not be appropriate, he took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, glanced around the 10 acres of medicinal fields to ensure no one was present, and then relaxed. Little Qingyuan, you are indeed a rare talent in our Li clan. The Grand Elder Li Guangyao exclaimed excitedly. You must understand, ordinarily, a cultivator with 5-element mixed spiritual roots would require 4 to 5 months, or even half a year, to cultivate their first wisp of spiritual energy. Those with 4-element mixed spiritual roots, while slightly better, still need around 3 months to achieve the same. I truly did not expect you to succeed in just 10 days. He continued with enthusiasm. A genius, indeed. Come, let us go meet the clan leader. The Grand Elder summoned a magical artifact, cradling the 7-year-old Li Qingyuan in one arm, infusing qi into the flying sword, which soared into the sky. Moments later. They arrived at the secluded courtyard where the clan leader was in seclusion. As soon as they landed, the Grand Elder called out with vigor, "Clan leader, clan leader. Where are you?" With a loud bang, an explosion echoed from within the house, and the clan leader opened the door, his silver hair singed and his skin darkened. Suppressing his agitation, he said, "Li Guangyao, you better have a good reason for this interruption." The Grand Elder's heart raced at the sight and quickly replied, "Ah, I apologize for disturbing you during your talisman crafting. Talisman crafting, alchemy, and artifact forging all require a tranquil environment and a peaceful state of mind. Speak. What is the matter? Why have you brought little Qingyuan along?" As the clan leader Li Guangyao spoke, he casually affixed a cleansing talisman, instantly restoring his silver hair and cleansing his face. Li Qingyuan mused, "This cleansing talisman is a godsend for those from my previous life on Earth, a true household miracle." The Grand Elder stepped forward, whispering, "Clan leader, little Qingyuan has cultivated spiritual energy and officially entered the first level of Qi refinement." "What?" The clan leader was taken aback, asking, "Really? Little Qingyuan, you have truly cultivated spiritual energy?" Li Qingyuan nodded, activating the Chun Gong, with a wisp of spiritual energy swirling above his palm. "Haha, splendid." The clan leader Li Guangyao laughed heartily. This was his secluded space, and aside from the two elders, no one else could intrude without summons, ensuring their privacy. "Little Qingyuan, come here and let me see." Li Guangyao called Li Qingyuan over, curious, generally. Even those with three-element true spiritual roots take over 20 days to cultivate their first wisp of spiritual energy. Yet you accomplished it in just 10 days. As he spoke, the clan leader released his Qi, emanating the pressure of the 6th level of Qi refinement, placing his palm on Li Qingyuan's forehead, channeling spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan immediately felt dizzy, as if his soul were being suppressed. Fortunately, the discomfort quickly dissipated as the clan leader withdrew his energy. "Li Guango Loga, I knew it wasn't merely due to your 3 spiritual roots." The Grand Elder asked curiously, "What is it, clan leader? Is there another reason for little Qingyuan's swift cultivation of spiritual energy?" Li Qingyuan also felt curious but was slightly apprehensive, pondering, could the Shimpan space have been discovered? "No." That expression from the clan leader doesn't seem like someone who has found out about the Shimpan space. The clan leader stroked his silver beard and replied, "Little Qingyuan possesses extraordinary talent. His soul is stronger than that of ordinary individuals. Those with a strong, innate soul not only have exceptional comprehension, but also find it easier to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement and advance to the 4th level, thus developing spiritual consciousness. The stronger the soul, the more powerful the spiritual consciousness. This will greatly benefit his future transformation of spiritual consciousness into foundational consciousness during the foundation establishment stage." Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. "Is it beneficial for foundation establishment as well?" The clan leader nodded, "Indeed. Little Qingyuan, if previously you were merely a seed for foundation establishment, then now I can assert that your chances of achieving foundation establishment have increased by 1 or 2%. The Grand Elder Li Guangyao, filled with excitement, almost tugged at his beard in joy, exclaiming, "A strong, innate soul aids in foundation establishment? If we could obtain a foundation establishment pill, wouldn't our chances be even greater?" Foundation establishment pill. The clan leader Li Guangyao sighed deeply. Such a pill is beyond the reach of a small clan like ours. As a 3rd-tier Qi refinement clan, we don't even have a single practitioner in the late stages of Qi refinement, with only around 60 cultivators in total, placing us at the very bottom of the Qi refinement celestial clans. Even a 2nd-tier Qi refinement clan cannot afford to purchase a foundation establishment pill, and only 1st-tier clans have the qualifications to do so, and even then, it's merely a qualification. Suddenly, a streak of light swept across the sky. A celestial crane appeared, soaring majestically above, landing atop the peak of Yunxiao Mountain at the heart of the Li clan. On the crane stood a middle-aged man, braving the wind, looking down with an air of arrogance, proclaiming, "Where is the clan leader of the Li clan?" Chapter 7. The Tyranny of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan. The Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan. Why have the Lu family members suddenly arrived? The clan leader Li Guangyao instinctively glanced at Li Qingyuan before turning his gaze to the newcomer, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "You all wait here. I will go and see." With a swift motion, Li Guangao leaped, flying 100 zhong before gracefully landing, cupping his hands and greeting, "I am Li Guangao, clan leader of the Li clan, here to welcome the envoy of the Lu family. May I ask what brings you here?" The man on the celestial crane unabashedly revealed his cultivation, exuding the pressure of the 7th level of qi refinement, his demeanor haughty. The Grand Elder Li Guangyao gasped in astonishment. The visitor is actually a late-stage qi refinement expert? Li Qingyuan inquired, "Grand Elder, is this person from our Luha Island, the only Foundation establishment celestial clan, the Lu family?" Yunxia Town, the domain of the Li clan, spans over 30 miles. However, it is merely one of the many small towns and cities on Lioha Island. Lioha Island itself is vast, covering more than 3,000 miles. With its length exceeding 7,000 miles in both directions, firmly under the control of the Lu clan. Beneath the Lu family, numerous vassal forces exist, comprising 3 first-rate qi refining families, 6 second-rate qi refining families, and 12 third-rate qi refining families. The Li family of Yunxia Town is one of the 12 third-rate qi refining families. It can be said that the foundational immortal clan, the Lu family, is the true sovereign over the vast expanse of Lioha Island. The 21 qi refining families, along with various factions and merchant associations, all bow to the Lu family's authority. On Lioha Island, anything coveted by the Lu family, be it spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, spiritual beasts, or mines, becomes theirs by right. The 21 qi refining families have established their homes and flourished on Lioha Island solely due to the Lu family's protection. Thus, the clan leader, Li Guangao, displayed utmost respect in the presence of the Lu family's cultivators, who not only hailed from a foundational immortal clan, but were also masters at the 7th level of qi refining. A messenger from the Lu family presented a floating token, exuding an overwhelming pressure, with a single character of Lu signifying absolute authority. He calmly declared, "This is the command of the family head. From this year onward, all qi refining families are to increase their resource contributions by 10%. "What?" Li Guangao exclaimed, his head snapping up in disbelief. "An additional 10%? Esteemed envoy, how are we of the Li clan to survive?" The visitor's cold gaze sharpened as he replied, "What? Does the Li clan intend to defy the command?" He scoffed. "Were it not for the Lu family's benevolence, how could your Li clan have settled in Yunxia Town for hundreds of years? Remember, without the Lu family's protection, your qi refining families would have been slaughtered by demonic beasts long ago." The effeminate man added, "Li Guangao, one must learn to be grateful." Li Guangao said inwardly, thinking, "Indeed, it is the Lu family that is the greatest thief on Lioha Island. Each time a demonic beast uprising occurs, it is our dozen qi refining families that lead the charge while the Lu family reaps the benefits from afar. Now, demanding an increase in resource contributions is simply greedy." However, he could not refuse. The Li clan was far too weak. On Lioha Island, disobedient qi refining families vanished one after another, only to be replaced by new ones. Many wanderers yearned to serve the Lu family, just waiting for an opportunity. With a respectful bow, Li Guangao stated, "The Li clan shall dutifully comply with the Lu family's command." "Esteemed envoy, you have worked hard." Li Guangao regained his composure, wearing a smile that betrayed no anger, and offered several first-tier, medium-grade talismans and 20 spirit stones. His heart bled, but he understood that failing to offer gifts could lead to repercussions and unfavorable gossip. If the envoy returned and spread rumors that the Li clan was rebellious, it would spell disaster for them. The middle-aged man accepted the gifts with a smile, saying, "I knew the Li clan would always be perceptive." Li Guangao respectfully added, "Please, esteemed envoy, rest here. I would be honored to offer you hospitality." "There is no need for hospitality. I have further orders to convey," the Lu family cultivator replied, patting the celestial crane, which let out a cry and took to the skies. Soon, the Lu family envoy departed. Upon the crane's back, the middle-aged man weighed the spirit stones and tucked away the first-tier medium-grade talismans, a smirk creeping upon his lips as he mused. Indeed, the family head was correct. Delivering the celestial decree is quite a lucrative task. Regrettably, such a bounty cannot be enjoyed alone. 3 individuals have been dispatched for this task. I must hasten my efforts to secure more benefits. As for the Li clan, Li Guangao waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. He added also, Inform the cultivators above the 4th level of Qi refining that a family meeting will be convened tomorrow morning. The assembly responded with a bow. Understood. Li Guangao returned to his small courtyard and inquired of Li Qingyuan, "How do you feel, little Qingyuan?" Li Qingyuan felt a heavy pressure in his heart and replied, "I feel quite unsettled. The members of the foundational immortal clan are very domineering. Moreover, the sensation of our family's fate resting in the hands of others is disconcerting." Li Guangao advised, "Remember this feeling. Do not forget it. It will serve as your motivation to strive for strength. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Without power, one must rely on others for survival." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Rest assured, grandfather clan leader, I will diligently cultivate." Li Guangao smiled warmly, feeling a sense of comfort. "Go now. Return home." Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "Grandfather clan leader, grand elder, I bid you farewell." The grand elder watched Li Qingyuan depart and remarked, "Clan leader, do you think you're placing too much pressure on the child?" Clan leader Li Guangao chuckled. "Do not worry. This child, Qingyuan, is far more exceptional than you realize." After a moment, he added, "In terms of both talent for cultivation and intellect." Before long, Li Qingyuan arrived at his home. His father still in seclusion? He pondered, glancing at the room where his father was engaged in closed-door cultivation, before heading to his own chamber. As for his mother, though she was immortal, she also had her duties, such as scouring the coastal sands for spiritual shells and sifting through spiritual sand to create artificial spiritual fertilizer, which would then be used to nourish their 100 acres of spiritual fields, along with weeding and caring for the spiritual rice. The Li clan consisted of 3,000 members, with barely 60 cultivators, some of whom were mere fledgling practitioners. Thus, many physically demanding tasks were assigned to the clan's mortals. The mortals of the Li clan, along with those in Yunxia town, worked for the Li family in exchange for worldly currency, providing sufficient labor. Can a spirit stone that has been copied be copied again? Li Qingyuan wondered, holding 2 spirit stones in his hand as he silently chanted, "Receive." This time, the 2 spirit stones remained immovable, refusing to enter the Xianpin space. It appeared that spirit stones could not be copied a second time once they had been duplicated. Li Qingyuan contemplated, or perhaps, can they only be copied once per day? Let us try with the spiritual rice. In Li Qingyuan's small room, there remained a bag of spiritual rice weighing a full 10 pounds. His father had already informed him of the family's provisions: 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice each month. In the market, 1 pound of spiritual rice was worth 5 spirit coins, making 10 pounds worth 50 spirit coins. A single spirit stone, roughly the size of a mahjong tile, could be fashioned into 100 translucent spirit coins, thin as a cicada's wing. Therefore, 100 spirit coins equated to 1 spirit stone, while 10 pounds of spiritual rice, worth 50 spirit coins, amounted to half a spirit stone. "Receive," Li Qingyuan thought as he lifted the spiritual rice. In the next moment, with a whoosh, the spiritual rice vanished. The 10 pounds of rice disappeared from the bag, and in the Xianpin space, it materialized, subsequently doubling to become 20 pounds of spiritual rice. 20 pounds of spiritual rice equated to 1 spirit stone. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, "It worked. The spiritual rice has doubled." Chapter 8. Li Dingzhou breaks through. 30 spirit stones. Ha ha ha, I made it. I have reached the mid-stage of Qi refining. Just then, from the back courtyard of the main house, the hearty laughter of his father, Li Dingzhou, resonated, brimming with vitality and grandeur. His father had broken through. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with delight as he hurried outside. In the courtyard, Li Dingzhou strode with the confidence of a dragon, performing the Qi drawing technique, a longsword artifact swirling around him, its brilliance flashing like lightning as it zipped back and forth. Witnessing this scene, Li Qingyuan immediately congratulated. Son pays his respects to father for stepping into the mid-stage of Qi refining and achieving spiritual awareness. At the mid-level of Qi refining, the soul undergoes a transformation, becoming spiritual awareness. This spiritual awareness can guide artifacts and, when combined with the cultivator's spiritual energy, allows for initial sword flight, long-range attacks, and short-distance aerial maneuvers. To the mortals of Yunxia town, cultivators capable of sword flight are regarded as true immortal masters. Cultivators at the 3rd level of Qi refining can barely control artifacts, engaging in battles only a few yards apart. In contrast, those at the mid-stage of Qi refining, having developed spiritual awareness, wield artifacts with greater speed, enhanced attack potency, and extended range, completely overwhelming those of the third level. Li Dingzhou laughed heartily. The surprises do not end here. Li Dingzhou's martial prowess has also broken through. Yuania. Watch closely. With a booming sound, Li Dingzhou's entire being radiated with vitality as he channeled his energy through his palms. The blood and Qi within him fused into true energy, and with a single punch, he struck a boulder over 10 feet high in the courtyard. With a resounding crash, the solid stone shattered into fragments. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "So powerful." He mused internally. Such destructive force would surely classify him as an exceptional master in the realm of martial arts. Curiously, Li Qingyuan asked, "Father, have you attained the status of an innate master among martial artists, successfully cultivating innate true energy?" "Indeed," Li Dingzhou replied, his spirits high. "After refining the Shao Yunling Dan, I have indeed broken through the 9 blood changes, transforming my vital energy and becoming an innate martial master." Li Qingyuan remarca. It appears that after years of diligent cultivation at the third level of Qi refinement, your foundation is solid, coupled with the Shao Yunling Dan as a catalyst. Both breakthroughs have occurred simultaneously. In the realm of mortals, an innate martial master can utilize true energy to refine magical artifacts, allowing for techniques such as the flying sword that can strike enemies from 100 paces away, comparable to those at the 4th level of body refinement. Li Dingzhou Shukulat. Indeed, I am currently at the 4th level of Qi refinement, having developed spiritual awareness along with innate true energy. His mood brightened further as he declared, "With my current combat strength, I will be considered a leader among those at the 4th level of Qi refinement within our clan. Even against opponents at the 5th level, I could hold my own." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan quickly cautioned, "Father, the outcome of battles among cultivators is influenced by various factors, such as magical artifacts, talismans, formations, elixirs, and spiritual pets. Our Li family lacks sufficient foundation. You must not recklessly provoke cultivators of the 5th or 6th levels. After all, the only magical artifact at your disposal is this flying star sword, which is merely a low-grade artifact." Li Dingzhou retorted, "You, young man, are now teaching your father lessons." He continued, "Rest assured, I am aware of the situation. If I were a reckless person, I would not have survived until today." He then stowed away his magical artifact and removed a pouch from his waist, saying, "Here are 15 spirit stones, accumulated over the years. I originally intended to purchase Shao Yunling Dan to break through to the 4th level of Qi refinement." A proud smile spread across his face as he added, "Unexpectedly, I have also experienced the advantages of being a father with a talented child. Due to your exceptional spiritual root, the clan leader generously rewarded me with a Shao Yunling Dan." Li Qingyuan declined, "Father, having already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement, it is time to consider acquiring a mid-grade magical artifact." Li Dingzhou sighed deeply. "A mid-grade magical artifact costs over 100 spirit stones. Do you think our family can afford that?" Li Qingyuan, hearing this, could only sigh in resignation. Ultimately, the issue was still their lack of wealth. "Yuania, you possess outstanding spiritual roots and are the future of our family. You need the spirit stones more than I do," Li Dingzhou said. "Thank you, Father," Li Qingyuan replied, taking the spirit stones. The sound of the stones clinking together in the pouch was melodious and delightful. This pouch was merely an ordinary money pouch. Storage pouches were a luxury the Li family could not afford. Li Dingzu instructed Yuania. Once you cultivate your first wisp of spiritual energy and enter the realm of Qi refinement, you'll be able to refine spirit stones to enhance your cultivation speed. With these 15 spirit stones, along with the resources provided by the family each month, you may reach the completion of the 1st level of Qi refinement within a year. The thought of achieving such a rapid cultivation speed within a year was beyond Li Dingzhou's imagination. Yet, it seemed entirely feasible for his son. Li Qingyuan smiled, "Father, I have already entered the realm of Qi refinement." He demonstrated by activating the Chun Gong, releasing a wisp of spiritual energy from his palm. Spiritual energy? Li Dingzhou was momentarily stunned, then erupted with joy. "Ha! You have cultivated spiritual energy and entered Qi refinement? Splendid, splendid. When did this happen?" Li Qingyuan replied, "This afternoon. Not long ago." The clan leader and the grand elder are already aware. Oh, by the way, Li Qingyuan seemed to remember something and added father. The clan leader mentioned that tomorrow morning a family meeting will be held for all cultivators above the 4th level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou's lips curled into a smile. Good, I understand. After being stagnant at the 3rd level of qi refinement for several years, I finally have the opportunity to showcase my progress before everyone and witness their astonished expressions. Just the thought of it made him even more eager. Father, I will now return to my cultivation, Li Qingyuan said, already eager with the 15 spirit stones in hand. In his room, he took out the 15 spirit stones and murmured, collect. In the next moment, within the Xianpin space, the 15 spirit stones were absorbed, duplicated, and instantly transformed into 30 spirit stones. I've struck gold, 30 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan retrieved the spirit stones and spiritual rice, placing them into their respective pouches. 30 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spiritual rice, he pondered. It seems I need to find a reason to live separately from my parents. Otherwise, having such an abundance of cultivation resources, especially the conspicuous spiritual rice, would be hard to explain. It's not that I don't trust my parents, but I'm concerned that if this secret is leaked, it could bring calamity upon them and the family. In a Xianpin space, secrecy is paramount. No one must know, except for myself. The next morning, the Li family held a clan meeting. In the meeting hall, the clan leader, Li Guangao, the grand elder, the second elder, and 5 cultivators at the 4th level of qi refinement arrived one after another. In high spirits, Li Dingzhou entered the hall with quick strides, clasping his fists. Dingzhou greets the clan leader, grand elder, and second elder. Dingzhou, what brings you here? A middle-aged man inquired. The elder has summoned us for a family meeting, and according to clan rules, you should withdraw. If you have something to say, wait until after the meeting. The elder he referred to was, of course, the clan leader, Li Guangao. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou chuckled, Elder Dingen, I have come to participate in the family meeting. With a hum, Li Dingzhou's surroundings filled with spiritual energy as his waist-bound magical artifact flew out, and he wielded his sword with spiritual awareness. Dingen was taken aback. Dingzhou, you have reached the 4th level of qi refinement? The other 4 cultivators at the 4th level were equally astonished. Moments later, as realization dawned, everyone clasped their hands in congratulations. Dingzhou, congratulations on your advancement to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Dingen smiled, wonderful. With Dingzhou entering the 4th level, our Li family now boasts another mid-stage qi refinement cultivator. The clan leader and the 2 elders exchanged smiles. Clearing his throat, clan leader Li Guangao said, Please take your seats. The meeting shall commence. As everyone settled in, Li Guangao sighed and spoke with resignation. Yesterday afternoon, someone from the Foundation Establishment clan, the Liu family, visited. They have decreed that starting this year, our resource tribute will increase by 10%. At this announcement, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. What? An additional 10% tribute? Does that mean our family's total annual revenue will be drained by the Foundation Establishment clan, taking away 60%? That's 600 spirit stones. The second elder seethed with rage. How brazen of the Liu family. They aim to completely drain us, leaving us with no resources to develop our family's power. In an instant, all the cultivators of the Li family were filled with indignation. Li Dingzhou gritted his teeth, joining in the chorus of condemnation against the Liu family. Dingen asked, Elder, did you agree? Li Guangao retorted, Can I refuse? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Luha Island, spanning over 3,000 miles, made the Foundation Establishment clan of the Liu family akin to the Emperor. With just a wave of their hand, they could send 2 or 3 late-stage qi refinement cultivators. And within a day, they could decimate Yunxia Mountain, wiping out the entire Li clan. Seated at the head of the table, Li Guangao stated, with the new year approaching, We have less than a month until the tribute is due. Let us each report on the family's earnings from various industries this year, starting with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder cleared his throat and produced the ledger, stating, This year, after accounting for costs, the profit from the mature spirit plants I cultivated amounts to 300 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. Li Guangao took the ledger and perused it, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he remarked, The Grand Elder has worked tirelessly for the sustenance of our clan. The Li Xianzu family typically garnered an annual income of approximately 1,000 spirit stones, with slight fluctuations. The Grand Elder's contributions accounted for nearly 1/3 of this total. At this juncture, the Second Elder interjected, "This year, the family's hunting team's earnings are roughly on par with last year's, yielding a profit of 200 spirit stones." He too submitted his ledger. Li Dingyan added, "Uncle, the output of Yuan Taisher has remained stable at around 1,000 pounds annually, resulting in 100 spirit stones after sales. Yuan Taisher serves as an auxiliary material for crafting first-tier magical instruments, priced at 10 spirit coins per pound, with 1 spirit stone capable of purchasing 10 pounds. Hence 1,000 pounds of Yuan Taisher is valued at 100 spirit stones." Li Dingzhou, attending the family meeting for the first time, listened intently to the various profit reports, gaining a clearer understanding of the family's enterprises and revenues. At that moment, he noticed the Grand Elder's niece emerge. She was the only second-generation descendant in the Grand Elder's lineage to possess spiritual roots. Li Dingfang respectfully presented the ledger, stating, "Honored clan leader, this year has witnessed a bountiful harvest of spirit rice, yielding over 5,000 pounds. As per customary practice, 5,000 pounds of spirit rice has been sold, while the remaining hundreds of pounds have been stored in the family's granary. The sale of spirit rice brought in 250 spirit stones." Li Dingzhou was well aware of the workings of the spirit fields. The 100 acres of spirit fields are divided such that 50 acres are cultivated each year, while the remaining 50 acres lie fallow to rejuvenate their fertility, ensuring sustainable farming practices. Each year, only 50 acres are cultivated, allowing the other 50 acres to rest and regain their vitality for the following season. Spirit rice is harvested once a year, yielding around 100 pounds per acre, resulting in approximately 5,000 pounds from 50 acres, with some variance. Sometimes the harvest is bountiful, other times it barely exceeds 4,000 pounds. This year's harvest was plentiful, with several hundred additional pounds of spirit rice. Li Guangao expressed his heartfelt relief, exclaiming, "The spirit rice harvest is splendid. Dingfang has worked hard." Li Dingfang raplia. "I dare not take credit. It is all thanks to the strength of our clan." Lastly, Li Dingxian offered a slight bow and remarked, "Clan leader, this year the black-toothed fragrant pigs and unicorn zebras raised by the clan have had low survival rates among the young. The black-toothed fragrant pigs were sold to taverns, while the unicorn zebras were sold to merchants, yielding a modest return of just 50 spirit stones, which is only half of last year's profits." Li Dingzhou understood that the black-toothed fragrant pig is a first-tier early-stage demon beast known for its delectable meat, favored by many chi refining practitioners. The unicorn zebra, also a first-tier early-stage demon beast, grows robust and strong in adulthood, with remarkable endurance and a gentle disposition, capable of covering 300 miles in a day, making it an excellent means of transportation. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, "It matters not. This year's profits may be inadequate, but we shall strive harder next year." Li Dingxian quietly retreated, affirming yes. Li Guangao continued, "Now regarding my own contributions, this year the talismans I crafted, aside from supplying the clan's hunting team as resources for cultivation, generated 200 spirit stones from sales." The Grand Elder remarked, "Clan leader, you have worked diligently. Not only must you toil for the clan's development, but you also provide talismans to our practitioners as means of offense and defense. Otherwise, the talismans you draw would undoubtedly represent the clan's most significant source of profit." The Second Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, without the talismans provided by the clan leader, the losses and casualties among our hunting team would be incalculable. The crowd echoed their sentiments, acknowledging the clan leader's hard work for the sake of the family. Li Guangao raised his hand to calm them, stating, "All of this is for the clan." He calculated, the clan's total revenue this year is approximately 100 spirit stones. He then produced his ledger, saying, "Here are the clan's expenditures for this year. You may all review them." The current stock of spirit stones stood at a mere 550. Li Guangao sighed, "I did not expect the Liu family to demand such exorbitant taxes, imposing an additional 10%. Consequently, we still lack 50 spirit stones for our tribute. With less than a month's time to gather this deficit, we are under considerable time constraints." Amidst the crowd, Li Dingzhou produced 3 spirit stones. His face flushed with embarrassment as he admitted, "Clan leader, I am afraid I can only contribute these 3 spirit stones. My son, Qingyuan, has been identified as possessing 4 spiritual roots this year, and as his father, I must invest in his cultivation. Li Dingyan gritted his teeth and offered 10 spirit stones, saying, Uncle, the clan is in need, and I am willing to lend a hand. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exchanged glances, each producing 15 spirit stones of their own. Li Dingfang and Li Dingxian also contributed around 10 spirit stones each. Seeing this, Li Guangao felt a wave of relief wash over him, exclaiming, Haha, splendid, all of you, as long as the Li family stands united and works in harmony. What concerns do we have about the family's prosperity? In no time, the 50 spirit stones were gathered, totaling 600 spirit stones, which was sufficient. Li Guangao instructed, Everyone may return now, but Dingzhou, please stay behind. The crowd respectfully withdrew, responding, Yes, clan leader. Soon, only the clan leader, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou remained in the hall. The clan leader inquired, Dingzhou, are you aware of little Qingyuan's progress in qi refining? Li Dingzhou smiled, Yamaware. That child has truly brought great joy to our clan, successfully refining his first wisp of spiritual energy in just 10 days. Li Guangao added, Moreover, I have discovered that little Qingyuan possesses an exceptionally strong, innate spirit soul, making it easier for him to solidify his spiritual consciousness and advance to the mid-stage of qi refining in the future. When his spiritual consciousness eventually transforms into divine consciousness, he will have a distinct advantage. His chances of establishing a foundation are higher than we initially anticipated. Li Dingzhou rejoiced, a strong, innate spirit soul. The Second Elder shared in the excitement, eagerly stating, The future of our Li Xinzu clan rests upon little Qingyuan. If he can successfully establish his foundation, our clan will become a foundational clan. Li Guangao declared, Thus, I have retained you to announce an important matter. He gritted his teeth and stated, Regardless of the challenges our clan faces, we must ensure that little Qingyuan's cultivation resources are never lacking. At worst, I shall craft additional talismans daily and make more trips to the market to exchange them for spirit stones. The Second Elder immediately concurred. Indeed, I shall also work harder, hunting more first-tier demon beasts. I can cultivate additional spirit plants as well. The Grand Elder echoed this sentiment, filled with vigor and enthusiasm. The thought of a foundational practitioner emerging from their clan and the prospect of the Li family becoming a foundational clan capable of governing a territory of 1,000 miles invigorated them. Li Guangao expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, 70 years is the prime time for endeavoring. We 3 old bones can still contribute our remaining strength to the clan. Li Dingzhou, fueled with passion, stated, Second Elder, I have now reached the 4th layer of qi refining, and I can contribute even more in the hunt for demon beasts. For you honor, as his father, I shall strive my utmost. Chapter 10, the 2nd layer of qi refining. 3 days later, in front of a small wooden cabin at the core of Yinxiao Mountain, Mother Qingyuan reluctantly said, You honor, at just 7 years old. You hardly need to live alone, in seclusion, for cultivation. This is not a household that will disturb your practice. Li Qingyuan smiled, Mother. I will only come here to cultivate and meditate during the day. I will return home to rest at night. However, Mother Qingyuan seemed poised to say more. Li Dingzhou interjected, Enough, enough. What do you understand about such matters, woman? You must realize that this location is the core area of the family's spiritual vein, situated just 100 paces from the family's medicinal fields, where spiritual energy abounds. It is the clan's premier cultivation ground. Others would not even dare to come. Were it not for the commands issued by the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder, Yuan'er would never have had this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chun Xiuyun had no choice but to nod in agreement. As long as it benefits my son, as a mother, I must not hinder him. Soon, the moving was complete. Li Qingyuan waved and said, Father, Mother, I will practice during the day and return home at night. Understood, replied Li Dingzhou and Chun Xiuyun as they walked away. Chun Xiuyun, reluctant, remarked, This child has had great determination since he was young. Li Dingzhou wrapped his arms around his wife's slender waist, winking playfully. Yunmei, how about we have another child? Chun Xiuyun's face flushed, and she pushed Li Dingzhou, glaring. Are you crazy? After a pause, she added, Such matters should be discussed at home in the evening. Aha, Li Dingzhou lauga. Inside the small wooden house, Li Qingyuan felt content. I have a place for seclusion. The family's spiritual vein, although a flawed first-tier vein, could not be considered a true first-tier vein. Yet this core area still held abundant spiritual energy. Next, I must diligently practice and strive to break through to the second level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan immediately sat cross-legged, palms placed over his dantian, holding a spiritual stone in his hands, silently reciting the Qingyuan mantra, beginning to absorb spiritual energy and enter a state of seclusion. With Qi sinking into the dantian to draw in spiritual breath, his heart, like the great tree to Chun, embraced the universe, breathing in and out in rhythm along the meridians. The spiritual resonance gathered in the purple palace. Li Qingyuan became fully immersed, losing track of time. Days passed, and each morning before dawn, Li Qingyuan ventured out to the core of the spiritual vein for his seclusion training. At noon, he prepared spiritual rice and 2 side dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, consuming half a pound of spiritual rice, equivalent to 3 bowls. After lunch, he took a brief rest before continuing his practice in the afternoon. Dinner was also self-prepared, with 2 meals a day managed independently. In total, he consumed a pound of spiritual rice daily. Initially, Li Qingyuan refined a spiritual stone every 3 days, then 2 days, and eventually, he could refine 1 stone a day. 32 spiritual stones and 20 pounds of spiritual rice were consumed within a month. During this month, with daily access to spiritual stones for practice and nearly daily meals of spiritual rice, Li Qingyuan made significant progress. At the beginning of the 2nd and 3rd months, his father, Li Dingzhou, would reliably deliver monthly family resources, 1 spiritual stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice. Li Dingzhou, alongside the 2nd elder, hunted demon beasts. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Qi refinement and the 4th level of body refinement, his combat strength rivaled that of the 2nd elder, and he successfully hunted numerous inferior first-tier spiritual beasts. The majority of the hunting gains were submitted, followed by labor distribution among family members. Li Dingzhou exchanged the spiritual stones he acquired directly for spiritual rice to send to his son, Li Qingyuan. With his father's support, Li Qingyuan's monthly training resources amounted to 1 spiritual stone and 20 pounds of spiritual rice. At the beginning of each month, upon receiving the training resources, Li Qingyuan's first action was to store the resources in the Xianpin space, duplicating them. This way, his monthly training resources became 2 spiritual stones and 40 pounds of spiritual rice. In just 2 days, the 2 spiritual stones were consumed. Following that, he relied solely on spiritual rice, meditating and refining the weak spiritual energy within, absorbing the spiritual energy from the vein for his own use. Without the supply of spiritual stones, Li Qingyuan's training speed was not as rapid as in the first month. However, he remained patient day after day in seclusion. Cultivating immortality requires enduring solitude. In his previous life, due to congenital heart disease, Li Qingyuan often accompanied loneliness, having almost no friends, accustomed to feeling, enjoying, and overcoming solitude. Moreover, this life was dedicated to cultivating immortality. Li Qingyuan focused entirely on his cultivation, feeling no loneliness. Fully immersed in the joy of training and enjoying the flow of spiritual energy through his meridians. His temperament brought great comfort to the clan leader, the elder, and the 2nd elder, who all exclaimed that he truly was the pride of the Li family, destined to become a foundational figure. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged on his bed, for spiritual stones in front of him, murmuring, "A month ago, I felt that I had reached the perfection of the 1st level of Qi refinement. Now, after a month of consolidation and refinement, this bottleneck has become increasingly clear. With last month's spiritual stones combined with this month's, totaling 4 stones, this should help me break through the bottleneck and step into the 2nd level of Qi refinement." Saying this, Li Qingyuan grasped the spiritual stones, holding 2 in one hand, holding his breath, and silently circulating the Dechun Gong. A hum resonated within him as the spiritual energy erupted from his dantian, coursing through his meridians, converging in his palms, drawing the energy from the stones into his meridians for circulation and transformation. Simultaneously, the thin spiritual energy from the surrounding environment gathered, entering his body through the acupoints. Following the Dechun Gong's guidance, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, finally, with a pop, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, as if the spiritual energy within had amassed to a critical point, breaking through the barriers, and a significant spiritual pressure surged from his body. This pressure formed a gust of wind, stirring the air within the room. Li Qingyuan exhaled deeply, satisfied, and said, "I've reached the second level of Qi refinement." After half a year of training, achieving the second level of Qi refinement at such speed surpassed that of other disciples by tenfold. The reasons for this were manifold. Firstly, Li Qingyuan possessed 3 spiritual roots, and they were of the superior quality, allowing for faster cultivation. Secondly, his innate soul was exceptional, with understanding and intellect surpassing that of other 7-year-olds, greatly aiding his comprehension of techniques. Additionally, the Xianpin space, with its resource duplication, afforded him considerable training resources, which other disciples could not access, particularly during the first month when he refined 32 spiritual stones, leading to rapid progress. With all these factors combined, Li Qingyuan was able to advance to the second level of Qi refinement in just 6 months. He had yet to completely refine all the spiritual stones, and he intended to do so to solidify his newly attained realm. Li Qingyuan remained humble and diligent, continuing his practice. A day later, upon refining all the spiritual stones, he had initially stabilized his second level of Qi refinement, ensuring that the newly attained spiritual energy became solid and restrained. At this moment, dawn had broken. Li Qingyuan had spent a full day and night in seclusion. The elder had mentioned that once he reached the second level of Qi refinement, he would teach him spells. Li Qingyuan stepped outside with excitement. Now that I have reached the second level of Qi refinement, I can begin to learn spells. The Chinese obsession with cultivating immortality includes the pursuit of spells and divine abilities. Spells, here I come. Chapter 11. Mastering the Qi Blade Technique. The second marvel of the Xianpin space. Elder, I am here. Li Qingyuan rushed forward, stirring up a gust of wind. The elder, Li Guangyao, was currently performing the spirit rain technique to irrigate the herb fields. With a wave of his hand, he activated his spiritual power, gathering the earthly and watery spiritual energies to create a rain of spirit. After casting the spell, he turned around and said, "What brings you here today, young man?" For the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had been in seclusion, never leaving Yinxia Mountain, let alone indulging in the mundane world of Yinxia Town. The elders would see him only once every 10 to 15 days. Li Qingyuan glanced around, confirming no one else was present, before activating the Chun Gong to release the aura of the second level of Qi refinement, smiling. "Elder, isn't it time for you to teach me spells?" Second level of Qi refinement. The elder, Li Guangyao, widened his eyes in shock, pointing at Li Qingyuan. "You actually broke through to the second level of Qi refinement? How is this possible?" The elder nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. "You reached the second level in just half a year?" Li Qingyuan chuckled. "You all said I was a genius. Didn't you? Since I'm a genius, it's only natural to surpass expectations." The elder replied, "But your speed is truly astonishing." Initially, they had guessed that Li Qingyuan would reach the perfection of the first level of Qi refinement in about a year, then begin preparing to break through to the second level. They never expected him to achieve the second level in less than half the anticipated time. In truth, their predictions were not entirely inaccurate. However, due to the Xianpin space and the doubling of resources, his cultivation speed had increased exponentially. "Ha! The heavens bless the Li family." The elder exclaimed joyfully, "Good child, you truly are a genius. Speak, what do you wish to learn?" "I shall teach you all," the elder proclaimed. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyuan asked, "Grand Elder, what spells does our family possess?" "My father only knows 2 or 3 spells. How about you?" The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his demeanor shifting to one of pride as he replied, "Our Li clan of the Xian tribe commands a total of 6 first-tier spells. Spell levels are categorized into first, second, and third tiers. First-tier spells are applicable during the Qi refinement stage. Second-tier spells are for the foundation establishment stage. And only those who have attained the legendary golden core can cultivate the third-tier spells. The 6 first-tier spells in our clan are Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spirit Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique. The first, Qi Blade Technique, condenses one's spiritual energy into a blade. unleashing it as a lethal chi blade capable of slicing through gold and jade with unparalleled sharpness. Li Qingyuan nodded. That sounds formidable. The Grand Elder continued. Spirit rain technique is widely practiced and is particularly designed for spirit farmers, primarily used for irrigating spiritual fields and cultivating spiritual herbs. Fireball technique intricately refines one's spiritual energy into a fireball. It is the most commonly practiced first-tier spell in the realm of cultivation. Earth armor technique transforms spiritual energy into a protective armor as sturdy as metal, serving as a defensive spell. Iron arm technique solidifies one's arms, granting immense strength and versatility in both offense and defense. Lastly, the moon shadow technique is a mobility spell. Once mastered, one can pursue the moon with the swiftness of light, leaving behind elusive afterimages to confound enemies, allowing for fluid movement in combat. After pondering, Li Qingyuan declared, Grand Elder, I wish to first learn an offensive spell, starting with the Qi blade technique. Very well, the Grand Elder smiled. I shall impart the Qi blade technique to you. Observe closely. With a gentle lift of his hand, the Grand Elder activated his Qi refinement stage 5 cultivation, and with a swift motion, he released a Qi blade. Following this, he executed several more strikes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 Qi blades of varying lengths shot forth, striking a tree several zhang away, severing it with a clean cut. The Grand Elder inquired, Little Qingyuan, do you notice any differences? Without hesitation, Li Qingyuan replied, the 3 attacks had different lengths. The longer the Qi blade, the greater the power. Correct? The Grand Elder affirmed. The Qi blade technique, like all spells, has proficiency levels. Beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Once at the beginner stage, one can emit a 1-foot Qi blade. At minor accomplishment, 3-foot Qi blades can be produced. At major accomplishment, one can unleash 7-foot Qi blades. If one reaches perfection, a 10-foot Qi blade can be manifested, wielding immense power. However, generally speaking, the Grand Elder added, to achieve perfection with a first-tier spell, one must be at least a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Furthermore, comprehension is indispensable. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Grand Elder, please teach me. I am eager to learn. Let us begin, the Grand Elder instructed. The cultivation of the Qi blade technique is primarily divided into 3 steps: condensing spiritual energy, forming the blade, and releasing it to strike the enemy. Pay close attention. I shall now impart the incantation. 1 elder, 1 youth, 1 diligently teaching, the other earnestly learning. Cultivating spells, akin to refining techniques, requires patience, focus, tranquility, and time. This is a process that demands perseverance. No one can achieve mastery in an instant. Li Qingyuan practica repetitively, encountering failure time and again. By the end of the first day, he had only managed to barely condense his spiritual energy according to the requirements of the Qi blade technique. 3 days later, he had grasped the art of condensing spiritual energy and had begun to form the blade. Yet, he still could not release the Qi blade to attack. After 7 days, he finally succeeded. With a resolute focus, Li Qingyuan condensed his spiritual energy, gathered it in his hand, and with a swift motion of his hand, a 3-inch Qi blade shot forth, striking a small tree. With a crack, the tree, as thick as a bowl, was severed at the waist. I finally did it. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyously. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled his mind. Within the Xianpin space, a shadowy figure materialized. The figure was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features, yet the circulation of its meridians and acupoints was apparent. The figure's spiritual energy flowed perfectly, demonstrating the Qi blade technique at its perfected state. Unlike the Grand Elder's teachings, this figure illuminated its meridians and acupoints, clearly showcasing the process of spiritual energy flow, condensation, and blade formation. Li Qingyuan observed intently, experiencing a profound visual epiphany as he recognized many of his own shortcomings. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, satisfied. Your comprehension is indeed commendable. It took me half a month to barely achieve the Qi blade attack. Afterward, it took me an entire month to reach the beginner stage, managing only a 1-foot Qi blade. Yet, you have accomplished the feat of producing a 3-inch Qi blade in just 1 week, barely mastering this first-tier spell. Calming himself, Li Qingyuan connected his consciousness to the Xianpin space, absorbing the guidance from the shadowy figure, and began to circulate his spiritual energy in tandem with it. With a swift motion, Li Qingyuan unleashed a 1-foot chi blade, effortlessly severing a tree as thick as a bowl. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched in astonishment. A 1-foot chi blade? Have you truly reached the beginner stage? He gasped in disbelief. Could the benefits of a naturally gifted soul truly be this astonishing? Li Qingyuan gazed at the severed tree with a smile, realizing that the Xianpin space offered not only resource replication, but also profound guidance in cultivation. This sensation was exhilarating. It seemed that there was much more to explore regarding the Xianpin space, and he was determined to maximize its potential. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Uncle, it's bad." The manager of the spirit fields, the Grand Elder's niece, Li Dingfang, rushed in anxiously. "There are severe injuries in the hunting team. You must come quickly." "What?" Li Qingyuan's face turned pale with concern, for his father was also part of the family hunting team. The Grand Elder quickly reassured, "Little Qingyuan, do not worry. Let's go and see." The Grand Elder hastily donned a medicine box, summoned his magical tools, applied a lightness talisman to himself, then lifted Li Qingyuan, soaring away on his sword towards the family hall. As the clan's healer, he was well-versed not only in mundane medicine, but also in various healing spells. In a third-rate clan like the Li Xian clan, every cultivator was a valuable resource, and it was imperative to avoid any casualties. Chapter 12. Casualties. With a swift flight, they covered the 5 to 6 league distance in mere moments, arriving at the family hall. As soon as they landed, Li Qingyuan rushed towards his father. "Father, are you injured?" His eyes brimmed with worry. Li Dingzhou ruffled Li Qingyuan's hair, feigning nonchalance. "Do not fret. Your father is quite sturdy and will not succumb easily." However, a cough escaped him, revealing the toll of his injuries. He winced in pain, his eyelids twitching as he gasped for breath. Li Qingyuan's heart sank upon seeing his father's injuries. His side was wounded, and deep claw marks marred his thigh, the gash nearly 3 inches deep, reaching the bone. The Grand Elder stepped forward. "Dingzhou, my dear nephew, allow me to treat your wounds." With a hum, he activated the Dechun Gong. Channeling pure would attribute spiritual energy that excelled in healing. Under its nurturing aura, the bleeding quickly ceased, and the wounds began to scab over. Following this, he cleaned the wounds, applied medicine, and bandaged them. Once Li Dingzhou's injuries were tended to, the Grand Elder continued to heal the others, employing blood-stopping talismans and pills, finishing with bandaging. This time, even the second elder had sustained injuries requiring treatment. The family hunting team comprised 10 members, the second elder led, being at Qi Refinement Stage 5. Among them, Li Dingzhou and 2 others were at Stage 4, totaling 3. The remaining 7 members were all at Stage 3. With the addition of Li Dingzhou, the clan now had only 6 practitioners at the Qi Refinement Stage 4. In this narrative, Li Dingyan is entrusted with leading the other practitioners at the 2nd and 3rd levels of Qi Refinement, overseeing the family's Yuan Taisher mine, responsible for its extraction, protection, and sale. Li Dingfang is in charge of the spiritual fields, a task of great significance. Li Dingxian is responsible for the domestication of the family's spirit beasts, which is also a crucial source of income. For the sake of the family's development and prosperity, from the patriarch and the 2 elders to the young cultivators above the age of 10, everyone is contributing their strength to the family. Li Qingyuan glanced around and inquired, "Father, where is Uncle Qingyuan? He has been serving in the hunting team recently, hasn't he?" Li Dingzhou's face bore a sorrowful expression as he sighed deeply. "Yuaner, your Uncle Qingyuan, alas." With a heavy heart, Li Dingzhou said, "Let us go to the ancestral hall." Soon, a group of people arrived one after another at the ancestral hall. Upon reaching the hall, Li Qingyuan was met with heart-wrenching cries. "Father, please wake up. It's me. Qingqing, look at me." Li Qingyuan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Uncle Qingyuan is gone. Bazidas Li Qingqing. A woman around 30 was weeping uncontrollably, her tears flowing like rain as she cried out, "Li Qingyuan, wake up. You cannot die. If you leave us, how will we survive?" She was Luo Donger, the wife of Uncle Qingyuan and the mother of Qingqing. In the hall, a corpse lay quietly under a white cloth. Qingqing was crying, and the others in the family showed expressions of grief. Li Qingyuan could not help but shed tears. Uncle Qingyuan. Uncle Qingyuan had a close relationship with Li Dingzhou, as their families frequently interacted and were like brothers. In his childhood, Uncle Qingyuan often took him and his sister Qingqing on adventures, ensuring that whatever Qingqing received, he too was given a share. Li Qingyuan upruaka. Unsure of how to comfort Qingqing. In the face of life and death, any consolation seemed futile. Li Dingzhou's eyes reddened once more as he spoke in a somber tone. During this hunting expedition, we encountered 4 mid-level, first-tier demon beasts. The second elder managed to hold one back, while I risked my life to restrain another. Cousins Ding Xue and Ding Ming, both at the 4th level of Qi refinement, led their own teams to hold back the remaining 2. Li Ding Xue and Li Ding Ming were members of the family at the 4th level of Qi refinement, slightly younger than Li Dingzhou. He continued, during the battle, your uncle Qingyuan was killed, having his arm bitten off by a demon beast and suffering a fatal blow to the head. In the final moments, the second elder paid a price to slay one of the beasts, and with the second elder's assistance, we managed to kill the second beast, turning the tide and annihilating all 4 demon beasts. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. For mid-level first-tier demon beasts, those correspond to mid-level Qi refinement practitioners, targeting those at levels 4, 5, and 6. Li Dingzhou, still shaken, remarked, fortunately, none of these beasts were comparable to human cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement. Otherwise, the hunting team would have suffered catastrophic losses, and even I might have perished. Li Qingyuan felt a chill of fear, realizing the perilous nature of hunting demon beasts. Li Dingzhou solemnly stated, in the struggles of mortals, nations clash with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. As cultivators, we vie for resources, spiritual stones, and power. We are destined for unending conflict against heaven, earth, and man. Our Li family, despite producing only 3 to 5 new cultivators each year, maintains a population of 50 to 60 practitioners, making it difficult to grow. Now, do you understand why? Li Dingzhou gazed at his son. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath. I understand, father. While new cultivators emerge each year, there are also casualties among our practitioners. Li Dingzhou added, it's not only hunting that poses danger. Family members venturing out to sell Yuan Taishur, spiritual rice, spiritual herbs, or spirit beasts face similar threats. Although Luha Island is guarded by foundational cultivators, it is not peaceful, with bandits seeking to rob the weak. Li Qingyuan's expression froze, realizing how perilous the outside world was. He thought to himself, it seems wise to remain indoors until we have measures to confront those at the later stages of Qi refinement. Just then, his mother, Qingyuan, approached. She helped Luo Donger to her feet and gently comforted her. Sister Donger, do not weep so. Take care of your health. You still have Qingqing. She is the greatest hope of your brother Qingyuan and the future of your family. Yes, replied Donger, tears streaming down her face as she embraced her daughter Qingqing. Gazing at the body of Li Dingyuan, she vowed, rest assured, brother Yuan, I will raise our Qingqing to adulthood, ensuring she becomes a true immortal master. At that moment, the patriarch declared, Li Dingyuan of the Li clan sacrificed himself for the family. His name shall be inscribed in the family annals, honored in the ancestral hall, and revered by future descendants. All clan members shall mourn him for 3 days. Patriarch Li Guangao, looking at the frail figure of Qingqing, announced, Li Dingyuan's orphan, Li Qingqing, shall be recognized as a new cultivator of the family, and in accordance with family regulations, the provision of resources shall be extended from 3 years to 5 years. With Li Dingyuan's sacrifice, his daughter, a budding cultivator, lost her father's guidance, and the family ought to assume the responsibilities he left behind. For the Li family has always been united, sharing both honor and disgrace. In that moment, the essence of family became vividly tangible. Li Qingyuan felt a surge of recognition and emotion, thinking, I truly cherish this warm, united family. 3 days later, Li Dingyuan was laid to rest, honored in the ancestral hall. This chapter concluded. Upon returning home, his mother, Chun Xiuyun, appeared sorrowful. Yuaner, these days, Sister Donger has fainted from crying 3 times. Qingqing is still so young, alas. Li Dingzhou remarked, if it weren't for our good fortune during this hunting expedition, our family would have suffered a severe blow. Had I not fortuitously broken through in both Qi refinement and physical cultivation, I would not have been able to single-handedly hold back a beast with strength equivalent to a level 5 Qi refinement practitioner. If the Patriarch had not provided us with 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans capable of inflicting harm on mid-level spirit beasts, the casualties would have been even more devastating. Li Dingzhou, still shaken, said, We were fortunate to return safely, but the harvest was considerable. He calculated. The hunting team not only hunted demon beasts, but also gathered spiritual plants. This time, after over a month out, we harvested a total of 13 first-tier spiritual plants, including 2 of mid-grade quality. The eldest elder estimates their value to be no less than 50 spiritual stones. Li Dingzhou continued. Additionally, we killed 7 early-stage spirit beasts and 4 mid-stage spirit beasts. In total, the value amounts to over 100 spiritual stones. The gains from this hunting expedition nearly match what we typically earn in half a year. He then produced 5 spiritual stones and said, Yuan, my contribution from this hunt is second only to that of the second elder. Here are 5 spiritual stones for you. Li Dingzhou raised his cup in a toast, adding, May you soon achieve full mastery of the first level of qi refinement and swiftly advance to the second level. Li Qingyuan smiled, channeling the De Chun Gong, revealing his aura as a second-level qi refinement practitioner, and said, Father, I've already reached the second level. Li Dingzhou choked on his tea, coughing, cough, 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 you've reached the second level? His mother, Chun Xiuyun, was equally astonished, unable to believe it. Yuan, you have already attained the second level of qi refinement, but you have only been cultivating for half a year. Li Dingzhou, dispelling the gloom, laughed heartily, haha, excellent. Truly my son, the pride of the Li family. In just half a year, you've reached the second level of qi refinement. You are indeed a genius. He then spoke with a serious expression. Sister Yun, regarding Yuan's cultivation, it must remain a secret. Understood? Chun Xiuyun cast him a sharp glance and remarked, I am not foolish. I am fully aware of the necessity for discretion. Yuan Li Dingzhou inquired, Who else is aware of your cultivation matters? Li Qingyuan replied, The child achieved a breakthrough 7 days ago. Currently, only my parents and the clan patriarch, as well as the grand elder, are privy to this information. I suspect the second elder is now also aware. Li Dingzhou nodded and said, In the future, you must inform the patriarch, the grand elder, and the second elder of every breakthrough. These 3 are the senior members of the Li clan. The more extraordinary you become, the more they will value you and devote resources to nurture your growth. Li Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. Father, I understand. I shall retreat to cultivate. He took 5 spirit stones and departed for his secluded courtyard. Within the courtyard, Li Qingyuan stored the 5 spirit stones in the Xianpin space, and after replication, they doubled to 10 spirit stones. Seated on his bed, he meditated, holding the spirit stones to absorb the spiritual energy. With a cultivation level at the second layer of qi refinement, he was still but an insignificant being within the vast expanse of 3,000 miles surrounding Liuhe Island. Any unforeseen event could lead to his demise. The death of Li Dingyuan not only brought sorrow, but also instilled a sense of urgency in Li Qingyuan's cultivation mindset. Following this, the development of the Li clan's celestial lineage experienced occasional setbacks, yet overall remained tranquil. Over the course of 6 months, Li Qingyuan ascended to the second layer of qi refinement, garnering increased attention from the patriarch, grand elder, and second elder. After a clandestine council, the 3 elders unanimously decided to enhance the resources allocated to him. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan would receive 2 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spiritual rice each month. In addition, his father, Li Dingzhou, provided 5 pounds of spiritual rice monthly, along with 1 or 2 spirit stones every 3 to 5 months. After replicating these resources in the Xianpin space, his fixed monthly cultivation resources amounted to 4 spirit stones and 50 pounds of spiritual rice, not including the additional contributions from his father. Immersed in his cultivation, Li Qingyuan also spent leisure time with his younger sister Qingqing, comforting her sorrows and guiding her training. Besides refining his spiritual energy, he continued to practice spells. The 6 family spells were all first tier, suitable for the qi refinement stage. Qi blade technique, fireball technique, earth armor technique, spirit rain technique, moon shadow technique, and iron arm technique, each of which he diligently practiced. The grand elder delighted in offering him guidance, while the patriarch and the second elder also took pleasure in mentoring him during their spare time. It seemed the 3 elders relished nurturing a prodigy and derived satisfaction from witnessing his growth. With the Xianpin space at his disposal, Li Qingyuan began to enhance his proficiency in the 6 first-tier spells as soon as he managed to cast them. The guidance from the Xianpin space was nothing short of exemplary. A year later, he had mastered all 6 family spells, each reaching a minor success level. The reason they did not achieve greater power was that he was still at the second layer of Qi refinement, with a considerable distance remaining to the mid-Qi refinement stage. Li Qingyuan wore a satisfied smile and remarked, "After a year of diligent practice, I have made significant progress in the second layer of Qi refinement, nearing perfection. Awakening my spiritual root at 7.5, I have reached the second layer in just 6 months. Now, at the tender age of 9, I command 6 first-tier spells and am close to perfection in the second layer of Qi refinement." For Li Qingyuan, the path of cultivation was neither tedious nor monotonous. Rather, he found joy in it. The pursuit of immortality had deeply ingrained itself within his heart, becoming an unwavering obsession. As time flowed, another year slipped by. By this time, Li Qingyuan had been cultivating for 2.5 years and had turned 10 years old. On this particular day, he meticulously prepared to challenge the third layer of Qi refinement. 3 months prior, he had achieved perfection in the second layer and was now ready to ascend to the third layer. Li Qingyuan Pundarat. To solidify my foundation and ensure that each realm is attained flawlessly, I have patiently refined my spiritual energy for another 3 months. In addition to honing his spiritual energy, he also prepared spirit stones. Over these 3 months, the clan provided 6 spirit stones, which, after replication, amounted to 12. His father contributed 2 spirit stones, which doubled to 4. With a total of 16 spirit stones, he felt confident in his impending breakthrough, believing that even without spirit stones, his refined realm would suffice. However, to ensure a swift and stable breakthrough and to quickly consolidate his realm and mana, he nonetheless prepared 16 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone in each hand, and began to circulate the De Chun Gong to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, refining the spirit stones to break through his bottleneck. Several hours passed. A humming sound enveloped Li Qingyuan as spiritual energy surged around him, emanating a powerful spiritual pressure. An invisible barrier easily shattered, and the breakthrough unfolded seamlessly, without impediment. As expected, this breakthrough was remarkably smooth. With a deep exhale, Li Qingyuan expelled the stagnant air, completing the final circulation of the De Chun Gong, returning the energy to his dantian. Of the 16 spirit stones, he had only consumed 4. With a slight smile curving his lips, Li Qingyuan joyfully declared, "Next, I shall refine all the spirit stones to thoroughly stabilize my realm." For the following week, he consumed spiritual rice daily and refined spirit stones. A few days later, his cultivation at the third layer of Qi refinement was fully consolidated. The spiritual energy within him had become so restrained that it felt as though he had inhabited this realm for months. At the age of 10, having reached the third layer of Qi refinement, Li Qingyuan chuckled. Such a pace of cultivation is indeed rare, even among foundational celestial clans. The foundational realm is just around the corner. Upon concluding his period of seclusion, Li Qingyuan exited his secluded courtyard and returned home. In the courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, was practicing martial arts, his bare torso revealing bulging muscles, fierce and robust. Wielding a long blade, he radiated an aura of vigorous blood and martial energy. As he swung the blade with precision, cleaving through massive stones, wooden stakes, and stone tablets, even cracking the earth beneath him. In an instant, the family training grounds were filled with dust and chaos, the resonance of spiritual power echoing throughout. Li Qingyuan marveled, a congenital martial master at the mid-stage of body refinement. Truly formidable. 4 low-level Qi refiners. The martial path indeed held some merit. Li Qingyuan recalled his father's explanations regarding martial arts. The martial path involved the 9 stages of blood transformation. By practicing breathing techniques alongside special spiritual medicines to solidify one's foundation and enhance their blood vitality, one could undergo 9 transformations of their blood essence, achieving a state where their blood surged like mercury, granting them the strength of an ox. After the 9 stages, the quality of the blood essence transformed, birthing martial true energy and entering the innate stage. Innate true energy allowed one to strike from a distance, delivering powerful punches and wielding swords with lethal precision, unleashing blade and sword energies. Furthermore, it could be combined with blood refinement techniques to temper magical artifacts, enabling true energy to wield swords and kill from afar. In the realm of mortals, Countless innate martial generals had taken heads from 100 paces away in battle. An innate martial master possessed combat strength comparable to a mid-stage body refinement cultivator. However, without his spiritual root, a mortal martial master could not absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for their own use and would remain confined to their limits. As Li Qingyuan observed his father's martial practice, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and proposed, "Father, could you suppress your cultivation to the third layer of Qi refinement and spar with me?" The national obsession with cultivation extends beyond flight and supernatural powers. It also encompasses martial combat. Li Dingzhou sheathed his blade and stood tall, his blood vitality ablaze, exuding true energy, and replied, "The third layer of Qi refinement? Wouldn't that be unfair to you? I shall directly suppress my cultivation to the second layer instead. Moreover, I shall not use my blade." With that, Li Dingzhou waved his hand, sending the long blade flying back to its sheath with the speed of light. Li Qingyuan chuckled, "Father, I would prefer you to unleash your cultivation at the third layer." With that, he activated the De Chun Gong, allowing the spiritual energy within him to surge forth. Releasing the aura of his cultivation realm, Li Dingzhou widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Qi refinement, the third layer? You little rascal, have you broken through again? 2.5 years of cultivation, and you've reached the third layer. This rate of improvement is something I have never seen or heard of in my entire life." He recalled his own past, where with a 5 spiritual root aptitude, he received family resources every 3 months, amounting to 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice each time, free of charge for 3 years. In the span of half a year, he barely progressed to the first layer of Qi refinement. It took him a full 5 years to achieve perfection in the first layer and attain the second layer in the same year. Thereafter, he began to serve his family, gradually accumulating spirit stones for cultivation, and it took him another decade to reach the perfection of the second layer of Qi refinement. After 3 years of stagnation at this level, he finally broke through the shackles and stepped into the third layer of Qi refinement by the age of 25. Subsequently, he spent 15 more years achieving perfection in the third layer, yet remained ensnared in this realm. Lacking any elder cultivators in his family, his journey was arduous, relying solely on the early cultivation by his family and his later efforts. However, at the age of 40, he still could not break through to the perfection of the third layer, nor could he ascend to the fourth layer or cultivate spiritual awareness. That year, Li Dingzhou resigned himself to fate and chose a gentle and beautiful wife from Yunxia town, selecting the then 19-year-old Chun Xiuyun to marry. The following year, Li Qingyuan was born. Thus, Li Dingzhou is now 51 years old. Despite this, he practiced both Qi refinement and body refinement, remaining immune to ailments, robust and vigorous, appearing merely 37 or 38 years of age. Observing his 10-year-old son, who had already manifested the cultivation of the third layer of Qi refinement, he was overwhelmed with excitement and disbelief. Ultimately, Li Dingzhou brutally exclaimed, "Ah, splendid! Though I, Li Dingzhou, have lived a mundane life, my son is an unparalleled genius. You honor, show me your prowess." Li Dingzhou encouraged, "Let me witness your talent in combat." Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual power, slashing his hand, and declared, "Father, be cautious." With a swift motion, he unleashed the Qi blade technique, forming a 3-foot blade of energy. Li Dingzhou's eyes brightened as he remarked, "A 3-foot Qi blade, well done." With a mighty punch, Li Dingzhou shattered the 3-foot blade with his vigorous energy, his body refinement prowess asserting dominance without the need for innate true energy, merely relying on the 9 blood circulations. The explosive power of his Qi was formidable. Li Qingyuan attacked again, conjuring a fireball and launching it from a distance. Li Dingzhou leapt forward, delivering a punch that transformed his Qi into a fist of light, obliterating the fireball as he swiftly closed in on Li Qingyuan's chest. In a flash, Li Qingyuan activated the moon shadow technique, evading with an afterimage. Li Dingzhou complimented, "Good lad, your Qi blade technique, fireball technique, and moon shadow technique have all reached the minor accomplishment stage. Commendable. However, you still lack a bit of maturity." Suddenly, with a surge of speed, Li Dingzhou pursued Li Qingyuan, not employing the moon shadow technique, yet capable of rapidly closing the distance. As he caught up, he slashed his hands, forming blades of energy and launching them through the air. 2 3-foot Qi blades, indeed, were also part of the Qi blade technique. Surprised, Li Qingyuan had no time to think, extending his hands to defend. With a hum, he infused his arms with spiritual power, hardening them like iron. This was a family technique, the iron arm technique. After hardening his arms, Li Qingyuan faced the two qi blades head-on, compressing them with his palms while channeling his spiritual energy for defense, resulting in his body being knocked back and sliding several paces along the ground. Nonetheless, he ultimately managed to block the attack. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged, producing a resounding crack. Alarmed, Li Qingyuan swiftly formed hand seals, casting the earth armor technique, enveloping himself in a thick layer of earth armor. With a sharp crack, Li Dingzhou delivered a kick that struck Li Qingyuan in the ribs, shattering the recently formed armor and impacting his body. With a resounding thud, Li Qingyuan was sent flying several paces. Coughing, he felt a surge of blood rising. Li Qingyuan pressed his hand against his ribs, his complexion paling. Indeed, this was his biological father. Had it not been for the timely application of the earth armor technique to absorb the majority of the force, several ribs would surely have been broken. And even with spiritual medicine, he would require several days of rest to recover. Li Dingzhou, feeling proud, remarked, "Good lad, in your first battle, you adeptly utilized your family's techniques, maintaining composure and executing the best defense in a perilous moment. It seems you possess not only exceptional cultivation talent, but also commendable combat aptitude." With a wave of his hand, Li Dingzhou readied himself, inviting, "You honor, once more, as cultivators. We may not relish in slaughter, but we must be adept at it." Chapter 15. The Patriarch Surprise, the Qingyuan child of the Li clan. Father and son spar. Engaging in combat. Through simulated battles, Li Qingyuan learned a great deal. Spellcasting, the rhythm of combat, strategic arrangements, and tactical traps. He gained immensely from his father's experience. Li Dingzhou, though not a prodigious cultivator with mediocre roots, possessed vast combat experience from over 40 years of battling spirit beasts and engaging with fellow cultivators. Thus able to guide Li Qingyuan. As the evening sun set, his mother, Qingyuan, returned from her labors to prepare dinner. After their meal, Li Dingzhou took Li Qingyuan out, heading straight to the residence of the clan leader, Li Guangao. Within the clan, there were 4 cultivators. The clan leader, Li Guangao, his nephew Li Dingyan, his niece Li Dingxian, and his grandnephew Li Qinglei. Li Dingyan managed the family's iron or mines. Having attained perfection in the 4th layer of qi refinement, a prominent figure in the middle-aged generation, he was 52 years old, 1 year older than Li Dingzhou. Li Dingxian oversaw the family's spirit beast training, a cultivator of the 4th layer in her 40s, married to a mortal but remained within the family. Li Qinglei, a peer of Li Qingyan, was 15 this year, possessing 4 spiritual roots and currently a cultivator of the 2nd layer of qi refinement, standing out among the clan's promising youths. The clan leader, Li Guangao, like his predecessors, resided alone in the core area of the spiritual vein, dedicating himself to practice, talisman drawing, and contemplating the clan's development. "Grandfather, Qingyuan has come to see you." Outside the small house, Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed and greeted. Li Dingzhou added, "Disciple Li Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader." With a creak, the door opened, and Li Guangao's voice echoed, "Dingzhou, Qingyuan, come in." The father and son entered the room. In the living area, Li Guangao had already prepared tea, using telekinesis to pour 3 cups, smiling. "Come, taste this. It is the spirit tea cultivated by the great elder this year." "Thank you, clan leader." "Thank you, grandfather." After expressing their gratitude, they each savored the tea. Li Qingyan inhaled the rich aroma, took a sip, and found it delightful, the spiritual tea refreshing. Delicious, as expected of spirit tea. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled as he drank it all. Li Guangao stroked his beard, smiling, and casually remarked, "Dingzhou, why have you and your son come so late?" Li Dingzhou replied, "Clan leader, Qingyuan has reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement." "What?" Li Guangao exclaimed in shock. "The 3rd layer of qi refinement?" Cough, cough. He was nearly choked by the spirit tea, his expression one of astonishment. Li Qingyuan chuckled and said, "Grandfather, please observe." With a roar, Li Qingyuan activated the Da Chuan Gong, releasing his cultivation of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. The spiritual power not only reaching the 3rd layer, but also showing signs of stabilization, as if he had entered this realm for 2 or 3 months. Only then did Li Guangao regain his composure, joyously exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent." Not only have you broken through to the third layer, but your spiritual energy is also well contained, and your realm is stable. When did you achieve this? Li Qingyuan responded, to answer grandfather, I broke through a week ago. You stabilized your realm in just a week. Li Guangao was both amazed and delighted, declaring, truly the Qilin child of our Li clan. You are indeed a remarkable talent. With your superior 3 spiritual roots. It is no surprise. Li Guangao, filled with excitement, examined Li Qingyuan closely, patting his shoulder, saying, good child, after 2.5 years of cultivation. At the age of 10, you have reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. At this rate, you will surely achieve the 4th layer and cultivate spiritual awareness in 3 years. With another 20 years of diligent practice, breaking through the 6th layer should not pose a challenge. Li Guangao's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he remarked, in the late stages of qi refinement at over 30 years of age, you are indeed a rare talent on the entire Luha Island. Li Dingzhou was equally thrilled. In third-rate qi refinement families, the patriarchs were generally at the 6th level of qi refinement, with the occasional 7th-level practitioner barely reaching the late stages. In second-rate families, patriarchs and elders were mostly at the 7th or 8th levels, with rare occurrences of a 9th-level practitioner. Only the patriarchs of the 3 first-rate qi refinement families on Luha Island achieved the 10th level of qi refinement, qualifying them to challenge the foundation establishment stage. Li Guangao stated, in the future, even if Qingyuan cannot establish a foundation, our Li clan still has the potential to become a first-rate qi refinement family, ensuring a prosperous 100 years for our lineage. However, upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan felt a heavy heart. If it took over 30 years to ascend to the 7th level of qi refinement and reach the late stages by the time one attained the 10th level, they would likely be nearing 60. 60 years old marks a critical age for challenging the foundation establishment stage, akin to the delineation of advanced maternal age at 35 in the previous life. Surpassing 35 categorizes one as a high-risk mother. Attempting to challenge foundation establishment beyond 60 not only diminishes success rates, but, if unsuccessful, could lead to spiritual backlash, resulting in severe injuries or even death. Even if one were to miraculously succeed in establishing a foundation, their future potential would be limited, rendering them unable to cultivate to the golden core stage. Li Qingyuan felt a pressing need for resources. Spiritual stones were essential. After some contemplation, he bowed deeply and said, Patriarch Grandpa, according to clan rules, after 3 years of cultivation, all clan seedlings must participate in the management of family enterprises and contribute their efforts. I have greatly benefited from the clan's favor and your guidance over the past 2 years, enabling me to swiftly reach the 3rd level of qi refinement. I hope to give back to the family and contribute to its development. Upon hearing this, Li Guangao felt a sense of relief and stroked his beard, saying, good child, you are grateful and willing to repay kindness. I have not spoiled you in vain. After a brief contemplation, he continued, now that you are 10 years old, you should familiarize yourself with the family business. Furthermore, having reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, a young person must not remain isolated, avoiding interaction with clan members. However, Li Guangao hesitated. Once your strength is revealed, it will no longer be concealed. After all, our Li family does not possess any techniques for concealing one's aura. Li Dingzhou concurred. Indeed, Qingyuan's cultivation must remain undisclosed. At the age of 10, with the 3rd level of qi refinement, such a cultivation speed could indeed imply dual spiritual roots. If your cultivation is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract attention and be known to other qi refinement families. At that point, Qingyuan would be in danger. Li Guangao pondered for a moment and suggested, how about you follow the Grand Elder to cultivate spiritual plants? He is the only one managing the clan's medicinal fields. This way, your cultivation will not be known to others. Li Qingyuan shook his head and bowed, saying, Patriarch Grandpa, I wish to learn the art of talisman drawing. Upon hearing this, Li Guangao was momentarily taken aback. Li Dingzhou immediately stood up and admonished, Qingyuan, do not speak carelessly. The art of talisman drawing is a fortune the patriarch obtained in his early years. It is not part of the clan's inheritance. How can you covet it? Li Dingzhou quickly bowed again. Patriarch, please forgive his impudence. He is still young. Li Qingyuan was startled and then realized the gravity of his words. The art of talisman drawing did not belong to the clan's inheritance. It was a skill the patriarch acquired through fortunate circumstances, a treasured ability and his means of earning spiritual stones. If it were to be passed down, it would likely be to the disciples of his lineage. Li Qingyuan apologiza. I am sorry, patriarch grandpa. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Guangao readily agreed, expressing great delight. Very well, I consent. I'm not like those outdated old fools outside. If not for the incompetence of the clan's disciples and the excessive resources consumed in training first-tier talisman masters, my talisman skills would not go unpassed. Li Guangao continued with enthusiasm. Qingyuan, with your exceptional comprehension and mastery of the clan's 6 methods, now that you have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement, you are indeed the most suitable candidate for learning the art of talisman drawing. Come by tomorrow morning, and I will teach you this skill. Li Qingyuan beamed with joy. Thank you, Patriarch Grandpa. The next day, Li Qingyuan set out early and arrived at the secluded courtyard of Patriarch Li Guangao. Patriarch Grandpa, I have arrived. He called from outside the door. Li Guangao's aged voice responded, Come in. Inside the room, the elder and the youth prepared to draw talismans. Li Guangao spoke earnestly. Little Qingyuan, drawing talismans requires immense patience, time, and talent. Over the years, I have observed your understanding and your pursuit of knowledge. If there is anyone in the Li family who can learn my talisman skills, it can only be you. Li Qingyuan chuckled. Patriarch Grandpa, you flatter me. Now, without further ado, let us begin, Li Guangao instructed, pointing to the materials and tools on the table. To draw talismans, you need talisman brushes, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Generally, the higher the quality of the brush, ink, and paper, the more powerful the resulting talisman. Li Guangao picked up a talisman brush with a proud expression, explaining, This is my foamling wolf hair brush, crafted from the bones and hairs of the foamling wolf, classified as a mid-tier first-grade tool. Talisman brushes are also magical tools, but they are not made for combat. They are designed for inscribing runes. Li Qingyuan realized, I see. Patriarch Grandpa, how much does this brush cost? He inquired curiously. Li Guangao replied, It is worth 150 spiritual stones. At the time, I spent several years' worth of savings to purchase this brush to enhance my success rate in drawing talismans. 150 spiritual stones? That is indeed expensive, Li Qingyuan exclaimed inwardly. Li Guangao smiled, setting the brush down, and continued. Next is the talisman ink. Talisman ink is primarily made from spiritual spring water, ground with vermilion stone, and finally mixed with the blood of magical beasts. Li Guangao paciently explained. The talisman ink I prepared costs about 10 to 20 spiritual stones per pound. Li Qingyuan understood. It seems that learning to draw talismans is indeed a resource-intensive endeavor. Lastly, Li Guangao discussed the talisman paper, stating, Talisman paper is made from the bark and stems of spiritual plants, blended with magical beast skins. The price for low-tier first-grade talisman paper in the Luha Island market is 1 spiritual stone. Mid-tier first-grade paper costs 3 spiritual stones, while high-tier first-grade paper is 5 spiritual stones per sheet. Li Qingyuan was astonished. Talisman paper is so costly? Patriarch Grandpa, my father said that low-tier first-grade talisman paper corresponds to the attacking power of early-stage Qi refinement practitioners, with market prices varying between 2 to 4 spiritual stones. Mid-tier first-grade paper is equivalent to the strength of mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, costing 5 to 6 spiritual stones per sheet. Li Guangao nodded. Indeed. When factoring in the cost of the brush, ink, and paper, along with labor, the cost of drawing a low-tier first-grade talisman paper approaches 2 spiritual stones per sheet. Selling such talisman paper can yield a profit of 1 spiritual stone, and if it is of exceptional quality, perhaps even 2. Of course, this represents the most ideal scenario. Li Guangao sighed, adding, drawing talismans inevitably comes with failures, even with my years of experience. The success rate for drawing low-tier first-grade talisman paper is only about 70 to 80%. While for mid-tier first-grade paper, it barely reaches 40%. Li Guangao lamented. After deducting costs, the net profit is only 3 to 400 spiritual stones. Moreover, some of the talisman papers are used to assist clan practitioners in battles for self-defense, or in hunting magical beasts. The actual talisman papers sold throughout the year amount to just 200 spiritual stones. Li Qingyuan had long been informed by his father about the family's income, assets, expenditures, and the annual tribute of 600 spiritual stones to the Lu family. The current state of the Li clan was such that each year the Li family labored tirelessly, toiling away as mere servants to the Lu family of the Foundation establishment sect. Despite their utmost efforts, they could barely sustain the family's operations. During years of poor harvests, the family's income fell short, compelling them to take risks by hunting more ferocious beasts and venturing into the sea to catch spiritual fish, which often resulted in casualties among the family's cultivators. With a serious expression, Li Qingyuan spoke, "Grandpa clan leader, please teach me how to draw talismans." Qingyuan wished to contribute to his family's welfare. His father had mentioned that, despite the financial difficulties faced by the family over the years, you and the elders had been spending your own money to provide for my cultivation resources. Hearing this, Li Guangao smiled with satisfaction. The grateful and intelligent young man was always cherished by the elders. "Very well," Li Guangao replied with a smile, retrieving a sheet of talisman paper. "This is a lightweight talisman. Little Qingyuan, place the talisman paper on your chest and channel your spiritual energy to activate it, allowing yourself to experience its mysteries." Li Qingyuan followed suit, placing the talisman paper on his chest and infusing it with his spiritual energy. A humming sound resonated as the talisman emitted waves of spiritual energy, instantly activating. "Qingyuan, do not use your spiritual energy. Simply jump using your own strength," Li Guangao instructed once more. Li Qingyuan cumplía, bending his knees and leaping with pure physical strength. Whoosh! With a single bound, he soared through the air, covering a distance of several meters, feeling as if he were flying. "Haha, this is exhilarating. My body feels so light. Like a swallow, light as a willow fluff," Li Qingyuan bounced joyfully, each leap spanning over 10 meters, soaring to the treetops and gliding over the mountain peaks, startling flocks of birds into flight. After a few breaths, the energy of the lightweight talisman was depleted, and Li Qingyuan landed steadily. The lightweight talisman is truly marvelous. As he engaged with the talisman for the first time, he was filled with curiosity and a desire to explore. Li Guangao explained, "The lightweight talisman is a low-grade talisman of the first tier. Once activated, the user becomes as light as a swallow, with a remarkable increase in speed. Today, we shall learn to create the lightweight talisman." Qingyuan's spirits lifted. They were finally getting to the main topic. At that moment, clan leader Li Guangao took out a talisman brush from his storage pouch, saying, "Qingyuan, this is a low-grade talisman brush I used years ago. For now, you may borrow it. If you can produce even one usable talisman, I shall gift you this brush worth 30 spiritual stones." Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened, and he nodded, declaring, "Grandpa clan leader, I will do my utmost." Li Guangao shuklat fartili, saying, "I will first demonstrate how to draw a few lightweight talismans. You can observe closely." With that, Li Guangao took the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, laid down a sheet of low-grade talisman paper, and, after dipping the brush tip in talisman ink, his demeanor shifted to one of focus as he fully concentrated on drawing the talisman. It was evident that he had mastered the art of engraving the lightweight talisman with ease. The lightweight talisman was completed in one fluid motion, taking no more than half a minute. Li Qingyuan suddenly felt a moment of reverie, as if he could see his uncle holding a brush, dipping it in vermilion ink, and effortlessly completing a Mao Shan exorcism talisman in one stroke. One talisman, two talismans, three talismans, Li Qingyuan observed diligently, committing every stroke to memory. On the sixth attempt, with a loud pop, a small error caused the talisman paper to lose its spiritual energy and self-destruct. Drawing talismans not only consumes spiritual energy, but also depletes one's spiritual consciousness. When mistakes happen, one must rest, Li Guangao remarked, pointing to ordinary paper and ink. "Qingyuan, start by practicing on ordinary paper with standard ink, memorizing every detail of the lightweight talisman. Once you are proficient, you may then use talisman paper." Li Qingyuan nudda, understood. Grandpa clan leader. The elder and the youth, one imparting knowledge of talisman crafting and the other learning, engaged earnestly in the task. Li Guangao meticulously drew the lightweight talisman on ordinary paper, teaching each stroke with precision. His talisman knowledge was entirely self-taught, meticulous and exacting. Li Qingyuan diligently emulated him, committing every stroke to memory and constantly practicing. Li Guangao nodded inwardly, thinking, "This child possesses a calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor impatient, and his hand is steady and precise. His learning speed is remarkable, far surpassing my own at that age. After several attempts, Li Qingyuan thought, it doesn't seem so difficult after all. However, he remained restrained, continuing to replicate the talisman. After half an hour, Li Guangao nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Excellent, you have nearly mastered the lightweight talisman. Next, you may attempt to draw on talisman paper." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan was filled with enthusiasm. "All right, Grandpa Clan Leader, let us begin the formal drawing." Chapter 17. The Talisman Crafting Prodigy. The lightweight talisman is complete. With the formal drawing commencing, Li Qingyuan utilized 3 materials: a low-grade first-tier talisman brush, low-grade first-tier talisman paper, and low-grade first-tier talisman ink. He held the brush, took 3 deep breaths to adjust his mindset, then dipped the brush tip into the deep red talisman ink and began to draw. As soon as he set the brush down, his expression faltered and his brow furrowed. He was surprised, thinking, why is there resistance coming from the talisman paper? Li Guangao watched from the side, stroking his beard with an amused expression, inwardly contemplating, "Little one, drawing talismans is not as simple as hosting a banquet. It is not mere painting or embroidery. Among the myriad skills of cultivation, including formations, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, puppetry, and beast taming, the art of talisman crafting stands at the forefront. It is not easily mastered." Li Qingyuan gathered his focus, maintaining his rhythm as he carefully outlined the talisman. With a loud pop, he had only completed 1/5 of the lightweight talisman when his spiritual energy faltered, leading the talisman paper to self-destruct. His expression tightened as he lamented, "One spiritual stone gone." A sheet of low-grade talisman paper was worth 1 spiritual stone, and this was without considering the ink consumed. As for the labor involved, Li Qingyuan felt he had yet to reach that stage. He hadn't even entered the realm of talisman crafting. Li Guangao inquired, "Qingyuan, how does it feel?" Li Qingyuan pondered, "Grandpa Clan Leader," while drawing the talisman. "I felt a resistance emanating from the talisman paper, which seemed to repel the talisman brush. In the face of this resistance, the talisman artist must precisely channel their spiritual energy to counterbalance it, neither too much nor too little." Li Guangao's heart swelled with pride. "Excellent. To have such insights on your first attempt at drawing talismans is commendable. It appears you possess a natural talent for this art." Li Guangao encouraged him to continue. "Do not worry about the consumption of materials. It is inevitable during the early stages of learning talisman crafting." Li Qingyuan nodded affirmatively. "Yes." With the second sheet of talisman paper spread out, Li Qingyuan resumed his task. This time, he was mentally prepared, beginning to channel his spiritual energy, slowly seeking to feel the assistance and counterbalance the resistance, striving for equilibrium. 1/5, 1/4. Pop. This time, after reaching slightly over 1/4, Li Qingyuan's spiritual energy faltered by a fraction, causing the energy he infused into the talisman brush to weaken, thus failing to perfectly offset the assistance. Consequently, the talisman paper's spiritual energy became chaotic and self-destructed. Letting out a long breath, Li Qingyuan closed his eyes, recalling the reasons for his previous failure. After a quarter of an hour, he attempted the third drawing. 1/5, 1/4, 1/3. Pop. This time, upon reaching 1/3, an oversight led to the destruction of the talisman paper. Li Qingyuan sighed. "Drawing talismans is even more challenging than I had imagined." Li Guangao chuckled. "Of course, drawing talismans is not simple. Otherwise, would it not be easy for everyone in the Li clan to become a talisman master?" Over the years, he had trained a dozen individuals, yet none had succeeded, resulting in considerable material waste. "However, you are quite impressive," Li Guangao praised. "You have managed to depict 1/3 of the talisman after only 3 attempts, far surpassing my achievements at your age." Li Guangao beamed with warmth, genuinely expressing admiration and encouragement as he said, "Child, the clan leader believes that your future accomplishments in the art of talismans will surely surpass mine. Now, take a moment to rest and restore your spiritual energy and soul. We shall strive onward." Li Qingyuan nodded and replied, "All right, clan leader." Li Guangao could not be considered a formidable practitioner, nor a master of talismanic arts. Yet he earned his reputation as a mentor, never resorting to harsh reprimands when faced with setbacks. Thus, even after multiple failures, Li Qingyuan felt little psychological burden. Instead, he was continually uplifted, gradually building his self-confidence. After a brief period of recuperation, he resumed his talisman drawing. Failure followed failure, yet progress was unmistakable. 1/3, slightly more than 1/3, and then half. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day had passed, aside from mealtimes and moments spent in meditation to recover his cultivation. Li Qingyuan had been immersed in drawing talismans. Suddenly, with a swift stroke of his talisman brush, he completed the final flourish. The talisman was drawn, and spiritual energy manifested. "Haha, it worked, it worked!" Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully. "Clan leader, I have finally succeeded. I have drawn the lightweight talisman." Li Guangao, who had been meditating nearby, refining his qi and spirit stones, was jolted from his deep concentration by Li Qingyuan's exuberant laughter. He immediately dispersed his spiritual energy, exited his meditative state, and, wide-eyed, inquired, "You succeeded? Let me see." Using his spiritual power, Li Guangao summoned the lightweight talisman into his palm and scrutinized it closely, astonishment flickering in his eyes. It truly worked. "Qingyuan, you managed to draw the lightweight talisman in just one day? You're not only a genius in cultivation, but also in talismanic arts." Li Qingyuan humbly smiled and replied, "It is all thanks to your exceptional guidance, clan leader. Moreover, I consumed 20 sheets of talisman paper and wasted 20 spirit stones just to succeed in drawing one talisman. Without your unwavering support and resources, it would have been impossible for me to achieve this." Li Guangao shook his head, saying, No. While resources are indeed vital, talent is even rarer. Do you know how many spirit stones I expended before I managed to draw the lightweight talisman in my youth? How much time it took me?" Li Qingyuan shook his head. "I do not know." Li Guangao sighed. "My day? I consumed over 200 spirit stones and spent half a month just to barely draw the lightweight talisman. Had it not been for the previous clan leader being my uncle and my status as the clan's designated young leader, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to become a talisman master." A look of anticipation and hope filled Li Guangao's face as he continued, "Child, your comprehension is truly unparalleled in my lifetime. Across the entirety of Luha Island, you are indeed a prodigy. It is a pity that your spiritual root and cultivation must remain concealed. Otherwise, I would proudly appoint you as the young leader and invest the entire clan's resources in your development," Li Guangao advised, "until you reach the later stages of qi refinement. You and the entire clan must exercise restraint. Only upon attaining that stage will you possess the ability to protect yourself and reveal your cultivation." With great earnestness, Li Guangao said, "Qingyuan, you must understand that as a qi refinement family, our Li clan has allies as well as adversaries. Especially the foundational spirit clan, the Lu family, will never allow a second foundational spirit clan to emerge on Luha Island." Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "Rest assured, clan leader, I understand. By the way, clan leader," Li Qingyuan added, "I wish to continue mastering the lightweight talisman and create more talisman papers to compensate for my previous losses. May I take some talisman paper materials, brushes, and ink with me?" Li Guangao readily agreed, "Of course. Furthermore, as I mentioned, once you successfully draw a talisman, this brush shall belong to you. I will also provide you with half a pound of talisman ink and 20 sheets of first-grade low-quality talisman paper. Upon your return, practice diligently to enhance your success rate." Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you, clan leader. I will not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 18, Talismans, Paper, and Ink, Doubling and Profiting. Soon, Li Qingyuan hurriedly departed, returning to his secluded courtyard. He closed the door, entered his bedroom, and eagerly retrieved all of his talisman drawing materials. Half a pound of talisman ink, valued at 5 spirit stones. 20 sheets of first-grade low-quality talisman paper, worth 20 spirit stones. And finally, the first-grade low-quality talisman brush gifted by the clan leader, valued at 30 spirit stones. Lastly, Li Qingyuan produced the successful lightweight talisman he had drawn. Holding the lightweight talisman, Li Qingyuan silently commanded, "Receive." In the next moment, within the Xianpin space, the lightweight talisman was absorbed and then split into two, perfectly duplicating itself. Li Qingyuan examined the two lightweight talismans, concluding that the copying function had worked flawlessly, the talisman lines identical. His original lightweight talisman, though a success, lacked refinement. The copied talismans bore the same impression of being somewhat unrefined. Next, he turned to the first-grade, low-quality talisman brush. "Receive." In an instant, Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, "Successful duplication." In the Xianpin space, 2 identical talisman brushes appeared, perfectly replicated. Following that, half a pound of talisman ink was doubled, resulting in a full pound. Lastly, the 20 sheets of first-grade low-quality talisman paper were also duplicated, becoming 40 sheets. All resources had been doubled, resulting in an incredible profit. Li Qingyuan's breath quickened. His net worth now exceeded 100 spirit stones. This fortune surpassed that of all but the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder, making him wealthier than nearly all other practitioners in the clan. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Li Qingyuan focused his mind, linking his spiritual energy to the Qianpin space. There, he observed a figure meticulously drawing talismans, specifically the lightweight talisman. The mysterious figure's technique was detailed and flawless, akin to a textbook example. With talisman brush in hand, Li Qingyuan dipped it into the ink, closed his eyes, and allowed his spiritual energy to follow the steps of the mysterious figure in the Qianpin space, executing the talisman drawing flawlessly. This time, his execution was even more proficient and agile than his initial success, flowing seamlessly. Buzz! The lightweight talisman was complete, the spiritual energy humming. The talisman paper vibrated. The talisman patterns coalesced, and the spiritual energy converged, marking a successful drawing. Once infused with spiritual energy by a practitioner, this talisman could be activated. Li Qingyuan Pundarat. Could the lightweight talismans made from the copied paper also be duplicated? Receive. However, this time, the lightweight talisman could not be absorbed into the Qianpin space for duplication. Li Qingyuan concluded, it seems that talisman paper drawn from copied materials cannot be duplicated again. It cannot be endlessly replicated. He continued drawing talismans, learning from the guidance provided by the Qianpin space, experiencing a profound enlightenment that significantly enhanced his skills. As night fell, Li Qingyuan prepared a nourishing dinner of spiritual rice, spirit beast meat, and herbal soup. After a satisfying meal, he rested well, replenishing his energy. The next morning, Li Qingyuan arose early to continue drawing talismans. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he had become addicted. After a day of diligent effort, he produced 40 sheets of talisman paper, encountering 8 failures and achieving success with 32 lightweight talismans, a remarkable success rate of 80%. For a novice, such a high success rate was nothing short of astonishing. Upon completing the final lightweight talisman, Li Qingyuan exhaled a long breath. Without the guidance of the Qianpin space, his success rate would have barely reached 40%. Yet now, in just one day, his success rate soared to 80%. Drawing the lightweight talisman had become a task of ease. Li Qingyuan pondered, reflecting on his innate understanding. Based on a success rate of 40, with 20 sheets of talisman paper, he could expect to successfully craft 8 talismans. Thus, he presented those 8 lightweight talismans to the clan elder, disguising the success rate as 40. He kept the remaining 24 for himself. Li Qingyuan was aware that being overly extraordinary could be detrimental. Given his original comprehension and learning speed, a 40 success rate was already quite remarkable, necessitating a degree of modesty. Soon, Li Qingyuan approached the clan leader, Li Guangao, producing the 8 successfully crafted lightweight talismans. A success rate of 40? Li Guangao exclaimed, astonished. You managed to create 8 talismans from 20 sheets of paper? How remarkable! You've only been learning for a day, and your success rate is extraordinary. With a hearty laugh, he added, Indeed, you are the pride of the Li family. After just one day of learning, you have already recouped your investment and even made a slight profit. Qingyuan, your talent in talisman crafting is as impressive as your cultivation aptitude. Li Guangao, filled with excitement, declared, It seems the legacy of my talisman arts will continue through you. Over the next few days, focus on perfecting the lightweight talisman. Once your success rate reaches 50, I will teach you the method for crafting the next type of talisman paper. Li Qingyuan nodded eagerly, certainly, clan elder. Thus, in the days that followed, he dedicated himself primarily to meditation and cultivation, while allocating a small portion of his time to crafting lightweight talismans. News of his achievement, a 40 success rate in crafting lightweight talismans, quickly reached the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and his father, Li Dingzhou. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder were overwhelmed with emotion, shedding tears of joy, exclaiming that the family had produced a rare genius. A month later, after diligently practicing talisman crafting for a short while each day, Li Qingyuan feigned a 50 success rate in his talisman production. thus earning the opportunity to learn the second type of talisman paper. The clan leader, Li Guangao, imparted his knowledge with care and encouragement, continuously praising him. Li Qingyuan, displaying remarkable aptitude, quickly grasped the fundamentals. Coupled with the one-on-one guidance from the Xianpin space, his skills in talisman crafting advanced rapidly. Gradually, Li Qingyuan discovered that the first-tier talisman legacy controlled by his clan leader was incomplete. The talisman legacy obtained by Li Guangao in his youth included only 6 types of low-grade first-tier talisman paper, 3 types of mid-grade first-tier talisman paper, and 1 type of upper-grade first-tier talisman paper. Furthermore, the sole upper-grade talisman paper was a flawed version, significantly diminishing its power, rendering it only as potent as mid-grade first-tier talisman paper. This was essentially a severely truncated version of the first-tier talisman legacy. A truly complete first-tier talisman legacy should encompass low-grade, mid-grade, and upper-grade talisman papers, and ideally include high-grade talisman paper as well. The clan leader remarked that high-grade talisman paper wielded power comparable to a full-force strike from a 10th-layer Qi refining practitioner, unstoppable beneath the foundation establishment realm. This clearly illustrated the substantial deficiencies in the talisman legacy held by the clan leader. Nonetheless, even a severely incomplete first-tier talisman legacy constituted a significant source of income and a crucial means of support for the Li family, a modest Qi refining clan. Therefore, Li Qingyuan was determined to master this craft. The learning process continued uninterrupted, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. In this brief period, Li Qingyuan amassed hundreds, even thousands, of talisman papers. However, this success brought him a new dilemma. Chapter 19. The Dilemma of Lacking Spirit Stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged beneath the earth, where a fractured first-tier spiritual vein allowed spiritual energy to surge forth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged around his small courtyard. In each hand, he held a piece of spirit stone. As he cultivated the Chun technique, he absorbed the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy for his own use, circulating the spiritual power throughout his body, enveloped in a radiant glow, inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy. With a crack, the 2 spirit stones in his hands lost their energy, completely absorbed and reduced to rubble. Li Qingyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air, completing the final cycle of spiritual energy circulation before returning it to his dantian, merging with his qi si. He revealed a look of joy. I had not anticipated that talisman crafting would also aid in my cultivation. Over the past 6 months, he had primarily focused on refining his spiritual power while dedicating some time to learning 6 types of low-grade first-tier talisman paper. Throughout the talisman crafting process, he continuously consumed spiritual and mental energy, followed by periods of meditation to restore his mana. The cycle of consumption and restoration repeated multiple times, leading to a remarkable acceleration in his cultivation, comparable to the progress he would typically make over 7 to 8 months. It became evident that talisman crafting was a method for refining spiritual power and honing mental strength. This was merely his first insight. The second was that over these 6 months, Li Qingyuan had mastered 6 types of low-grade first-tier talisman paper, namely the cleansing talisman, the illumination talisman, the hemostasis talisman, the lightweight talisman, the iron armor talisman, and the ice spike talisman. The first 3 served daily living and assistance, while the latter 3 were intended for combat, enhancing strength. Presently, the quality of the 6 types of talisman paper he produced was consistently genuine, with instances of even superior quality. Low-grade first-tier talisman paper is categorized into inferior, genuine, and exquisite quality. For instance, the ice spike talisman of inferior quality barely qualifies as a talisman, corresponding to the first layer of Qi refining. The genuine quality corresponds to the second layer, while the exquisite quality corresponds to the third layer. The third insight was that, utilizing the guidance function of the Xianpin space, Li Qingyuan had mastered the art of talisman crafting with a success rate soaring to 90. Furthermore, to refine his talisman crafting skills, he chose not to craft and then replicate, but instead to duplicate double the materials, talisman paper and ink, before crafting the talismans. The increased frequency of crafting would further enhance his skills in talisman arts. This approach not only allowed him to refine spiritual energy and strengthen his soul, but also improved his talisman crafting skills. Additionally, he demonstrated to the clan leader that after half a year of learning, His success rate in crafting the 6 types of low-grade first-tier talisman paper had reached 60. However, Li Qingyuan's expression was troubled. Alas, how can I exchange these talisman papers for spirit stones to support my cultivation? Over the past 6 months, he had secretly accumulated several hundred talisman papers, predominantly consisting of lightweight talismans, iron armor talismans, ice spike talismans, and hemostasis talismans, with the cleansing and illumination talismans being the least in number. The genuine quality lightweight, iron armor, ice spike, and hemostasis talismans were valued at 3 spirit stones each, while the exquisite quality ones were worth 4 spirit stones. In contrast, the cleansing and illumination talismans were considerably cheaper, as their crafting materials were the least expensive, approximately half a spirit stone per sheet. Thus, the selling price of the cleansing and illumination talismans was merely 1 spirit stone. Based on the pricing provided by the clan leader, Li Qingyuan conducted a preliminary assessment and concluded that if he sold all the talisman papers he currently possessed, their total value would exceed 1,000 spirit stones. After all, Li Qingyuan's advantages were considerable. The materials for crafting talismans and resources were doubled, and his success rate was extraordinarily high at an astounding 90, with a substantial number of exquisite talismans produced. Most importantly, the talisman papers he created were not meant for distribution to the clan's practitioners, nor could they be offered to them. He could only accumulate them for himself. Furthermore, with minimal overhead costs beyond labor, his crafting expenses were negligible compared to the clan leader, who, over the course of a year, could produce talismans valued at 2,000 spirit stones but incurred costs of several hundred spirit stones. The clan leader provided talismans to clan practitioners for combat assistance, self-defense, and strength enhancement, as well as for hunting beasts. Over the course of a year, he contributed talismans worth over 1,000 spirit stones to the clan's practitioners. Consequently, at the end of the year, the clan leader's profit amounted to merely 200 to 300 spirit stones. As the clan leader, he was indeed diligent and competent. It was imperative to sell the talisman papers in exchange for spirit stones. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat distressed. At this rate, it would take him approximately 3 years to reach the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refining and break into the 4th layer. Upon completing the 5th and 6th levels of qi refinement, it would take approximately 7 to 8 years. Li Qingyuan pondered within 10 years. Upon reaching the 7th level of qi refinement, I will be in my early 20s. In the later stages of qi refinement, advancement becomes increasingly arduous, demanding more spirit stones, greater resources, and even costly elixirs to assist in cultivation. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th levels of qi refinement each require an average of 4 to 5 years for progression. I estimate that I would be in my 40s or 50s by then. However, this is merely an ideal scenario. It is exceedingly rare for a 3rd-rate qi refinement family to produce a master in the later stages of qi refinement. Especially at the 10th level, it is said that the accumulation required surpasses that of the 8th and 9th levels. Achieving the pinnacle of the 10th level is even more challenging. In Aloha Island, there are only 3 first-rate qi refinement families, and only their lineage has attained the 10th level's perfection, a feat that is extremely rare and difficult to achieve. Li Qingyuan felt a sense of urgency. Even if I managed to reach the 10th level by the age of 50, I would still require considerable time and thousands of spirit stones to gradually plan for the foundation establishment pill. It is likely that before 60, acquiring the foundation establishment pill and breaking through to that stage would prove quite difficult. Even if I succeed by a stroke of luck at 60, the potential I possess would be nearly expended, making it exceedingly challenging to form a pill. Li Qingyuan shook his head resolutely. No, I must become an immortal. I must attain longevity. I must devise a way to sell talismans without exposing my secrets, exchanging them for spirit stones to expedite my cultivation. In the late afternoon, Li Qingyuan arrived at the secluded courtyard of the clan leader. He produced 6 exquisite talismans and smiled. Grandfather clan leader, you once mentioned that as long as I can draw high-quality talismans, you would teach me how to inscribe mid-grade talismans of the 1st rank. The mid-grade 1st rank talismans correspond to the mid-stage of qi refinement, suitable for cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of qi refinement. The clan leader, Li Guangao, brightened with delight and remarked, "Indeed, these are high-quality talismans. This iron armor talisman is sufficient to withstand a full force strike from a 3rd level qi refinement cultivator. Moreover, You have also produced exquisite versions of the lightness talisman, ice spike talisman, and blood-stopping talisman. He praised, Qingyuan, your talent for drawing talismans far surpasses me by tenfold, no, by 100-fold. He laughed heartily and declared, very well, today I shall teach you how to draw mid-grade talismans of the first rank. The learning method remains unchanged. First, observe as grandfather clan leader draws a few mid-grade first-rank talismans. Then, Li Qingyuan followed suit, using ordinary paper and brush to replicate the talismanic symbols. Throughout the learning process, grandfather clan leader provided meticulous guidance. The mid-grade first-rank talismans I master consist of 3 types. The Vajra talisman, primarily for defense, once activated. It transforms spiritual energy into a protective barrier, impervious to blades, spears, and fire. The wind blade talisman, primarily for offense, once activated. It manifests slicing winds capable of striking from a distance, unyielding and advantageous. The explosive fire talisman, also for offense, when deployed, it unleashes a blazing fire comparable to a fully realized fireball technique, potent enough for mid-stage chi refinement. Grandfather clan leader smiled. Let us begin with the Vajra talisman today. Chapter 20. The incomplete first-rank superior talisman. It became evident that mid-grade first-rank talismans are indeed of a much higher caliber and complexity compared to lower-grade ones, rendering them slightly more challenging to learn. Nevertheless, Li Qingyuan felt the difficulty was only marginal. The materials for mid-grade first-rank talismans are valued at 3 spirit stones. Upon successful creation, lower-grade ones sell for 4 spirit stones, standard quality for 5 spirit stones. If one can achieve exquisite quality, the attack power rivals that of a 6th-level chi refinement strike, with a price soaring to 6 spirit stones for a single talisman. Li Qingyuan dedicated 3 days to memorizing the talismanic symbols of the Vajra talisman, achieving a profound understanding. Subsequently, he spent an additional week, dedicating 2 hours daily, 4 hours total, to practice drawing talismans, utilizing 5 sheets of mid-grade first-rank talisman materials each day. On the first day, he failed with all 5 sheets, resulting in a loss of 15 spirit stones. The second day saw slight improvement, yet still ended in total failure, incurring another 15 spirit stones. By the third day, he experienced failure 4 times, but ultimately succeeded in creating a lower-grade Vajra talisman, barely grasping the basics. With the basics established, the guidance function of the Xianpin space activated, providing one-on-one tutoring from a mysterious figure, perfectly demonstrating how to draw the Vajra talisman. Following the advice from the Xianpin space, Li Qingyuan's progress accelerated remarkably over the next few days. On the 4th day, he successfully crafted 2 lower-grade Vajra talismans, comparable to a full-force strike from a 4th-level chi refinement cultivator. By the 5th day, he produced 3 Vajra talismans, 2 of lower quality and 1 of standard quality. By the 6th and 7th days, his success rate soared to 80%, successfully drawing 4 talismans from 5 materials, all of standard quality, equivalent to a 5th-level chi refinement strike. 10 days later, Li Qingyuan earned the qualification to continue learning. Clan leader Li Guangao imparted the Wind Blade Talisman and Explosive Fire Talisman to him. The practice of drawing the Wind Blade Talisman followed a similar daily routine, achieving mastery in a week and proficiency in 10 days. The Explosive Fire Talisman followed suit without exception. Thus, within a mere month, Li Qingyuan had essentially mastered the techniques of drawing the 3 types of mid-grade first-rank talismans, achieving an impressive success rate of 80%. Naturally, he continued to feign a success rate of merely 40%. After another month, before grandfather clan leader, Li Qingyuan pretended that his success rate had risen to 50%. Moreover, after a month of rigorous training, he found that nearly every talisman he produced was of standard quality, with a 10% chance of yielding exquisite talismans. Had it not been for his lack of spiritual awareness and being at the 3rd level of chi refinement, he could have undoubtedly produced even more exquisite quality talismans. Li Qingyuan set down his wind spirit wolf hairbrush, gazing contentedly at the table, and said, Grandfather clan leader, look, I have fortuitously succeeded in crafting an exquisite explosive fire talisman. Clan leader Li Guangao stroked his beard and smiled. Excellent, excellent. In the span of 2 months, he had completely mastered the 3 types of mid-grade first-rank talismans, with a majority being of standard quality and even occasionally producing exquisite ones. While overjoyed, Li Guangao could not help but sigh. In just 8 months, you have completely drained my years of talismanic knowledge. Moreover, in less than a year, your understanding of talismanic arts rivals my own, accumulated over 2 to 3 decades. Your talent in this domain surpasses mine by 100-fold. Li Qingyuan thought to himself. Grandfather clan leader, I have actually been relying on advantages. Moreover, I have concealed my true success rate and the probability of producing exquisite talismans. I cannot divulge the secrets of the Xianpin space to you or my parents. Otherwise, the Li family's immortal lineage would be in jeopardy. Li Qingyuan smiled and inquired. Grandfather clan leader, do you not have one final talisman teach me? Li Guangao was momentarily taken aback before asking. Are you referring to the Yanbing Zhampa talisman? Yes. Li Qingyuan affirmed. Grandfather clan leader, I wish to learn. Li Guangao sighed deeply. Qingyuan, the Yanbing Zhampa talisman is originally a superior first-rank talisman, possessing lethal power comparable to a full-force strike from a late-stage Qi refinement master. Unfortunately, the symbols of the Yanbing Zhampa talisman are incomplete. Not only is the learning process exceedingly difficult, far surpassing that of regular mid-grade first-rank talismans, but even upon successful creation, its power may only rival a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator's full-force strike. The time, materials, and effort expended are considerable, with its power falling short of the Wind Blade Talisman and Explosive Fire Talisman. Thus, over the years, I have seldom drawn it. Li Qingyuan, adhering to the principle that a multitude of skills should not weigh one down, realized that since he had mastered all other talismans, he had no other targets for learning aside from the Yanbing Zhampa talisman. Hence, he spoke up. Grandfather clan leader, I truly wish to learn. Please teach me. Li Guangao regarded Li Qingyuan thoughtfully, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded. Very well. Since you are eager to learn, I shall impart it to you as well. In fact, in my youth, I devoted considerable effort to mastering the Yanbing Zhampa talisman, as I harbored a hope of perhaps completing this talisman, allowing it to fully unleash the power of a superior first-rank talisman. If a family could possess a first-tier superior talisman paper, then perhaps their enterprises and overall strength might experience a significant enhancement. Alas, Li Guangao sighed deeply and lamented. However, reality informs me that such aspirations are merely fanciful. Li Qingyuan listanatintanli. A first-tier superior talisman, once successfully inscribed, would enable the family to wield the combat prowess of late-stage Qi refinement, provided that the quantity of talismans was sufficient and combined with the mastery of the clan patriarch, who had achieved the perfection of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. They could stand undaunted against practitioners of the 7th layer, should the family's hunting team be fully equipped with first-tier superior talisman papers. They would easily handle beasts below the late-stage first tier. Li Guangao chuckled and shook his head. Why do I bother telling you all this? Let us commence. I shall impart to you the technique for the Yanbing Zhampa talisman. The learning methods and steps remain the tried and true approach. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Throughout this week, Li Qingyuan diligently practiced the talisman inscriptions for 2 hours each day. After this week, under Li Guangao's guidance, he began utilizing the talisman paper, talisman brush, and talisman ink to undertake the drawing. However, this time, Li Qingyuan encountered a few setbacks. The Yanbing Zhampa talisman belonged to the first-tier superior category. Conventionally, to inscribe such a level of talisman, one would require first-tier superior materials, a superior talisman brush, and high-quality ink. Yet, the family only possessed first-tier middle-grade materials, and the brush, valued at 150 spirit stones, was merely a middle-grade tool. Moreover, the incomplete nature of the Yanbing Zhampa talisman necessitated even greater caution. Any slight misstep could result in utter failure. This endeavor extended over a month. The materials consumed during this period shocked not only Li Qingyuan, but even the clan patriarch, Li Guangao. Alas, child, if it proves too difficult, it may be wise to abandon this pursuit. Li Guangao gazed at the extensive depletion of talisman materials, his heart bleeding. In my time, I toiled for several years and expended hundreds of spirit stones to barely produce a few. Even if Li Qingyuan were to master the Yanbing Zhampa talisman, the outcome would hardly justify the cost. Li Qingyuan surveyed the discarded materials scattered about and took a deep breath, saying, Patriarch, I wish to attempt once more. If it fails, I shall concede. With that, Li Qingyuan grasped the Feng Ling Lang Hao brush, dipped it in the talisman ink, and began to draw. Each stroke and contour revealed the profound runes upon the paper. As the brush fell, the runes vibrated, gathering spiritual energy and sealing it within. "It is accomplished!" Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy. Li Guangzhou let out a long breath, thinking at last, "It is done. My talisman materials." Suddenly, Li Qingyuan froze. A mysterious figure re-emerged in the Xian pin space, guiding Li Qingyuan in the talisman creation. Within the space, the Yin Bing Zhan talisman was swiftly inscribed. What astonished Li Qingyuan even more was that this talisman was complete, a genuine first-tier superior talisman. An ecstatic thought surged within him. Is this the complete version of the Yin Bing Zhan talisman? Chapter 21. The third function of the Xian pin space, completing all forms. Li Qingyuan was overwhelmed with joy, brimming with excitement. I never anticipated that the third function of the Xian pin space could restore incomplete talismans. Can it only restore incomplete runes? Or can it also enhance spells, alchemy, and artifact forging? I shall endeavor to explore further. Hey child, snap out of it. Li Guangzhou waved his hand before Li Qingyuan. Is your joy so great? The patriarch sighed and shook his head. This Yin Bing Zhan talisman is not only incomplete, but barely successful, possessing limited power. Furthermore, the talisman paper, brush, and ink are all merely first-tier middle grade. Even if you are fortunate enough to succeed, the power of this talisman would likely equate to the full force of a fourth-layer Qi refinement practitioner, falling short of even a fifth-layer practitioner. Li Guangzhou stroked his beard, shaking his head. Give it up, Qingyuan. Even if you master the Yin Bing Zhan talisman, due to its incomplete runes, its potency will only match that of a fifth or sixth-layer practitioner. Li Qingyuan did not contest this, but nodded. Understood. Patriarch, I shall heed your advice. Oh, by the way, here are the talismans you requested me to inscribe this month. Li Qingyuan produced dozens of talismans, 6 types of first-tier inferior talismans, each no fewer than 10. And 3 types of first-tier middle-grade talismans, each no fewer than 5. The patriarch, Li Guangzhou, accepted the talismans with a satisfied nod. First-tier inferior talismans, each of high quality. Even the premium talismans total no less than 15. All 3 types of first-tier middle-grade talismans have achieved authentic quality. Their power not less than the full force of a fifth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Remarkably, there is also 1 premium quality first-tier middle-grade talisman. Once activated, even my perfected 6-layer Qi refinement would require all my strength to counter it. Li Guangzhou accepted all the talismans with satisfaction and then presented Li Qingyuan with 7 spirit stones, saying, from this month onward, I entrust the task of inscribing talismans for the family to you. My monthly remuneration for this work shall be 7 spirit stones. Li Guangzhou continued, beginning this month, I shall provide you with 7 spirit stones as cultivation resources, a token of your efforts for the family. Li Qingyuan smiled. Thank you, Patriarch, for your nurturing. His innate talent for talisman crafting was astounding. Originally requiring 5 years of family resources, he can now earn a significant amount of spirit stones, receiving a monthly salary of 7 spirit stones. Over a year, this totals 84 spirit stones, a substantial sum for any mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner in the family. At least, aside from the patriarch and the elders, no other mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner in the family could accumulate over 80 spirit stones in 1 or 2 years. Li Dingzhou, serving in the family hunting team, at the 4th layer of Qi refinement and 4th layer body refinement, could spar with 5th layer practitioners. His strength second only to the second elder. His annual earnings, in favorable circumstances, amounted to only 20 spirit stones after excluding the family's share. Li Qingyuan grasped the Feng Ling Lang Hao brush, a stack of talisman paper materials, and a small barrel of talisman ink, declaring, Patriarch, I shall now take charge of inscribing talismans for the family. You may fully dedicate yourself to preparing for the late-stage Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan understood that the patriarch's aspiration to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement and elevate the family's prestige and strength had long been his pursuit. Patriarch, my father mentioned that had it not been for nurturing me these past years and depleting your private spirit stones, you might have already begun your quest for the 7th layer. Li Guangzhou huffed, do not heed your father's nonsense. Entering the late-stage Qi refinement is no trivial feat. The spirit stones and elixirs required amount to at least 200 or 300 spirit stones. Our family can only maintain normal operations while also providing 600 spirit stones to the foundation-building Xinzu Lu clan. However, Li Guangao smiled with reassurance now. I can entrust the task of talisman crafting to you. Next, I shall further refine my cultivation and adjust my state to prepare for the challenge of reaching the 7th layer. Li Guangao glanced at the talisman brush, saying, I shall lend you this Feng Ling Lang Hao brush for the time being. Remember to care for it and avoid damage. This is my most treasured possession. Li Qingyuan smiled. Rest assured, patriarch. After bidding farewell, Li Qingyuan returned to his secluded courtyard. Spirit stones gather. 7 spirit stones multiplied to 14. Next, the talisman paper materials and ink would do the same. As for the talisman brush, he would attempt once more. Li Qingyuan silan li chanta, hita. Unfortunately, the first-tier, middle-grade Feng Ling Lang Hao brush remained beyond his reach, unable to be replicated. Li Qingyuan murmurat. Could it be that the Feng Ling Lang Hao brush does not belong to me, the master of this space, hence it cannot be copied? No matter. If it cannot be replicated, so be it. Now, to inscribe the true Yin Bing Zhan talisman. Li Qingyuan focused his mind and began to observe and learn the complete drawing steps of the Yanbing Zhan talisman, guided by the mysterious figure in the Xianpin space. The first attempt resulted in failure. The second attempt also failed. On the third attempt, he finally succeeded, albeit with a barely formed talisman of inferior quality. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow and remarked, logically, a complete first-grade upper-tier talisman paper, even of inferior quality, should possess the power equivalent to a 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner. However, due to the inadequate quality of the talisman paper, the talisman brush, and the talisman ink, none of the materials meet the standards of a first-grade upper-tier. Thus, this inferior quality first-grade upper-tier talisman paper cannot reach the power of a 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner, at best falling between the 6th and 7th layers. He continued to practice, honing his skills. Once his technique became proficient, he would quickly be able to draw first-grade upper-tier talisman papers once he acquired superior materials. Moreover, crafting first-grade upper-tier talisman papers demanded greater control over mental and spiritual energy, refining his own abilities and aiding his cultivation. Days passed, and Li Qingyuan's success rate in drawing the Yanbing Zhan talisman increased. However, despite his efforts, his success rate remained below 30%, dismally low. This was not due to a lack of skill, but rather the poor quality of the materials. On this particular day, Li Qingyuan was still engaged in drawing talisman papers. With a hum, he successfully completed a Yanbing Zhan talisman, channeling spiritual energy into it, absorbing and storing the essence of the heavens and earth within, awaiting activation. Yet, with a loud bang, the talisman paper shattered. Li Qingyuan frowned and said, another failure. My skill is now sufficient to draw genuine quality Yanbing Zhan talismans. However, due to the low-grade materials, it cannot withstand the spiritual essence of a first-grade upper-tier talisman, resulting in frequent self-detonation. Conversely, the inferior quality Yanbing Zhan talisman, with slightly weaker spiritual essence, can succeed. Determined not to yield, Li Qingyuan continued to draw. Finally, after 3 more failures, a buzzing sound filled the air. This time, the Yanbing Zhan talisman successfully contained its spiritual essence, achieving genuine quality. Haha, a genuine quality talisman. At last, I have produced a Yanbing Zhan talisman of true quality. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with satisfaction. Even with the limitations of material grade, this talisman possesses the power of a 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner. He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and remarked, this is quite exhausting. Only because of my innate powerful spirit and remarkable mental energy, combined with the textbook-like guidance from a Xianpin space, could I manage this. Otherwise, for someone at the mere 3rd layer of Qi refining, drawing a first-grade upper-tier talisman would be akin to chasing dreams. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, refining spirit stones to restore his spiritual and mental energy. After recovering his cultivation, he stood up and mused. Calculating the time, my father and the others are likely preparing to hunt demonic beasts again. I have heard that Lioha Island has been quite unstable recently. I should provide my father with a few more talismans for protection. Chapter 22. Captured by Evil Cultivators. Father, I heard from Qingqing and Qingbao that many cultivators have mysteriously disappeared on Lioha Island lately. Is that true? Li Qingyuan asked his father upon returning home. Although he had been engrossed in cultivation and talisman drawing these past years, He understood the importance of balance and maintaining a relaxed mindset. Therefore, every 2 or 3 months, he would take a day off to unwind and adjust his mental state. On this day off, he refrained from cultivation and talisman drawing, wandering through Yunxiao Mountain to relax, and even playing with Qingqing, Qingbao, and the other youths. Each child with spiritual roots was a promising member of their family, most having elders who were cultivators, thus naturally gathering various news and gossip. Li Dingzhou sighed and said, "This is indeed true. Last month, when we went to the market to sell demonic beast materials, we heard quite a bit about the evil cultivators who have been abducting people." Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Evil cultivators abducting people? Is it related to human trafficking? Li Dingzhou shook his head. It should not be human trafficking. The missing individuals are not the promising cultivators. It is said that these evil cultivators specifically target those at the fourth layer of Qi refining and above, only preying on those in the mid-stage of Qi refining. It has been reported that dozens, even hundreds, of mid-stage Qi refining practitioners have vanished across Liuhe Island, and a few late-stage practitioners have also been affected. What? Even late-stage practitioners are in danger? Li Qingyuan was astonished. He thought to himself, is the outside world truly so perilous? I had hoped to find an opportunity to venture out and see if I could exchange talisman papers for spirit stones. Ideally, I could procure some materials for drawing first-grade upper-tier talisman papers to better arm myself. Li Dingzhou reassured him, "Do not worry. This matter has been reported by multiple Qi refining families to the Foundation Building Celestial Clan. The Liu family of the Foundation Building Celestial Clan, who receive annual offerings from various Qi refining families, naturally has the responsibility to protect these families and maintain order on Liuhe Island." He added, "If everyone lives in fear and is afraid to venture outside, the markets under the Liu family's jurisdiction would struggle to operate." Li Qingyuan expressed his hopes. "I hope the Liu family can resolve the issue with the evil cultivators swiftly." Li Dingzhou stood up and said, "I must take my leave now to meet with the second elder." Li Qingyuan hurriedly replied, "Father, wait a moment. Allow me to give you a few talismans for protection." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan produced a dozen talismans. Li Dingzhou accepted them without hesitation, already aware that his son, Li Qingyuan, was not only a talented cultivator, but also a genius in talisman crafting, having recently been able to draw even mid-tier first-grade talisman papers. Looking at the talismans, Li Dingzhou exclaimed with delight, "First-grade mid-tier talisman papers of genuine quality, comparable to the full force of a fifth-layer Qi refining practitioner. You even have 3 pieces of exquisite quality talismans? The King Kong talisman, Wind Blade talisman, and Explosive Fire talisman, with 4 of each type. Each type contains 3 genuine quality pieces and 1 exquisite quality piece. As of now, with my father at the 4th layer of Qi refining, the inferior first-grade talisman papers are of little benefit, while the mid-tier first-grade talisman papers are precisely what I need." By an odd twist of fate, Li Qingyuan produced the sole genuine quality Yambing Zhampa talisman and said, "Father, please accept this talisman, but do not use it unless absolutely necessary." Remember, Li Qingyuan's expression was serious. After scanning the Yambing Zhampa talisman with his spiritual sense, Li Dingzhou's expression changed in surprise. This spiritual pressure from the talisman, could it be a first-grade upper tier? Li Qingyuan waved his hand dismissively. "Shh, Father, just remember my words." Li Dingzhou swallowed hard, steadied his mind, and said, "Rest assured, Yuan, I will not use this talisman unless it is truly urgent. Father is leaving." Li Dingzhou packed his belongings and slowly walked away, saying, "Remember to inform your mother that I am going out to hunt." "All right, Father," Li Qingyuan replied, as he watched his father depart. Li Qingyuan silently thought, "I hope I do not have to use the Yambing Zhampa talisman. Alas, my strength is still too low. Even stepping outside feels challenging." After leaving his home, Li Qingyuan returned to his secluded little courtyard to continue his cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy and refining spirit stones. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. In a certain forested wetland, the hunting team of the Li clan, with Li Dingzhou among them, traversed the deep mountains and forests, positioned just behind the second elder. The second elder, Li Guangzong, chuckled. "I did not expect this hunting expedition to be so smooth. In just half a month, I have filled my storage bag. In fact, some of you will need to carry the materials from the demonic beasts." Li Dingzhou held a demonic beast's head in his left hand, with a layer of beast skin draped over his back. These spiritual beast materials could be used for refining weapons, crafting formations, or creating talisman papers, all of which could fetch a good price. He smiled and said, "It is all thanks to the second elder's wise guidance. You are the most experienced hunter in our clan. Having someone as wise as you guiding us, along with the cooperation of all the brothers and sisters, our hunting team mostly returns with full loads." The second elder, Li Guangzong, laughed heartily. "Cousin Dingzhou, I did not expect you, with your prominent features and righteous demeanor, to also be so flattering." Ha! The members of the clan joined in laughter, and the atmosphere was joyous. 1,000 meters away, a dense forest lay before them. Several figures cloaked in black and masked lurked in the shadows. The leader spoke. "Ah, they have finally arrived. The Li clan's hunting team. I have awaited your arrival." A masked woman inquired, "Brother, should we launch a surprise attack, feign retreat, and then separate them to eliminate them one by one?" The man replied coolly, "We have already gathered ample intelligence on the Li clan's hunting team. Their leader is merely at the 5th level of Qi refining, accompanied by 3 at the 4th level. The remaining 7 are but trifling ants at the 3rd level, easily dispatched. Furthermore, we possess a first-grade medium-tier magical tool, the Binding Spirit Net, capable of ensnaring even those at the 6th level of Qi refining, leaving them with no means of resistance." He commanded, "Await my signal, and we shall charge forth. Eliminate all at the initial stage of Qi refining, and capture 4 mid-stage Qi refiners alive to bring back to our clan." The masked woman and 2 other cultivators bowed respectfully, affirming their understanding. The leader's spiritual sense guided his storage bag, summoning a flying sword that hovered in the air, revealing his 6th level of Qi refining, as he infused spiritual energy into the sword and patiently awaited. The members of the Li clan were engaged in jovial conversation as they journeyed onward. Suddenly, an ominous aura enveloped them. Li Dingzhou's expression shifted. As a practitioner of martial arts who had achieved the status of a congenital martial master, his sensitivity to killing intent surpassed that of ordinary mid-stage Qi refiners. "Be cautious. Everyone," he warned, unsheathing his blade. At his words, the group paused, immediately heeding his advice. Li Dingzhou's keen perception of danger had saved them on numerous occasions, prompting them to trust him instinctively. In an instant, a streak of sword light shot forth, swift as lightning and unyielding. In a heartbeat, the sword light pierced through 3 members of the Li clan, swiftly eliminating 3 Qi refiners at the 3rd level. The second elder's fury erupted. "How dare you slay my kin? Go!" Utilizing a spirit stone as a catalyst, he infused spiritual energy into his magical tool and commanded his sword to strike. The assailant effortlessly deflected the elder's flying sword, sneering, "What an arrogant old fool. Not only is your cultivation pitiful, but your magical tool is also a mere first-grade medium-tier relic." The second elder's face paled, a 6th level of Qi refining. Simultaneously, the masked man launched his attack, followed by a woman and 2 men, all at the 5th level of Qi refining, each wielding their magical tools. Li Dingzhou's expression turned grave. 1 at the 6th level, 3 at the 5th level. Could they be practitioners of malevolent abduction? The Li clan's hunting team was engulfed in trepidation. The second elder commanded, "Dingzhou, lead them to safety while I hold them off." The masked man retorted coldly, "Old fool. None of you will escape." With that, he surged forward on his sword, infusing his 6th level of Qi refining into the first-grade medium-tier magical tool, enhancing its speed and ferocity, overwhelming the second elder. The elder, with a wave of his left hand, sent forth a wind blade talisman, its razor-sharp edge aimed at the man. The assailant wielded his sword with his spiritual sense, easily blocking the wind blade talisman, scoffing, "What can a mere first-grade medium-tier talisman do against me? Attack!" The flying sword struck like a comet, relentlessly assaulting the second elder, activating the diamond talisman for defense. The elder retaliated with the wind blade talisman and explosive fire talisman, barely managing to stall the opponent with a flurry of talismans. "Old fool, did you think you were the only one with talismans?" The masked man waved his fingers, unleashing 3 first-grade medium-tier talismans that detonated in succession, with 3 resounding blasts. The second elder was hurled back several feet, wounded. Had it not been for the protection of the diamond talisman, he would have sustained grave injuries. "Go!" The man advanced, his sword striking the second elder's magical tool aside. Then a flash later, his flying sword pierced through the elder's thigh, blood splattering. Ah! The elder cried out in agony. The masked man swiftly tossed a binding spirit net, ensnaring the second elder and immobilizing him, rendering him incapable of retaliation. Witnessing this, Li Dingzhou and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Second elder, damn it, I will fight them. Li Dingzhou dove forward, declaring, you all hold them off. I will rescue the second elder. Employing the moon shadow technique, Li Dingzhou transformed into a streak of light, charging towards the masked man. The masked woman sneered, a mere fourth level of qi refining. How delusional. With that, she propelled her sword toward Li Dingzhou, aiming for his thigh to incapacitate him. Li Dingzhou calculated that only by attacking unexpectedly could he achieve a swift victory. He resolved to eliminate this woman before the 6th level practitioner could react, thus preserving his clan's strength. You honor, I am grateful for your assistance. As he dove, Li Dingzhou swiftly retrieved the talisman, activating a diamond talisman, then unleashed a wind blade talisman and an explosive fire talisman. He unleashed 3 talismans in one go. Among these, the diamond talisman was a high-quality first-grade medium-tier talisman, capable of withstanding attacks from 6th level qi refiners. The wind blade talisman and explosive fire talisman he launched were also of fine quality, with power comparable to a full force strike from a 6th level practitioner. Clang! The wind blade talisman surged forth, deflecting the woman's flying sword. Its residual force, undiminished, sent sharp wind blades slicing towards the masked woman. She gasped in shock. A first-grade, medium-tier talisman of exquisite quality? The diamond talisman. The woman's face paled as she immediately activated her own diamond talisman for defense, capable of withstanding attacks from 5th level qi refiners. Clang! The wind blade struck her chest, with the diamond talisman absorbing most of the impact. She was sent flying back several feet, sustaining minor injuries. You're seeking death, she roared, but before she could finish, the explosive fire talisman followed swiftly, comparable to a full force strike from a 6th level practitioner. The woman, horrified, had no time to think and quickly raised her magical tool to defend. Her tool, also a first-grade medium-tier artifact, was knocked aside, sending her hurtling back several feet. Seeing her defenses falter, Li Dingzhou closed in using the moon shadow technique, his long knife in hand, and shouted, Bloodblade, 8 strikes. You dare! The masked man bellowed, enraged as he surged forward on his sword, shouting, Do not harm my sister. His flying sword sped towards Li Dingzhou's back with blinding swiftness. Undeterred, Li Dingzhou swung his knife, unleashing 8 strikes of blade energy that crisscrossed and pierced the masked woman. With a sickening sound, the woman's flesh was shredded by the blade energy, blood gushing forth as she let out a wretched scream. Simultaneously, a loud clang resounded as the masked man's flying sword collided with Li Dingzhou's back, clashing against the protective glow of the diamond talisman, producing a piercing sound. Li Dingzhou endured the force of a strike from a 6th level practitioner's first-grade, medium-tier artifact. And even with the diamond talisman to shield him, he was sent staggering back several feet, his vital energy surging. As he landed, Li Dingzhou rolled to his feet and sprang up. Sister! The masked man, witnessing his sister's tragic demise, his breath extinguished, was consumed by rage. I will make you pay with your life. He roared, commanding his flying sword with a palpable killing intent. Wind blade talisman, go! Li Dingzhou waved his hand, launching 3 wind blade talismans. Although not of exquisite quality, they were still authentic, comparable to the attacks of a 5th level qi refiner. Boom! 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 The 3 wind blade talismans not only blocked the man's assault, but also sent sharp wind blades slicing towards him. The man deflected the attack with ease. Li Dingzhou's hands moved rapidly, unleashing numerous talismans, all gifts from Qingyuan. He launched 2 to 3 dozen first-grade inferior talismans, interspersed with the occasional high-quality first-grade medium-tier talisman, forcing the man into a defensive position. The masked man seethed. How does a mere 4th level qi refiner from a 3rd-rate family possess so many talismans? At a certain moment, among numerous first-tier inferior talismans and several first-tier medium talismans, one talisman emitted a formidable spiritual pressure, unleashing a chilling and overwhelming spiritual might. Li Dingzhou formed a hand seal and commanded, Explode. With a resounding bang, the Yin Bing Zhan talisman, concealed among a dozen talismans, was suddenly activated, erupting in an instant. The spiritual energy within transformed into an ice-blue flame blade, slicing through the air with lethal precision. The masked man widened his eyes in horror. A first-tier, superior talisman? With a swift whoosh, the lengthy ice-blue flame blade descended, piercing through his body, cleaving him in half and causing a spray of blood. With a thunderous crash, after vanquishing the masked man, the blade struck a large tree several meters away, splitting it apart and sending wood chips flying. The two masked cultivators of the fifth layer of Qi refinement stood in stunned disbelief. Our clan brother is dead. He actually wielded a first-tier superior talisman? Li Dingzhou produced another talisman and shouted angrily, "You two shall not escape." The duo, upon hearing this, instantly regained their senses and fled in panic, exclaiming, "Run!" Split up. In the blink of an eye, the two fifth-layer Qi refinement cultivators took to their swords and fled, disregarding their energy expenditure in their desperate escape. Li Dingzhou exhaled a deep breath, feeling utterly drained as he leaned against a large tree to rest, gasping for air. The previous battle, though it seemed lengthy, had actually transpired in the span of just a few breaths, from activating the Yu-Ying technique, triggering the talisman, swiftly closing in to slay the woman, to using a multitude of talismans to counterattack the masked man. The consumption of spiritual energy was immense, and the remaining first-tier superior talismans were few. Li Dingzhou realized he could no longer guarantee the defeat of the two fifth-layer Qi refinement cultivators and chose to intimidate them into retreating. After a brief respite, Li Dingzhou hastened forward to untie the Ling binding net, rescuing the second elder. "Second elder, are you all right?" Li Dingzhou inquired with concern. The second elder, Li Guangzong, applied a bleeding-stopping talisman to his severely bleeding thigh, his expression contorted in pain as he replied, "Just some strained muscles and broken bones. I shall survive." Both men looked towards their family's hunting party, their faces reflecting sorrow. The clan had already lost 3 cultivators of the third layer of Qi refinement to the masked assailants. Subsequently, they had banded together to confront the other 2 wicked cultivators of the fifth layer, resulting in 1 death, severe injuries to 2, and light injuries to 3. With nearly everyone wounded, Li Dingxue and Li Dingming, both at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, were the main forces against the 2 fifth-layer adversaries. Yet they bore serious injuries. Particularly, Li Dingxue had lost an arm and lay unconscious, likely marking the end of his cultivation journey. Seeing the grievous casualties among his kin, Li Dingzhou's eyes welled with tears as he cursed. "Damn those wicked cultivators." The second elder also wept, but he understood that this was not a time for sorrow. He steadied his mind and commanded, "Dingzhou, retrieve the wicked cultivator storage bags, magical artifacts, and the Ling binding net. Then, lead the clan's disciples to retreat swiftly." Li Dingzhou nudda, understood. Chapter 24, Storage Bags, First-Tier Magical Artifacts, Distribution Accomplished. When Li Qingyuan hurried to the Ancestral Hall, he found over 100 people gathered there. Among them, a small number were cultivators, while the majority were their direct relatives, ordinary folk residing on Yunxiao Mountain. The atmosphere was filled with cries and wails. Draped in mourning, the ambience in the hall was somber and stifling. After confirming that his father was unharmed, Li Qingyuan let out a sigh of relief. However, upon witnessing the death of 4 clan members and the injuries sustained by the others, he could not help but express his grief. The Grand Elder had arrived and began tending to the injuries of the second elder, Li Dingming, and the others, cleaning wounds and applying bandages. Only Li Dingzhou had emerged unscathed from the clan's hunting party. The clan leader spoke solemnly. "Guangzong, what transpired? Did you encounter a late-stage Qi refinement spirit beast? Or did you venture too deep into the mountains?" The second elder, Li Guangzong, replied, "Clan leader, we encountered wicked cultivators." "What? Wicked cultivators?" The clan leader and the grand elder, along with the others, were taken aback. Li Qingyuan turned to his father and asked, "Father, did you encounter the wicked cultivators rumored to abduct cultivators?" Li Dingzhou nodded. "Indeed. This time, we nearly suffered total annihilation. Had it not been for your warning." He paused, omitting the part about the talismans Li Qingyuan had gifted him. At that moment, the second elder added, "There were 4 of them in total, 1 at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and 3 at the 5th layer." The grand elder's expression changed. 1 at the 6th layer and 3 at the 5th layer. Such power is enough to challenge a third-rate Qi refinement clan. The forces behind these wicked cultivators are undoubtedly formidable. The clan leader inquired. Guangzong Dingzhou, how did you extricate yourselves from peril? Li Guangzong explained, were it not for Dingzhou, we would surely have perished. He recounted the events of the ambush, their injuries and capture, as well as how Li Dingzhou had unleashed a barrage of talismans to counterattack the wicked cultivators. Hearing this, the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the assembled clan members were left speechless. The clan leader exclaimed, 4 gold armor talismans, 4 wind blade talismans, 4 explosive fire talismans, and even 1 exquisite first-tier superior talisman? You even possessed a remarkably powerful first-tier superior talisman? The clan leader then asked, Dingzhou, where did you acquire a first-tier superior talisman? The clan leader held no suspicions regarding Li Qingyuan's involvement. Was it truly possible to create a genuine first-tier superior talisman from the materials of a flawed first-tier medium talisman, or the ink and brush of a first-tier medium talisman? No matter how one pondered it, it seemed utterly absurd. Li Dingzhou scratched his head, sheepishly responding, Clan leader, you know me. I have always enjoyed gambling on blind boxes. I never expected my luck to be this good and to unearth a first-tier superior talisman. The second elder chimed in. This lad indeed has a penchant for gambling on blind boxes. Every time we visit the market to sell beast materials, he insists on placing a bet. The clan leader, momentarily at a loss for words, could hardly fathom that a stroke of good fortune in gambling had led to Li Dingzhou saving the clan's hunting party. By saving the hunting party, he had preserved at least 1/3 of the clan's combat strength. Should they truly have lost that portion of their strength, the Li clan would have been gravely injured, and their assets would surely have attracted the attention of other Qi refinement clans and rogue cultivators. The clan leader, Li Guangao, patted Li Dingzhou on the shoulder and said, You did well, Dingzhou. The rest of the duties now fall to me. The names of the deceased clan cultivators would be inscribed in the ancestral records, honored in the ancestral hall, and spirit tablets established in their memory. Following that, he would console the families and provide comfort to the clan members. For those with cultivators among their family, spiritual stone subsidies would be distributed. For those without, they would receive compensation, ensuring them a life of prosperity, fertile land, and continued access to clan resources for 3 years, even should they later give birth to spiritual seedlings. When Li Qingyuan returned home, it was already deep into the night. His mother, Chun Xiaoyun, trembling with anxiety, exclaimed, Brother Dingzhou, you nearly scare me to death. While I was fertilizing the spiritual fields with the others, someone ran to say the clan's hunting party had returned, suffering heavy casualties. It nearly made my legs give way. When I arrived at the ancestral hall and saw 4 white cloths covering bodies, I almost fainted. Thankfully, I saw you were unharmed. Otherwise, what would you have done to me in your honor? Li Dingzhou clasped Chun Xiaoyun's hand and embraced her reassuringly. Sister Yun, do not worry. For you and your honor, I will never come to harm. Li Qingyuan sighed in relief and remarked, This was far too perilous. Thankfully his mother, Chun Xiaoyun, interrupted. Thankfully what? Li Qingyuan replied, Thankfully, my father is blessed with great fortune, and through gambling on blind boxes, he acquired a first-tier superior talisman to slay our foes. Chun Xiaoyun nodded. Indeed, we have been so fortunate. It must be the blessings of our ancestors. Li Dingzhou commanded, Sister Yun, I am hungry. Please prepare a bowl of noodles for me. Mother, I am also hungry. Could you make me a bowl as well? Li Qingyuan added, and please fry an egg using the lard from the highest Xiangzhu. Chun Xiaoyun smiled gently, echoing her son's request. Mother knows how to fry an egg using the lard from the highest Xiangzhu. Li Qingyuan chuckled with delight. In this life, his father was the pillar of the family, and his paternal love was as steadfast as a mountain. Mother is a gentle and graceful, virtuous woman, her love akin to water. In the midst of the mountains and rivers, he thrives under the sun. Li Dingzhou chuckled. Yin Mei, bring me one as well. Chun Xiaoyun responded with a smile. All right, there will be plenty for everyone. Chun Xiaoyun then rose to busily attend to the kitchen, leaving only the father and son in the hall. Li Qingyuan eagerly inquired, Father, did the clan leader summon you for a private meeting? Did he bestow upon you many valuable items? Ah, you little rascal, you are indeed quite astute. Li Dingzhou formed a gesture with his fingers, and from his storage bag at his waist flew out another storage bag and 2 magical artifacts. Wow, a storage bag and magical artifacts? Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is noteworthy that the Li clan only possessed 3 storage bags, 1 each for the clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder. The clan leader's storage bag is of the highest quality, reaching the mid-tier of the first rank, inherited from the previous clan head. Storage bags are quite precious, classified as special magical artifacts, containing spatial restrictions and techniques for refining qi. Even a low-tier storage bag of the first rank can fetch hundreds of spirit stones on the market. Li Dingzhou remarked back in the day. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder spent years in agony to procure a low-tier storage bag of the first rank. Now, both father and son each had one. However, Li Dingzhou continued, the storage bags we seized are all mid-tier of the first rank. I have decided to offer them to the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Firstly, given our low cultivation level, possessing a mid-tier storage bag might attract unwanted attention from bandits. A mid-tier storage bag, valued at several hundred spirit stones, would make someone of our insufficient strength akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling market, easily inviting disaster. Secondly, besides exchanging for 2 low-tier storage bags of the first rank, each of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder has graciously provided us with a compensation of 50 spirit stones. Furthermore, the clan has decided that the 2 mid-tier magical artifacts we acquired will belong to you and me. Li Qingyuan remarked, our clan is indeed fair and just. This distribution benefits us father and son, yet it is also what you rightfully deserve, father. Were it not for you, the entire hunting team would have been annihilated, significantly diminishing our clan's strength and making us vulnerable to other factions and rogue cultivators, leading to even greater losses. Li Dingzhou smilat, and the father and son began to divide their spoils. 1 low-tier storage bag of the first rank for me, 1 for you. 1 mid-tier magical artifact for me, 1 for you. 100 spirit stones, 50 for me, 50 for you. Li Qingyuan cheerfully exclaimed, thank you, father. Chapter 25, A Windfall Doubling Again. A few days later, all deceased clan cultivators were laid to rest. The severely injured were still recuperating, while those with minor injuries had nearly recovered. Subsequently, clan leader Li Guangao convened a family meeting attended by all cultivators of the 4th layer of qi refining and above. Notably absent was Li Dingxue, who had lost an arm and remained unconscious from blood loss, still recuperating. The specific content of the meeting remained unknown to Li Qingyuan. Compared to the meeting's discussions, Li Qingyuan was more intrigued by the resources at hand. He returned to his secluded courtyard and closed himself off for cultivation. Low-tier storage bag of the first rank collected. With a thought, he drew the storage bag into the Xianpin space, perfectly replicating it, resulting in 2 identical storage bags in his hands. The 2 storage bags appeared exactly the same, down to the slightest wear and tear, their antiquated appearance flawless. His father had mentioned that a brand new low-tier storage bag of the first rank is valued at approximately 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan Musa. The storage bag I possess has been used for many years, so it is considered secondhand. It is likely worth around 70 to 80 spirit stones. Next, Li Qingyuan held a flying sword, flicked his finger, and with a crisp sound, the 3-foot flying sword emitted a clear hum. The blade was elongated, sharp, and entirely green, shimmering with spiritual patterns. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, this is indeed a mid-tier magical artifact flying sword. According to my father, it would fetch no less than 100 spirit stones in the market. It is sufficient for me to cultivate to the 6th layer of qi refining. The benefits of being backed by clan and cultivation are undeniable, even as a 3rd-rate qi refining family. The resources available at the initial stages of cultivation far surpass those accessible to rogue cultivators without a background. Collect. Duplicate. Soon, 2 flying swords emerge from the Xianpin space. The mid-tier magical artifact flying swords, entirely green, were primarily crafted from green bamboo, supplemented by other first-rank materials and ores, hence named Green Bamboo Flying Sword. Li Qingyuan grinned broadly. 2 green bamboo flying swords will be priced around 300 spirit stones. Finally, with 50 spirit stones duplicated, it becomes 100 spirit stones. Satisfied, Li Qingyuan remarked, 100 spirit stones should suffice for my cultivation for a while. In a few days, my father and the others will likely go to the market to sell spirit plants and beast materials. I can ask him to discreetly purchase some materials for crafting first-rank superior talisman papers. In this perilous Luha Island, only by mastering the combat power of the late qi refining stage can I attain a semblance of security. Since arriving in the cultivation world, Li Qingyuan has constantly felt an underlying insecurity. This feeling arises from his own weakness. He understands that all fear stems from insufficient power. Currently, if he wishes to bolster his strength, he must diligently draw the Yin Bing Zhan talismans. Before entering seclusion for cultivation, there was one more matter to address. Li Qingyuan wore a troubled expression and murmured, "Sigh. How should I explain this to the clan leader? It appears I can only resort to strategies." The following morning, Li Qingyuan removed his upper garments and humbly approached the clan leader's solitary courtyard. Kneeling on both knees, he proclaimed, "Clan descendant Li Qingyuan has come to seek forgiveness. I implore the clan leader to administer punishment." With a creak, the door swung open. Coincidentally, the Grand Elder was also present. Li Qingyuan, clan leader and Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, curious, inquired, "Little Qingyuan, what is the matter? What transgression have you committed?" Li Qingyuan lowered his head in silence. The clan leader asked, "Speak. What is the success rate for the low-tier talisman paper of the first rank? And how about the mid-tier talisman paper?" Li Qingyuan glanced at the clan leader, seeing his solemn expression, and softly replied, 70%. 70%? Clan leader Li Guangao was taken aback and pressed, 70%. Is that for the low-tier talisman paper of the first rank or the mid-tier talisman paper? Li Qingyuan answered, "For me, both are the same." Clan leader Li Guangao's mouth twitched. Indeed, this little rascal's talent for talisman drawing is quite extraordinary. Perhaps for him, both the low-tier and mid-tier talisman papers pose similar challenges. Li Guangao further inquired, "What about the probability of high-quality products?" Seeing the clan leader's lack of anger, Li Qingyuan continued, "For the low-tier talisman paper of the first rank, the probability of high-quality products approaches 20%. For the mid-tier talisman paper, it is nearly 10%. You little rascal." Li Guangao raised his voice slightly and reached out his hand towards Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan hastily explained, "Clan leader, please allow me to clarify. I did not intend to conceal the success rates of talisman drawing. I merely wished to save some talisman papers for my father as protection. Every time my father goes hunting, it is fraught with danger. My mother is always anxious, unable to sleep well at night, often rising to pray for my father's safety. As a son, I am also very concerned for my father's safety, so I deliberately concealed this from you, hoping to save some talisman papers for him." Li Guangao placed his hand on Li Qingyuan's shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha! You little rascal, well done." "What?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Li Guangao chuckled. "First, you have once again demonstrated that your talent for talisman drawing is indeed extraordinary, surpassing my understanding. Second, you are a dutiful child who understands how to use your abilities to protect your parents and loved ones, even at a young age. Third, you can recognize your mistakes, and you dare to admit them." Li Qingyuan was stunned, thinking to himself, do I truly possess so many merits? Li Guangao concluda. The last point is the most important. Do you know what it is? Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, "The clan descendant does not know." I humbly asked the clan leader for guidance. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, "In the realm of cultivating immortals, treachery abounds, and incidents of murder and treasure plundering occur frequently. Moreover, the closer the person is to you, the better they understand you. Betrayal among kin and friends is often the most fatal." With a heavy sigh, Li Guangao continued, his tone tinged with melancholy, "Had I grasped this truth in my youth, your grandmother would not have perished while attempting to save me." He gazed at Li Qingyuan solemnly and instructed, "Qingyuan, remember this. Once you leave the family and step into the outside world, no matter whom you befriend, always keep a hidden card up your sleeve. Even with those closest to you, your own kin, I hope you can exercise this caution." Li Qingyuan looked at him in surprise. "Grandfather," Li Guangao interjected, "you must understand, as cultivators, if we wish to ascend to greater heights and travel farther, we cannot afford to lack vigilance against others." "Yes," Li Qingyuan replied earnestly. "I will remember, grandfather." In his heart, he thought, "I've already been doing so, grandfather. In fact, my success rate for first-tier inferior talismans is 90%, with 30% being high quality. The rest are all genuine. For first-tier medium talismans, the success rate is 80%, with 20% being high quality, while the genuine quality is the most and the inferior quality is the least. Here, as long as the talisman materials are not too poor, inferior talismans are virtually non-existent." Li Guangao patted Li Qingyuan and smiled. Alright, return to your cultivation. Strive to reach the fourth level of Qi refining as soon as possible and advance to the mid-stage of Qi refining. Once you reach the mid-stage of Qi refining and develop your spiritual awareness, it will aid in your mastery of talismans. Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Yes, grandfather. Great elder, I take my leave. He cupped his fist in salute and turned to leave. The great elder jested. That little rascal has more tricks up his sleeve than his father. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, having more cunning is advantageous indeed. The Lycian clan requires not only talented cultivators, but also a leader with guile and depth. Chapter 26, Upgrading the Spiritual Vein and Planning for Foundation Establishment. The mountains undulate their peaks like waves, hence they are called the Fubo Mountain Range. Deep within the Fubo Mountain Range lies a forbidden area where dozens of Qi refining cultivators are pinned down by blood-red iron nails of varying sizes, extracting their blood and spiritual energy. The blood and spiritual energy from the cultivators are gathered into a bizarre formation in the center, transformed through the formation, and injected into the earth below. Countless streams of spiritual energy nourish the first-tier spiritual vein deep underground, causing it to shine brilliantly and gradually enhance its spiritual essence. This spiritual vein seems to be evolving towards a certain direction. Within 100 feet radius is a restricted zone. Surrounding the restricted area is a phantasmagoric array, shielding it from spiritual awareness detection and obstructing cultivators from intruding. Outside the illusion array stands a robust old man in a brocade robe, exuding a formidable spiritual pressure, embodying the authority of a superior. A young man in his 30s approached respectfully, offering a salute. Father, among the teams dispatched last time, 3 have failed. One was a late-stage Qi refining team that encountered bandits in the Black Mountain, and they were completely annihilated. The other 2 were mid-stage Qi refining teams. The young man added, one team was discovered by the patriarch of the Zhang clan from Qingfeng Mountain, resulting in mission failure and an unavoidable retreat. The other team was killed by the Li clan from Yunxia Mountain. The Zhou siblings, Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan, were slain on the spot. Boom! The old man's spiritual pressure surged, a powerful vortex of spiritual energy sweeping across the surroundings as he coldly remarked, a bunch of useless fools. Encountering bandits from the Black Mountain is one thing, but those are just seasoned rogues. Their leader is merely a 10th level Qi refining expert. However, the Zhang clan from Qingfeng Mountain and the Li clan from Yunxia Mountain are merely mediocre Qi refining families, with their strongest members being no more than 6th level cultivators. Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan not only failed, but were also killed. The young man, displaying a look of reverence, explained, Father, do not be angry. The 2 who returned said that the Zhou siblings were slain by a 4th level cultivator using a first-tier superior talisman. A first-tier superior talisman? The brocade-clad old man paused, his expression slightly perplexed. How could a mere third-rate Qi refining family possess a first-tier superior talisman? Did they perhaps spend a fortune to purchase it for protection? The young man replied softly, perhaps. Although a first-tier superior talisman is expensive, with sufficient spiritual stones, third-rate Qi refining families and some loose cultivators can still afford few. The old man pondered deeply. The young man continued, Father, our continuous actions over these past few months have instilled fear among the various Qi refining families and loose cultivator factions. Moreover, this matter has already been reported to the Lu family, a foundational immortal clan. The Lu family has dispatched teams to patrol within a radius of over 3,000 miles around Luha Island, monitoring the surroundings. The young man lowered his voice. If we continue down this path, we risk exposure. After a moment of contemplation, the old man said, Li'er, you personally lead a team, selecting half of the family's elite. Leave Luha Island and head to the other 4 islands to capture mid-stage and late-stage Qi refining cultivators. Your second uncle will assist you in secret. Upon hearing this, Zhou Li bowed respectfully and said, Yes, father. The old man turned and patted his son's shoulder, speaking earnestly. At this point, our Zhou clan has no way out. We either replace the Lu family or face rivers of blood. Zhou Li shuddered slightly, steadying himself as he replied, But father, I fear these outsiders are not to be trusted. Collaborating with them is akin to seeking shelter with a tiger. The head of the Zhou family sighed deeply. Do I not know? However, compared to the Lu family, at least they offer me a glimpse of hope for foundation establishment. Li, do not forget how your grandfather met his demise. Upon hearing this, hatred flickered in Zhou Li's eyes. His grandfather, born with dual spiritual roots, was the hope of the Zhou clan. At the age of 40, he had reached the pinnacle of 10th level Qi refining and spent 10 years planning for the Foundation Establishment Pill, accumulating over 10,000 spiritual stones through the family's hard work. At 50, he left Luha Island with the spiritual stones to purchase the Foundation Establishment Pill from the islands controlled by other foundational immortal clans. However, for reasons unknown, as soon as he departed Luha Island, he came under the watch of bandits. 3 bandits, well prepared, ambushed him, despite his desperate fight. He managed to slay 1 and seriously injure 2, but he returned home on the brink of death. He and his father watched helplessly as their most promising hope for the Zhou clan's foundation establishment, their grandfather, passed away before them. At that time, he was only 7 years old, forever losing the love of his grandfather. Hatred welled up in the head of the Zhou family, as he coldly stated. It is not only your grandfather. 300 years ago, our Zhou clan also had a genius with dual spiritual roots. On his first outing, he was targeted by bandits and perished. Among the 3 major Qi refining families, aside from our Zhou clan, the other 2 have also lost anyone who could potentially establish a foundation under mysterious circumstances. Zhou Li calmly remarked, looking across Luha Island. The only ones capable and motivated to do this are the Lu family, the sole foundational immortal clan. The head of the Zhou family declared thus, "If we do not fight back, our Zhou clan will forever remain the Lu family subordinates and will never become a foundational immortal clan." "I understand," Zhou Li nodded. Bowing respectfully, "I will select the family's elite and secretly proceed to the other 4 islands and overseas islands to capture cultivators." Zhou Li waved his hand and commanded, "Bring them here." Soon, several late-stage Qi refining cultivators in black clothing escorted dozens of heavily injured cultivators to this place, most of whom were mid-stage Qi refining, with 7 or 8 being late-stage. There was even one who was at the 9th level of Qi refining. The 9th level elder widened his eyes, staring blankly at the head of the Zhou family, unable to articulate. "Zhou Ke, is that you? What do you want from the Zhou family?" "So Kui." The head of the Zhou family looked at the old man and chuckled. "Oh, Wang Laoj, I didn't expect to see you here." Wang Lao Air was a somewhat renowned loose cultivator on Luha Island, known for his 9th level Qi refining cultivation. However, at this moment, he was sealed of his spiritual power, his body battered, and he looked at Zhou Kuei and his son with fear in his eyes. "So, Quismilet Gindli, Restasuret." "Wang Laoj, I will remember your contributions to our Zhou clan." As Zhou Kuei's voice fell, he waved his hands, unleashing a flurry of blood-red iron nails, which pierced the hearts and limbs of the dozens led by Wang Lao Air, penetrating their bodies and causing blood to flow profusely. Enter Zhou Kui, with his cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement, erupted with power, and with a flick of his long sleeves he summoned a gust of wind, carrying dozens of people into the illusionary formation. Within the formation, as Wang Lao Air and his group descended, a mysterious figure clad in black suddenly emerged, deftly catching these individuals and dispersing them into various corners. Their cries of anguish echoed throughout the space. Wang Lao Air, in terror, exclaimed, "My blood, my spiritual energy is draining away. Zhou Kuei, what have you done to us?" With a mere wave of his hand, Zhou Kuei sent forth talismans that sealed the mouths of Wang Lao Air and his companions, instantly silencing them. Having accomplished this, Zhou Kuei turned to the man in the black robe at the center of the formation and inquired, "Mr. Amo, how long until I can attempt to establish my foundation?" Mr. Amo replied nonchalantly, "Your Zhou clan's spiritual vein has already been elevated to a high-grade 1st tier, soon to become a quasi-2nd tier spiritual vein. In 10 years, gather over 10,000 spirit stones, along with 500 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators and 100 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and you shall surely ascend to a 2nd tier spiritual vein. When your spiritual vein reaches the 2nd tier, combined with the foundation establishment elixir bestowed by my Qin family, your chances of success will be nearly 50%, given your aptitude as the head of the Zhou family." Zhou Kuei's expression turned grave. The requirements of 10,000 spirit stones, 500 mid-stage cultivators, and 100 late-stage cultivators were no easy tasks. Nevertheless, he understood the necessity of achieving this, and he was determined to do so. Only with the family's spiritual vein upgraded to the second tier could he obtain the promised foundation establishment elixir, thus utilizing the effects of both the second-tier spiritual vein and the elixir to establish his foundation and become a foundation establishment practitioner. With unwavering resolve, Zhou Kuei declared, "Very well, grant me 10 years, and I shall surely accomplish this." Chapter 27. Authentic Yin Bing Talismans, perfected at the third level of Qi refinement. Half a month later, the area surrounding Luha Island, spanning 3,000 miles, returned to tranquility. Not only had the evil cultivators ceased their abductions, but even the robbers had toned down their activities. Consequently, Luha Island regained its former order, and various markets reopened. The Li clan also needed to trade in spiritual plants, talismans, spiritual beasts, and various resources, which would then be exchanged for spirit stones, talisman materials, elixirs, and other cultivation resources. However, to ensure safety, this time the clan leader personally led the expedition, accompanied by the second elder and heads of various clan enterprises. The grand elder remained behind to oversee the family, while 2 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators assisted, leaving around 10 third-level Qi refinement practitioners to stay back. Li Qingyuan continued his cultivation as per usual. After a fortnight, the clan leader and the others returned triumphantly. In the evening, after the family had dined, Li Dingzhou and his son, Li Qingyuan, closed the door for a private conversation. Li Dingzhou retrieved some items from his storage bag, his expression pained as he remarked, "First-tier, high-grade talisman paper materials cost 5 spirit stones each, and this first-tier high-grade talisman ink, merely 2 taels, set me back 10 spirit stones." Li Dingzhou lamented, saying, 8 sheets of first-tier, high-grade talisman paper and 2 taels of first-tier high-grade talisman ink. Altogether, I've spent 50 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan produced 50 spirit stones, stating, "Father, you also need to cultivate. Allow me to cover these 50 spirit stones." Recently, the father and son had split their cultivation resources equally, each receiving 50 spirit stones. With Li Qingyuan's resources doubling, he now possessed over 100 spirit stones, and after drawing talismans, he earned 7 spirit stones monthly, which doubled to 14. Li Dingzhou waved his hand, saying, "No need for me. This lifetime will only reach mid-stage Qi refinement. But you, Yuaner, possess the potential for foundation establishment and require spirit stones more than I do." Li Qingyuan insisted, "How about we split it? 25 spirit stones each." After much insistence, Li Dingzhou ultimately accepted 20 spirit stones for his cultivation. Once Li Qingyuan acquired the talisman materials and ink, he returned to his secluded chamber to begin crafting talismans. The first-tier high-grade talisman brush was too costly, so he decided to make do with a wind spirit wolf hairbrush. As he spoke, he took out 2 taels of talisman ink and 8 sheets of talisman paper. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled the stagnant air and focused his mind. Moments latte. Li Qingyuan lifted his brush to draw the talisman, wholly absorbed in his task, unwilling to let any distraction interrupt his concentration. After a quarter of an hour, with a buzz, the first Yin Bing Zhan talisman was successfully completed. Li Qingyuan rejoiced, exclaiming, "The quality is authentic. Its power rivals that of a full-force strike from an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner." Onward, the second and third talismans were also crafted successfully, all of authentic quality. After completing 3 talismans, Li Qingyuan paused to meditate and recuperate his spiritual energy and spirit, preparing for the second round of talisman crafting in optimal condition. The materials were precious and could not be wasted. Thus, Li Qingyuan was compelled to proceed with caution, guided by the insights of the Xian Pin space. Combined with his innate talent, he approached each talisman crafting session with the best mindset, neither arrogant nor impatient. Remarkably, this time he succeeded in crafting all 8 talismans to authentic quality. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingyuan expressed regret. "I did not anticipate my state during this talisman crafting session would be so favorable. Alas, had I possessed mid-stage Qi refinement cultivation to develop spiritual awareness, coupled with a first-tier high-grade talisman brush, I might have been able to produce high-quality Yin Bing Zhan talismans. High-quality products could match the full power strike of a 9th-level Qi refinement practitioner, capable of suppressing or even injuring an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Furthermore, with a sufficient number of talismans, overwhelming firepower could potentially annihilate 8th-level Qi refinement practitioners." Li Qingyuan gazed at the 8 talisman papers, chuckling to himself. 8 authentic quality yin-bing-zhan talismans, if used wisely, should be enough to slay a 7th-level expert. At last, I possess a semblance of self-defense. Suddenly, he noticed that the wind spirit wolf hair brush was beginning to show signs of wear. Observing the brush, he saw a tiny crack appearing along the handle, though minuscule. It was nonetheless present. Li Qingyuan lamented, as expected, using a mid-tier first-level brush to forcibly inscribe high-grade first-tier talisman paper. The brush suffers damage during the process of infusing spiritual energy and symbols. To inscribe high-grade first-tier talisman paper, a high-grade first-tier brush must be used for prolonged effectiveness. Never mind, I shall focus on enhancing my cultivation. Li Qingyuan contemplated, I must swiftly reach the 4th level of qi refinement and develop spiritual awareness. Once my spirit transforms into awareness, I will be able to wield a sword to vanquish foes, overpowering 3rd-level qi refinement practitioners. Moreover, utilizing spiritual awareness to control talismans will enable me to strike faster and more accurately. With the yin-bing-zhan talismans at my side, I could likely contend with late-stage qi refinement practitioners. With that, Li Qingyuan stored away the 8 talismans and resumed his cultivation. In the days that followed, he returned to his rigorous training. Drawing from his previous life experiences, he devised a scientifically sound and reasonable cultivation regimen. He practiced sitting meditation for qi refinement, learned first-tier spells, crafted talismans, and honed his foundational swordplay and martial arts, engaging in simulated sparring with his father and sparring with the Grand Elder and Second Elder. His cultivation, spells, swordsmanship, combat experience, and talisman crafting skills were all on the rise. Presently, Li Qingyuan's cultivation resources exceeded those of earlier days. His talisman crafting profits brought in 7 spirit stones monthly, doubling to 14. In addition to meditative practice, he could refine 1 spirit stone daily. Furthermore, he consumed spiritual rice daily, as his cultivation location remained within the core area of the clan's first-tier incomplete spiritual vein, a privilege reserved for the clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder. As time passed, his cultivation steadily progressed. 1 month, 3 months, half a year, spring transitioned to winter, and before long, a year had flown by. During this year, Li Qingyuan turned 12. In his room, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, the 12-year-old boy standing at a height of 1.60 meters, clad in a green robe. His youthful visage bore a hint of boyishness, yet his eyes sparkled with extraordinary vitality. Buzz, as Li Qingyuan practiced qi refinement, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged upon him, becoming his own, and the spiritual pressure within his body radiated outward, indicating he had reached the perfected 3rd level of qi refinement. With both hands channeling energy, he exhaled deeply. Li Qingyuan restrained his spiritual power and smiled with satisfaction. At 12 years old, I have perfected the 3rd level of qi refinement. In as little as 6 months, or as long as a year, I will surely step into the 4th level and develop spiritual awareness. The clan leader grandfather said, my innate spirit is powerful, making it easier for me to develop spiritual awareness compared to others, and coupled with my high-grade triple spiritual root aptitude, I face almost no bottlenecks during the qi refinement stage. Li Qingyuan remarked, thus, I differ from my father and others. I do not require the use of minor Xianling pills to achieve breakthroughs. Such elixirs should only be consumed when absolutely necessary or when one possesses exquisite quality pills. In a small place like Lioha Island, the pills for the qi refinement stage are often of mixed potency, with many only barely qualifying as first-tier alchemists. The elixirs they produce lack purity, and consuming them can easily compromise one's spiritual power and foundation. However, if one were to acquire high-quality pills from sects specializing in the formation of core or nascent soul crafted by advanced alchemists, a small quantity could indeed assist in breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. Li Qingyuan was well aware that, at his current qi refinement stage, there was no need to consider consuming pills for the time being. He aimed to meticulously refine each minor realm until it was perfected, allowing his progress to unfold naturally. Next, he would strive to break into the mid-qi refinement stage. Chapter 28. Qi Refinement Layer 4, Spirit Sense Manipulation. To his surprise, advancing to the mid-qi refinement stage proved even smoother than Li Qingyuan had anticipated. Perhaps it was due to his innate powerful spirit, perhaps his solid foundation, or perhaps his exceptional aptitude. In any case, merely half a year later, Li Qingyuan encountered a breakthrough opportunity. On this day, he sensed the moment had arrived and immediately placed 10 spirit stones around him, activating the Chun Gong to absorb the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. And he fully exerted himself to break through the bottleneck. Boom! After 2 full hours of pressing against the barrier, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, his spiritual power roared. And with an effortless surge, he shattered the perfect bottleneck of the 3rd layer of Qi refinement. Buzz! At the moment of his breakthrough, his mental energy became extraordinarily vibrant, transforming his soul power into a profound and mysterious force. A sense of spiritual awareness was born. This spiritual awareness was remarkable. It did not belong to the 5 senses or the 6 perceptions. It originated from the soul, from mental energy, yet transcended both. Li Qingyuan understood this was his spirit sense. He had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, and the power of his spirit sense had emerged. Filled with joy, Li Qingyuan swiftly produced a first-tier mid-grade magical tool, the green bamboo flying sword, infusing it with his spirit sense and his own spiritual power. Go! The spiritual power provided the impetus, and the spirit sense guided its direction. Whoosh! The green bamboo flying sword burst through the window, traversing 10 zhang in an instant, transforming into a streak of lightning, sharp and swift as the wind, directly piercing through a large tree. Bang! The tree, as thick as a barrel, bore a sword hole. Its surroundings charred. Return. Li Qingyuan returned to the courtyard, and with a flick of his fingers, the sword automatically flew back into his hand from 10 zhang away. Indeed, the 4th layer of Qi refinement was formidable. It not only allowed for the cultivation of spirit sense, but also enabled the manipulation of swords across distances for combat. Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, "No wonder, in the eyes of mortals, those above the 4th layer of Qi refinement can fly on swords and wield them in battle. They are the true immortal masters." It is also no surprise that among mortal martial artists, those who do not reach the innate realm and cultivate innate true energy are utterly powerless against cultivators. In the realm of mortals, only innate martial masters have records of slaying early-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Li Qingyuan flicked his fingers, and the green bamboo flying sword hummed in response. Pleased, he declared, "What a truly sharp sword. It lives up to its status as a first-tier mid-grade magical tool. In the world of martial arts, it could be deemed a rare divine weapon." With his cultivation reaching the 4th layer of Qi refinement, coupled with 8 first-tier upper-grade talismans, he finally possessed a measure of self-preservation capability and sought an opportunity to visit the market. He carried hundreds of talismans, both first-tier lower-grade and mid-grade, in abundant quantities, enough to exchange for over 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, talismans that had been replicated and sold would likely not yield unlimited returns, nor could they double the spirit stones. Nonetheless, having over 1,000 spirit stones was sufficient for his cultivation needs. With his cultivation breakthrough, he decided to inform the Grand Elder and the others. Li Qingyuan leaped forward, employing the moon shadow technique, moving as lightly as a swallow, swift as light, racing atop the treetops, easily catching up with the birds. After covering a distance of over 100 zhang, Li Qingyuan halted. "Ha ha, I have succeeded." The Grand Elder laughed heartily, stepping out with a booming voice. "I have succeeded." Li Qingyuan, intrigued, asked, "Grand Elder, have you cultivated another first-tier upper-grade spiritual plant?" A first-tier upper-grade spiritual plant could be used to concoct first-tier upper-grade pills, the most basic of which were worth several dozen spirit stones. With most nearing 100 spirit stones, Li Qingyuan had heard that in recent years, the Grand Elder had only succeeded in cultivating one first-tier upper-grade spiritual plant, which had sold for 60 spirit stones. The value of that spiritual plant far exceeded that of the minor Xianling pill. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, releasing his spiritual pressure, and said, No, this is far more gratifying than cultivating a first-tier upper-grade spiritual plant, because I have broken through." Li Qingyuan sensed the spiritual pressure emanating from the Grand Elder and exclaimed in delight, "Grand Elder, have you advanced to the 6th layer of Qi refinement? You are now at the same realm as the clan leader." The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his spirit uplifted by the joyous occasion, and although he feigned humility, his smile could not be contained. "Oh, not at all. I cannot compare to the clan leader. I have only just entered the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the clan leader has already perfected the 6th layer. While he spoke modestly, his mouth still curved in a grin that he could not suppress. The distinction between having perfected the sixth layer and just entering it was minimal. The difference in spiritual power was negligible. Oh, by the way, you rushed here in such haste. Do you have urgent matters? The grand elderly Guangyao retrieved his flying sword, manipulating it through the air, slicing through bamboo stalks with precision. Li Qingyuan inquired, "How did you know I had reached the fourth layer of qi refinement?" The grand elder, taken aback, lost his focus, causing his spirit sense to waver, and the flying sword fell to the ground. He suddenly turned to Li Qingyuan, asking, "What did you say? You have entered the fourth layer of qi refinement?" Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, activating the Dechun Gong, his fourth layer of qi refinement evident without a doubt. The grand elderly Guangyao was momentarily stunned, then sighed. Indeed, what a prodigy! Achieving the fourth layer of qi refinement before the age of 13. He gasped, incredulous. Such a speed of cultivation. Within Liuha Island, only the foundational seeds of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan could rival it. The resources of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan were not something the Leaf family could compare to. Their foundational seeds received the best nurturing from a young age. With the most spirit stones, the finest pills, and various magical tools and talismans at their disposal. This was precisely why the Grand Elder was repeatedly astonished by Li Qingyuan's cultivation talent. Li Qingyuan was no less than the true disciples of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan, and perhaps even surpassed them. Come, let's find a clan leader. The Grand Elder flew on his sword, lifting Li Qingyuan with a chuckle. Little Qingyuan, your cultivation cannot be disclosed just yet. I shall take you flying. Whoosh. The Grand Elder soared through the air, covering 2 to 3 li, heading straight for the small courtyard of the clan leader. A quarter of an hour later, in the clan leader's courtyard, 5 figures gathered. The clan leader, the Grand Elder, the second elder, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan. As Li Qingyuan revealed his cultivation, the 4 others displayed astonishment. The clan leader slammed the table and exclaimed with delight, Splendid. The Grand Elder has entered the 6th layer of qi refinement. Congratulations. Little Qingyuan has advanced to the 4th layer of qi refinement before 13, cultivating his spirit sense, within a radius of 3,000 li around Liuha Island. He is truly a rare talent of century. Today is a double celebration. It is indeed a blessing for the Li family. The second elder marveled. Qingyuan's cultivation talent is already on par with the foundational seed of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan, Lu Chongfeng. That Lu Chongfeng achieved the 4th layer of qi refinement before 13 and possessed dual spiritual roots. Li Dingzhou's spirit sword, as he stated. I have heard that Lu Chongfeng, now in his 30s, has already reached the 10th layer of qi refinement. The Lu family has begun planning for his foundation establishment. He continued, Yuan's talent is not inferior to Lu Chongfeng's, and the probability of his foundation establishment in the future is quite high. The clan leader nodded, adding, Lu Chongfeng aims to break through to foundation establishment before 40. The Lu family possesses a second-tier spiritual vein and has the assistance of foundation establishment spiritual materials, giving him a success rate as high as 60 to 70%. Once Lu Chongfeng successfully establishes his foundation, the Lu family will possess 2 foundation-building cultivators, making them even more formidable on Liuha Island. The clan leader spoke with a grave expression. The information regarding Yuan's spiritual root and cultivation talent must not be disclosed in the slightest. Otherwise, our Li clan will face dire consequences. Li Dingzhou, frowning in distress, replied, However, Yuan cannot be confined to the clan for eternity, never engaging in combat with others. Can he? It is also impractical for him to avoid sparring and communication with clan disciples indefinitely. Must he remain indoors until he establishes his foundation? The 3 elders shared his concern. The second elder furrowed his brow. A thoroughbred cannot be kept in a courtyard. A potted plant cannot grow into a towering tree. As cultivators, we cannot solely rely on closed-door training. We need to engage in combat, hunt ferocious beasts, deepen our understanding, and refine our mental state. While early-stage qi refining may be manageable, it becomes much more complex in the later stages. The elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Qingyuan cannot spend decades in seclusion without interacting with clan disciples. How will he earn their respect and lead the family in the future? The clan leader pondered for a moment and said, In a few days, the annual Qi refining family auction will take place. I will attend to see if there's a chance to acquire a unique technique that can conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. A technique for concealing cultivation? The clan leader shook his head. Qingyuan, such techniques are exceedingly rare. Do not harbor excessive expectations. At that moment, Li Qingyuan spoke up. Grandfather, I also wish to attend the auction to broaden my horizons. Chapter 29. Disguised outing to Chu Mountain Market. Grandfather, I really want to see the auction, Li Qingyuan expressed. The clan leader, the elder, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou immediately replied without hesitation. No. Undeterred, Li Qingyuan insisted. I can disguise myself or wear a mask to conceal my true age. Grandfather, I've been cultivating for 6 years now, and I have never left Yinxiao Mountain or seen the outside world of Luhao Island. This feeling of being confined makes my heart feel shackled and uncomfortable. Li Qingyuan earnestly stated, I truly wish to see the outside world. Hearing this, the clan leader and the elders were taken aback. Indeed, this child, Qingyuan, had cultivated for 6 whole years without stepping outside, not even visiting Yinxia Town. Which prodigy in the family could achieve such a feat? Seizing the moment, Li Qingyuan asserted, I have now reached the 4th stage of Qi refining and awakened my spiritual sense. Moreover, I possess the King Kong talisman, Wind Blade talisman, an explosive fire talisman, along with high-quality talisman paper that can contend with those at the 6th stage of Qi refining. As long as I do not provoke late-stage Qi refining experts, I can ensure my own safety. The elder and the second elder looked to the clan leader, inquiring, What do you think, clan leader? Li Guangao turned to Li Dingzhou, asking, Dingzhou, as Qingyuan's father, what is your opinion? Li Dingzhou replied, Clan leader. In my early years of wandering, I acquired a human skin mask crafted by a skilled practitioner of disguise. Once worn, unless a foundation-building expert with spiritual sense investigates, even a late-stage Qi refining expert cannot discern one's true appearance. The only drawback is that this mask can only be used once. At this moment, clan leader Li Guangao smiled kindly and said, Very well, it is rare for Xiao Qingyuan to request this from us for the first time. If I refuse, it would seem rather unkind. However, you have heard your father. This mask can only be used once. Thus, this outing will be a singular occasion. Really? I can go down the mountain? Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, grandfather clan leader. And thank you, esteemed elders. Finally, he added with a grin, Thank you, father, clan leader Li Guangao commanded. I will personally lead the team to the auction. Second elder, Dingzhou, you two will accompany me, and be sure to take good care of Qingyuan. The two nodded in unison, understood. The clan leader concluded, Well then, the auction is still some time away. Everyone should prepare accordingly. The group bowed in farewell. We take our leave. Half a month later, the Li clan set off to attend the annual auction at the market. Giddy up, giddy up. For beast mounts, unicorn-striped horses galloped forth, their fiery manes dancing in the wind, crowned with crimson horns, standing 8 feet tall and over 10 feet long, robust and well-fed. These 4 unicorn-striped horses were all early-stage beasts, equivalent to human early-stage Qi refining cultivators. Leading the group was clan leader Li Guangao, followed by second elder Li Guangzhou. Li Dingzhou at the 4th stage of Qi refining, and Li Qingyuan, who was now disguised. Riding the horse, Li Qingyuan felt awkward and muttered, Father, why does this human skin mask make me look like a woman? A woman in her 20s, no less. Indeed, Li Qingyuan was dressed as a female. Clad in a green dress with long hair pinned up, with willow leaf eyebrows, an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, he appeared as a young woman in her 20s, standing at a height of 5 feet 3 inches, which did not seem out of place but rather charming. Li Dingzhou struggled to stifle his laughter, remarking, You little rascal. Who in their right mind would craft a human skin mask? Li Qingyuan replied, Father, what do you mean? Li Dingzhou continued, It is said that the master who crafted this mask was a congenital martial artist and a notorious womanizer, specializing in disguising himself as a confidant to deceive young maidens. If you find it too uncomfortable, you can always go back home. Li Qingyuan firmly rejected, I will not. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, Now that I am here, I will not back down. Ha ha! Clan leader, second elder. And Li Dingzhou erupted in laughter at Li Qingyuan's comical expression. 4 days later, the 4 of them, weary from travel, finally arrived at their destination, Chu Mountain Market. Luha Island spans over 3,000 miles. What does this mean? The entire island is drawn as a circle with a radius of over 3,000 miles from its center. Thus, the linear distance across Luha Island is approximately 6 to 7,000 miles, making it a vast area. Qingyuan Market is located 1,200 miles from the Li clan, serving as the primary sales hub for the family's enterprises. This market is established by the first-rate Qi refining family, the Wang family, along with 2 second-rate Qi refining families, 3 third-rate Qi refining families, and numerous freelance cultivators and hunting mercenaries. In the context of Luha Island, the scale of Qingyuan Market is quite significant, acting as a crucial base for Qi refining cultivators to offload their goods and trade spirit stones. At a tavern, the 4 dismounted clan leader Li Guangao remarked, King. This tavern has maintained a long-standing relationship with our Li family. In the past, when entering Qingyuan Market, most clan cultivators would rest here. Li Qingqing is Li Qingyuan's current alias. Li Guangao instructed, let us settle in first. Before the auction begins, we should sell our family's goods to exchange for spirit stones. The 4 enter the tavern. As expected, the innkeeper and the waitstaff recognized the clan leader, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou, and greeted them warmly. The unicorn-striped horses were also taken care of, receiving fine feed as per custom. That evening, Li Qingyan accompanied the 3 elders as they traversed various shops and streets in the market, selling accumulated beast materials, finished talisman paper, spirit rice, spirit plants, and yuan ironstones stored in their bags. Except for the finished talisman paper, all other products had established mature sales channels and networks, typically sold in a single transaction. Spirit rice was sold to the spirit rice shop, spirit plants to alchemical freelancers or alchemical guilds, and yuan ironstones to refining freelancers or refining guilds. There were also specialized shops for purchasing hunted beast materials. The clan leader stated, starting tomorrow, Qingqing, you will accompany me to sell talisman paper at our stall. The talisman paper specialty store takes 80% of the market price. While setting up our stall may take some time, the profits are significantly higher. Understood, Li Qingyuan nudda. Li Qingyan mused to himself. I never expected that even in the realm of cultivation, I would still have to resort to street vending. In his previous life, he was born in an orphanage, and despite receiving social and governmental aid, he still lived in financial hardship and often set up stalls to sell goods. The following morning, at the crack of dawn, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan began their street vending, displaying an array of talismans. They had 6 types of low-grade first-tier talismans and 3 types of medium-grade first-tier talismans, totaling nearly 200 pieces. However, the clan leader chose to display only 50 or 60 of them. He confidently stated, one must not reveal too much stock at once, lest it becomes difficult to negotiate prices. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Before long, regular customers began to appear. Ah, Li Daoyu, I see you have talismans for sale again, exclaimed an elder, grinning. As per our usual arrangement, I would like 2 of each low-grade first-tier talisman and 3 of each medium-grade first-tier talisman. Li Guangao Shukalat. It's been a while, son Daoyu. As they prepared the talismans, he added, same old rules, same old prices. The elder produced 80 spirit stones and remarked, Li Daoyu, I have always supported your business. As a longtime patron, could you exchange one of your premium quality King Kong talismans and 1 premium quality Fireburst talisman for me? After a moment's contemplation, Li Guangao replied, very well, but only this once, as you are indeed a long-standing customer. The 2 elders completed their transaction, both pleased with the outcome. Once the elder departed, more wandering cultivators and members from other families showed up. Some transactions fell through, while others succeeded. Some made significant profits, while others barely scraped by with a few spirit stones after much haggling. Overall, thanks to the favorable reputation of clan leader Li Guangao and the high quality of the talismans, which had gained a modest renown in the area, business was quite satisfactory. By the end of the day, more than half of the talismans had been sold, and at this rate, they would likely be sold out by the next day. As the sun began to set, a mocking voice pierced the air. Ah, isn't that the clan leader of the Li family? The great talisman master is here to sell his talismans again. An old man, around 70, with a head of white hair, was staring at Li Guangao, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Li Qingyuan looked at the newcomer, puzzled, and then turned his gaze to his grandfather, seeking clarification. Li Guangao coldly retorted, what? Is this marketplace owned by you? I come and go as I please. It is none of your concern. He then provocatively asked, great alchemist, When will you produce a genuine high-grade, first-tier elixir? The old man snorted in response, don't worry, it will be before you create a high-grade, first-tier talisman. The two exchanged glances, each dismissing the other with a huff, their mutual disdain palpable. Behind the old man stood a young man of about 20, who wore an apologetic expression. He stepped forward respectfully, saying, Uncle, it's been a while. Li Guangao smiled warmly at the young man. Xiao Luo has come as well. Here, let your uncle gift you a few talismans. As he spoke, Li Guangao produced 6 talismans, medium-grade King Kong, Windblade, and Fireburst talismans, each of which was of premium quality. The young man exclaimed in surprise, Uncle, these are premium quality, medium-grade talismans? Li Guangao glanced at the old man with pride. Stroking his beard, indeed, they are crafted by none other than myself. The old man scoffed, Pa, it's merely premium quality, medium-grade talismans. Who hasn't seen such things? Yet, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Li Guangao countered, what of it? Have you managed to produce premium quality, medium-grade elixirs yet? The old man's expression faltered, and he waved his sleeve dismissively. Luoer, let us depart. We wouldn't want to disrupt the business of the great talisman master. The young man offered an apologetic smile. Uncle, and to this young lady as well, I must take my leave. With that, he turned and followed the old man away. Li Guangao called after them, Hey, the talismans. You haven't taken them. However, the pair had already walked out of earshot. Li Qingyuan quietly asked, Grandfather, do you know them? Why does that young man call you uncle? Li Guangao sighed. Let us return to the inn. We will discuss this tomorrow. Seeing that his grandfather was reluctant to elaborate, Li Qingyuan chose not to press further. Upon returning to the inn, the 4 of them shared dinner. After the meal, Li Qingyuan said, Grandfather, great elder, I wish to accompany my father for a stroll around the market. The annual auction at Chu Mountain Market is approaching, and many shops have been operating around the clock. The clan leader, preoccupied, replied, Go ahead, just do not stray far from the market. Chu Mountain Market is a place where chi-refining families and wandering cultivators gather. And even rogue cultivators must disguise themselves when they come here, refraining from revealing their true identities or resorting to violence for treasures. As long as one remains within the market, safety is generally assured. Li Dingzhou assured, Rest assured, clan leader, I will take good care of you on her. Without delay, the father and son set out. Li Qingyuan remarked, Father, don't you enjoy betting on blind boxes? I would like to see it as well. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou eagerly responded, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm afraid of leading you astray. We will only bet once, and then leave, Li Qingyuan insisted. Li Dingzhou uppili nudda. Very well, just this once. As they approached the gambling house, the sounds of excitement filtered through the doors and down the street. Open, open, open. Thank you for your patronage. Oh, my spirit coins. Haha, I won again. Give me another box. 1 pound of spirit rice, what a loss. Entering the hall, Li Dingzhou explained, in blind box betting, each box costs 10 spirit coins. The boxes are crafted from special materials, isolating spiritual senses, unless one reaches the foundational stage. No one can glimpse inside. As for those at the foundational stage, there is only one on Luha Island. Once one reaches that level, they are usually too dignified to engage in such games. Li Dingzhou took out 20 spirit coins. I'll have 2, please. 1 spirit stone is equivalent to 100 spirit coins. Spirit stones are the size of mahjong tiles, while spirit coins are the size of small coins. Thin as a cicada's wings and translucent. Li Qingyuan understood his father's enthusiasm. Every man has his own passions. Some are fond of beauty, wine, chess, while others appreciate art, gambling, jade, or fishing. Li Dingzhou enjoyed betting on blind boxes, but due to their financial struggles and his own strong will, he always limited himself to betting 4 or 5 times, at most half a spirit stone. There were wins and losses, but small stakes were merely for amusement. Here, Yuan Qing. Li Dingzhou anda Li Qingyuan na blim box. Upon opening it, Li Qingyuan found 1 pound of spirit rice. What a loss, he had lost 5 spirit coins. In the market, 1 pound of spirit rice costs 5 spirit coins. Li Dingzhou approached the blind box with a sense of ceremony, rubbing his hands together, slowly pulling them apart as he revealed a fraction of the contents, then quickly covering it, before finally releasing his hands to reveal the prize. The opening of the blind box, which should have taken a second, stretched into half a minute. Ah, thank you for your patronage, Li Dingzhou declared. Pulling out 10 spirit coins, I'll have another. Li Qingyuan quietly said, Father, I will explore on my own. You go ahead and play. Li Dingzhou, preoccupied with the blind box, waved dismissively. All right, just don't wander too far. Li Qingyuan turned and left, soon arriving at a shop specializing in talismans. Standing outside, he felt a surge of caution. Though the talismans I carry may not be of high grade, their quantity is substantial, certainly worth no less than 2,000 spirit stones. I'm gonna sell them in batches and visit multiple shops. With a plan in mind, Li Qingyuan stepped into the talisman shop. In this first establishment, he sold only the most basic and commonly used talismans: the lighting talisman, the cleansing talisman, and the hemostasis talisman. The materials for these three types of talismans did not even require low-grade first-tier materials, costing merely 10 spirit coins, which is 1/10 of a spirit stone. The market price was 1 spirit stone per talisman. At the same time, the lighting, cleansing, and hemostasis talismans were the most numerous among those Li Qingyuan possessed. The total number of lighting talismans, cleaning talismans, and hemostatic talismans amounts to 500 sheets, with a market price of 500 ling stones. The shop's buyback price is 80 of the market price, yielding a total of 400 ling stones. After half an hour, Li Qingyuan departed from there, meandering through the streets under the pretense of shopping, before arriving at a second talisman shop. This time, he purchased a selection of low-grade first-tier talismans: lightness talisman, iron armor talisman, and ice spike talisman, totaling 340 sheets. The market price is 2 ling stones per sheet, amounting to 680 ling stones, and with the discount, the total comes to 544 ling stones. At the third shop, Li Qingyuan donned a black robe and hood to conceal his identity. This shop specializes in low-quality first-tier mid-grade talismans: golden shield talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman, priced at 4 ling stones each, for a total of 72 sheets, summing to 288 ling stones. After the discount, the total is 230. 4 ling stones, and the shopkeeper rounded it to 231 ling stones. This was the final shop. Li Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of a Lingfu, spiritual talisman, building. The store, spacious and 2 stories tall, welcomed him with the approach of a young girl who smiled and asked, "Dear friend, are you looking to purchase talismans?" Li Qingyuan produced a high-quality golden armor talisman and inquired, "Does your shopkeeper buy talismans?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Is this a high-quality mid-grade golden armor talisman? May I ask how many you possess?" Li Qingyuan smiled and replied, "May I speak with your shopkeeper?" After a brief moment of contemplation, the girl said, "Please wait. I will report this." A quarter of an hour later, the girl returned from the second floor and politely gestured, "This way, please." Following her upstairs, Li Qingyuan was met by a stunning young woman clad in a purple dress, her graceful figure accentuated by a sheer veil that obscured her face. Her eyes sparkled like stars, and her delicate brows and almond-shaped eyes resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting. How remarkable, Li Qingyuan thought. Could there truly be such unparalleled beauty in Luha Island? The woman in purple looked at him with a slight smile, asking, "Dear friend, do you wish to sell talismans to my Lingfu building? How many do you have, and how many of them are of exquisite quality?" With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyuan released the remaining talismans from his storage pouch, consisting of 3 types of mid-grade talismans: golden armor talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman. While the quantity was not vast, it was sufficient, totaling 288 sheets, all of either regular or exquisite quality, showcasing enough skill to challenge a first-tier superior talisman master. The young woman in purple appeared momentarily dazed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Among the 288 sheets, 216 were of regular quality, and 72 were of exquisite quality. "Your craftsmanship is commendable," she remarked, her interest piqued. Li Qingyuan urged, "Please, could you provide an estimate?" After a moment's contemplation, she stated, "Your talismans are of good quality. However, according to our regulations, my Lingfu building can only offer 80 of the market price." Li Qingyuan pondered briefly and nodded. "That is acceptable." This price aligned with his expectations and the customary practices of the market. The young woman began to tally the talismans and calculate their worth. The market price for regular quality mid-grade talismans is 5 ling stones per sheet, while exquisite quality ones are priced at 6 ling stones. Thus, 216 sheets of regular quality yield 1080 ling stones, and 72 sheets of exquisite quality yield 432 ling stones. The total of 1080 plus 432, then applying the discount, amounts to 1209, 6 ling stones. Receiving over 1,000 Ling stones brightened Li Qingyuan's eyes as he stated, "I am ready to transact." The young woman smiled gently, and with a gesture, a first-tier superior storage pouch at her waist released 12 Ling stones towards Li Qingyan, saying, "Allow me to round it off for you." Accepting the Ling stones, he stored them in his pouch, replying, "May your business flourish." He bowed, "I take my leave." Due to his youthful appearance and an intentional modulation of his voice, he did not present as overtly masculine, maintaining an androgynous demeanor that concealed his disguise. The young woman in purple chuckled, "May I ask your name?" After a moment's thought, Li Qingyuan replied, "My surname is Li. In the archipelago, there are nearly 80,000 cultivators with the surname Li, and among mortals, the number swells to millions, making it the most common surname in the region." "Ah, so you're Li Daoyu," she said with a smile. "My surname is Qin." She then inquired, "Might I ask if you are capable of crafting first-tier superior talismans?" Pausing for a moment, Li Qingyuan replied, "I am but a humble cultivator, lacking the heritage necessary to produce first-tier superior talismans." Upon hearing this, the young woman expressed a regret. "What a pity, for you possess remarkable talent in talisman crafting. Should you acquire a complete lineage of first-tier talisman techniques, you could certainly become a top-tier talisman master in the future." Li Qingyan, sharing her sentiment, responded, "Indeed, it is quite challenging for us loose cultivators. Qin Daoyu, if there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave." He bowed respectfully. The young woman in purple smiled radiantly. "Xiaolan, please escort Li Daoyu." The maid nodded and courteously accompanied Li Qingyuan down the stairs. Once outside the Lingfu building, Li Qingyuan felt elated. After years of accumulated talismans, he had successfully converted them all into Ling stones. 400, 544, 231, 1210, 2385 Ling stones. After meandering through the bustling streets, he found himself in a dark alley. Testing the waters, he discovered that approximately 2,400 Ling stones could not be absorbed into the Xian pin space for duplication. As suspected, Ling stones obtained from the sale of talismans previously duplicated could not be replicated, as the Xian pin space prohibits infinite nesting. With nearly 2,400 Ling stones, he would not lack for resources to cultivate for quite some time. Since he had sufficient Ling stones, he decided to purchase more materials for crafting the Yin Bing Zhan talisman. Alas, his fear of inadequacy and firepower struck him once more. Chapter 31. Observations from the auction. After leaving the Lingfu building, Li Qingyuan feigned a casual stroll, eventually locating a shop specializing in talisman crafting materials. Due to his fear of inadequate firepower, he directly purchased 120 sheets of first-tier superior talisman materials, along with 30 pounds of first-tier superior talisman ink. Each sheet of first-tier superior talisman material costs 5 Ling stones, totaling 600 Ling stones. The 30 pounds of talisman ink, comprising low, mid, and high-quality types, amounted to exactly 100 Ling stones. Having only recently acquired the Ling stones, Li Qingyuan spent 700 Ling stones, leaving him with over 1,600. As for the first-tier superior talisman brush, after inquiring at several shops about their prices, he decided to postpone that purchase. The first-tier superior talisman brush cost several hundred Ling stones, which he was reluctant to part with. After all, at this stage, a first-tier mid-grade wind spirit wolf hairbrush would suffice. His skills in talisman crafting allowed him to easily produce regular quality Yin Bing Zhan talismans, which could pose a threat even to those at the 8th level of Qi refining, provided he had enough talisman sheets for self-defense. 4. Li Qingyuan. The foremost principle of cultivating immortality is always to prioritize the enhancement of one's spiritual power. With the remaining 1,000 or so Ling stones, he planned to use them all to elevate his cultivation. "Yuan Qin, where did you run off to just now?" Li Dingzhou approached, his forehead glistening with sweat. "You had me worried sick. If your grandfather finds out I lost you, he would surely flame me alive." Of course, Li Dingzhou was also quite concerned for his son, considering it was Li Qingyuan's first visit to Chu Mountain's market. "It's nothing serious," Li Qingyuan replied. "I just wanted to ensure you were enjoying yourself. So I took a stroll. Let us return to the inn." They said as father and son made their way back. The next morning, the auction began in earnest. This time, the 4 members of the Li family attended together. Patriarch Li Guangao, second elderly Guangzong, the next generation Li Dingzhou, and the youth Li Qingyuan, all heading to the annual Chu Mountain auction. The Chu Mountain market was particularly bustling that day, with countless cultivators passing through, numbering in the thousands. Li Qingyuan curiously asked, "Are all these cultivators attending the auction? Will there be enough space for everyone?" Patriarch Li Guanao explained it. The auction stipulates that participants must possess at least 4th level Qi refining cultivation. Not everyone can partake. Understanding the situation, Li Qingyuan nodded in realization. Li Guanao continued, stating that this auction was traditionally hosted by the esteemed Wang family of the Xian clan, and its standards were undeniably high. Li Qingyuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Grandfather, I have heard that the Wang family possesses a first-tier high-quality alchemist capable of refining first-tier high-quality elixirs." Li Guanao nodded, stroking his beard, and replied, "Indeed. At the annual auction, the elixirs auctioned by the Wang clan are always the highlight, attracting fervent bidding from numerous rogue cultivators and Qi refining families." Upon arriving, the four approached the entrance, where Li Guanao produced a token. The guard respectfully stated, "Ah, it is the Li family of the Xian clan. Please enter." Thus, Li Qingyuan and his companions entered smoothly. Turning back, Li Qingyuan noticed that other rogue cultivators had to pay a spirit stone upon entry. Li Guanao explained it. The Qumao market was initiated by the Wang family in collaboration with 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier Qi refining families, and has developed over several centuries. The establishment of this market and the existence of the auction owe some contribution to my Li family. Hence we are exempt from paying spirit stones for this auction. Understanding dawned on Li Qingyuan, so that is how it is. Soon, everyone took their seats. The auction hall was filled with 300 to 400 individuals, all of whom were cultivators of the 4th tier or above. The auction stage stood in the center, surrounded by a circular audience area, with hundreds seated around it. There were entrances on both sides of the stage, as well as a door leading to the backstage. After an hour, the auction was nearly full. Ding! A bronze bell rang, signaling the commencement of the auction. The backstage door opened, revealing a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her fair and voluptuous figure clad in a strapless gown, her face radiating serenity. She gracefully approached, followed by a young girl. "I am Wang Lingyu, and it is a pleasure to meet all of you, fellow cultivators," the middle-aged beauty announced with poise, her voice sweet and inviting. "Welcome to the annual Chu Mountain Market Auction. I will once again serve as your host this year." A male cultivator called out, "Lingyu, you have become even more enchanting since we last met." Laughter ensued as another chimed in, "I attend this auction not merely for the items, but to catch a glimpse of Sister Lingyu." Wang Lingyu's charm attracted many admirers, prompting Li Guanao to whisper, "Wang Lingyu is the direct daughter of the Wang patriarch, possessing 7th-tier cultivation several years ago, far surpassing my own." The second elder, Li Guangzong, sighed, "The foundation of a 1st-tier Qi refining family is unparalleled by our Li family. Just in terms of cultivators, they boast hundreds, while our clan barely reaches 60. On stage, Wang Lingyu bowed slightly, smiling, "Thank you all for your support. Now, let the auction commence. Please welcome our first item." As she spoke, the young girl beside her opened a jade box, revealing 3 elixirs. Li Dingzhou recognized them immediately and exclaimed, "To think the first item would be the rare Xiao Yunling Dan from the market. It appears to be a whole batch." Li Guanao added, "Indeed." Li Qingyuan, no novice, was well aware of the efficacy and value of Xiao Yunling Dan. Among the hundreds present, many were intrigued, eager to participate. Many were mid-level Qi refiners, and their juniors or acquaintances had reached the 3rd tier's completion. This elixir could assist them in breaking through to the mid-level Qi refining stage. Wang Lingyu, with captivating eyes and an alluring voice, continued, "This is a batch of Xiao Yunling Dan, totaling 3, with 2 of high quality and 1 of inferior quality. According to market prices, a high-quality Xiao Yunling Dan sells for 30 spirit stones. Today, this batch starts at 70 spirit stones." Wang Lingyu smiled, "Fellow cultivators, the bidding begins now." "I bid 75 spirit stones," someone declared. 80 spirit stones. 81 spirit stones. 82 spirit stones. 85 spirit stones. After the call of 85 spirit stones, others hesitated, realizing the price had reached a high point, and further bidding may not be worthwhile, particularly since one of the elixirs was of inferior quality. Wang Lingyu announced, 85 spirit stones once, 85 spirit stones twice, 85 spirit stones thrice. Congratulations to this fellow cultivator. This batch of Xiao Yunling Dan is yours. Next, The second item was introduced, a first-tier, mid-quality magical artifact of high quality, starting at 150 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan watched intently as item after item appeared, with continuous bids and fierce competition creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, when the ninth item was revealed, many, especially those at the fifth and sixth tiers, momentarily held their breath. Li Qingyuan asked, "Grandfather, what is this?" Li Guangao, momentarily stunned, replied, "This is a first-tier, high-quality Yunling Dan. It can help a sixth-tier cultivator break through their bottleneck and ascend to the seventh tier." The next moment, the crowd erupted with excitement. "Is that the Yunling Dan? Excellent. It must be mine." Wang Lingyu, observing the fervor of the crowd, knew the desired atmosphere had been achieved. She declared, "Fellow cultivators, this is a high-quality Yunling Dan, which offers a cultivator of the sixth tier a 30 to 50% chance of advancing to the seventh tier. With sufficient spiritual energy refinement and some spirit stones, the success rate could be as high as 70 or 80%, nearly guaranteed." Wang Lingyu clapped her delicate hands and announced, "The starting price is 300 spirit stones. Please place your bids." 310 spirit stones. I bid 320. 330. Li Guangao gazed at the Yunling Dan, eyes filled with desire, yet felt helpless. Li Qingyuan whispered, "Grandfather, why not bid as well? Our Li family desperately needs a late-stage qi refiner." The second elder nodded, "Indeed, brother, I can lend you all my spirit stones." Li Dingzhou added, "Grandfather, though I possess few spirit stones, I can still offer my modest support." Li Guangao sighed. In recent years, to nurture Qingyuan and the family's talents, gathering 300 spirit stones has proven challenging. After all, we must not fall short in our tributes to the Liu family. He continued, "Let it be. The bidding has already surpassed 350 spirit stones. We cannot afford to continue. I will wait a bit longer. Perhaps in time, some inferior quality Yunling Dan will circulate in the market." Li Qingyuan hesitated. The origin of the spirit stones must remain confidential, and the Xuanping space must be kept secret. Soon, the bidding result was announced. Wang Lingyu, with a radiant smile, declared, 380 spirit stones sold. Congratulations to the Zhang family head. Upon hearing the name, Li Guangao looked up and saw the individual, remarking, "It appears he came to the auction specifically for the Yunling Dan. He has wagered all his family's savings on this to reach the seventh tier." The second elder commented, "So it was that old fellow who secured the Yunling Dan." In the auction hall, aside from the top 8 private boxes where faces were concealed, the expressions of hundreds were clearly visible. Wang Lingyu addressed the crowd, "Fellow cultivators, the next item is the grand finale of this year's auction. Please observe." With a wave of her hand, she unveiled the item, revealing a basketball-sized, transparent spherical artifact containing a dark red, elongated creature that writhed and spun, emanating waves of spiritual pressure. "What is this?" Li Guangao exclaimed in surprise. "Is it the larva of the blood-devouring centipede?" Gasps of astonishment rippled through the auction hall. Indeed, it is the larva of the second-tier great demon, the blood-devouring centipede. Once the Xie Wu Gong reaches adulthood, it will voraciously consume other spirit beasts, undoubtedly elevating itself to a second-tier great demon, rivaling the combat prowess of those in the Foundation establishment stage. How remarkable it is that the Wang clan possesses the capability to acquire the larvae of the Xie Wu Gong. In one of the 8 VIP rooms, a young maiden clad in purple lifted her teacup, gently blowing across the surface before taking a sip in a composed manner, stating, "This larva is inherently deficient. Weaker than a typical Xie Wu Gong larva, its chances of maturing into a second-tier demon seem virtually impossible." Indeed, as her words echoed in the air, Wang Lingyu remarked, "Fellow Taoists, this Xie Wu Gong larva is fundamentally flawed. It was nearly devoured by beasts when discovered by my clan's hunting team. Its growth into a second-tier great demon is nearly out of the question. However, with proper nurturing, it could eventually ascend to the 9th or 10th layer of qi refinement, and having another late-stage demon beast to guard the home is certainly advantageous." At that moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the spherical magical artifact containing the Xie Wu Gong larva, causing the vessel to tremble and crack, inflicting discomfort upon the ears of those present. Li Qingyuan covered his ears and exclaimed, "Truly, this spirit beast has the potential to become a second-tier great demon." Despite its diminutive size, Its voice is remarkably shrill. The purple-clad maiden's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment beneath her veil. Did I mishear? After a brief contemplation, she commanded, Xiaolan, capture an image of this demon beast larva. Although her maid Xiaolan was perplexed, she nodded obediently. Yes, Mississippi. Soon, the bidding commenced. Even though the Xieshua Wu Gong was inherently flawed and unable to ascend to a second-tier great demon, Wang Lingyu was correct. With proper care, it could very well become a late-stage first-tier demon beast. The allure of a guardian demon beast at the 9th or 10th layer of Qi refinement was undeniable. However, only late-stage Qi refinement loose cultivators, practitioners from second-rate Qi refinement families, and shop owners from Chushan Fong City were qualified to bid for such a prestigious item. The Li clan, being a third-rate Qi refinement family, lacked the qualification to participate in the auction. Ultimately, the purple-clad maiden acquired the Xieshua Wugong larva for 500 spirit stones. As she received the larva, she examined it closely, her beautiful eyes gleaming with delight as she remarked, It cannot be mistaken. It has developed a fine tricolored pattern upon its forehead. Let us return to the Ling Fu building, Xiaolan, and swiftly inform my uncle. The two women hurriedly departed. Wang Lingyu proclaimed, Once again, I extend my gratitude to all esteemed Taoists for attending the Chushan auction. I hereby declare this auction a resounding success. May you all travel safely. Hundreds of cultivators dispersed. Li Dingzhou lamented. The techniques Yuan requires were not auctioned. The second elder replied, Such techniques are rare. They're indeed hard to find. The clan leader assured, Do not worry. We still have another trading session. A trading session? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. The clan leader smiled. Follow me. Soon, in a secluded courtyard, 2 to 3 dozen cultivators gathered. Li Qingyuan also spotted the Zhang clan leader, who had successfully bid for the Ling Yuan Dan. He quickly grasped the situation. This was a trading session exclusive to several Qi refinement families, conducted privately. 2 second-rate Qi refinement families and 3 third-rate Qi refinement families, 5 families in total, engaged in clandestine transactions. The Li clan, being a weaker third-rate Qi refinement family, was unable to participate. In swift succession, the trading commenced, starting with the third-rate Qi refinement families. Li Guangao stated, I possess a set of premium quality talisman papers, 6 types of low-grade first-tier talisman papers, and 3 types of medium-grade first-tier talisman papers. All of exceptional quality. The audience gasped slightly. All of them are premium? Li Guangao presented the papers, and indeed, they were of splendid quality. May I inquire if any clan heads possess techniques for concealing one's presence and aura? Li Guangao proposed. I am willing to exchange this set of premium talisman papers along with 100 spirit stones. Conseilling technique? One clan head responded. How fortuitous, brother Li. I happen to have a concealment technique. Li Guangao's expression brightened. Really? The clan head continued. Alas, it is merely a fragment. This fragment of the concealment technique could only conceal cultivators below the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and its effectiveness was weak, failing to obscure the spiritual senses of those at the 7th layer. If only it were the complete version, the clan head sighed. The complete concealment technique is impervious to the spiritual senses of those below the foundation establishment stage, as well as experts at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. The elder inquired, Brother Li, do you still wish to trade? Li Guangao azitata. From behind him, Li Qingyuan whispered, Grandpa clan leader, do trade. After contemplation, Li Guangao spoke, Brother Zhao, your fragmentary technique is not particularly useful, yet too valuable to discard. I propose an exchange for a set of premium talisman papers. Clan leader Zhao replied, Not acceptable. Add 50 spirit stones. At most 10. 30. No, I can only offer 20. It is final. Li Guangao fai nothing diferença. Clan leader Zhao pondered and finally conceded. Very well, let us proceed. The two elders completed their transaction. Following that, the trading continued, with participants presenting spirit plants, spirit ores, materials from spirit beasts, techniques, and elixirs in exchange for items of need. Naturally, some exchanges failed, as certain items found no takers. An hour later, the private transactions concluded, and the participants departed. Li Guangao stepped forward, the proud elder snorted. It has been years since I last saw Luo. I wish to converse with her during the journey and see you off. Zhang Xiantong retorted. There is no need for your escort. We can manage on our own. The young Zhang Yuan Lu, in his 20s, sighed helplessly and urged, "Grandpa, Uncle is acting with good intentions. Why refuse? Li guango gul li ruplia, zhang xuanton. I will go wherever I please. Why should you concern yourself? Come, Luoer, let your uncle escort you home." The two elderly men exchanged glances, each snorting in disdain. Li Qingyuan mused, "Indeed, the Ling Yuan Dan is valued at 300 to 400 spirit stones and can assist a cultivator at the 6th layer of Qi refinement in breaking through to the late stage. The temptation of wealth draws the attention of marauding cultivators. Exiting Chu Shanfang City inevitably incurs the risk of being targeted. It appears that the relationship between the Zhang clan's grandfather and our clan leader is far more complex than it seems. Grandpa clan leader is evidently concerned for their safety. Chapter 33. The first encounter with marauding cultivators. Thus, the 4 members of the Li clan chose to accompany the 2 Zhang clan elders on their journey. While riding his unicorn pattern horse, Li Qingyuan inquired of his father, "Father, why doesn't the Zhang clan's grandfather break through in Chu Shanfang City? After all, carrying the Ling Yuan Dan over a long distance home poses a risk of attracting marauding cultivators." Li Dingzhou replied quietly, "Do you think everyone is like you, achieving breakthroughs effortlessly without hindrance? For those of us with 5 or 4 spirit roots, many cultivators struggle their entire lives to ascend to the late stage of Qi refinement. It is a significant bottleneck. Your Zhang clan's grandfather is advanced in age. Reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement presents considerable challenges. It requires not only the Ling Yuan Dan, but also assistance from the family's spiritual veins. Furthermore, before attempting to break through, one must consume elixirs to nourish the meridians and accumulate spiritual energy, ultimately taking the Ling Yuan Dan to achieve a breakthrough." Li Qingyuan understood. "I see. Most clan heads of third-rate Qi refinement families reach the qualifications to attempt a breakthrough in their 50s or 60s, and by 70, their potential is nearly exhausted. Their attempt at the late stage of Qi refinement is akin to a fully realized cultivator at the 10th layer attempting to break into the foundation establishment stage, requiring both elixirs and the support of spiritual veins. Moreover, before breaking through the bottleneck, time must be spent refining one's spiritual power and mental preparation. Li Qingyuan reflecta, fortunately. I possess superior quality among the 3 spirit roots. As long as I have ample resources and spirit stones, I will face no bottlenecks during Qi refinement, and the foundation establishment is within reach. How shall I address the eldest daughter of the Li family?" Zhang Yuanlu approached, riding a similarly beast-like mount, also at the initial stage of the first tier. Appearing to be around 24 or 25, clad in white. He had well-defined features, not conventionally handsome, but rather of a bright and sunny disposition, appealing to many young ladies. As Li Qingyuan was currently disguised as a female, he continued to maintain the ruse, responding, "Li Qingqing." Zhang Yuanlu cast a discerning glance at Li Qingqing and mused inwardly. This sister from the Li family is a delicate beauty, possessing exquisite features, a gentle demeanor, and poised manners. Seeking to initiate a conversation, Zhang Yuanlu remarked, "Uncle, your decision to keep Sister Qingqing by your side must be due to her exceptional intelligence and remarkable aptitude for cultivation, hence your high expectations of her." Li Qingyuan's expression turned awkward as he thought to himself, "This man is rather strange." Clearing his throat, he replied, "The Zhang brothers jest. I am but an ordinary talent, far inferior to you." Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou struggled to suppress his laughter, his face twitching from the effort. The group rode swiftly, covering 300 miles a day, occasionally spending some money to rest in small towns or villages along the way. Thus, they traveled peacefully for 2 consecutive days. On the 3rd morning, the 6 set forth once more. Zhang Yuanlu pointed ahead and explained, "Sister Qingqing, after traversing the stone forest ahead and walking another 100 miles, we shall arrive at my Qingfeng Mountain Zhang family." Li Qingyuan responded indifferently, "Oh." Suddenly, 3 beams of light surged forth from the stone forest. Li Guangao and Zhang Xiantong, both at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refinement, exclaimed in alarm, "Enemy attack! Quickly, take cover!" As the words left his mouth, Li Guangao, Zhang Xiantong, and the 2nd elder, Li Guangzong, immediately formed hand seals to channel their spiritual energy. With no time to activate their magical artifacts, they instinctively cast 1st-level spells for defense. 3 magical artifacts hurtled towards the 3 with the highest cultivation levels. Earth Armor Technique. Li Guangao and Li Guangzong swiftly employed the Earth Armor Technique for protection. Their Earth attribute spiritual energy shield barely fending off the assault from the enemy's magical artifacts, buying them a moment of time. One breath's time was sufficient. Vajra Talisman. The two retrieved Vajra Talismans, activating protective energy that successfully thwarted the enemy's sudden strike. However, Zhang Xiantong was not so fortunate. The assailant targeting him had reached the 7th level of Qi refinement, having entered the later stage of Qi refinement. The full-force strike from his opponent was difficult to counteract even as Zhang Xiantong hastily attempted to cast a spell. He possessed defensive talismans as well, but they were only of average quality. Yet, even upon activation, the talisman failed to withstand the oncoming flying wheel magical artifact. The sharp gears of the flying wheel sliced through, severing Zhang Xuantong's right arm. He cried out in agony. Had he not managed to dodge at the last moment, he would have been struck in the vital point, resulting in his demise. Zhang Xiantong, gravely wounded, gazed in terror. 7th level of Qi refinement? A first-tier superior magical artifact? Zhang Yuanlu rushed over, anxious. Grandfather arm? Li Guangao expressed concern. Old man, can you hold on? The group huddled together, back to back, vigilant of their surroundings. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, what a stroke of misfortune to encounter rogue cultivators on my first outing. The law and order in the cultivation world is non-existent. Ha ha. Zhang family head, my second sister is in need of your Yuling Dan. I wonder if you might part with it? A burly middle-aged man emerged from the stone forest. Towering over 8 feet, with a powerful build and a face marred by a cross-shaped scar that extended from his eye to his chin, rendering him exceedingly grotesque. Behind this man were a provocatively dressed female cultivator, adorned with heavy makeup, and a small, wiry, monkey-like male cultivator. Zhang Xuantong's expression shifted. You Peling Shueluan are here to cause destruction. Li Guangao's face darkened. Damn it, we've been targeted by this scoundrel. Li Qingyuan sighed. The 7th level of Qi refinement is no easy opponent. The second elder added, it is more than just difficult. Our survival today is uncertain. Peling Shueluan was originally a rogue cultivator who, through serendipity, had recently entered the later stage of Qi refinement, becoming a notorious rogue. It was said that not long ago, he and his siblings had fought to a standstill against a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement, gaining great notoriety. Li Guangao Ramarka. The magical artifact in Peling's possession is a first-tier superior artifact, extremely sharp. This is the reason he can contend with an 8th level Qi refinement cultivator. Li Qingyuan understood that first-tier superior magical artifacts were costly. It was rare even for second-rate Qi refinement families to possess them. Many cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels, having just broken through, would have exhausted their resources and spirit stones, requiring a long time to save enough to purchase a first-tier superior artifact. Li Dingzhou Inkidat Patriarch. What shall we do now? Zhang Xiantong declared, do not worry, I will not implicate you. He then boldly proclaimed, Peling, these 5 are members of my clan. Merely my guests invited to my Zhang family. As Zhang Yuanlu began to speak, he was sternly interrupted by Zhang Xuantong's gaze. Zhang Xiantong continued, I can surrender the Yuling Dan, but you must release them. This matter has nothing to do with them. Peling sneered, do you take me for a fool? Release them, and they will report us to the Liu family, leading to our being hunted down across the island. Li Guangao implored, I assure you, I will not report you. Peling laughed, saying, I have always believed that only the dead can keep secrets. Zhang Xiantong produced the Yuling Dan, holding it in his palm as spiritual energy coursed through it, revealing cracks. Wait. Seeing this, Peling and his siblings grew anxious, and he quickly said, Zhang family head, do not act rashly. Let us discuss this calmly. The heavily made-up woman stepped forward, nestling against Peling, sweetly imploring, brother. This Yuling Dan is crucial for my sister's advancement to the later stage of Qi refinement and our future after joining the Heishan bandits. What do you think? Should we agree to the Zhang family head? Peling's brow furrowed in contemplation. He thought to himself, only I have entered the later stage of Qi refinement. Such strength may not suffice to lead the Heishan bandits. If my second sister also breaks through, we will surely gain prominence. In the later stage of Qi refinement, one would be considered a formidable figure throughout Liuha Island. All right, Peling declared, I shall agree to the Zhang family head's request. Zhang Xuantong's face bore a look of pleading as he said, Guangyao, I entrust Yuanlu to you. Zhang Yuanlu cried out in desperation. No, I will not go, grandfather. I refuse to leave. I will fight them. Zhang Xiantong urged. Foolish child, you are the future patriarch of the Zhang clan. The family cannot be without you. Guangyao, you must leave quickly. Zhang Xiantong pressed. Li Guangyao sighed softly, remorsefully stating, I am sorry, elder brother, for the sake of my Li family. I also have my reasons for departing. We must go. Li Guangyao lifted Zhang Yuanlu, applying 2 lightweight talismans before swiftly flying away on his sword. Li Guangzong, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan all affixed lightweight talismans, channeling their spiritual energy to escape at lightning speed, vanishing deep within the stone forest. As for their riding beasts, their speed was too slow. In times of peril, certain things must be sacrificed. After exchanging glances, Poling's sister and brother activated their magical artifacts to pursue. Zhang Xuantong's expression changed. Poling, are you not adhering to your word? Do you believe I will crush the pill immediately, leaving you empty-handed? Poling laughed coldly. If you crush the pill now, I will immediately pursue and slaughter them all. Among those few, is there not your direct grandson? Furthermore, do not attempt any tricks, or else I will slaughter the entire Zhang family of Qingfeng Mountain. You, Zhang Xiantong spat blood in anger. Chapter 34. A beautiful counterattack. How dare you? Zhang Xiantong, furious and gritting his teeth, retorted, Poling, my Zhang family of Qingfeng Mountain has served the Lu family for 300 years. If you kill my clan, the Lu family will certainly issue a pursuit order against you, and it will be a fight to the death. At that time, not only will there be no place for you on Liuha Island, but you will also find no refuge across the 5 islands. Upon hearing this, Poling's eyes narrowed. Zhang Xuantong's words were indeed factual. Decades ago, there was a rogue cultivator who, emboldened by his 9th level of Qi refinement, wreaked havoc, even leading his followers to annihilate a second-rate Qi refinement family. On Liuha Island, apart from scattered cultivators and various commercial factions, the prominent Qi refining families are all vassals of the Lu clan, annually contributing substantial amounts of spirit stones. Therefore, the actions of the Qi refining cultivator at the 9th level, who annihilated a Qi refining family, incited widespread outrage, igniting the fury of many Qi refining families. Simultaneously, such acts were a blatant provocation against the Lu clan's dominion, striking a blow to their prestige and undermining their interests. Consequently, the Lu clan issued a bounty for his capture and dispatched a master at the 10th level of Qi refining to lead the pursuit across the islands and seas surrounding Liuha Island, relentlessly hunting him down day and night. Ultimately, the Qi refining cultivator at the 9th level met his demise, and all his subordinates perished as well. Their heads were severed and publicly displayed to quell the unrest. Because of this, Zhang Xiantong felt reassured that upon returning to his family, he could prepare for his breakthrough without the fear of being hunted down by the cultivator, who might seize their elixirs. The Qi refining families were indeed under the protection of foundational immortal clans, which provided them with considerable deterrence. Tumun coldly remarked, "Humph, you old fool. Do not think to intimidate me with the name of the Lu clan. If you provoke me, I will slaughter your entire family and join the Heishan bandits. Do you really think that the lofty foundational cultivators will go to such lengths to hunt down the insignificant Zhang family?" Zhang Xiantong's expression faltered. The leader of the Heishan bandits was a perfected 10th level Qi refining cultivator, notorious for his ferocity, hailed as the strongest beneath the foundational realm. His second in command was also a formidable master at the 10th level, not to be trifled with. Tumun coldly stated, "I will count to 10. If you do not hand over the elixirs, I will kill your entire family." 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xiantong, having lost an arm, appeared pale, blood loss causing cold sweat to bead upon his forehead. I was wrong. I should not have wagered everything on a single gamble for advancement to the later stages of Qi refining. I was naive to ignore the risks posed by the Yunseling Dan. Tumun continued, 7, 8, 9. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xiantong bowed and said, "I, the aging Zhang Xiantong, am willing to offer the Yunseling Dan. Moreover, I am gravely injured and my family's disciples are not capable of guarding our estate. I implore you, friend Tumun, to join the Zhang family as a guest elder." Tumun was taken aback, elated by the proposal, and laughed heartily. "Huh? The head of the Zhang family truly knows how to seize the moment. This suggestion greatly intrigues me. Very well, I accept." Zhang Xiantong slowly stepped forward, opened his palm, and presented the elixir, saying, "Friend Tumun, this is the Yunseling Dan." Tumun boldly stepped forward, reaching out for the elixir. In the next moment, Zhang Xiantong unleashed his spiritual power, seizing Tumun's hand. His internal energy surged violently, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as he unleashed a torrent of crimson spiritual energy. "Tumun, we shall die together," Zhang Xiantong bellowed. Explosive spirit technique. The explosive spirit technique was a secret technique of the Zhang clan, a mutually destructive killing method. It ignited one's entire spiritual energy and essence, unleashing a power exceeding tenfold of one's own, capable of slaying formidable foes in a single strike. "Old fool, you seek death." Tumun's expression changed, and he hastily retrieved a defensive talisman, activating it. Golden Bell Talisman. Boom! A golden bell materialized out of thin air, perfectly enveloping Tumun's exterior. Bang! As the heavy golden bell manifested, Zhang Xiantong's explosive spirit technique reached its peak. The human bomb detonated instantaneously, producing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that swept in all directions. Bang! 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 Within a radius of 10 zhang, the stone pillars around the stone forest exploded, shattering in half. Amidst the flying dust, Tumun slowly emerged, burning with rage. Damn it, it was merely to kill a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator. Yet, I wasted a high-grade talisman. This talisman was a life-saving artifact of 1st-tier high quality, capable of withstanding a full 4 strike from an 8th-level Qi refining cultivator. What a stroke of bad luck. This explosive spirit technique even destroyed my storage bag and magical artifacts. Tumun's right hand was torn and bloodied, and a Yunseling Dan lay quietly in his palm. Fortunately, he had obtained the elixir. Whoosh! Tumun activated his flying wheel artifact, pursuing relentlessly. "Everyone must die." Patriarch split up. Li Qingyuan said, "You and the 2nd elder can certainly kill one of them. With the remaining one, my father and I can hold them back, buying you time." Patriarch Li Guangao decisively replied, "Good. Now that Tumun is occupied with Zhang Xiantong, we can take this opportunity to separate the two and eliminate them one by one. Otherwise, once we are entangled, we will be unable to escape, and with Tumun pursuing us, all present will perish under the 7th-level Qi refining cultivator's might." Whoosh whoosh! Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan automatically flew away from the group, vanishing into the depths of the stone forest, weaving between the massive rocks, occasionally tossing 1st-tier low-grade talismans for distraction. The thin, monkey-like man chuckled as he chased after them. "Little lady, don't rush off now. 2nd sister, leave this to me." Saying this, the lecherous man flew out on his sword, fully pursuing. The heavily made-up woman surged forth on her sword, targeting Li Guangao and Li Guangzong. Suddenly, both Li Guangao and Li Guangzong turned simultaneously, activating their talismans and following up with their magical artifacts to strike at the female cultivator. The two brothers combined their strength, suppressing the female cultivator and gaining the upper hand. Given sufficient time, they would surely be able to slay her. Deep within the stone forest, Li Qingyuan whispered, "Father, are you ready?" The counterattack begins. At that moment, the lecherous man, resembling a thin monkey, cackled, "Little lady, why not yield to me and enjoy life together?" Li Qingyan turned around, dropping her pretense, and with a simultaneous wave of her hands, 10 talismans flew out as she cursed, "Go to hell." The thin monkey was momentarily stunned. "You're a man? 1st-tier, middle-grade talismans?" The thin monkey was taken aback and immediately channeled his spiritual power, activating his magical artifact to block the talismans. Bang! 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 The talismans exploded in rapid succession, each on par with a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator, their concentrated firepower overwhelming him and leaving him flustered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan unleashed 5 high-quality talismans, the Wind Blade and Explosive Fire talismans, equivalent to 5 6th-level Qi refining cultivators attacking simultaneously. What power! The thin monkey's expression changed as the talismans detonated before him, their might sending him flying. Simultaneously, Li Dingzhou had already affixed a high-quality diamond talisman for defense, using a lightweight talisman in conjunction with the family's 1st-tier spell, Moon Shadow Technique, to close in, slashing with his long knife. Blood Blade, 8 strikes. Clang, clang, clang. 8 waves of knife energy erupted instantly, weaving into a net that sliced through, dividing him into 8 pieces. Ah! The thin monkey screamed, blood and flesh splattering, turning into a puddle of mush. Li Qingyuan raised her thumb. Father, truly steady. Even though he could have dealt a fatal blow, to ensure further safety and avoid injury, her father instinctively applied the diamond talisman for defense. It was still of high quality, capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 6th level Qi refining cultivator. Li Dingzhou said, Yuan, let's go. Quickly assist your patriarch. Li Qingyuan shook her head. No. Father, let's change our target. Chapter 35. Concentrate firepower and annihilate Tumon. Li Qingyuan picked up the fallen storage bag and magical artifacts, stowing them in her own storage bag. Subsequently, she flicked her fingers, activating the fireball technique to reduce the thin monkey to ashes. After completing these tasks, Li Qingyuan said, Father, the patriarch and the second elder are teaming up, and they have plenty of first-tier middle-grade talismans at hand. It will be no difficulty to slay that female cultivator. The real challenge lies with Tumon. Li Qingyuan declared, Let us go. We will set an ambush for Tumon. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan flew on her sword, using successive lightweight talismans to minimize spiritual energy consumption. Li Dingzhou urged, Yuan, do not be impulsive. Tumon is a 7th level Qi refining expert. We cannot defeat him. Wait for me. After a moment, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou concealed themselves within the stone forest. Whoosh! A streak of light sped towards them. Propelled by a flying wheel artifact, Tumon was approaching. Tumia glanced around, inhaling the air, and remarked, Here lies the fragrance of the rouge left by Air May. They are not far ahead. Meanwhile, in the stone forest, Li Qingyuan thought to himself, Here they come. On his palm rested 5 yin bing zhan talismans, slowly infused with spiritual energy, emitting a faint aura. With a swish, Tumia traversed the stone forest, soaring through the sky. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, channeling spiritual power into the talismans, which flew forth like cards, striking Tumia with pinpoint accuracy, resulting in successive explosions. Taken aback by the ambush, Tumia felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. First-tier superior talismans, and 5 of them? The potency of authentic first-tier superior talismans rivals that of a full-force strike from an 8th layer Qi refinement practitioner, worth 15 spirit stones each in the market. This meant that in a single attempt to kill him, the opponent had expended a staggering 75 spirit stones. Indeed, a display of extravagance. Boom! 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 The talismans detonated before him, transforming into 5 azure energy blades that cleaved towards Tumia. In a moment of desperation, he swiftly performed hand seals to cast a defensive spell. Simultaneously, he forcefully activated his flying wheel artifact, propelling himself backward through the air. However, the talisman assault was too sudden and powerful. The 5 energy blades shattered his defenses and struck his body directly. Blood splattering as he plummeted from the sky. As he fell, Li Dingzhou launched a surprise attack from the stone forest behind, activating 2 yin bing zhan talismans to ambush Tumia. He was severely wounded, coughing up blood, his balance disrupted and his mind in disarray. He could hardly react or wield his artifact for a counterattack. With a swift flash, the 2 azure blades pierced through Tumia's forehead, slicing along his brow, nose, chest, and abdomen, cleaving him in 2. With a thunderous crash, a torrential rain of blood erupted, and 2 masses of flesh fell to the ground. A 7th layer Qi refinement cultivator. The bandit Tumia was dead. Li Dingzhou exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. We truly killed him. Li Qingyuan added, That was a total of 7 authentic first-tier superior talismans, combined with the element of surprise that caught him off guard, and our father-son collaboration to flank him. It was not difficult to eliminate him. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan skillfully picked up the storage bag and flying wheel artifact, stowing them into his own storage bag, before casually casting a fireball spell to incinerate Tumia's corpse, erasing all traces. Li Dingzhou was greatly astonished, saying, Yuan, is this truly your first descent from the mountain? Ah, indeed, Li Qingyuan retorted. Are you not aware, father, that this is my first descent? Yet Li Dingzhou responded, But your strategies for dividing and annihilating and ambushing midway flow so naturally from you. The way you collected the storage bag and artifact seems so practiced. You even instinctively know how to destroy the evidence. Your methods are even more ruthless than those of a bandit. Li Dingzhou murmured. Could it be that you are truly a prodigy in all endeavors? Li Qingyuan scratched his head and countered. Isn't it a standard procedure to kill, collect artifacts, seize storage bags, and destroy corpses? Li Dingzhou acknowledged. It is standard. Yet this is your first ascent from the mountain. Li Qingyuan said. Enough, father. The clan leader and grandfather have likely concluded their matters. Let us depart. However, regarding today's events, Li Dingzhou chuckled. Father understands, it shall remain a secret. Soon, the group reunited. Grandfather, you are injured? Li Qingyuan hurriedly approached and inquired. What happened? Li Guangao pointed to the corpse of the female cultivator and stated. This female cultivator possessed first-tier superior talismans. Fortunately, she only had two, one for defense and one for attack. Moreover, both were of inferior quality. Otherwise, even with the combined strength of you and the second elder, it would have been difficult to slay her. Li Guangao then asked, have you two father and son managed to slay that bandit? Li Dingzhou nodded. Yes, clan leader. Yuan and I collaborated, employing a considerable number of first-tier mid-grade talismans, which greatly depleted his spiritual energy. In the end, I utilized the close combat advantage of an innate martial artist, and after a fierce struggle, we finally dispatched him. Suddenly, Li Guangao exclaimed, Oh no, Tumia is still out there. We must leave quickly. He gestured, seizing the female cultivator's storage bag and artifact, and cast a fireball to destroy the corpse, before hoisting the dazed Zhang Yuanlu onto his sword to continue their journey. Li Qingyuan observed the clan leader's adeptness in this process and thought to himself, this is the old Li family's craft. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group flew on swords, skimming low, as their insufficient cultivation limited them to barely 20 miles. After flying for over 10 miles, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou soon found their spiritual energy depleted, as did Li Guangao and Li Guangzong, who had also exhausted their reserves after the fierce battle. Subsequently, they continued on foot. After 3 days of arduous travel, they finally reached Yunxia town. Upon arrival, a look of relief appeared on Li Guangao's face as he regarded the sorrowful Zhang Yuanlu and said, Luo'er, the bandit Tu Mia is still outside. You should stay in Yunxia mountain for a while. Once the situation stabilizes, I will send someone to escort you back. Zhang Yuanlu lowered his head, her expression filled with sorrow, instinctively replying, I will leave it to you, uncle. Sighing deeply, Li Guangao lamented, My old brother, alas. He steadied himself and declared, Let us ascend the mountain and return home. That night, Li Qingyuan removed his human skin mask, returning to his original appearance and attire. In the secluded courtyard, he counted his spoils alone, muttering, I wonder if the resources obtained from killing and plundering now rightfully belong to me? Can I use the Xianpin space to duplicate them? In his hands were 2 storage bags, one belonging to a scrawny, lecherous male cultivator, and the other to the bandit Tumia, who was at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Good things are to be saved for later. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan opened one of the storage bags, murmuring, Let us see what this lecherous male cultivator has. This fellow had a sneaky appearance, suggesting he had indulged in much thievery, likely amassing quite a fortune. Chapter 36, A Surge in Wealth. Upon opening the storage bag, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. 120 spirit stones. A first-tier mid-grade artifact, the Qi Tai sword, valued at over 100 spirit stones. Oh! Li Qingyuan exclaimed with surprise. There's even a first-tier superior talisman of inferior quality, a defensive type capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 7th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Fortunately, I acted decisively, launching a concentrated assault with dense talismans to heavily injure him. Then my father seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. Li Qingyuan marveled. Oh, there are even medicinal pills. A label on the vial bore the names. 2 recovery pills, which replenish spiritual energy during battles for Qi refinement practitioners. 3 hemostatic pills, which promote healing and stop bleeding, proving effective for external injuries. Li Qingyuan pondered. Tomorrow, I shall seek out a few small, slender spirit beasts to test a small portion of these pills for toxicity. Recovery pills and hemostatic pills are auxiliary types, useful during combat. These pills are categorized as first tier, yet they are not specifically classified into inferior, mid, or superior grades. They're suitable for all Qi refinement stages. A batch of pills typically comes in a bottle, usually containing 3. 1 bottle of recovery pills, and 1 of hemostatic pills. These 2 auxiliary non-cultivation pills generally cost a dozen spirit stones per bottle, averaging 5 or 6 spirit stones each. Ah, this is a piece of Qingyuan stone, quite substantial, at least 10 pounds. Qingyuan chuckled. This is a first-tier superior or a primary material for crafting first-tier superior artifacts. It seems this fellow had already begun preparations to forge one for himself. After examining the storage bag, Qingyuan felt immense satisfaction. 120 spirit stones. A first-tier mid-grade artifact, the Qi Tai sword. A first-tier superior talisman. Of inferior quality for defense. 2 recovery pills. 3 hemostatic pills. A first-tier superior or the Qingyuan stone, weighing 10 pounds. Of course, the storage bag itself was also a first-tier mid-grade one, of higher quality than what Qingyuan currently possessed, with a larger space and considerable value. Qingyuan silan litenta, kuyat. All resources were drawn into the Xianpin space, under the influence of the laws of space, duplicating in quantity. 240 spiritual stones. 2 first-tier, middle-grade magic weapons, a red iron sword, 2 protective talismans against attacks from 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivators, for recovery pills, 6 hemostatic pills, 20 pounds of first-tier upper-grade red gold stone, and 2 first-tier middle-grade storage bags were amassed. Overwhelmed with joy, Qingyuan immediately exchanged one of the first-tier middle-grade storage bags to gather all the resources within, hoarding them. Soon, he would confront the 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, and he anticipated even greater treasures in his storage bag. As he shook the storage bag, streams of spiritual light erupted from the small pouch, transforming into various resources. The first-tier middle-grade storage bag revealed a wealth of spiritual stones, an astounding total of 280 stones, surpassing even the personal wealth of the clan leader. A first-tier upper-grade magic weapon. The blood wheel of spirit breaking was also unearthed, worth no less than 300 to 500 spiritual stones, extremely sharp and suitable for late-stage Qi refinement. A true treasure. The refining materials, comprising first-tier middle-grade and lower-grade spiritual plants, could be sold for dozens of spiritual stones based on market value. Additionally, there were 2 bottles each of recovery and hemostatic pills, each containing 6 pills, and a furnace of Qi-nourishing pills, which, when consumed during the Qi refinement stage, could enhance cultivation speed. Suddenly, Qingyuan was taken aback, incredulous. Is this a furnace of minor spirit-nourishing pills? Upon inspection, he was astonished to find 2 quality authentic pills and 1 inferior quality pill. Goodness, these were auctioned at the Tushan marketplace, he recalled, remembering that a certain cultivator had successfully bid 85 spiritual stones for this furnace. It seemed the slaughter had drawn attention from 2 or 3 groups concurrently, and they were merely one of those groups. Qingyuan chuckled. Now, all these treasures belong to me. Lastly, he laid eyes upon the most valuable spirit-nourishing pill, its authentic quality exuding a rich fragrance and perfectly rounded. This single pill had fetched a price of 300 to 400 spiritual stones at auction, with the lowest price in the market being 300 spiritual stones, rare and difficult to procure. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Collect," entering the space. It duplicated once more. Thus, he amassed 2 spirit-nourishing pills, 2 first-tier, middle-grade storage bags, 560 spiritual stones, 2 upper-grade blood wheels of spirit breaking, and refining materials worth no less than 100 spiritual stones after duplication. He also had 4 bottles of recovery and hemostatic pills, each containing 12 pills, along with 2 furnaces of Qi-nourishing pills, totaling 6 pills, for authentic quality and 2 inferior quality. In the dead of night, within a secluded courtyard, Qingyuan ignited a illumination talisman, the flickering light illuminating his face as he grinned. "Ha ha, I have struck gold." Indeed, the adage rang true. To kill and burn brings wealth, while building roads leaves no corpses. Qingyuan Musa. No wonder some cultivators in the immortal realm cannot resist the temptation of being bandits. A single heist could sustain one for 3 years. He shook his head vigorously. Resolute. No, I cannot think this way. I must cultivate steadily and seek the path to immortality. Those who kill are always killed in return. While being a bandit may seem alluring, it can easily lead to being ensnared and falling victim to others. Qingyuan secured all his resources and lay on his bed, a triumphant smile on his face. Now, my wealth amounts to thousands of spiritual stones, comparable to the family's earnings over 3 to 5 years. He resolved to retain useful resources while trading the unnecessary ones for spiritual stones to fund his cultivation. As for the spirit-nourishing pills and minor spirit-nourishing pills, he could offer half to his clan and keep the rest for exchanging for spiritual stones and other resources. The following morning, Li Qingyuan discreetly sought an audience with his clan leader grandfather. Li Guangao appeared despondent, troubled, and inquired, "Qingyuan, is there something on your mind?" He was aware that his longtime friend, Zhang Xiantong, had likely perished. Li Qingyuan replied, "Grandfather, clan leader, I obtained a furnace of minor spirit-nourishing pills and one spirit-nourishing pill from that male cultivator." "What?" Li Guangao's aged face expressed shock. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual energy, presenting the pills. Li Guangao examined them, astonished. This furnace of minor spirit-nourishing pills contains 2 authentic quality and 1 inferior quality. Could these be the auction pills? Li Qingyuan affirmed, "I believe so. Moreover, this individual was also at the peak of 6-layer qi refinement and secretly possessed a quality, authentic spirit-nourishing pill, likely deceiving both the slaughter and that female cultivator." Li Guangao remarked, "It seems likely. It appears he aimed to break through to 7th-layer qi refinement and had been secretly preparing for some time." Holding the pills, Li Guangao's expression softened. "Child, are you truly willing to offer these pills to the clan?" Li Qingyuan smiled. "Grandfather clan leader without the clan. There will be no me today. Now that I have grown, I can also give back to the clan." Li Guangao's eyes brimmed with tears, filled with immense pride. Good child, good child. However, I and the clan cannot take advantage of your generosity. After discussing with the great elder and the second elder, I will ensure you receive at least 200 spiritual stones as compensation." Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. "I leave it to your arrangements, grandfather clan leader." After his respectful farewell, he turned to leave. Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan began to divide the spoils with his father. He gifted his father, Li Dingzhou, 200 spiritual stones, along with recovery and hemostatic pills, and 2 furnaces of qi-nourishing pills, especially the latter, which greatly aided cultivation during the qi refinement stage. He was determined to rely on his own efforts to reach the pinnacle of the 10th layer during the qi refinement phase, establishing a perfect foundation without relying heavily on pills. Additionally, he bestowed upon his father 1 first-tier middle-grade red iron sword and a first-tier middle-grade storage bag. In the end, Li Dingzhou, who had never experienced such wealth, gazed at the resources in his hands and sighed. It turns out that having a good son can indeed alter one's fate. Chapter 37. The clan leader's breakthrough to 7th layer of qi refinement. The following morning, the clan leader presented Li Qingyuan with 200 spiritual stones. This time, Li Qingyuan attempted to replicate them, but found it impossible, likely due to the fact that these stones were a reward for the spirit-nourishing and minor spirit-nourishing pills he had given to the clan. Furthermore, the pills were resources that had already been duplicated. Additionally, the substantial sum of over 1,000 spiritual stones he had sold to the purple-clad woman at the Spirit Talisman Tower could not be duplicated either, as they too had been replicated resources from the Xianpin space. The Xianpin space currently possessed 3 functions. The first function was duplication and multiplication, with the following restrictions. First, the items must belong to Li Qingyuan. Second, the spiritual stones and other resources obtained from duplicated items could not be endlessly recycled. And finally, the duplicated items could not include demonic beasts or living creatures. The second function was guidance in cultivation, instructing him in the cultivation of the Dechun Gong, first-tier spells, and talisman drawing techniques. The third function was to complete cultivation techniques and runes, mending incomplete runes to allow Li Qingyuan to draw the truly complete Yin Bing Zhan talisman. It could also rectify incomplete cultivation techniques. Li Qingyuan personally verified this. He spent 3 days studying the incomplete text of the Lianxi Ju, and after 3 days, he entered the initial level, learning the technique that could conceal his cultivation and block detection. Upon entry, a mysterious figure appeared within the Xianpin space, cloaked in darkness, with glowing meridians radiating light, presenting the complete operation diagram of the Lianxi Ju. Once perfected through the enhancements of the Xianpin space, the Lianxi Ju would enable him to conceal his aura and hidden cultivation, impervious to detection below the foundation establishment stage. Even during confrontations with others, the technique could still function, allowing him to mask his true power unless he intentionally unleashed his full strength. Thus, even when engaging in combat, Li Qingyuan could restrain his spiritual energy and conceal his cultivation level, avoiding exposure of his true might. With a hum, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, operating his fourth-layer qi refinement cultivation. As he practiced the Lianxi Ju, his qi refinement level began to diminish, descending through the ranks. Fourth layer, third layer, second layer. In the second layer of qi refinement, Li Qingyuan was pleased to note that he had matched the training speed of the family's 4 spiritual root seedlings. From this day forth, he decided to present himself as a practitioner of the second qi refinement layer. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing, also in the same year, possessed 4 spiritual roots and, with the resources provided by the family, had now reached the second layer of qi refinement. In that same year, Li Qingbao, with 5 spiritual roots, had only achieved the full completion of the first layer of qi refinement. Now, with an ample supply of spiritual stones, he was not concerned about his cultivation for a considerable time. Li Qingyuan contemplated the dangers he faced during his first outing, where he encountered a formidable foe at the later stages of qi refinement. The outside world was fraught with peril. Had it not been for the Yin Bing Zhan Pafu by his side, both the Zhang clan and the Li clan would have suffered severe losses, and it was possible that all 3 siblings could have perished at the hands of their adversaries. Li Qingyuan pondered that the immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation. Subsequently, he began seclusion for intensive training. He possessed a total of 800 spiritual stones, having already set aside 200 stones for his father. Indulging in luxury, he consumed 3 spiritual stones daily to aid his cultivation. Not only did he feast daily on spiritual rice, but he also occasionally enjoyed the meat of the first-tier demonic beast, the black-toothed fragrant pig, along with various stews made from demonic beasts and poultry. Furthermore, he prepared 120 sheets of high-quality first-tier talisman paper, along with 2 pounds of high-quality first-tier talisman ink, using a wind spirit wolf hairbrush to create numerous Yin Bing Zhan Pafus. Thus, he would meditate and refine qi daily, drawing upon spiritual stones, while also taking time to draw talisman paper, restoring his spiritual energy through meditation, and repeatedly refining his magical power. Each day, he filled his belly with spiritual rice, and occasionally improved his diet with the meat of first-tier demonic beasts, along with porridge made from first-tier spiritual plants or medicinal dishes. Li Qingyuan felt that his cultivation progressed almost daily, with his spiritual energy gradually increasing. After half a month, the clan leader, Grandpa Li Guangao, personally escorted Zhang Yuanlu back to the Qingfeng Mountain Zhang family, accompanied by members of the hunting team for safety. After ensuring Zhang Yuanlu's safe return to the Zhang family, Grandpa Li Guangao prepared for his own seclusion. For this period of retreat, he arranged for 200 spiritual stones, 3 middle-grade first-tier spiritual plants, several bottles of qi nourishing pills, and planned to seclude himself in a cave with a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein core for 3 months to refine his own spiritual energy. 3 months later, having consumed all the qi nourishing pills and refined the middle-grade first-tier spiritual plants, he absorbed more than half of the 200 spiritual stones, achieving an optimal accumulation of spiritual energy. After fully refining his cultivation at the pinnacle of the 6th layer of qi refinement over the course of 3 months, Grandpa Li Guangao finally deemed it time to consume the Yunling Dan, leveraging the breakthrough effects of the high-quality first-tier elixir to challenge the later stages of qi refinement. On this day, at the core of Yunxia Mountain, the spiritual energy surged, converging in the atmosphere and emanating a powerful pressure that stirred the air. The first and second elders, Li Dingzhou, Li Dingyan, and the clan's practitioners turned their gazes towards the mountaintop, collectively exhilarated and filled with joy. Ha ha! After 100 years, our Li clan finally has another practitioner at the later stages of qi refinement. The first and second elders, with tears of joy, exclaimed. Li Dingyan was overjoyed. Ha! My uncle has ascended to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Our Li clan, now, has a practitioner at the later stages of qi refinement overseeing us. On this day, the Li clan celebrated with great fervor, not only among the practitioners and their families on Yunxia Mountain, but also among the 3,000 mundane families in Yunxia Town who rejoiced with them. The Li clan celebrated for 3 days, invigorating their spirits and strengthening their familial bonds. Generally speaking, It is exceedingly rare for a third-rate Qi refinement clan to give birth to a practitioner at the later stages. The last time the Li clan saw a practitioner at the 7th layer of Qi refinement was over 100 years ago. Thus, the emergence of a practitioner at the 7th layer held significant meaning for the clan. This indicated that the Li clan was not only a standout among third-rate Qi refinement clans, but also had a chance to ascend to the ranks of second-rate Qi refinement clans. The hallmark of a second-rate Qi refinement clan is the presence of masters at the 8th or 9th layers of Qi refinement, with at least 3 practitioners within the clan exceeding the 7th layer. Presently, with one individual reaching the later stages of Qi refinement, hope for the clan's advancement was palpable. At the banquet, clan leader Li Guangao assigned Li Qingyuan a task to guide the younger seedlings of the clan, aged between 10 and 20, in their cultivation of spells. Initially, some expressed discontent. Li Qingyuan immediately showcased his perfected cultivation at the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, standing on the brink of the 3rd layer, thus establishing himself as the pinnacle of the younger generation within the clan. Subsequently, he single-handedly faced 10 opponents, effortlessly defeating them with the clan's first-tier spells, solidifying his position as the foremost among the youth. Li Qingyuan understood that the clan leader was building his reputation, and he gladly accepted the role, cooperating earnestly. Henceforth, Li Qingyuan took a day off every half-month to engage with the clan's disciples, establishing his authority. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, over a year had gone by. Li Qingyuan had honed his cultivation to the 4th layer of Qi refinement and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Chapter 38. The 5th layer of Qi refinement, father and son at the same level, with his Qi sinking into the dantian and breathing in spiritual energy. His heart, like a great cedar encompassing the universe, he chanted the mantra of the Qingyuan. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged, and the dozens of spiritual stones surrounding him radiated light, infusing Qi into his meridians, transforming it into his own power. He remained in seclusion for a full 3 days. At a certain moment on the 3rd day, a tremendous surge of spiritual power, built to its peak, erupted within Li Qingyuan, breaking free like a river bursting through a dam, traversing his entire meridian system and shattering the constraints of the perfected 4th layer of Qi refinement. His spiritual energy surged forth, overflowing from his body's orifices, generating a formidable pressure that stirred the air. After 100 breaths, Li Qingyuan stabilized his spiritual energy, returned it to his dantian, and concluded his breakthrough. Once he completed the final circulation of his great cycle, he exhaled a breath of turbid air, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance shone within them. He had achieved the 5th layer of Qi refinement. At the age of 14, he had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. His pace of cultivation not only remained unimpeded, but had even accelerated. Li Qingyuan smiled, realizing that indeed, under conditions of ample resources and spiritual stones, his cultivation speed could increase even further. In just a year and a half, he had progressed from entering the 4th layer of Qi refinement to its perfection, and now to the 5th layer, maintaining a calm demeanor. He formed hand seals and continued to meditate in Qi refinement. Having just broken through, his spiritual energy was still too volatile, and his cultivation lacked stability. He needed to refine his spiritual power further. Additionally, if his realm remained unstable and his control over spiritual energy was insufficient, it could easily compromise the effectiveness of the Lian Shiju in concealing his cultivation, possibly attracting the attention of experts at the later stages of Qi refinement. Even if the likelihood was minimal, Li Qingyuan aimed to eliminate that possibility entirely. Furthermore, he had grown accustomed to patiently refining his spiritual power and stabilizing his realm after each breakthrough. 10 days later, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his seclusion. His cultivation aura shifted from the 5th layer of Qi refinement back to the perfected 2nd layer. His primary focus was stability. After exiting his retreat, he returned home. As he stepped into his small courtyard, his father's hearty laughter rang out. "What excellent wine! Ha, delightful, truly delightful. Yinmei, fry me up 2 more dishes. I will go call Yuan back for dinner. Let him accompany me for a few drinks." His mother, Chun Xiaoyun, interjected, "Understood, but don't drink too much." Li Qingyuan pushed open the door, smiling, and asked, "Father, what brings you such joy?" Li Dingzhou, holding a wine jar, boisterously laughed. "Ha, Yuan, I have broken through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Wouldn't you say this is worth celebrating? Really? Li Qingyuan exclaimed with delight, quickly stepping forward to say, "Congratulations, Father, on your significant advancement. You are yet another step closer to the later stages of Qi refinement. Come, Yuan, drink with me." Li Dingzhou produced another jar of wine. Grinning, "Tonight, let us indulge together." Clang. Influenced by his father from a young age, Li Qingyuan had developed a lively and generous personality, combining a straightforward nature with keen emotional intelligence. And when it came to drinking, he too was quite bold. The father and son clinked their wine jars together and drank deeply. Li Dingzhou took a hearty sip of his wine, gazing at the setting sun and the sky adorned with remnants of dusk, and with a broad smile, he remarked, "Yuan, I feel that ever since your arrival, our family has been flourishing. Your grandfather, the patriarch, has surpassed 70 years and has managed to break through his bottleneck, advancing to the 7th level of Qi condensation. The Grand Elder also ascended to the 6th level a few years ago. Moreover, your brother, Li Dingyan, stepped into the 5th level a year prior. Recently, 3 cultivators in our family, who had been stagnating at the 3rd level for quite some time, have successively entered the 4th level and cultivated their spiritual consciousness. Over the years, the number of casualties among our family as cultivators has significantly decreased, and the young seedlings are thriving. We now have over 70 cultivators, nearing 80. Your grandfather, the patriarch, has said that it must be due to your presence that the Li clan has gained fortune and development. You truly are the prodigy of our Li clan." Li Dingzhou continued, "Yuan, once you mature, our Li clan will surely become a first-rate Qi condensation family, boasting formidable experts at the 10th level." Li Qingyuan, indulging in the exquisite wine, responded, "Father, my aspirations extend far beyond merely reaching the 10th level of Qi condensation. I aim to establish a solid foundation and elevate the Li clan to a foundational celestial clan. In truth, my ambitions stretch well beyond this." Li Dingzhou laughed. "Oh, does my son harbor even loftier dreams?" Li Qingyuan replied earnestly, "Indeed, I wish to establish a foundation, achieve the golden core stage, and ultimately become a legendary Yuan-ing true monarch." With a clatter, Li Dingzhou's hand trembled, his expression frozen in shock as the wine jar slipped from his grasp, shattering upon the ground, releasing an intoxicating aroma. After a few moments of stunned silence, Li Dingzhou burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Splendid! My son possesses great aspirations. I believe that you will undoubtedly establish a foundation, achieve the golden core, and even ascend to become a legendary Yuan-ing powerhouse." Li Qingyuan affirmed, "I too am confident that I can achieve this." With a resounding thud, he unleashed his Qi, revealing his 5th level cultivation in front of his father, no longer concealing it. Another crash echoed as Li Dingzhou's hand shook again, the wine jar he had just lifted crashing to the floor once more. As he pointed at Li Qingyuan in disbelief, stammering, "Why, you have reached the 5th level of Qi condensation? What kind of prodigy have I birthed?" Li Dingzhou gazed at his son with incredulity. At 55 years of age, he had only just reached the 5th level himself. In recent years, he had continuously broken through, aided by a small spirit-nourishing pill, along with the resources provided by his son's slaying of a rogue cultivator, which had gifted him ample spirit stones and nourishing pills for his cultivation. In summary, he had benefited from his son's achievements. However, he had never anticipated that his mere 14-year-old son had already attained the 5th level. Gusping, Li Dingzhou exclaimed, "Yuan, it seems you might reach the peak of the 6th level before 20. By your 20s, you will surely step into the 7th level. With the assistance of a spirit-nourishing pill, your breakthroughs will become even more effortless." Li Qingyuan expressed, "Father, I wish to join the family hunting team to hunt demonic beasts alongside you. Firstly, to earn spirit stones. Secondly, to hone my spells. And thirdly, to enhance my combat experience." Li Dingzhou stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, "Father supports you. With your 5th level cultivation, coupled with your mastery of spells and equipped with a mid-grade 1st level magical artifact, along with a top-grade 1st level talisman as your trump card, your cunning nature will ensure that even those at the 7th level will find it difficult to contend with you." Li Qingyuan activated the Lianqi Ju, concealing his cultivation to reveal the aura of the 2nd level of Qi condensation. Li Dingzhou's lips twitched as he remarked, "Yuan, Your Lianqi is increasingly suited for the role of a cunning underdog. Teach me it someday. He. That evening, the father and son raised their cups repeatedly, while their mother, Qingyuan, served them dishes and poured wine, her heart brimming with happiness as she observed her husband and son, a smile of contentment gracing her lips. In Qingyuan's eyes, at that moment, the three of them together, safe and sound, represented the epitome of happiness and joy. Chapter 39. The Duel of the Second Elder. The prodigy's spellcasting talent. Early the next morning, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan arrived at the patriarch's place of seclusion. The patriarch, grand elder, and second elder were already present. As the sun rose over the eastern sea, illuminating the island, the first light spilled across the clouds and mountains, presenting a scene of spring-esque grace and vitality. Two streaks of light darted through the forest, swiftly arriving at the location. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan. Boom! Boom! The father and son unleashed their spiritual power, showcasing their cultivation levels. The patriarch, grand elder, and second elder looked on in astonishment. Fifth level of qi condensation, Qingyuan's cultivation has once again broken through. The second elder felt a mix of joy and melancholy, sighing, the tides of time have washed away the old. We, the previous generation, have grown old. The future of our family belongs to the youth. The patriarch rejoiced. Within a century, there will surely be a child of destiny to uplift our family. Qingyuan is that destined child of the Li clan. In recent years, the Li clan had been thriving and flourishing. Li Guangao stated, among our clan's cultivators, there is one at the 7th level of qi condensation, one at the 6th level, and 4 at the 5th level, including the second elder, Li Dingyan, Li Dingzhou, and Yang Qingyuan. There are 7 at the 4th level and 18 at the 3rd level. The 2nd and 1st levels together comprise about 40 individuals. The grand elder stroked his beard, nodding. Indeed, in just 7 or 8 years. The overall combat strength of our clan as cultivators has more than doubled. Especially you, patriarch, having ascended to the 7th level, becoming a late-stage expert in qi condensation, bears significant meaning for the family. Li Guangao sighed. I have aged. Reaching the 7th level of qi condensation is my limit. The future of the family rests upon this child Qingyuan. With his current pace of cultivation, he might reach the late stage of qi condensation in 10 years. Contemplating this, the patriarch's face glimmered with hope. The second elder, feeling contemplative, expressed, I wish I could live another 100 years to witness the prosperity of our family. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan approached, bowing respectfully. We pay our respects to the patriarch, grand elder, and second elder. Li Qingyuan stated, Grandfather Patriarch, I wish to join the hunting team to hone my skills. The patriarch paused, stroking his long beard. Very well. As cultivators, we inevitably encounter others in duels. Thus, it is wise to gain experience. However, you must agree to one condition from your grandfather Patriarch. Li Qingyuan replied, Please, speak. The patriarch's expression turned serious. You must not act independently outside the family hunting team. Avoid venturing deep into the Tianyin mountain range. And refrain from provoking late-phase, first-level demonic beasts. Given your current strength, hunting mid-phase, first-level demonic beasts will be just right for you. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in respect. Qingyuan obeys. At that moment, the second elder stepped forward, declaring, I am the captain of the family hunting team. If you wish to join, I must first assess your strength, spellcasting ability, and adaptability. Young Qingyuan, do you dare duel with me? The second elder chuckled, extending the invitation. Li Qingyuan, delighted, responded, Your grandson eagerly accepts the challenge. Please, second elder, enlighten me. On the grassy clearing, the two stood facing each other, their spiritual energy swirling around them. The second elder was at the peak of the 5th level of qi condensation, while Li Qingyuan had just entered the 5th level. We shall not use talismans or magical artifacts. We will duel using only family spells, relying solely on our martial skills. As the second elder finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he swiftly attacked. The Yueying technique allowed him to traverse several feet in an instant, channeling his spiritual power into his arms to execute the iron arm technique. The iron arm technique fortified his arms, rendering them as hard as steel, granting him immense strength. The second elder unleashed his fists, creating sonic booms as he struck towards Li Qingyuan's critical points, targeting his face and chest. Li Qingyuan formed hand seals, channeling his inner spiritual energy, bending his arms to block, as a layer of earthy armor materialized around him for defense. The Earthen Armor Technique, one of the 6 family spells, was a first-level spell suitable throughout the Qi condensation period. Bang! The Earthen Armor Technique successfully blocked the Second Elder's powerful strike. Yet Li Qingyuan was still knocked back several feet, feeling a tingling numbness in his arms. The Second Elder waved his hands, transforming his blade into a razor-sharp energy blade. The technique of Qi Blade was executed, concentrating energy into blades that sliced through the air with a chilling glimmer. In his heart, Li Qingyuan silently recited the Yueying technique, evading as though his feet were coated in oil, leaving behind fleeting shadows that became beams of light, deftly avoiding all the Second Elder's attacks. Fetal technique. Li Qingyuan raised his hands, rubbed them together, and unleashed a fireball, initiating his counterattack. The clash of techniques, Qi Blade, Fireball, Iron Arm, Yueying, and Earth Armor, saw Li Qingyuan and the Second Elder engaged in fierce combat, continuously employing various spells that collided in mid-air with resounding booms. The two alternated between long-range tactics and close-quarter combat with Iron Arm, showcasing a myriad of attacks, defenses, and swift movements, their magical prowess evenly matched. After a quarter of an hour of full-force combat, both warriors found their spiritual energy nearly depleted. The clan leader, Li Guangao, declared enough. Let this battle be deemed a draw, shall we? Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. Thank you, Second Elder, for your guidance. I have greatly benefited. The Second Elder praised, good lad. I have hunted demonic beasts for 30 years, mastering 5 of our family's 6 techniques, aside from the Spirit Rain technique. Yet you, in just 7 or 8 years of cultivation, not only possess astounding talent in Qi refinement and talisman drawing, but also in spell cultivation. In merely a few years of practice, you are not inferior to my decades of accumulation. Your talent in magic is nothing short of monstrous. The Elder added, moreover. During the duel, Qingyuan displayed a methodical approach, integrating offense and defense seamlessly, even discerning that the Second Elder was intentionally revealing flaws to lure him in. In the face of such openings, he remained calm and composed. The Elder laughed heartily. Such a genius not only exists, but is among our Li family. The clan leader continued. Let it be decided then. From this day forth, Qingyuan shall be a member of the family hunting team. Li Qingyuan smiled. Thank you, clan leader, for your approval. Additionally, I have something to report to you privately. Oh, the clan leader, Li Guangao, inquired with curiosity. What is it that you wish to share with me? Li Guangao instructed, very well, Elder, Second Elder, Li Dingzhou, you may leave for now. After the 3 departed, Li Guangao asked, Qingyuan, what matters do you wish to discuss? Li Qingyuan smiled. Clan leader, please take a look. He produced a high-grade first-tier talisman paper, high-grade first-tier talisman ink, and a severely worn-wind spirit wolf hair brush, stating, clan leader, observe closely. With that, Li Qingyuan began to draw a talisman. The complete version of the flame ice/talisman was drawn in one fluid motion. Buzz. As the last stroke was completed on the high-grade, first-tier talisman paper, it absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, solidifying the talisman's runes, successfully completing the drawing with perfect quality and intact runes. Go! Li Qingyuan activated the talisman paper and hurled it forward. Swish! An icy blue flame erupted, transforming into a sharp blade of light over 10 feet long, slicing through the air for 10 zhong, striking a boulder of the false mountain and shattering it. A tremendous roar followed, shaking the ground for 10 zhong. The false mountain obliterated, debris scattering everywhere. The clan leader, Li Guangao, was left dumbfounded, incredulous as he exclaimed, Qingyuan, did you just draw a high-grade first-tier talisman that rivals the full strength of an 8th-layer Qi refiner? And this talisman is the flame ice/. Gasp! Li Guangao inhaled sharply, staring at Li Qingyuan in shock. Have you truly perfected the flame ice/talisman? Chapter 40. The Tiani Mountain Range Hunting Demonic Beasts. Li Qingyuan replied, yes, clan leader, I have completed the runes of the flame ice/talisman. Gasp! Li Guangao inhaled sharply, unable to believe. How can there be such a prodigy in this world? The flame ice/talisman is a high-grade first-tier talisman paper, and you have managed to complete its runes? Li Guangao marveled. Good lad. How did you achieve this? Li Qingyuan explained. Clan leader, I have dedicated myself to this study for nearly 3 years. And by sheer luck, I was able to perfect it. During these 2 to 3 years, I have expended a significant amount of talisman-making materials. And even your Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush is nearly ruined. With that, Li Qingyuan presented a mid-grade, first-tier Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush. Upon seeing it, Li Guang Ao noticed that his beloved brush, which he had purchased for 150 spirit stones, was now worn down over 90%, riddled with cracks, and on the verge of self-destruction. Li Guang Ao laughed artidi. What a finitrade. A brush in exchange for the inheritance of a high-grade, first-tier talisman paper. We have profited indeed. Crack. Just as Li Guang Ao finished speaking, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair brush shattered, scattering spiritual light everywhere, the artifact destroyed. The brush handle broke apart, and the bristles disintegrated into ashes. Li Guang Ao remarked, "It seems our family will need to acquire a high-grade, first-tier brush." Li Guang Ao gritted his teeth, stating, "Not to worry, it's only 300 or 400 spirit stones. Now that I am a 7th-layer Qi refiner, I can hunt dozens or even 100 mid-tier, first-tier demonic beasts. Our clan as cultivators can tighten their belts for a year or 2, and we will surely purchase a high-grade first-tier brush." Li Guang Ao chuckled. "With your talent in talisman making, you will certainly be able to draw high-quality flame ice/talismans, comparable to the strikes of a 9th-layer Qi refiner. Haha, at that time, I will not fear even an 8th-layer Qi refiner." After a moment of contemplation, Li Guang Ao declared, No, 2 years is too long. I will swallow my pride and borrow spirit stones from a few old friends." Li Qingyuan smiled and produced 20 flame ice/talismans, 10 of lower quality and 10 of perfect quality, saying, "Clan leader, please accept these talismans. Oh, by the way, these are talismans you successfully drew yourself." Li Guang Ao accepted the talismans, pointed at Li Qingyuan, and squinted his eyes with a smile. "You are clever beyond your years. To borrow spirit stones, mere words won't suffice. Even if the other party is constrained by friendship, they won't lend too many spirit stones. However, if Li Guang Ao approaches as a bearer of a high-grade first-tier talisman paper to borrow spirit stones for a brush, offering 1 or 2 high-grade first-tier talismans in return, as long as the other party is not foolish, they will surely lend generously. A high-grade first-tier talisman master is exceedingly rare even among second-rate Qi refining families. Gaining the friendship of a high-grade first-tier talisman master means that they could continuously purchase high-grade first-tier talismans for protection and rapidly enhance their combat power. Even a 6th-layer Qi refiner, with a sufficient quantity of high-grade first-tier talismans, could intimidate 7th and 8th-layer experts. Every family has their direct descendants, and before those descendants mature, they need talismans for protection. Li Guang Ao laughed heartily. "Very well, I shall set out." Whoosh! Li Guang Ao soared away on his sword. With the robust spiritual energy of a 7th-layer Qi refiner and a deeper spiritual awareness, capable of flying dozens or even hundreds of miles on his sword, making slight adjustments before continuing his flight. 3 days later, the family hunting team set out once more. By now, the hunting team had grown considerably. The second elder was at the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou was also at the 5th layer, while there were 4 at the 4th layer and 8 at the 3rd layer. Aluncida Li Qingyuan, who appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 2nd layer, but was actually at the 5th layer. He was not inferior to the second elder or Li Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou said, "Second elder, this is Qingyuan's first time participating in a hunt. He lacks experience and is relatively weak. I plan to take him to the outer perimeter to seek out some isolated initial stage first-tier demonic beasts for practice." The second elder understood and nodded. "Very well. You two will stay at the outer perimeter while the rest will accompany me deeper." The group of cultivators nodded in agreement. Soon, the second elder led the team away. Li Dingzhou said, "Let us depart, my son." "Yes, father." Whoosh! The father and son leaped forward, employing the weighing technique, their figures darting like flowing light through the trees of the mountain. Half an hour later, Li Dingzhou halted, saying, "This is the area. This area lies at the boundary between the outer and middle layers of the Tianyin mountain range. Although predominantly inhabited by first-tier early-stage demon beasts, there are also numerous mid-stage first-tier demon beasts roaming about." Li Qingyuan nodded, fully familiar with the topographical map of the overseas archipelago. Liuhe Island is one of the 5 major islands, which are distributed in a serpentine shape. Liuhe Island occupies the position of the serpent's head. with the 5 islands facing the sea to the east and the mountains to the west. The Tianyin mountain range, located on the western side of the 5 islands, acts as a barrier separating the overseas islands from the continental landmass, stretching over 30,000 miles in length and more than 10,000 miles in width, teeming with peril and dense with demon beasts. According to the foundation building, Celestial Clan, the deepest part of the Tianyin mountain range harbors not only second-tier great demons, but also third-tier great demons comparable to human Jedon cultivators. And there is more than one of them. For the cultivators of the 5 overseas islands, the deepest region of the Tianyin mountain range is deemed a forbidden zone of life. Li Dingzhou and his son, Li Qingyuan, traversed through the forest. Li Qingyuan observed various snakes, insects, mice, and ants scurrying about, witnessed a plethora of poisonous insects and plants, and gazed at towering ancient trees, crocodile ponds, vibrant poisonous mushrooms, and boulders covered in moss along the stream cliffs. The cries of countless unnamed birds and beasts echoed eerily, filling the air with a haunting melody. Li Qingyuan Musha. This profound sense of depth and fear resembles that of Ileo Mountain. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a demon beast burst forth from the depths of the earth. Li Qingyuan was instantly awakened, channeling his spiritual energy in his feet, bending his knees to leap, propelling himself into the air to evade and perch atop a large tree. The demon beast emerged from the ground, measuring over 10 feet in length, entirely black, resembling a scorpion with a scorpion's head and a pair of pincers, as well as limbs on its thorax and abdomen. However, it lacked a scorpion's tail and stinger. The 10-foot-long demon beast charged at Li Qingyuan with a leap spanning several yards. Li Dingzhou cautioned, "Yuan, this is a Dagomo scorpion. Judging by its spiritual energy fluctuations, it has already reached the mid-stage of the first tier. Proceed with caution. I will assist you in the battle. Moreover, this beast is not venomous, allowing for close combat." Li Qingyuan Raplia understood. Steel arm technique. With a thundering sound, Li Qingyuan leaped down from the 10-foot-high tree, executed the first-tier spell steel arm technique, and unleashed a heavy punch that struck the Dagomo scorpion. The creature swung its pincers, releasing spiritual energy, clashing directly with Li Qingyuan's iron fists. With a resounding impact, both man and beast collided, causing a burst of spiritual light. Li Qingyuan was sent flying back 3 yards, landing on a tree. The Dagomo scorpion landed with a roar, swinging its massive pincers, which were extraordinarily sharp, and easily severed the large tree that 2 men could embrace. As the tree splintered, Li Qingyuan leaped away, employing the moon shadow technique, creating countless afterimages, and with a swift motion of his hands, unleashed a series of energy blades that sliced through the air, cutting through gold and jade. With rapid movements, Li Qingyuan circled the Dagomo scorpion, continuously activating the energy blades to strike the target, inflicting grievous wounds upon it and evoking its pained howls. With a furious roar, the Dagomo scorpion unleashed a surge of spiritual energy from within, gathering formidable demonic power in its mouth, and abruptly spewed forth a beam of spiritual light directed at Li Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou shouted, "Yuan, be careful. This beast has gone mad." Li Qingyuan retorted, "Madness makes it all the more interesting. Demon beast, let me see just how formidable you truly are." As the spiritual energy wave approached, Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together, casting the fireball technique, which erupted into a blazing inferno. With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, but the spiritual light emitted by the Dagomo scorpion shattered the fireball, sending residual force hurtling toward Li Qingyuan. Steel arm technique. Li Qingyuan bent his arms to block, successfully deflecting the light wave, though his body slid back several meters. This strike was no weaker than that of the 5th-layer Qi refinement elder. In another part of the mountain, Elder Li Guangzong roared. The Dagomo scorpion let out another furious cry, its 10-foot demon body shimmering with waves of spiritual light, as it gathered energy in its mouth to launch another devastating attack. Li Qingyuan summoned a first-tier mid-grade magic weapon, the red iron sword, from his storage bag. This 4-foot-long sword glowed a deep crimson and was remarkably sharp. Infused with spiritual energy, the sword glimmered as if ablaze. With a swift motion, Li Qingyuan swung the sword, releasing a wave of sword energy that surged through the air and met the incoming spiritual light in a direct collision. However, after the sword energy shattered, The demon beast's spiritual light continued its relentless advance. Li Qingyuan unleashed multiple sword strikes, channeling spiritual energy into the weapon, sending forth razor-sharp sword energy that wove into an impenetrable sword net, shattering the demon beast's spiritual light. As the sword net fragmented, so too did the spiritual light of the demon beast. Employing the moon shadow technique, Li Qingyuan dashed forward, transforming into afterimages, and arrived at the side of the Dagomo scorpion, delivering a powerful strike that pierced into its body, causing blood to spurt forth. With a pained shriek, the Dagomo scorpion swung its enormous pincers, generating a fierce wind imbued with tremendous force. Li Qingyuan raised his sword to block the attack. With a clang, the red iron sword met the pincers of the demon beast, producing a piercing sound and showering sparks. The Dagomo scorpion wielded its pincers like sharp scissors, attacking Li Qingyuan with a flurry of strikes. Li Qingyuan deftly combined the moon shadow technique with the red iron sword, utilizing the foundational sword techniques to retaliate. As they clashed, sparks flew and spiritual energy quaked. On the sidelines, Li Dingzhou advised, as a cultivator, you must possess not only the means to engage enemies from a distance with magical artifacts, but also be adept in various spells for combat. Furthermore, mastery of basic swordplay, knife techniques, and close-quarter combat skills is essential. Otherwise, if you encounter a body cultivator and they close the distance, your chances of survival diminish greatly. He continued thus, I require you to hunt demon beasts exclusively using spells and engage in close combat with your magic weapon. Try to avoid using artifacts for ranged attacks, and of course, do not employ talismans. Li Qingyuan trusted his father's judgment, feeling profoundly impacted by his words. He believed that the hunting strategy devised by his father would greatly benefit him. After a fierce battle lasting a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan had inflicted numerous wounds upon the Dagomo scorpion, which was now bleeding profusely and depleting its internal spiritual energy. Li Qingyuan raised the red iron sword high, gripping it with both hands as all his spiritual energy converged into the blade, causing it to hum with power and radiate brilliance. Slash! Li Qingyuan executed a downward strike, unleashing a beam of sword light that cleaved through the air. With a sharp sound, the beam of sword light severed the Dagomo scorpion in half. Blood sprang everywhere as the demon beast met its demise. Li Qingyuan gracefully leaped back 3 yards, sword at the ready, remaining vigilant until he confirmed that the Dagomo scorpion was completely dead and posed no further threat. He let out a long breath of relief. With a sigh, Li Qingyuan stored away his magic weapon. Li Dingzhou approached swiftly, collecting materials from the demon beast while explaining, this Dagomo scorpion is of mid-stage first tier, with a power level roughly equivalent to that of a perfected 5th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Its most valuable asset is this pair of pincers, as hard as iron and sharp as knives, which are among the materials used to forge mid-grade first-tier magic weapons. Just this pair of pincers alone could fetch 20 spirit stones without difficulty. Li Dingzhou remarked, a few years ago, only the second elder could match this demon beast in combat within our family's hunting team. Back then, facing such a mid-stage first-tier demon beast required the entire hunting team to coordinate with the second elder to slay it at minimal cost. If 2 such Dagomo scorpions had appeared simultaneously, the second elder would typically order a retreat to preserve the family strength. He added, in the past, the Li family had to fight tooth and nail to earn 20 or 30 spirit stones, requiring everyone to cooperate under extremely challenging circumstances. Li Dingzhou laughed. Now you alone? You honor, can take it down. A quarter of an hour later, with his spiritual energy replenished, Li Qingyuan declared, Father, we can proceed to the next target. Li Dingzhou nodded. Very well, let us go. With a swift leap, the father and son soared through the air, covering 7 or 8 yards, then, after applying a lightness talisman, leaped over 10 or even 20 yards, rapidly traversing the deep mountains in search of suitable demon beasts. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In a certain region of the Lingji Mountains, Li Qingyuan utilized his spiritual awareness as a guide and his spiritual power as a force, propelling a mid-grade magical artifact through the void to unleash a lethal strike. A beam of sword light shot forth, swift as lightning, with a series of muffled thuds. 3 first-tier initial stage spirit beasts fell victim to a single crimson sword light, dispatched in an instant. Li Qingyuan grasafuli dasanda. gesturing with his right hand as the crimson iron sword returned to his side, gliding through the surroundings, its brilliance dazzling and its blade humming with energy. The three first-tier initial stage spirit beasts offered no challenge to Li Qingyuan, prompting him to directly launch a sword assault, resulting in an instantaneous kill. Li Dingzhou moved forward to collect materials, instructing these three spirit beasts are known as Jianwei lizard. Each massive lizard measures over a meter in length, adorned with black and yellow scales, a grayish-white belly, and a tail exceeding 3 feet, sharp as a sword, with double-edged barbs that are exceptionally keen. Hence, they are named Jianwei lizard. Li Qingyuan approached, emulating his father's method of harvesting materials. Li Dingzhou continued, the barbs on their tails, the sharp tips, are materials for crafting low-grade, first-tier magical artifacts. Furthermore, their hide should ideally be completely skinned, as it can be used to forge low-grade, first-tier defensive armor. Following his father's guidance, Li Qingyuan meticulously harvested the materials and skinned the lizard hides. Once the materials were gathered, the father and son took a moment to rest, each enjoying a flatbread and a flask of water. During the Qi refinement stage, one merely masters spiritual energy and remains an ordinary mortal, still requiring grains for sustenance. With a maximum lifespan of 2 cycles, not exceeding 120 years, only those in the foundation establishment stage can practice fasting. After resting, Li Dingzhou stood and remarked, Yuaner, after half a month of experience and numerous battles with demon beasts, your swordsmanship has become remarkably proficient, your strikes decisive and sharp. Additionally, aside from Lingyu technique, you have also become more adept at employing the other 5 first-tier spells from the family S6 techniques, executing them with increasing ease. You have made significant progress during this experience. Li Qingyuan smiled and added, moreover, I have earned some spiritual stones to help with household expenses. Over the past year or more, he had maintained a consumption rate of 3 spiritual stones daily, and while striving to break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement and stabilize his realm, he had used dozens more. The 1,800 spiritual stones he once possessed had dwindled to just over 100. Oh, by the way, I receive a monthly salary of 7 spiritual stones for drawing talismans for the family. After a year and a half, that amounts to 126 spiritual stones, which when doubled, totals 252. Altogether, I now have just over 300 spiritual stones, not quite reaching 400. Li Qingyuan contemplated, next, I shall go to Quanshan Fangshi to exchange for spiritual stones. The resources from the 2 storage bags obtained after slaying their kind can be readily sold for spiritual stones to support my cultivation. Li Qingyuan also thought, in this year and a half, I have accumulated a considerable number of talisman papers. I must visit the Lingfu building again. At that moment, Li Dingzhou said, let us go meet the second elder and then proceed to Quanshan Fangshi to sell the demon beast materials. 3 days later, the family hunting team gathered at the outskirts of the Tianyi mountain range. The second elder commanded that those at the 4th layer of Qi refinement and above accompany him to Quanshan Fangshi to sell the demon beast materials, while those at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement were to return home. Naturally, Li Qingyuan was an exception, as the second elder specifically requested his presence to observe and learn. This time, without the aid of a unicorn zebra demon beast, the group walked approximately 100 to 200 miles a day, taking 7 to 8 days to reach the Quanshan Fangshi, located 1,000 miles away. The Li clan maintained established commercial partners. Li Qingyuan accompanied the second elder, while his father, Li Dingzhou, sold materials. They split into 2 teams, one responsible for setting up stalls to sell materials, and the other, led by the second elder, focused on selling materials directly to the refining pavilion, which required various materials for crafting magical artifacts and armor. Additionally, during their hunting journey, they encountered a few first-tier spiritual plants. Typically, demon beasts would be lurking nearby these spiritual plants. Li Qingyuan managed to gather 4 first-tier low-grade spiritual plants, but unfortunately, he did not come across any first-tier, mid-grade, or high-grade spiritual plants, which were exceedingly rare. After 3 days, the demon beast materials and harvested spiritual plants were nearly sold out. Meanwhile, every night, Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan discreetly ventured out to sell the demon beast materials that Li Qingyuan had hunted alone in exchange for spiritual stones. As for the demon beasts hunted by Li Dingzhou, they were naturally handed over to the second elder. Only Li Qingyuan's materials required covert handling and sales. a point tacitly approved by the second elder and acknowledged by the clan leader. The spiritual stones Li Qingyuan earned from slaying demon beasts belonged solely to him, and he was not required to contribute a single stone to the family. The clan leaders were aware that Li Qingyuan's growth necessitated a substantial amount of spiritual stones, which they considered a personal favor to him by the three elder men. Of course, Li Qingyuan was not selfish. He allocated a portion of the spiritual stones to his father. The sale of demon beast materials yielded 200 spiritual stones, which Li Qingyuan could naturally duplicate using the Xianpin space, resulting in 400 spiritual stones. Although Li Qingyuan intended to give his father 100 spiritual stones, Li Dingzhou insisted on only accepting 50, believing 200 was sufficient and he did not want to burden his son. On the final night, the second elder ordered everyone to relax for the evening, as they would return home early the next morning. Other uncles and elders, with arms draped around one another, headed to the joyful pavilion, and Li Dingzhou ventured to the gambling house to try his luck with blind boxes. Li Qingyuan, however, returned to the Lingfu building once more. At 14 years old, Li Qingyuan, clad in a green robe, with long hair tied back, possessed handsome features that, although still youthful, conveyed a charm that could stir the hearts of young maidens. At this age, he stood no less than 1 meter tall, and his green attire accentuated his slender frame, exuding the vigor of a blossoming youth. In this world, at 14, one could already marry and start family. On the first floor of the Lingfu building, wooden racks displayed a dazzling array of first-tier low-grade and mid-grade talisman papers, with 20 to 30 varieties available. In the hall, customers perused the shelves, engaging in negotiations with sales attendants over prices. A familiar face approached, none other than the young saleswoman Li Qingyuan had encountered during his previous disguise. Li Qingyuan smiled, producing 2 high-quality first-tier mid-grade talisman papers, and inquired, "Miss, does your owner still accept talisman papers?" The young woman replied knowingly, "Please wait a moment while I check." Soon, she returned and invited Li Qingyuan to the second floor, specifically to the back area. As they passed through the second floor, Li Qingyuan noticed several customers selecting talisman papers. Although the selection was limited, all were of first-tier high-grade quality, capable of rivaling the strikes of a 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. In the back area of the second floor, Li Qingyuan once again encountered the stunning young woman in a purple dress and veil. It seemed to have grown even more beautiful since we last met a year ago, he thought. After a year and a half, the young lady had become taller, her graceful curves accentuated, and although her face was partially concealed by the veil, her captivating eyes sparkled like stars. The young woman in the purple dress smiled charmingly and asked, "What is your name, young brother?" Li Qingyuan replied, "My surname is Li." "Oh, so you're Li Daoyu," she said, waving her jade hand to present a cup of tea. "My attendant mentioned that you possess some first-tier, mid-grade talisman papers of premium quality. How many do you have, Li Xiaodao?" Li Qingyuan thought to himself, Li Xiaodao. Indeed, I'm still quite young. He realized the woman was only 3 to 5 years his senior, yet she possessed a remarkable beauty and poise. He retrieved a multitude of talisman papers from his storage bag, 121st-tier low-grade talisman papers, 91st-tier mid-grade talisman papers, and 31st-tier high-grade Yambing Zhampa talismans. However, the Yambing Zhampa talismans were all of low quality and did not meet the standards of genuine products. The young woman in the purple dress paused in surprise, her translucent veil revealing her slightly parted lips. This scene feels familiar. Almost identical talisman papers and the same surname. Could you be the younger brother of that Li Daoyu from a year ago? Li Qingyuan clasped his hands respectfully and remarked, "Dao friend Qin, your memory is remarkable. Indeed, a year and a half ago, my sister engaged in a transaction with you. She mentioned that the proprietor of Lingfu Lu, Dao friend Qin, is a person of integrity." The woman in the purple dress waved her jade hand, and various talisman papers fluttered before them. Her bright eyes discerned the quality of the papers, and with a slight smile, she commented, "The quality of the talismans remains as excellent as ever. The low-grade and mid-grade talisman papers are mostly genuine, of fine quality." She finally picked up a Yambing Zhampa talisman and stated, "This is a high-grade talisman paper. It appears that in just a year and a half, your sister has truly become a high-grade talisman master." Regrettably, the woman in purple sighed and added, 30 high-grade talismans, all Yambing Zhampa. It seems your family only possesses the inheritance of this single high-grade talisman. The purple-clad maiden continued, "Little brother, upon your return, you may convey to your sister that if she has the time in the future, she is welcome to visit me at Lingfu Lu." Li Qingyuan was taken aback and inquired, "May I ask what Dao Frenchine wishes to see my sister about?" He thought to himself, "Could this woman have taken an interest in my talent for talismans and intend to confine me to draw talismans exclusively for her?" The purple-clad maiden smiled gently and replied, "Little brother, do not overthink. I merely appreciate talent. Your sister possesses great potential in talisman crafting. If she could obtain a higher level inheritance, she may one day become a second-grade talisman master." Li Qingyuan's face lit up with excitement. "A second-grade talisman master? Really? Rest assured, Dao Frenchine, I will certainly relay your words to my sister upon my return." Inwardly, he thought, "I wouldn't trust her. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. And as for my sister, you shall never meet her." Li Qingyuan mused, "Perhaps I should refrain from trading at Lingfu Lu in the future?" The purple-clad maiden, with her slender fingers, began calculating the spiritual stones, stating, "The market price for the low-grade and mid-grade talisman papers totals 880 spiritual stones. The 30 high-grade talisman papers, of inferior quality, are worth 240 spiritual stones. In total, that amounts to 1120 spiritual stones. As per our usual agreement, I shall offer you 80 of the purchase price, which is 896 spiritual stones." The purple-clad maiden smiled and added, "Little brother, let me round it off for you. Altogether, how does 900 spiritual stones sound?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "Agreed. Dao Frenchine, your price is fair. I shall sell." The two reached an agreement, exchanging money for goods. After descending the stairs and walking along the street, Li Qingyuan glanced back, pondering, "I can't shake the feeling that this woman is extraordinary. Her demeanor is remarkable. Could she be of a first-rate Qi, refining family's direct lineage?" Unfortunately, on the second-floor windowsill, under the slanting moonlight, the purple-clad beauty's brilliant eyes sparkled like stars. Gazing directly at Li Qingyuan, he paused momentarily before turning to leave. The maid, Xiaolan, asked, "Miss, what is the matter?" The purple-clad maiden watched as Li Qingyuan walked away, her cherry lips parting as she softly remarked, "I have a sense that this young man is not simple." Suddenly, a middle-aged servant bowed outside the door, saying, "Miss, we have found traces of the second-grade demonic beast, the blood-devouring centipede you were seeking. It has left Liuhe Island, traveled 3,000 miles south, and then entered the Tianyin mountain range, where a second-grade initial stage specimen can be found. The second master has already set out." Upon hearing this, the purple-clad maiden's lips curled into a charming smile. She raised her jade hand, and a small centipede, dark red and over a foot long, stood upright on her fingertip, meeting her gaze. The centipede's brow bore a tricolored pattern, exuding an extraordinary aura. The purple-clad maiden playfully teased the little centipede, smiling, "Little Kai, devouring a second-grade, initial-stage blood-devouring centipede will be sufficient for you to ascend from the initial to the latter stage of the first grade. Do not rush. Your master will take you there soon." Chapter 43. High-quality, first-grade talisman pen, exceptional yambing talismans. Regrettably, the 900 spiritual stones were all acquired through the successful replication of talismans drawn for the family. Thus, these 900 spiritual stones cannot be replicated again. Li Qingyuan calculated. In addition, selling demonic beast materials and the resources from the storage bags of the two slain brothers, along with today's sale of talismans, has brought my assets close to 3,000 spiritual stones. Not to mention, just from selling the low-grade and mid-grade storage bags, I have made a significant profit, along with various refining materials and spiritual plants, totaling over 1,000 spiritual stones. My entire fortune amounts to 3,000 spiritual stones. Of course, half of this is thanks to the Xianpin space. Li Qingyuan was in high spirits. For the next 3 to 5 years, he would not lack for spiritual stones. 7 to 8 days later, Li Qingyuan and his companions returned to Yunxiao Mountain. Upon returning to the family home, before he could catch his breath, he was whisked away by the clan leader, his grandfather. They arrived at the clan leader's secluded area. The clan leader, Li Guangao, produced a talisman pen, measuring 12 inches in length, adorned with refining inscriptions, emanating the aura of a first-grade superior artifact. "Is this a first-grade superior talisman pen?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in delight. "Grandfather, Within just a month, you managed to acquire spiritual stones and purchase this talisman pen? Li Guangao stroked his beard and marveled. You wouldn't believe it. After gaining the status of a first-grade superior talisman master, borrowing spiritual stones has become rather easy. However, there are no first-grade superior talisman pens available in Chu Mountains Market. Li Guangao reminisced. For this pen, I traveled 4,000 miles north to Lioha City, spending 420 spiritual stones to successfully procure it. Li Qingyuan was aware that Lioha Market was the largest market on Lioha Island, directly managed by the Liu family of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan. In Lioha City, numerous loose cultivators and various factions congregated, forming a vast trading market. Li Qingyuan took the talisman pen, examining it with delight. What a fine pen. With this, I am confident I could draw high-quality Yambing Jampa talismans. The potency of high-quality first-grade talismans rivals a full-force strike from a 9th-layer Qi refining practitioner. Li Guangao nodded repeatedly. Indeed. During my visit to Lioha City, I also purchased a considerable amount of first-grade superior talisman papers and inks. Come, Yuan, guide me on how to draw the complete Yambing Jampa talisman. Li Guangao stated, once I master this talisman, it can be used legitimately by the clan's cultivators for their protection. You must not know, during my trip to Lioha City, I learned that the past few years have been tumultuous for the other islands. Loose cultivators and clan members have frequently been attacked, plundered, or have mysteriously vanished. Recently, the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clans across various islands have begun to mobilize, dispatching late-stage Qi refining experts to patrol, and with the cooperation of various Qi refining families, they have managed to keep those malevolent cultivators in check. Li Guangao continued. After experiencing the recent incident of the robbery and massacre, I was fearful of unforeseen events on my journey home, and I traveled with trepidation. Li Qingyuan frowned. Indeed, the past few years have been filled with unrest. Grandfather, let us strive to ensure that at least one Yambing Jampa talisman is provided to each clan member for their protection. The clan leader, Li Guangao, nodded to conserve materials. The responsibility of drawing the talismans will fall upon you, Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan agreed. That is only right. Let's begin. He prepared the materials. First-grade superior talisman paper, first-grade superior talisman ink, and the first-grade superior talisman pen. Once all the materials were ready, he took up the pen to draw. This was his first time using a first-grade superior talisman pen, and he found it far more comfortable than a mid-grade pen. After several moments, as Li Qingyuan completed the final stroke of the talisman, the paper absorbed spiritual energy, emanating a spiritual pressure. Buzz! The Yambing Jampa talisman had succeeded. Li Guangao's eyes sparkled. This pressure, could it be high-quality talisman paper? Once activated, it is comparable to a full-force strike from a 9th-layer Qi refining practitioner. Ha! Qingyuan, you have done it. Your talent for talismans surpasses even mine. It is truly unparalleled across the entire sea and islands. A first-grade superior talisman master in their teens capable of crafting high-quality talisman paper is a rarity that may not be seen for millennia. Li Qingyuan exhaled softly and continued to write. The second talisman was also of exquisite quality. By the third talisman, his condition began to decline. However, its quality was still commendable, comparable to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. After completing 3 talismans in quick succession, Li Qingyuan felt a depletion of spiritual awareness and vital energy, and promptly said, Grandfather Clan Leader, I need to cultivate and recuperate for a moment. Li Guangao nodded in agreement, explaining, after all, this is a first-tier high-quality talisman paper, and 2 of them are of exquisite quality. The consumption of spiritual awareness and vital energy for a talisman master far exceeds that of a first-tier mid-quality talisman paper. Moreover, your current cultivation is merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Half an hour later, having restored both his vital energy and spiritual awareness, Li Qingyuan commenced the second round of talisman drawing. As he crafted the talismans, the clan leader observed closely, jotting down questions that arose. Eager to inquire once Li Qingyuan finished. Despite his age, he exhibited a commendable humility in seeking knowledge, and his heart brimmed with joy throughout the learning process. This joy stemmed not only from Li Qingyuan's innate talent, but also from the hopeful prospects for the family's future and the satisfaction of learning the art of talismans. He was not only a competent clan leader and a benevolent elder, but also an exceptional apprentice. Throughout the day, Li Qingyuan drew talismans 3 times consecutively, producing 3 each time, achieving success with 8 and accidentally failing 1. Among the 8, there was 1 inferior quality for standard quality and 3 exquisite quality, with the inferior quality being the least, showcasing his remarkable skill in talisman crafting. Subsequently, under Li Qingyuan's guidance, the clan leader began to draw talismans. The talismans spontaneously ignited and disintegrated in failure. 5 spirit stones, Li Guangao lamented. Alas, I shall practice again and attempt to draw tomorrow. The materials for first-tier high-quality talisman paper cost 5 spirit stones each. Once successful, inferior quality talismans sold for 8 spirit stones, standard quality for 9, and exquisite quality for 10. Li Qingyuan nuda afirmatively. Afterward, he returned to his small courtyard to commence his cultivation. Drawing talismans was merely a small part of his training. Additionally, the clan leader had broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, taking over the tasks of crafting first-tier, inferior, and mid-quality talismans. From now on, Li Qingyuan would primarily focus on creating the Yin Bing Zhan talismans. In the days that followed, Li Qingyuan engaged in meditation and Qi cultivation, practiced sword techniques, manipulated flying swords, and instructed the clan as disciples in first-tier spells, imparting his combat experiences. He dedicated 2 hours each day to drawing talismans, crafting 9 Yin Bing Zhan talismans daily, occasionally facing a failure, yet maintaining a success rate close to 98%. He would then guide the clan leader in crafting a Yin Bing talisman, consuming 1 material each day. For the first 2 weeks, the clan leader experienced daily failures. After half a month, the success rate balanced out to 50-50. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed. Even when successful, the quality was only inferior, barely passing muster. This pace was already commendable. Firstly, he had drawn incomplete Yin Bing Zhan talismans numerous times before, becoming quite familiar with this talisman and establishing a solid foundation. Secondly, having now advanced to the 7th level of Qi refinement, he belonged to the latter stage of Qi refinement, with both spiritual awareness and vital energy far surpassing Li Qingyuan, thus enabling him to draw with minimal consumption and greater concentration. A month later, the clan leader's success rate significantly improved, allowing him to produce standard quality talismans, though these were still rare. 3 months later, with 10 talisman materials, the clan leader achieved a success rate of 60%, producing 4 inferior quality and 2 standard quality talismans, yielding minimal profit after deducting material costs. This time, to purchase a first-tier high-quality talisman brush, he incurred a debt of 400 spirit stones, a sum that, given his current proficiency in talisman mastery, he could repay within a year. Furthermore, the vision for each member of the Li clan to possess a first-tier high-quality talisman had been realized in just 3 months. As for Li Qingyuan, he held 120 Yin Bing Zhan talismans, having initially given 20 to the clan leader for borrowing spirit stones and sold 30 inferior quality ones to the Ling Fu building. Now, he retained 70 standard quality Yin Bing Zhan talismans, alongside several exquisite ones, providing him with ample firepower capable of slaying 3 to 5 opponents at the 8th level of Qi refinement. With such a foundation, his sense of insecurity diminished. In the ensuing days, apart from cultivating, drawing talismans, and instructing the clan's disciples, Li Qingyuan participated in the family hunting team every 3 months, honing his skills. He immersed himself in his training rhythm, remaining humble and grounded, reaping daily rewards. Regardless of the passage of time in the outside world, he remained steadfast in his quest for enlightenment in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had elapsed. The 16-year-old youth, graceful and dashing in his flowing azure robe, had become a renowned and handsome cultivator. He had matured. His cultivation also reached another breakthrough. Chapter 44. Qi Refinement 6th Level. Buzzing. As Li Qingyuan sat in meditation, the Dechun Gong circulated at its peak, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing the essence of spirit stones into his being and transforming it for his use. This form of cultivation lasted for 3 full days. Boom! At a certain moment on the 3rd day, Li Qingyuan's figure trembled, his azure robe flapping in the breeze, as the vital energy within him surged forth, spilling from his spiritual orifices and creating a pressure of spiritual energy. The aura of the 6th level of Qi refinement was unmistakable. He had reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled fully, returning his energy to his dantian before continuing to operate the Qingyuan to absorb the residual energy from the spirit stones and the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. A month later, having stabilized his 6th level of Qi refinement, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from his seclusion, concluding his training. Concealing breath technique. Li Qingyuan silently recited his mental method, concealing his cultivation level, reducing his 6th level of Qi refinement to the 3rd level. He publicly announced that he possessed 4 spiritual roots, aligning his cultivation speed with that of someone with 4 spiritual roots. Nevertheless, even so, at 16 years old, possessing 4 spiritual roots and being at the 3rd level of Qi refinement made him stand out among the younger generation of the clan. With a contented smile, Li Qingyuan praised himself. At 16 years old, achieving the 6th level of Qi refinement is quite remarkable. Outside his small courtyard, laughter from the clan leader echoed. Not just remarkable, I even suspect you might have miscalculated your spiritual roots. Perhaps you're not a 3-rooted cultivator, but a dual-rooted one. However, as the clan leader stepped into the courtyard, he shook his head, saying, the cultivation speed of dual-rooted cultivators is not as fast as yours. Could it be that you possess the legendary hidden spiritual body? What kind of spiritual body? Li Qingyuan wondered. He only knew that over the past 2 years, he had consumed over 2,000 spirit stones. Refining these spirit stones over 2 years and depleting such resources had enabled him to refine his vital energy to its utmost, leading to his breakthrough to the 6th level of Qi refinement. Of course, the secret behind the spirit stones was tied to the Xianpin space, a fact Li Qingyuan would never divulge to anyone. Emerging from his room, he greeted clan leader, Grand Elder, what brings you here? Grand Elder Li Guangyao replied. A few days ago, I noticed the spiritual energy here was vibrant, so I came to take a look, only to find you pushing for the 6th level of Qi refinement. The Grand Elder's medicinal field was only 100 paces away, making it entirely normal for him to notice the surge in spiritual energy. Moreover, within 1,000 paces, the cultivation territories belonged to the clan leader, Grand Elder, 2nd Elder, and Li Qingyuan, forming the core area of a 1st-tier incomplete spiritual vein. Typically, without the clan leader's decree, no other clan cultivators, aside from Li Dingzhou, were permitted to enter this area. The Grand Elder expressed disbelief. Good lad, at 16 years old, you've reached the 6th level of Qi refinement. Your realm is already on par with mine. Alas, it seems we truly are growing old. Li Qingyuan smiled silently. Though his realm was equal to that of the Grand Elder, both at the 6th level of Qi refinement, he had never consumed any breakthrough elixirs, nor any pills designed to enhance the cultivation speed of Qi refinement practitioners, such as nourishing energy pills or minor cultivation pills. His entire reservoir of vital energy was cultivated solely through the absorption of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, the energy from the spiritual vein, and the refinement of spiritual stone power, establishing a foundation that was exceptionally solid, surpassing the usual 6th level of Qi refinement. With the innate power of Li Qingyuan's divine soul and his superior spiritual awareness, he could contend even against those at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Armed with numerous 1st-grade talismans, he could effortlessly vanquish opponents of that caliber. In terms of combat prowess, he was confident that he could even stand against those at the 8th level of Qi refinement. At this moment, the clan leader, his grandfather, remarked, Qingyuan, your breakthrough comes at an opportune time. The talismakers from the overseas islands hold an exchange meeting every 3 years, rotating among the 5 islands, where they refine their skills and share insights on talisman drawing. Moreover, if they are interested in each other's talismans, they often engage in exchanges of equal quality, fostering mutual benefit. The clan leader continued, coincidentally, this year's South Gathering will take place on our very own Lioha Island, in Lioha City. You should accompany me on this journey. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A talismaker exchange meeting? That sounds splendid. The clan leader added, this exchange is organized collectively by the talismakers, and the minimum requirement to participate is to possess 1st-grade mid-tier talismans. Furthermore, one must be capable of producing high-quality 1st-grade mid-tier talismans. During this event, you should conceal your mastery of talisman techniques and your cultivation level, revealing only a fraction of your capabilities, understood? Likinuda, rest asurat, granfata, y comprend. The youth, once achieving success, could easily become arrogant. Thus, the clan leader felt compelled to offer a word of caution. However, he evidently underestimated Li Qingyuan's composure. The young man harbored grander aspirations and understood the necessity of remaining in the shadows, concealing his true strength to avoid calamity. At 16, with a cultivation level at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, he was determined to reach the late stage before turning 20, a certainty in his mind. By the age of 50, he would undoubtedly attain the pinnacle of the 10th stage of Qi refinement. With his youth and vigorous vitality, if he were to acquire foundational spiritual items, he would undoubtedly possess the qualifications to make a significant breakthrough. Any established foundational celestial clan would never allow the emergence of a new clan to encroach upon their territory, spiritual veins, or populace. 3 days later, equipped with all his possessions, Li Qingyuan embarked on a northern journey alongside his grandfather on horseback. Over the past 2 years, despite expending over 2,000 spirit stones, his monthly earnings from talisman drawing had risen to 10 spirit stones, and he hunted demonic beasts every 3 months, yielding varying profits, averaging over 100 spirit stones per hunt, accumulating over 2 years. Although he had consumed 2,000 spirit stones, his increased cultivation allowed him to hunt first-grade, mid-tier spirit beasts with ease, even defeating several late-stage demonic beasts comparable to those at the 7th level of Qi refinement, yielding substantial rewards. His hunting endeavors alone replenished his cultivation expenses, with a family stipend of 10 spirit stones per month, totaling 120 stones a year. Over 2 years that amounted to 240 stones, and with the replication doubling that to 480 spirit stones. This, however, only accounted for his monthly stipend. The talismans Li Qingyuan secretly sold brought in hundreds of spirit stones each year, accumulating over 1,000 spirit stones in 2 years. Therefore, the 3,000 spirit stones had not diminished, but rather increased to surpass 5,000 spirit stones after 2 years. Of course, had it not been for the assistance of the Xianpin space, he would likely still be languishing at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, barely managing to draw low-tier talismans for sustenance. The thrill of cultivating with a fortuitous advantage was undeniably exhilarating. The grandfather and grandson rode swiftly on a pair of unique spotted unicorn zebras. At 16, Li Qingyuan stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, and he estimated that in 2 or 3 years, reaching 185 centimeters would be no challenge. Liuhe City lay 4,000 miles from the Li clan, situated in the northern part of Liuhe Island. Although traveling by sword flight would be faster, it would also be exhausting and deplete spiritual energy. Since there was no rush, a few days' delay would not be an issue. Along the way, the clan leader remarked, "Actually, according to the schedule, this year's Talismaker Exchange meeting is not supposed to be held at Liuhe Island. However, a grand auction is set to take place soon on Liuhe Island. This auction will attract numerous Qi refinement families and various rogue cultivators from the 5 major islands and 36 smaller islands. Consequently, the Talismakers decided to host the exchange meeting here in Liuhe City, allowing for both skill exchange and participation in this grand auction." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes gleamed. "So, cultivators from the 5 major islands and various rogue cultivators will be attending?" The clan leader, Li Guangao, stroked his beard and affirmed, "Indeed. It is said that foundational pills might be available at this auction." A thrill surged within Li Qingyuan, his heart racing uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Foundational pills?" Chapter 45, Talismaker Exchange Meeting. The prospect of foundational pills being auctioned seemed almost too good to be true. Li Qingyuan gasped, his expression one of astonishment. The overseas islands, led by the 5 major islands, boasted 36 smaller islands scattered like stars. There existed 5 foundational celestial clans, each occupying one of the 5 major islands, each possessing a 2nd-grade spiritual vein, and each having dozens of Qi refinement families as vassals. Naturally, the 5 major islands and 36 smaller islands also housed numerous rogue cultivator factions, merchant guilds, and mercenary groups. The foundational pill, being crucial to the process of foundation establishment, was regarded as a supreme treasure by those in the Qi refinement stage, its value soaring into the tens of thousands of spirit stones, often with demand exceeding supply. Thus, foundational pills were exceedingly rare within the overseas islands, surfacing only once every few decades or centuries. Each appearance would inevitably incite a frenzy of competition and bloodshed. Li Guangao remarked, "There are rumors of such pills, but whether they truly exist, I cannot say. However, even if we sold our entire clan, we cannot afford one. Even if we could, we would not be able to protect it." He added, "Our primary purpose in traveling to Lioha City is to attend the Talismaker Exchange meeting and to learn." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Your wisdom is sound, grandfather." They urged their steeds onward, covering 300 miles in a single day. 10 days later, they arrived in Lioha City. Li Qingyuan marveled. What a grand city! The imposing characters Lioha City adorned the entrance, exuding an air of magnificence. The city walls stretched for miles, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding mountains, built alongside rivers, thus securing a geographical advantage that made it both defensible and challenging to breach. Li Guangao elaborated, "This is the outer city, home to 300,000 to 500,000 common folk, while the inner city houses no fewer than several thousand cultivators. Lioha City possesses a first-grade, mid-tier spiritual vein, firmly held by the Liu clan, which has developed spiritual energy caverns to lease to various rogue cultivators and factions in exchange for substantial spirit stones and resources." He continued, "With the finest spiritual veins, resources, and bustling markets, Lioha City has become a gathering place for all rogue cultivators on Lioha Island over time. Of course, one must possess spirit stones or a specific skill to survive here." Li Qingyuan mused, "I understand. It's akin to a coveted neighborhood." He reflected, "Rogue cultivators toil their entire lives, often dedicating over 50% of their income, or even half of their family's savings accumulated over 3 generations, merely to afford the exorbitant rental prices of these caverns. Moreover, the caverns under the Liu clan are strictly for lease, with no sales permitted. Over the years, with millennia of accumulation, the Liu clan of Lioha Island must possess vast reserves of spirit stones and countless resources." Li Guangao stated, "Let's find an end to rest. I will contact someone to gather information regarding the Talismaker Exchange meeting." Li Qingyuan readily agreed. That evening, upon returning to the inn, Li Guangao entered Li Qingyuan's room and said, "This exchange meeting will last 10 days to accommodate distant talismakers. The venue is set at the largest inn in Lioha City, the Guanshan Lake Inn. Conveniently, tomorrow marks the first day of the exchange meeting." Li Guangao continued, "We shall head there first thing in the morning." Li Qingyuan nodded in acknowledgement. The following morning at Guanshan Lake Inn, true to its reputation as the largest inn in Lioha City, it was constructed around a freshwater lake, flanked by mountains on 3 sides, featuring elegantly arranged courtyards that offered views of the lake, with willows swaying gently in the breeze. The entrance bustled with activity. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "So many people." Li Guangao elucidated, "Indeed, aside from the Talisman Masters Exchange meeting, there are also alchemists and artifact craftsmen's exchange meetings, among others. The Talisman Masters Exchange meeting is over there. Let us proceed." Soon, the grandfather and grandson arrived at the separate courtyard where the Talisman Masters Exchange meeting was held. At the entrance, 2 young men announced, "All participating Talisman Masters are required to draw a first-tier superior talisman paper on-site, or a high-quality first-tier medium talisman paper. Only those who meet the drawing skills requirement may enter. Here are the free materials for drawing talismans," one of the young men added. Li Guangao picked up a first-tier superior talisman brush and, unhurriedly, after 100 breaths, successfully drew the first-tier superior talisman paper, the Yin Bing Zhan talisman. Upon witnessing this, the young man respectfully stated, "This is a first-tier superior talisman paper of authentic quality. You may enter." He handed over the entry token for the meeting, saying, "With this token, you may come and go freely within the meeting venue for the next 10 days. Li Qingyuan also stepped forward to draw a first-tier medium talisman paper, the Jin Gang talisman, which was of exquisite quality, indicating his potential to become a first-tier superior talisman master, thus passing as well. One of the young men politely remarked, "You are quite young yet possess such profound knowledge in the talisman arts. Surely, you will achieve great things in the future." He then presented the entry token to Li Qingyuan. Upon their arrival, 7 or 8 individuals had already gathered, and there were about 10 talisman masters present. One should not underestimate this number. These individuals were either first-tier superior talisman masters or very close to that level, sufficient to support second- or third-tier qi refining families. Li Qingyuan sat beside his grandfather, observing quietly, patiently awaiting the proceedings. After approximately an hour, the number of talisman masters exceeded 20. At that moment, two elderly men approached, laughing heartily. "Ha! Thank you for your patience, dear friends." As they arrived, most of the talisman masters rose respectfully to greet them. "Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for quite some time." Li Qingyuan wore a puzzled expression. Elder Gong and Elder Zhao were the most renowned talisman masters of the Sea Domain Islands, reportedly already quasi-second-tier talisman masters, on the brink of becoming true second-tier talisman masters. Beside Li Qingyuan, a plump young man in his 20s winked and introduced. In the Sea Domain Islands, there are a total of 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters. Each talisman masters exchange meeting is presided over by these 3. Moreover, they have all been renowned grandmasters at the 10th level of Qi refinement for many years. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, "I see. Thank you for the information, dear friend." The sociable young man replied, "I am Gong Yuan. May I ask how to address you?" Li Qingyuan responded, "So you're Gong Daoyu. My surname is Li." Upon hearing the surname Gong, Li Qingyuan paused slightly. Gong Yuan chuckled and said, "The elder Gong they speak of is my grandfather." Li Qingyuan remarked, "Ah, a second-generation talisman master." After the pleasantries, Elder Gong and Elder Zhao exchanged glances and began, "Dear friends, let us not indulge in idle chatter. We shall commence this exchange meeting. If anyone harbors doubts regarding the talisman arts, feel free to inquire with us. We do not dare to claim mastery, yet we may offer some insights to alleviate your perplexities." Upon hearing this, a wave of compliments ensued. Soon someone stood up and said, "Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, allow me to begin." This individual, around 50 years of age, posed his question respectfully. "I possess a frenzy talisman that can incite spiritual energy and invigorate blood, briefly enhancing cultivation. However, I always fail at the finishing touch during the drawing process. Please, esteemed elders, observe." As he spoke, he began to draw the talisman paper on site. The crowd watched attentively, eager to learn. After several breaths, his spiritual energy faltered slightly, causing the runes to collapse and the talisman paper ignited. In despair, he asked, "Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, may I inquire where I have erred?" Elder Gong smiled and asked, "Shall you, Elder Zhao, respond, or shall I?" Elder Zhao, with his white hair and slightly stooped form, appeared nearly 90 years old. With a dry smile, he said, "Elder Gong, please go ahead." Elder Gong then turned to Li Qingyuan and said, "You honor, why not share your thoughts on this friend's shortcomings?" The young man stepped forward confidently and expounded, "In my humble opinion, the deficiency lies in the technique. This frenzy talisman is quite unique and requires a passionate and domineering fire attribute technique for its drawing to enhance the probability of success. Of course, those with profound skills in the talisman arts may overlook this requirement." As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Zhao chuckled, "Elder Gong, you have a promising successor. It is indeed enviable. To discern this, your grandson's skills in the talisman arts must have reached the level of a first-tier superior talisman master." Elder Gong stroked his beard and laughed. "Ha, Elder Zhao, you flatter me. My grandson barely became a first-tier superior talisman master a year ago." Upon hearing this, everyone gazed at Gong Yuan in astonishment. Indeed, as the direct descendant of Elder Gong, his talent in the talisman arts was remarkable. At such a young age, to have achieved the status of a first-tier superior talisman master. "I barely reached that level at 50, someone remarked. "What young prodigy?" Gong Yuan humbly replied, "Thank you for the kind words, esteemed friends." After a round of flattering remarks, he returned to his place. Subsequently, the second and third individuals posed their inquiries, some drawing talismans and expressing their doubts and failures, seeking guidance and assistance. Everyone engaged in mutual discussions, learning from one another and exchanging ideas. Among them, Elder Zhao and Elder Gong contributed the most, providing insights into nearly every question posed. Some even experienced profound realizations when receiving their guidance, akin to a sudden enlightenment. Occasionally, they shared their own insights and years of learning methods, greatly benefiting the attendees, who praised them continuously. Li Qingyuan listened intently, learning earnestly. When the opportunity arose, he too posed questions, gaining invaluable knowledge from the 2 quasi-second-tier talisman masters. Grandfather, too, found the opportunity to seek clarification on his confusions as a self-taught talisman master. He inquired about various aspects, receiving guidance from Elder Zhao and Elder Gong, as well as exchanging insights with other first-tier superior talisman masters, thus reaping significant benefits. The gathering was fruitful, and an enthusiastic discussion ensued. Lunch was served at the separate courtyard, making for a delightful gathering. Li Qingyuan mused, I must say, the learning atmosphere here is truly commendable. I have acquired a wealth of genuine knowledge. This 10-day exchange meeting is indeed worthwhile. As day one of the exchange meeting drew to a close, evening approached, and the number of participating talisman masters neared 30. Clearing his throat, Elder Zhao spoke. I'm Elder Zhao too, and due to the lack of capable descendants in my family, the talisman arts have no successors. Today, I intend to sell my talisman paper inheritance. At this announcement, everyone was taken aback. Elder Zhao's talisman inheritance? Murmured the crowd. Elder Zhao was a quasi-second-tier talisman master, so his inheritance would surely attract interest from foundational immortal clans. Someone inquired, Elder Zhao, is your talisman paper inheritance a complete set? Elder Zhao, with a wry smile, replied, I can sell a complete quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance. But can you afford it? The question left some feeling embarrassed. Elder Zhao continued, Today, I am selling talisman paper inheritance. One jade slip inscribed with the method for a single type of talisman paper. I will not sell it as a complete set. The first-tier superior talisman paper inheritance consists of 3 types, each priced at 300 spirit stones. The first-tier exquisite talisman paper inheritance consists of 2 types, each priced at 800 spirit stones. Elder Zhao then asked, Dear friends, are there any interested buyers? After some contemplation, Zhao too added, For those who purchase the inheritance jade slip of the transmission talisman, I can guide them for 5 days to help them get started. Li Guangao and his grandson, Li Qingyan, exchanged a glance, their breath catching in their throats. The Li clan possessed only one type of first-tier superior talisman paper, the Yin Bingzhan Pafu, which had only recently been completed by Li Qingyuan. The first-tier premium talisman paper was even more formidable, if successfully inscribed. It could rival the might of a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, providing significant aid to the Li family. However, at 800 spirit stones, Li Guangao found it beyond his means. Over the past 2 years, he had labored to create talismans, utilizing a small portion of the family's wealth, and had finally cleared a debt of 400 spirit stones. In the second year, after managing to create talismans for the family's disciples' protection, he had managed to accumulate only 300 spirit stones. Even with the family's inventory brought along, they barely totaled 500 or 600 spirit stones. Among the talisman masters present, someone called out, Old Zhao, I would like a first-tier premium talisman paper inheritance jade slip. Here are 800 spirit stones. Please accept them. Old Zhao smiled and replied, Very well. Here is the jade slip. I shall personally guide you in inscribing talismans shortly. Another voice chimed in, Old Zhao, I would like a first-tier superior talisman paper inheritance jade slip, preferably one of a defensive nature. Do you have any? Old Zhao responded, Of course. I have those as well. Another transaction was completed, adding 300 spirit stones to his coffers. Li Guangao felt anxious watching the proceedings, but he lacked the spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pulled him aside and whispered, Grandfather, over the years my father and I have hunted monsters, and we have saved up 300 spirit stones. Let us pool our resources to purchase a premium talisman paper inheritance jade slip for the family. Li Guangao, holding the spirit stones, felt tears welling up in his eyes and replied, Good child, consider this a loan from the family. He did not refuse, knowing that once the first-tier premium talisman paper was successfully inscribed, it would elevate their family's strength to rival that of second-tier Qi refinement families in a short span. At this moment, there was no time for hesitation. Although 800 spirit stones was a hefty sum, more than half of the talisman masters present could afford it, and swift action was imperative. Li Guangao quickly stepped forward and said, Dao friend Zhao, I wish to purchase a first-tier premium talisman paper inheritance jade slip, preferably one of an offensive nature. Being a late-stage Qi refinement practitioner, he found it reasonable to refer to Zhao too, who was also at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, as a Dao friend. Here are 800 spirit stones. Please verify. Zhao tu remarked. This one is of a defensive nature. Li Guangao's face fell in disappointment. In the next moment, Zhao Tu produced 2 more jade slips, saying, Fear not. I have made several impressions of each type of talisman paper. Remarkably, one type of talisman paper could be sold to multiple buyers, a strategy to maximize profit. Zhao Tu handed over a jade slip, stating, Here you go. This is an offensive type. Hearing this, Li Guangao let out a long sigh of relief, saying, as long as there are more, that is good. Upon returning to his seat, he pressed the jade slip to his forehead, infusing it with his spiritual awareness to comprehend the method of inscribing the talisman. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes. Li Qingyuan inquired, Grandfather, how did it go? Li Guangao replied joyfully, you can see for yourself. Li Qingyuan took the jade slip and gently pressed it to his forehead, accessing the information. First tier premium talisman paper. Hunyang Jianfu. Upon completion, it gathers pure yang spiritual energy, transforming into pure yang sword energy, with a force comparable to a full strike from a 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Below the foundation establishment stage, there are few adversaries. Li Qingyuan's expression brightened, and he thought to himself, what a treasure, 800 spirit stones well spent. However, before he could celebrate too soon, Gong Yuan interjected with a sigh, Li Dao friend, do not be too hasty in your joy. The first-tier premium talisman paper is not so easily inscribed. Many first-tier superior talisman masters spend their entire lives without achieving a single first-tier premium talisman paper. Do you know why? Li Qingyuan, upon hearing this, clasped his fists and humbly requested, I truly do not know. I humbly ask Dao, friend Gong, for guidance. Gong Yuan explained, in the realm of talismans, once one reaches first-tier premium talisman paper, there is no longer a detailed classification of inferior, standard, or premium quality. It either succeeds or it does not. Once successful, it can rival a full force strike from a 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner. However, should it fail, the talisman paper self-destructs. Upon hearing this, both Li Qingyuan and Li Guangao displayed expressions of astonishment, exclaiming, is it truly so? The first-tier premium talisman paper lacks distinctions of inferior, standard, and premium quality. Li Qingyuan complimented, Dao friend Gong, you are indeed the esteemed grandson and sole inheritor of the Gong family's talisman knowledge. Your profound background is truly admirable. Gong Yuan smiled modestly, waving his hand. It is nothing of significance. My talisman skills still fall far short of my grandfather's. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan asked, may I inquire, what does it mean to be a quasi-second-tier talisman master? First tier is first tier, and second tier is second tier. What does the term quasi-second-tier talisman master imply? Gong Yuan smiled slightly and explained, a quasi-second-tier talisman master is one who can easily inscribe first-tier premium talisman paper. Additionally, these quasi-second-tier talisman masters can even create genuine second-tier inferior talisman paper. However, he added after a brief pause, to inscribe true second-tier talisman paper that can wield the magical power of a foundation establishment practitioner requires spiritual awareness. Even if a 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner can inscribe second-tier talisman paper due to a lack of spiritual awareness, they can only rely on their spiritual sense to draw in the world's spiritual energy, leading to failures. Quasi-second-tier talisman masters are thus, at best, the cream of the crop among first-tier premium talisman masters. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in realization, and he declared, now I understand. Dao friend Gong, you are truly knowledgeable, and I admire you. This talisman master exchange meeting proved to be immensely valuable. Gong Yuan remarked, therefore, even if your grandfather receives 5 days of guidance from old Zhao, it will still be quite challenging to inscribe first-tier premium talisman paper. The 800 spirit stones may very well go to waste. Gong Yuan spoke earnestly. The inheritance of talisman knowledge, artifact refining, and alchemy is not merely about the jade slips. It is fundamentally about the teachings and personal guidance of our elders. Upon hearing this, Li Guangao's expression shifted slightly. However, recalling Li Qingyuan's extraordinary talent in talismanry, his demeanor quickly returned to normal. 800 spirit stones were a worthy gamble. Li Qingyuan bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Dao friend Gong, for your insight. He thought to himself, with the guidance of the Shimpan space and my own innate divine soul being formidable, my spiritual awareness is more robust than most, and I possess some talent in talismanry. As long as I am willing to strive, put in the effort, and invest time and resources, I can surely master the Chunyang Jianfu. By the third day, nearly all expected attendees had arrived, numbering close to 40. Additionally, the third quasi-second-tier talisman master had also appeared. The 3 luminaries of the talisman community, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao, were all present. Each was a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, fully realized and qualified to challenge Foundation establishment. Notably, the youngest among them, Zheng Lao, was around 60 years old and hailed from outside Luha Island, one of the 4 Foundation establishment celestial clans. Zhao, too, the eldest, was in his 80s, nearing 90. Over the course of 10 consecutive days of the Talisman Master Exchange, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan dared not miss a single day, driven by their desire to improve. They attended daily to learn and engage, enhancing their skills. Soon, the time arrived for the last day of the exchange. Gong Lao rose and declared, "Esteemed friends, on this final day of our exchange, we shall enter the free trading segment. As long as both parties are willing and reach a consensus, any resources may be freely exchanged." The atmosphere quickly turned lively. Materials for artifact refining, spiritual plants for alchemy, talisman paper materials, magical tools, formations, elixirs, and various talisman resources were displayed, each vendor calling out to attract interested friends. Before long, the venue had transformed into a private trading fair exclusively for talisman masters to share and exchange resources. Someone announced, "Esteemed friends, I possess a first-tier superior defensive talisman paper and wish to exchange it for an ice attribute talisman paper of the same tier." Unbeknownst to the esteemed friends present, who among you would be willing to exchange? Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances and nodded gently. The Yambing Zhampa talismans belonged to the category of offensive spells, while they urgently required first-tier superior defensive talismans. The method to draw first-tier superior talismans is valued at 300 spiritual stones, a price that Li Guangao and the Li clan can no longer afford. Thus, the possibility of barter, exchanging talismans of the same tier, benefits both parties. Li Guangao rose and declared, "Friends, I am willing to exchange with you. I am also willing," another added. "And I, too, possess first-tier superior ice attribute talismans." The 3 spoke up, expressing their willingness to trade. The individual inclined his body in a courteous gesture and said, "Esteemed friends, here are my talismans. Please inspect them. I kindly ask you to present your talismans for my examination as well." Li Guangao and the others nodded, each retrieving a talisman. When the talisman reached Li Guangao's hands, Li Qingyuan leaned in to take a look. It was indeed a first-tier superior talisman, known as the Gui Jia talisman. This genuine Gui Jia talisman can withstand a full strike from a cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement. In Li Qingyuan's mind, images began to form. The Gui Jia talisman perpetually layered its defense, while the Yambing Zhampa talisman relentlessly struck down foes. Provided there were enough talismans with offense and defense in harmony, one could become invincible against 8th level Qi refinement practitioners. However, the feasibility of the trade ultimately hinged on the other party's needs. "Moments latte," the talisman master remarked, "I happen to require this Yambing Zhampa talisman. I intend to exchange it with you, Li Daoyu." I apologized to the other 2 friends. The other 2 did not feel much regret. If the trade could not be completed, so be it. It was merely an equitable exchange, each party taking what they needed without anyone gaining undue advantage. "I am Lu Daoming. Please accept this, Li Daoyu. It is the method to draw the Gui Jia talisman." The elderly man revealed his name and presented a jade slip. Li Guangao had also prepared a jade slip in advance, which contained the method to draw the Yambing Zhampa talisman, and he handed it to Lu Daoming. The 2 elderly men completed their exchange. Soon, Li Qingyuan received the jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, and utilized his spiritual sense to read it. The method to draw the Gui Jia talisman was thoroughly detailed, and the other party had not tampered with it. Following this, Li Guangao and his grandson, Li Qing, lacking any urgent items for exchange, quietly observed the transactions of others, allowing time to pass. Finally, evening arrived. The 3 elders, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao, stood and spoke. "Esteemed friends, this talisman exchange meeting has been a resounding success. We wish all of you a long-lasting path in the immortal way and successful foundation building." The crowd rose in unison, proclaiming, "We wish Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao long-lasting immortality and successful foundation building. Esteemed friends, we shall see you at the next exchange meeting." The crowd bid farewell and departed, with some traveling in groups, engaging in spirited discussions, planning to enjoy wine together while awaiting the auction to commence. Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan approached Zhao, too, Elder Zhao. Alongside them were 4 other individuals who also sought Elder Zhao's guidance. The group exchanged pleasantries. Elder Zhao. Zhao Tu replied, "Esteemed friends, only a few days remain until the auction. Over the next 5 days, I shall instruct each of you for 1 hour daily. How much you grasp and master will depend on your own fortune." The group nodded. "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Thus, the following morning, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan arrived at the appointed location to visit Zhao Tuesday. There were 5 individuals eager to learn. Consequently, Zhao Tu would need to instruct 5 students each day for 5 hours. Zhao Tu looked towards Li Guangao and said, "Let us begin with you, Li Daoyu." However, Li Guangao uttered a surprising statement. "Elder Zhao, the one learning to draw talismans is not I, but my grandson." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, clasped his hands, and bowed. "I am Li Qingyuan, and I humbly request Elder Zhao's guidance." Elder Zhao was taken aback and exclaimed, "Li Daoyu, are you certain? Your grandson is so young. Considering his understanding of talisman arts, I fear it may be impossible for him to master a first-tier superior talisman." Li Guangao merely cupped his fists in salute and replied, "Elder Zhao, I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Tu nodded. "Very well, this is your choice. Now, esteemed friends, let us commence." Chapter 48. The auction begins. On the first day, after an hour of instruction, Li Qingyuan truly felt the truth of what Qingyuan said. The creation of a first-tier superior talisman is either successful or not. The difficulty is over twice that of drawing a first-tier superior talisman, requiring exceptional comprehension and significantly more resources. To successfully create a first-tier superior talisman, merely obtaining the drawing method is the first step. The guidance of a master is far more crucial. For this learning experience, Li Qingyuan had naturally prepared materials in advance. First-tier superior talisman materials and first-tier superior talisman ink. Here in Lioha City, the market is vast, with numerous merchant associations, and given that the auction attracts thousands of practitioners, acquiring these materials is not difficult as long as one possesses spiritual stones. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingyuan also secretly purchased some pills to enhance his father's cultivation during the Qi refinement stage, accelerating his training speed. These included Qi nourishing pills, minor foundation pills, and various pills specifically for body refinement practitioners, such as blood Qi pills and tiger strength pills. As for the first-tier superior talisman brush, it belongs to the category of first-tier superior magical artifacts, which Li Qingyuan could not procure at the moment. Even if he did, he could not use it publicly. During the 5 days of Zhao Tu's instruction, Li Qingyuan drew talismans 10 times each hour. He produced 10 talismans each day, failing each time, consequently burning through dozens of spiritual stones daily. Fortunately, his foundation was robust, and he possessed ample spiritual stones. Otherwise, he could not afford such losses. Moreover, whenever Zhao Tu had the time, Li Qingyuan would seize the opportunity to ask him questions regarding his confusions. Additionally, Li Qingyuan's charming demeanor and high emotional intelligence, coupled with his thoughtful gifts of fine spiritual wines, left a favorable impression on Zhao Tuesday. Furthermore, his demonstrated talent and eagerness to learn endeared him to Zhao Tu, who was thus inclined to offer him additional guidance. Regrettably, mastering a first-tier superior talisman remained exceedingly challenging. After 5 days of study, dedicating an hour each day, and consuming 10 talisman materials daily, Li Qingyuan had yet to succeed even once. On the final day of instruction, as the lessons concluded, Li Qingyuan bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Zhao, for your guidance over the past 5 days. I have greatly benefited." Zhao Tu regarded Li Qingyuan with admiration. "Young friend Qingyuan, with your talent and age, if you persist in the path of talismans, you will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Alas, if my family had a descendant as exceptional as you, I would not hesitate to strive harder." With that, Zhao Tu paused and waved his hand. "You may go." Li Qingyuan bowed. "I take my leave." As Zhao Tu watched him depart, he murmured, "If not for the timing, I would have truly wished to take him as my disciple and pass on my legacy." Time swiftly passed, and on the morning of the 6th day, the auction commenced. That morning, Li Qingyuan said to Li Guangao, "Grandfather, the items being auctioned are primarily for those at the late stage of Qi refinement, which are of no use to me, and I cannot afford them. Moreover, after purchasing the pure Yang sword talisman from Elder Zhao, our family's spiritual stones have been nearly depleted. Therefore, I shall not attend this auction." Li Qingyuan continued, "Instead, I wish to seize this opportunity. With so many cultivators gathered in Lioha City to rent a stall and sell talismans, earning spiritual stones for my cultivation, Li Guangao felt both gratified and guilty. Good child, it is the family that has burdened you. Alas, when a child is too extravagant, he becomes detested. When a child is too sensible, the elders feel both gratified and guilty. Li Guangao said, I shall not attend either. I will accompany you to set up a stall. No, Li Qingyuan Ruplia. Grandfather, you are now a 7th level Qi refinement practitioner. Your stature reflects the family's standing, and your insights embody the family's wisdom. How can you not attend? Li Qingyuan added, moreover, after the auction, I still wish to hear your observations regarding the event. Hearing this, Li Guangao nodded. Very well, you make a valid point. Their family aspires to ascend to the ranks of a 2nd-tier Qi refinement clan, and perhaps even to a 1st-tier Qi refinement clan, or even to challenge the establishment of a foundation establishment immortal clan. There are numerous matters they ought to comprehend and experience. Soon, the grandfather and grandson parted ways. After Li Qingyuan turned a corner, he vanished for a moment, only to reappear clad in dark attire and wearing a mask. His cultivation having advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement. He approached the vicinity of the auction house and observed the clan leader, his grandfather, entering. After waiting for a short while, he gracefully made his entrance into the auction house, paying the entry fee of 10 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, Grandfather, it is not my intention to deceive you. Rather, the origin of the 5,000 spirit stones on my person is indeed difficult to explain. However, I yearn to broaden my horizons and hope to bid for items that will aid in my cultivation. After deducting 300 spirit stones to support his grandfather and the costs of several hundred spirit stones for 1st-tier exquisite talisman paper and ink, he still possessed 4,000 spirit stones. Before long, Li Qingyuan entered the auction house and found his designated seat according to the wooden plaque. Various factions, prominent families, cultivators from numerous islands, and wandering cultivators congregated. Mid-level Qi refinement practitioners were as common as dogs, while late-stage practitioners were ubiquitous. Occasionally, the aura of formidable 10th-level Qi refinement masters would sweep past, drawing the attention of many. Meanwhile, outside Lioha City, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li descended on their flying spirit beast, arriving at Lioha City. Zhou Li inquired, Father, did you not say that this auction is a trap? Then why are we here? Zhou Kuei, nearing 60, yet possessing robust spiritual power and profound cultivation, appeared no older than 50, still brimming with vitality. He replied softly, precisely because of this, we must attend. If everyone else is here and we do not come, it would seem odd. Moreover, we have reached a critical juncture in our family's plans, and we cannot afford any missteps. Zhou Kuei's gaze was profound, and his countenance was imposing. Zhou Li nodded, I understand, Father. Zhou Kuei contemplated. The family's spiritual vein is about to reach the threshold of 2nd tier, and I have already perfected my cultivation at the 10th level of Qi refinement. In a few years, when the family's spiritual vein ascends to the 2nd tier, I shall refine my cultivation to its utmost peak and consume a foundation establishment pill, enabling me to break through to foundation establishment. Soon, the Zhou father and son arrived at the auction house and entered a VIP room. Within one particular VIP chamber, soundproof talisman paper adorned the walls, effectively blocking sound as well as prohibiting spiritual sense probing. Inside the chamber, a woman in a purple gown sat quietly, sipping tea, her face veiled, and her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes sparkling like stars. A maid hastily approached and whispered, Miss, Zhou Kuei has arrived. The woman in the purple gown chuckled lightly. Ah, this old fellow is indeed patient. I have not misjudged our collaboration partner, the Qin family. The maid continued. The second master has informed me that the Liu family, along with 4 other foundation establishment clans' 10th level Qi refinement practitioners, have also arrived. Moreover, various bandits have changed their appearances and have surged into Lioha City. The woman took a sip of fragrant tea, her bright eyes gleaming, and remarked, Hee hee, the show is about to begin. Chapter 49, Treasures Galore, Techniques, and Cultivation Methods. Bang! The copper bell rang out, its sound reverberating throughout the venue. At the grand auction attended by thousands, a figure clad in a gray-green robe descended from above, appearing to be around 60 years of age, adorned with patterns of willow branches embroidered on his robe. The individual clasped his fists and announced, "Greetings, fellow cultivators. I am Lu Yunming of the Lu family, here on behalf of my clan brother, and at the request of friends from various islands, to preside over this auction. I prefer not to indulge in idle chatter. Let's proceed directly to the auction items." Lu Yunming gracefully landed in the center of the auction stage, emanating the aura of a perfected 10th level Qi refinement master. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, reflecting, "No wonder they are a foundation establishment clan. They have dispatched a formidable 10th level Qi refinement master to host the auction." Whispers of intrigue circulated around him. Nearby, someone murmured, "Lu Yunming, the younger brother of the current head of the Lu family, is one of the 3 10th level Qi refinement experts beneath the foundation establishment. It is said that he is qualified to challenge for foundation establishment." Li Qingyuan felt a stir in his heart. Beneath the foundation establishment, there are indeed 3 10th level Qi refinement masters. Such depth of heritage is impressive for a foundation establishment clan. Moreover, for a prestigious clan with a lineage spanning millennia, could it be that there are only 3 10th level Qi refinement masters? Surely, there must be hidden numbers. At that moment, Lu Yunming proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, please behold our first auction item." A beautiful maid, tall and graceful, approached the stage, holding the item aloft, unveiling it from its cloth cover. The first auction item was revealed. As soon as it appeared, all cultivators below the 7th level of Qi refinement gasped in awe, and even those at the 7th and 8th levels perked up, preparing to bid. Lu Yunming, satisfied, announced, "This first item is a first-tier top-grade elixir, a furnace of ginseng pills, all 3 of which are of genuine quality. I shall refrain from elaborating on the efficacy of ginseng pills." He tapped the table, stating, "The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10 spirit stones. Fellow cultivators, please place your bids." Immediately, voices rose from the crowd. "I bid 800 spirit stones. 810, 820. I'm willing to offer 1,000. Soon, the 3 ginseng pills were auctioned off for over 1,000 spirit stones. This is an auction where competitors bid against one another, and with actors subtly enhancing the excitement. It is naturally easy for prices to soar above the market value by 10 to 20%. 1150 spirit stones, Lu Yunming announced, once, twice, thrice. Clang. He struck the gong and smiled. "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring a furnace of ginseng pills." After the auction concluded, he instructed, "Please take your wooden plaques and spirit stones to the back for transactions." Lu Yunming clapped his hands. "Next, let us present the second auction item." The second item was a first-tier top-grade inner armor. Lu Yunming explained, "This item is a creation from a weapon master attempting to forge a first-tier exquisite piece, utilizing materials from first-tier peak demon beasts and rare first-tier precious stones. Regrettably, the weapon master failed." Yet Lu Yunming chuckled, "But behold, he wielded a first-tier top-grade magical artifact, slightly suppressing his cultivation to demonstrate with the strength of a 9th level Qi refinement practitioner. With a strike, he left only a shallow scratch on the inner armor." Lu Yunming laughed. "Although this set of inner armor has not achieved the status of first-tier exquisite, it undoubtedly qualifies as a high-quality item among first-tier top grades. Even 9th level Qi refinement practitioner with a first-tier top-grade magical artifact would struggle to breach it." The atmosphere grew tense among the late-stage Qi refinement practitioners surrounding him. A treasure. What excellent inner armor. This is a life-saving item, offering nearly perfect defense below first-tier exquisite artifacts, and for practitioners below the 10th level of Qi refinement. I must have it." Lu Yunming chuckled, declaring, "The starting bid is 1,500 spirit stones, with each increment no less than 50 spirit stones. 1,500. 1,550. I bid 1,600. I offer 1,700. The price rapidly escalated to 2,000 spirit stones, and at this point, the cultivators began to regain their composure. Ultimately, a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement secured it for 2,100 spirit stones. Lu Yunming grinned. "For our third auction item, we present a first-tier top-grade magical artifact." Following this, first-tier top-grade magical artifacts, first-tier top-grade elixirs, a complete set of first-tier top-grade talisman combinations, and even first-tier top-grade formations were auctioned. Various items continued to emerge, and nearly every final transaction price exceeded 1,000 spirit stones. some even reaching 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan observed with great interest, particularly when the first-tier top-grade formation appeared, and he too participated in the bidding. However, he ultimately reconsidered, realizing that even if he were to win the bid, he could not use it openly for his family's defense. At this stage, he also possessed talismans for combat, leading him to abandon the bidding midway. The primary concern lies in the exorbitant cost, nearly 3,000 ling shi, not to mention the annual expenses incurred for hiring array masters to conduct maintenance and reinforcement, alongside the consumption of ling shi required to sustain its operation. The art of array formation consumes more materials than talisman crafting, puppet manipulation, or alchemy, placing it among the most sophisticated and advanced techniques in the realm of cultivation. Without a vast reservoir of ling shi, one simply cannot engage in it. Lu Yunming smiled faintly and announced, "Esteemed guests, the next item for auction is rather special. This artifact was obtained by a cultivator from the Lu family in the Kingdom of Yu. It is an exceedingly rare technique." Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. An technique, indeed a rarity. Not only Li Qingyuan, but many cultivators present also expressed interest. Someone inquired, "Lu Daoyu, do not keep us in suspense. Please introduce it promptly." Lu Yunming replied, "This technique is known as Huan Shintong." Huan Shintong. A woman in a purple dress in the VIP room gasped in surprise, exclaiming, "How could a technique from the Foundation Establishment sect of the Kingdom of Yu appear here? Moreover, such a secret art, would the Lu family truly part with it?" The woman pondered, "There must be something amiss." Lu Yunming continued, "This technique is divided into 3 levels. Upon mastering the first level, one's vision is enhanced tenfold, allowing for the clear sight of every blade of grass and tree within 1,000 meters. Upon reaching the second level, one can see through all first-grade superior illusion formations and illusions, remaining unaffected. If one attains the third level, it enables one to cultivate divine sense during the Qi refining period, condensing one's spiritual consciousness into foundational divine sense, thereby overcoming one of the 3 trials of Foundation establishment. The 3 trials of Foundation establishment are as follows. The first trial is the transformation of spiritual consciousness into divine sense. The second trial involves the conversion of spiritual power into magical power. The third trial pertains to the vitality trial, which is particularly challenging for elderly cultivators with waning life force. As Lu Yunming concluded his explanation, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished. Is it truly possible to cultivate divine sense during the Qi refining period? Surely this cannot be real. If it were, it would be a secret art of a foundational celestial clan, never to be disclosed. The Lu family is hardly foolish enough to auction such a top-tier technique. Indeed, to cultivate divine sense during the Qi refining period would imply a significant increase in the success rate when attempting to establish a foundation, potentially adding an extra 10 to 20%. Mastering such a secret technique, combined with foundation establishment pills, would guarantee a minimum 60% success rate as long as one is not below 60 years of age. Lu Yunming raised a calming hand, stating, "Esteemed friends, you raise valid points. However, this technique is incomplete, containing only the methods for the first 2 levels. Furthermore, even with a complete technique, one would require a rather rare first-grade superior spirit herb to successfully cultivate divine sense." Lu Yunming quickly added, "Of course, even without achieving divine sense, one can still deepen their spiritual consciousness, making it easier to condense divine sense during foundation establishment." Upon hearing this, the crowd sighed in resignation. So, it turns out this technique only possesses 2 levels of methods. Even at its peak, it can merely see through first-grade superior illusions. That is all. It is indeed a double-edged sword, neither particularly beneficial nor entirely worthless. As for the assistance it might provide during foundation establishment, it is merely a superficial assertion. How many among us possess the qualifications and resources to pursue foundation establishment? In an instant, many lost interest. Yet Li Qingyuan remained fervently intrigued, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he thought, "What may be a mere trifle to others is an opportunity for me. This artifact must be acquired." At that moment, Lu Yunming proclaimed, "The incomplete version of Huan Shintong is starting at 800 ling shi. Esteemed friends, please place your bids." In the VIP room, The woman in the purple dress spoke softly. Xiao Lan bid 900 ling shi. The maid, Xiao Lan, inquired, Miss, are you interested in this incomplete Huan Shintong? The woman responded gently. I merely wish to research it further and discern what makes a foundational sex secret technique so special. Xiao Lan nodded in understanding. 900 ling shi. Came the bid. In another VIP room, Zhou Kuei called out, 1,000 ling shi. Zhou Li, puzzled, asked, Father, do you intend to bid on this incomplete eye technique? Zhou Kuei reflected. Though incomplete, it will indeed enhance one's spiritual consciousness, aiding in the cultivation of divine sense during foundation establishment. Even if its benefits are minimal, it is worth studying. Zhou Li nodded in agreement. Li Qingyuan slightly channeled his spiritual power to alter his voice, bidding 1,100 ling shi. The starting bid is reasonable. I possess thousands of ling shi and must secure this. Just the possibility of cultivating divine sense during the qi refining period is worth 5,000 ling shi. At first, aside from the three of them, a few late-stage qi refining cultivators also expressed interest and attempted to join the bidding. In no time, the price escalated to 2,000 ling shi, prompting others to withdraw. The woman in the purple dress sipped her tea, her exquisite face betraying no emotion, as she offered 2,800 ling shi. Li Qingyuan interjecta, 3,000 ling shi. Zhou Kuei contemplated for a moment before opting to withdraw, stating, enough. This is merely a trifling matter, unworthy of my attention. Zhou Li concurred. Indeed, if this eye technique were not incomplete, it could facilitate the cultivation of divine sense during the qi refining period and would likely command a price exceeding 10,000 ling shi. Furthermore, within a foundational celestial clan, it would be regarded as a highly classified family secret, strictly prohibited from dissemination. Xiao Lan asked, Miss, shall we increase our bid? The woman in the purple dress shook her head. No more. While I am not lacking in ling shi, this incomplete eye technique is clearly not worth this price. Moreover, even with a complete technique, the time required for cultivation pales in comparison to the effectiveness and speed of our family's condensed spirit pills. Xiao Lan nodded in agreement. Your insights are astute. Mississippi Lu Yunming surveyed the room, calling out, Esteemed friends, are there any further bids? 3,000 ling shi once, 3,000 ling shi twice, 3,000 ling shi thrice. With a resounding clang of the copper gong, Lu Yunming joyfully announced, Congratulations to the friend who has successfully acquired Huan Shintong. After the auction concludes, please proceed to the back for the transaction. Following this, he announced the final highlight of the auction, the first-grade superior pill, Yuling Dan. This Yuling Dan is crafted from 100-year-old spirit milk and first-grade superior spirit herb, Yulingua, along with other spiritual herbs. Upon hearing this, the late-stage qi refining cultivators inhaled sharply, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Yuling Dan is a breakthrough pill that can significantly enhance the chances of a late-stage qi refining cultivator advancing to the 10th level, providing a 50% probability of success. With a 50% assurance, coupled with their foundational cultivation, as long as they are not exhausted high-age cultivators, they can utilize this pill to ascend to the 10th level, sparing themselves years of arduous cultivation. Additionally, the Yuling Dan can treat all internal and external injuries, allowing qi refining cultivators to instantly recover their injuries and spiritual cultivation. Indeed, as long as one is not missing a limb, all external injuries can be healed during the qi refining period. Li Qingyuan Musa. The allure of this Yuling Dan for late-stage qi refining cultivators is akin to that of foundation establishment pills for 10th level qi refining cultivators. Lu Yunming chuckled, Esteemed friends, let the bidding commence. The opening bid is 2,000 ling shi, with increments of no less than 50 ling shi. A frenzy erupted among the late-stage qi refining cultivators. Elite qi refining families, second-tier qi refining families, and various factions, including merchant guilds and hunting mercenary groups. In a matter of minutes, the price of the Yuling Dan skyrocketed to over 3,000 ling shi. Amidst the crowd, Li Guangao wore a bitter expression. As the head of a third-tier qi refining family and a 7th-level qi refining cultivator, he found himself feeling like a mere lackey, lacking the qualifications to bid. Alas, our Li family is still too deficient in ling shi. The path of family development is long and arduous. Thankfully, there is this child, Qingyuan. Ultimately, The head of a prestigious Qi refining family from an island beyond Liuha Island successfully bid 900 spirit stones. Li Yunming smiled broadly, exclaiming, "Congratulations to this esteemed friend for acquiring the Yuling Dan." The next item up for auction was the second of the grand finale treasures, a complete transmission jade slip of the quasi-second tier talisman inheritance. Upon hearing this, many talisman masters gasped in astonishment. Could it truly be a complete set of quasi-second tier talisman inheritance? Such a rare treasure was merely the second of the grand finale treasures? Was it possible that this auction really featured a foundation establishment Dan? Li Yunming gestured for silence and proclaimed, "Esteemed friends, this set of talisman inheritance originates from one of the three great talisman masters, Zhao Tuesday. It includes 12 types of low-grade first-tier talismans, 6 types of middle-grade first-tier talismans, 4 types of high-grade first-tier talismans, 2 types of supreme first-tier talismans, and 1 low-grade second-tier talisman. This is an extraordinarily complete quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance, perhaps even comparable to a low-grade second-tier talisman inheritance." The crowd was astonished. Could it truly be the talisman inheritance that Zhao Tu, the old master, dedicated his entire life to? How could he bear to auction off his talisman legacy? This complete quasi-second tier, even low-grade second-tier talisman inheritance was indeed remarkable. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Goodness, this old man Zhao Tu is truly indulging himself." At the talisman exchange meeting, he repeatedly sold high-grade first-tier and supreme first-tier talisman jade slips, and now at the auction, he was selling a complete set of talisman inheritance. This is quite a bold move. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan paused, wondering if he had prepared enough spirit stones for this. Li Yunming's voice resonated. "Esteemed friends, the starting bid is 500 spirit stones, with increments no less than 50 spirit stones, for the factions and families of the 5 great islands and the 36 archipelagos." Zhao Tu's talisman inheritance represented one of the 3 pinnacle achievements. Should one obtain Zhao Tu's talisman inheritance and thoroughly study it, it would elevate their family, their influence, and their commercial power to new heights, enabling them to become the most formidable force beneath the foundation establishment realm, surpassing many first-rate powers. Not only talisman masters, but also families and factions without talisman masters participated in the bidding. 800 spirit stones, 100 spirit stones, 500 spirit stones, 000 spirit stones. The competition was fierce, even more animated than the auction of the supreme first-tier Yuling Dan. Ultimately, a certain cultivator secured the quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance jade slip for 800 spirit stones, emerging victorious. Now, it was time for the final item. At this moment, even Li Qingyuan could not help but take a deep breath, his palms sweating as he instinctively rubbed his knees, his breathing becoming heavy and prolonged, mirroring that of all the cultivators present. All eyes were fixed on the jade box in Li Yunming's hands, and everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting his announcement. At this moment, even Li Yunming hesitated momentarily before performing a hand seal to unlock the jade box's seal. As he opened the box, a pill emerged, shimmering with brilliance, its verdant hue radiant, with pill patterns appearing and spiritual light emanating, filling the air with a rich medicinal fragrance that invigorated the surrounding cultivators. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. "Indeed, it was," Li Yunming declared with a booming voice. "The final item for auction is the foundation establishment Dan." A gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. The mere mention of the foundation establishment Dan sent the crowd into a frenzy. Could it truly be that a foundation establishment Dan existed? The grand finale of this auction was, in fact, a foundation establishment Dan. Having lived over half a century and having refined to the late Qi refining stage, this would be the first and likely the only time I would witness a foundation establishment Dan. So this is the foundation establishment Dan? The aroma is indeed overwhelming. The pill patterns exquisite, perfect, truly perfect. The foundation establishment Dan, a second-tier pill, is undoubtedly not a product of our archipelagos. Even the alchemical recipe is difficult to gather throughout the region. Furthermore, I have heard that only a mid-tier, second-tier alchemist can concoct a foundation establishment Dan. Such a master of alchemy has not appeared in our archipelagos for over 100 years. Upon seeing the foundation establishment Dan, Li Qingyuan could not suppress his fervent gaze. Breathing hastily, Taking a deep breath, Li Qingyan surveyed the surroundings, noticing that all present cultivators were equally astonished and frenzied. Pondering to himself, who among us can guard this foundation establishment, Dan, without being a foundation establishment cultivator? This is not merely the path of foundation establishment. It is a tempest of blood and chaos. In a VIP room, a woman in a purple dress smiled charmingly. Her bright eyes unaffected by the allure of the foundation establishment, Dan. She chuckled lightly. The bait has finally appeared. Xiaolan, let us depart. The maid Xiaolan respectfully bowed. Yes. Mississippi. The two of them quietly exited the VIP room, slipping away while everyone else was engrossed in the foundation establishment, Dan. On the empty streets, cultivators were few and far between. The maid Xiaolan inquired, Miss, shall we leave now? Aren't we curious about who will acquire the foundation establishment, Dan? The woman in the purple dress, wise and discerning, smiled enigmatically. We have more pressing matters to attend to. This performance is nearing its conclusion. The woman in the purple dress instructed, inform my second uncle, and send word to Zhou Kuei and by Hong Island. Let them know that an opportunity for profit has arisen. Xiaolan replied respectfully, understood. As soon as we leave Lioha City, I will immediately use the sound transmission Jade Talisman to contact the second master. Li Qingyuan's eyelids twitched violently, contemplating, should I leave now? Staying here is quite perilous. However, I have not yet exchanged for the illusory divine eye technique. Li Qingyuan deliberated. Very well, after the auction concludes, I will persuade the clan patriarch to join me in hiding within Lioha City, crafting and selling talismans, and we shall remain concealed for a month or two. A mere auction at Sushan has seen the emergence of bandits. With the foundation establishment Dan appearing this time, bandits are guaranteed to be present. For this reason, hiding in Lioha Island is the safest option. Liang Ming's voice rang out. Esteemed friends, as we all know, a low-grade foundation establishment, Dan, can enhance the foundation establishment probability by 20. A genuine foundation establishment, Dan, can enhance the probability by 40. And a legendary premium foundation establishment, Dan, can enhance the probability by 60. Why does the foundation establishment, Dan, incite such madness? It is due to its formidable efficacy, greatly increasing the chances of establishing a foundation. Moreover, even if one fails after consuming it, the foundation establishment, Dan, can protect the heart meridian, preventing the complete destruction of the spiritual meridian and allowing one to retain their life and cultivation. Li Yunming continued, this is a low-grade foundation establishment, Dan, capable of enhancing the foundation establishment probability by 20. All Qi refining 10th layer cultivators inhaled sharply. A 20 increase in probability? At this moment, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, father and son, were also intrigued. Zhou Li exclaimed, Father, I never expected that this auction would indeed feature a foundation establishment, Dan. So, quisneret. The 5 great foundation establishment immortal clans are colluding, intermarrying, and acting as one. Internally, they suppress various factions, Qi refining families, and talented loose cultivators, supporting banditry and secretly seizing the vast majority of the spiritual veins on the islands. Externally, they jointly control the soul teleportation array, isolating other powers from entering the Qingyuan cultivation realm beneath the 5 great foundation establishment immortal clans. They control the teleportation array, yet they can send cultivators to Qingyuan to obtain foundation establishment dawn and return. It is no wonder they possess foundation establishment dawn. Jolie remarked, Father, I recall you mentioning that this teleportation array is singular. Once one departs, the return journey requires a perilous crossing of the Tianyin mountain range. So, we note that, indeed. This is what Mr. Amo informed me. Precisely because crossing the Tianyin mountain range is fraught with peril. The strong cultivators of the Qingyuan cultivation realm seldom risk coming to our archipelagos. Also, due to the immense difficulty in bringing back foundation establishment dawn, which is almost a death-defying task, the foundation establishment cultivators of the 5 great immortal clans are exceedingly rare. Jolie understood. Now I see. So, we instructed. Since we are here, you should also participate in the bidding. Remember, once the price reaches 10,000 spirit stones, do not continue bidding. If we are to act, let's do so thoroughly. Jolie nodded. I understand, Father. Liang Ming's voice resonated. The starting bid for the low-grade foundation establishment, Dan, is 8,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 100. Esteemed friends, please make your bids. Li Qingyuan gasped. 8,000 spirit stones? Such an exorbitant price. Truly worthy of a foundation establishment, Dan. Upon the announcement of this price, countless solitary cultivators and various factions found themselves at a standstill. Nevertheless, even with the starting bid of a staggering 8,000 spirit stones, there were immediately those who began to raise their bids. 8,000 spirit stones, 8,100 spirit stones, 8,500 spirit stones. Soon, a voice rang out, declaring, I bid 9,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, recognizing the voice as Zhao Tuesday. This elderly man, known for his unscrupulous dealings and various talisman crafting techniques, was now putting everything on the line to secure a foundation-building pill and make a final push for advancement. Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback as the bidding for the foundation-building pill soared. Zhao Tu's voice, tinged with fervor, called out, I bid 11,000 spirit stones. A sharp intake of breath followed this declaration, as many first-rate families, influential factions, and prominent trading houses were forced to retreat. Yet, a few factions remained resolute, continuing to contest the bid. At this juncture, none were willing to concede. One head of a family gritted his teeth. 11,500 spirit stones. A leader of a trading house countered 12,000 spirit stones. The family head took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and scoffed. You drive a hard bargain. I withdraw. The remaining 2 or 3 hesitated briefly, unwilling to relent, and declared, Very well, I too shall withdraw. In the VIP room, Zhao Tu's eyes gleamed with fervor as he proclaimed, 13,000 spirit stones. He raised the bid by a full 1,000 spirit stones. After his declaration, he slumped back onto the bench, contemplating the enormity of his gamble. To secure this foundation-building pill, he had liquidated all his assets, sold his talisman inheritance, and spent the spirit stones he had painstakingly amassed over the years. He had even gone so far as to sell his only first-tier exceptional talisman brush. Should he fail now, he would have no choice but to accept his fate. As this price echoed in the air, a profound silence enveloped the room. Lu Yunming's voice broke through. Esteemed friends, is there anyone else who wishes to raise the bid? 13,000 spirit stones once, 13,000 spirit stones twice, 13,000 spirit stones thrice. With a resounding clang, Lu Yunming struck a gong, announcing, Congratulations to Zhao Tu for winning the foundation-building pill. Our Lu family of Luha Island wishes you a long and prosperous path in your cultivation. Zhao Tu sprang to his feet, overwhelmed with joy. Ha ha ha. I have won. The foundation-building pill is mine. Li Qingyuan's lips twitched at the sight of Lu Yunming, who had brazenly called out Zhao Tu's name and congratulated him, seemingly cursing him to an untimely demise. Lu Yunming then addressed the victorious bidders. Please proceed to the back to transact your spirit stones. Hearing this, Li Qingyuan slowly rose and made his way to the back. There, several late-stage Qi refiners were conducting transactions, exchanging spirit stones for goods. Lu Yunming personally dealt with Zhao Tu, receiving the 13,000 spirit stones and handing over the foundation-building pill. Li Qingyuan was met by a 7th-layer Qi refiner, who presented him with 3,000 spirit stones in exchange for the incomplete tome on the illusory eye technique. Zhao Tu inquired, Lu Dao Yu, might I be able to rent a cave dwelling within the spiritual vein of Luha City for a short while? Lu Yunming declined firmly. Zhao Dao Yu, you must understand that attempting to break through to the foundation stage consumes a tremendous amount of spiritual energy, which would harm the spiritual vein. Especially since it is a first-tier vein of insufficient quality, your breakthrough would cause it to degrade. Such a loss is nearly equivalent to a low-grade foundation-building pill. Zhao Tu hastily replied, Lu Dao Yu, I promise to compensate you with over 10,000 spirit stones in return. How does that sound? Lu Yunming remained resolute. Zhao Dao Yu, our Lu family has a strict rule against anyone attempting to break through to the foundation stage in Luha City, as it affects the spiritual vein. This is a time-honored edict upheld by our ancestors. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Zhao Tu attempted to protest. But Lu Yunming waved him off. Please leave, Zhao Dao Yu. With a heavy sigh, Zhao Tu departed from the auction. Lu Yunming watched him leave, a cold smile creeping across his face, as if gazing upon a corpse. After acquiring the illusory eye secret technique, Li Qingyuan turned and exited the auction. He meandered through the streets, shedding his disguise before returning to the inn. In his room, he gazed out the window at Luha's city, contemplating. It appears calm and serene, yet beneath the surface, turmoil brews. The bloodshed has begun. Chapter 52. The robbers have already revealed themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Li Guangao returned to the inn. Qingyuan, how many talismans did you sell? Li Qingyuan shook his head. Only earned around 30 spirit stones. Most cultivators above the mid-Qi refining stage attended the auction. Only a few early-stage Qi refiners wandered the streets. Li Guangao chuckled. Do not be disheartened. Although the exchange and auction have concluded, we need not rush home. It is a rare opportunity to visit Luha's city. Let us take our time to explore and sell more talismans to earn spirit stones. Li Guangao sighed. I have exhausted the family's inventory and the spirit stones I have saved over the years to purchase the pure Yang sword talisman crafting technique. Suddenly, his expression shifted. After the auction, numerous late-stage Qi refiners hastily departed. I feel a growing sense of unease. Indeed, it seemed the clan leader had sensed the impending crisis without Li Qingyuan needing to voice his concerns. Truly, experience is invaluable. Li Qingyuan nodded. You speak wisely, clan leader. Let us remain hidden, crafting and selling talismans to accumulate spirit stones. Thus, the grandfather and grandson set out to procure more talisman-making materials and secluded themselves in the inn to create talismans. In Luha City, within the city lord's mansion, 5 foundational-level immortal clans gathered, comprising 10 late-stage Qi refiners. Among them was Lu Yunming. Lu Yunming addressed the assembly. Esteemed friends, as per our usual practice, let us seize this opportunity to deal with the Qi refiners at the pinnacle of the 10th layer from our respective islands and nearby, smaller islands. A representative from the Qingyuan Island foundational-level immortal clan smiled slightly. Brother Lu, I fail to comprehend your words. Are not their deaths the work of ruthless robbers? What concern is that of ours? Lu Yunming paused, then chuckled. Indeed, the robbers have revealed themselves. The gathered members exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter. In the next moment, the 5 foundational-level immortal clan representatives, along with the 10 late-stage Qi refiners, altered their strategies. Lu Yunming declared, let us move. With a whoosh, Lu Yunming and another late-stage Qi refiner soared into the air on their swords, moving with the speed of light as they exited Luha City. As they reached the outskirts, 2 9th-layer Qi refiners and 2 8th-layer Qi refiners appeared, pointing in a specific direction. Zhao Tu has headed this way. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li have returned to the Zhou family. After altering his appearance, Lu Yunming transformed into a man of advanced years. Issuing orders. Do not concern yourselves with Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li. They will be dealt with by the robbers. Our target is Zhao Tuesday. We must eliminate him and reclaim the foundation-building pill, which rightfully belongs to our Lu family. The others responded in unison, understood. With that, a group of 6, 2 at the 10th layer of Qi refining, 2 at the 9th, and 2 at the 8th, set forth an unstoppable force beneath the foundation level. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, one a perfected 10th layer Qi refiner and the other an 8th layer, boarded their family's soul flying artifact, expending spirit stones to take to the skies. Suddenly, a flash of cold light pierced through the air, approaching in an instant. Zhou Kuei performed a hand sign, summoning the artifact's sword, which whistled forth and clashed against the incoming attack, producing a resounding clang. Black Mountain Bandit Ji Ihu. I, Zhou Kuei, have awaited your arrival. Haha, Zhou Kuei, the anniversary of your demise is upon us next year, came the reply from the imposing figure draped in black robes, adorned with the emblem of a golden eagle. 3 members of the Black Mountain Bandits emerged, one a perfected 10th layer Qi refiner, the others at the 8th layer. The leader of the Black Mountain Bandits was no weaker than Zhou Kuei. The individual in question is known as Ji Ihu, appearing to be over 50 years of age. With sinewy muscles, a robust physique, and a countenance marred by excess flesh and an aura of hostility. He coldly remarked, You too, after slaying Zhou Li. I've come to assist me. The duo nodded in acknowledgement, responding, Yes, Chief. Ji Ihu barked kill. No sooner had he spoken than he charged forth, his saber-toothed tiger form emanating a powerful artifact that pierced the air, unleashing the full force of his perfected 10th level of Qi refinement directly at Zhou Kuei. In response, Zhou Kuei activated his cultivation, sending forth his flying sword, which clashed with Ji Yihu's weapon. The two engaged in a battle of wills, unleashing a flurry of spells and talismans. On Zhou Li's side, he faced an onslaught from two 8th-level Qi refinement cultivators, skillfully retreating while simultaneously defending himself. Ji Yihu sneered, "Zhou Kuei, your son is doomed. I shall claim your Zhou clan's spiritual vein." Zhou Kuei stood atop his flying artifact, wielding his sword with grace, effortlessly countering Ji Yihu's lethal strikes, and calmly stated, "Ji Yihu, do you truly believe that your Ji clan's servitude to the Liu family for generations will alter your fate? No, you're mistaken. Your lineage will either be composed of calamity cultivators or face complete retribution from the Liu family." Zhou Kuei asserted, "No, your opportunity has vanished. From this day forth, the Black Mountain Bandits will be utterly extinguished." A chilling cry echoed from the nearby forest. "Demonic cultivator, please spare me." Upon hearing this, Ji Yihu's expression shifted. "Old Ba, Old Jiao." The Black Mountain Bandits comprised 12 leaders, each a formidable late-stage Qi refinement expert, notorious for their violent deeds. Suddenly, two streaks of light rushed towards them. Besides Zhou Li, another figure donned in a dark red mask and bloodstained garb, emanating a malevolent aura, appeared. With a mere wave of his hands, the red-clad demonic cultivator sent two 8th-level Qi refinement practitioners crashing to the ground, sealing their spiritual power with talismans, leaving them severely injured yet alive. Ji Yihu gazed at the red-robed figure, his pupils contracting. The newcomer's hands, dark red with flowing silver patterns, radiated a dangerous and violent energy. Ji Yihu gasped, "You, Bloodhand Butcher." Bloodhand Butcher, one of the most notorious demonic cultivators in the archipelago, was as formidable in reputation and power as Ji Yihu himself, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits. Zhou Kuei, Zhou Li, and Bloodhand Butcher surrounded Ji Yihu, effectively blocking his escape. Ji Yihu's expression turned grave. "Bloodhand Butcher, I am here on behalf of the Liu family. Would you kindly grant me a favor and refrain from intervening?" From beneath the mask, Bloodhand Butcher's voice was icy. "The Liu family? Huh. You think you can intimidate me with the name of a foundation establishment, Celestial Clan? Ji Yihu, today you cannot escape death." Zhou Kuei commanded, "Form a formation." Boom! 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 The trio simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy, executing a combined assault formation with remarkable synchronization, significantly amplifying their combat prowess. Kill! Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li soared forth on their swords. Bloodhand Butcher engaged in close combat, utilizing his demonic blood techniques, his hands akin to top-tier artifacts. The dark red hands pulsating with lethal silver patterns, exuding an aura of danger. In a fit of rage, Ji Yihu retaliated with all his might, striving to break free from the formation. Unfortunately, even Zhou Kuei alone, as the head of a Zhou clan, was not to be underestimated. Coupled with Bloodhand Butcher, a late-stage body cultivator, and a demonic practitioner with treacherous techniques, and supported by Zhou Li, their combined efforts in the formation rendered Ji Yihu's defeat inevitable. After several exchanges, Ji Yihu found his left leg pierced by Bloodhand Butcher's hands, severely injured by Zhou Kuei, and subsequently sealed with a talisman by Zhou Li. Ji Yihu's complexion paled. "What are you planning?" Not only he but also his two brothers were captured, but not killed. Ji Yihu looked at Bloodhand Butcher, bewildered. Why would a demonic cultivator collaborate with Zhou Kuei? Moreover, how can your formation be so harmonious? Could it be that you are related to the Zhou family? Zhou Kuei laughed heartily. "Congratulations, Ji Yihu. You have guessed correctly. Your reward will be to become nourishment for the Zhou clan's spiritual vein." With a wave of his hand, spiritual energy engulfed Ji Yihu and his two brothers, drawing them onto the flying artifact. Zhou Kuei then turned to Bloodhand Butcher, stating, "Brother, the elevation of the spiritual vein has reached a critical juncture. The more cultivators we have, especially those at the late Qi refinement stage, the better." Bloodhand Butcher clasped his hands in respect. "Eldest brother, do not worry. More cultivators will be delivered soon." With that, Bloodhand Butcher departed. Zhou Kuei retrieved a blanket from his storage bag, covering Ji Yihu and his brothers, and then tossed several spirit stones into the flying artifact before hastening his return to the clan with Zhou Li, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhou Kuei's gaze turned profound. The 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans. I owe you my gratitude for orchestrating this turmoil, allowing the Zhou clan to expedite the elevation of our spiritual vein. Chapter 53. Mastering the illusory divine eye technique, completing the cultivation. Following the conclusion of the auction, the entire archipelago descended into chaos, with various cultivators engaged in battle. Calamity cultivators, demonic practitioners, the 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans, and a multitude of bandit cultivators clashed, leading to a maelstrom of conflict. Amongst these skirmishes, Zhao Tu was particularly savage. He was akin to a walking foundation establishment pill. Wherever he went, bloodshed followed. Zhao Tu, hand over the foundation establishment pill, and I shall spare your life. Surrender the foundation establishment pill. Surrender the talisman legacy. Kill him. Zhao Tu rampaged forward, his white hair cascading over his shoulders, his tattered gray robe revealing a soft inner armor that gleamed with spiritual light, defending against the assaults of various cultivators and blocking their artifacts. At the venerable age of 80 or 90, Zhao Tu appeared fierce, his eyes bloodshot, clutching talismans as he unleashed a barrage of explosions, roaring to the heavens. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Beauty and sword talisman. Boom, boom, boom. The pure yang sword talisman, a top-tier first-grade talisman, when activated in groups of 7 or 8, unleash sword chi that soared across the sky. Each strike equating to the full force of a 10th level chi refinement cultivator. Quickly, take cover. This old man has gone mad. Damn it. This old man is even clad in a set of top-tier first-grade inner armor. Even 10th level chi refinement cultivators find it challenging to penetrate. Truly, he is one of the 3 prominent quasi-second grade talisman masters in the archipelago. This pure yang sword talisman is indeed formidable. Zhao Tu activated his inner armor as defenses, unleashing a torrent of first-grade talismans, creating a bloody path as he soared away on his sword. The pursuers remained relentless, hot on his heels. Chase him down. Don't let him escape. No matter how many talismans he possesses, they will eventually run out, even if his top-tier first-grade inner armor is strong. A combined assault will surely injure Zhao Tu's day. The crowd pursued Zhao Tu, who quickly vanished from sight. Soon, 6 figures materialized, having disguised themselves, led by Lu Yunming. Lu Yunming frowned. This old man is indeed difficult to kill. One person concurred. Indeed, his top-tier first-grade inner armor is tough to breach, let alone the abundance of first-grade talismans he wields. Especially those first-grade upper-tier and top-tier talismans. Their sheer numbers are sufficient to inflict severe damage on us. Lu Yunming pondered. This old man can even craft second-grade lower-tier talismans, but because he has not cultivated his divine sense, he cannot complete the final step, which is why he remains at this level. Nevertheless, the foundation of a top-tier first-grade talisman master is still astonishing. Cousin, what should we do? One inquired. Lu Yunming's expression remained calm as he chuckled, forming a hand seal, summoning a powerful artifact that surrounded him, its sharpness palpable, instilling fear in all. The group gasped. This is one of the 2 major artifacts belonging to the clan head. With this second-grade artifact, breaching a top-tier first-grade inner armor will be effortless. Lu Yunming commanded. Let the other cultivators engage Zhao Tu first to deplete his talismans, while we shall merely reap the benefits. The group nodded in agreement. Understood. With that, they soared away on their swords, maintaining their distance as they pursued. Deep within the forest, 3 cultivators revealed themselves. Among them were a man and a woman, an elderly couple who appeared to be over 50 years of age, standing suspended in the air with swords in hand. The leading figure, without the aid of any magical artifact, utilized his spiritual power to soar through the skies, a feat only attainable by those at the foundational stage of cultivation. The enigmatic middle-aged man chuckled softly, remarking, since the Lu family wishes to act as the mantis while we play the role of the yellow sparrow, let us proceed accordingly. The old man respectfully replied, Senior, your wisdom is truly remarkable. The Lu clan, a celestial lineage, has long oppressed us. Their cultivators ought to be the nourishment for our spiritual veins. With 2 at the 10th level of chi refinement, 2 at the 9th and 2 at the 8th. Draining their spiritual energy would be a significant boon for our spiritual veins. Suddenly, a paper crane flew in and landed in the hands of the mysterious middle-aged man. His expression shifted slightly. Meow. Observing this, the elderly couple respectfully inquired, "Senior, what has transpired?" The middle-aged man regained his composure and replied, "No matter. I shall step out for a moment. Zhao Tu and the Lu cultivators will be entrusted to you too. Is that acceptable?" The couple nodded affirmatively, assuring him, "Of course, there will be no problem. Please rest assured, Senior." With that, the middle-aged man ascended into the air, propelling himself with a sudden burst of speed, vanishing like a streak of light. The female cultivator furrowed her brow and said, "Husband, can we manage with just the two of us?" The male cultivator responded calmly, "Do not worry. I have already sent word to my second sister. She will arrive within a month. Moreover, our targets are visible while we remain concealed. When they weaken each other, we shall seize the opportunity to strike decisively." In the Guanshan Lake Inn, a quaint courtyard served as the temporary abode for Li Qingyuan and his companions. As evening descended, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, a jade slip pressed against his forehead, channeling his spiritual consciousness to comprehend the art of the eye technique. The Huangshan comprised 3 levels. The prerequisite for cultivation required the practitioner to possess spiritual consciousness, at a minimum of the 4th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan had already met this criterion. Upon achieving the 1st level, one's vision would be enhanced tenfold, allowing clarity over distances of 1,000 meters. The 2nd level enabled one to break through illusions and dispel deceptive formations of inferior quality. Upon mastering the 3rd level, one could condense their spiritual awareness using the cultivation level of qi refinement, attaining the consciousness of a foundational stage cultivator. After half an hour of contemplation, Li Qingyuan concluded, "It is still premature to condense my spiritual awareness. My immediate focus should be on mastering the 1st level to enhance my vision." The method for cultivating the 1st level of Huangshan was as follows. The liver opens the eyes, and the liver nourishes the blood, allowing sight. By nurturing the liver and gallbladder with one's own spiritual power, the energies therein would circulate through the foot Xiaoyang gallbladder meridian and the foot Jian liver meridian, ultimately nourishing the eyes and enhancing vision. Li Qingyuan marveled at the realization. So this 1st level of cultivation aligns perfectly with the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. With that, he resumed his seated meditation, circulating his internal energy from the dantian, infusing the liver and gallbladder to strengthen their energies. Subsequently, his spiritual power gradually propelled these energies through the meridians, converging within his eyes to nourish them. While nurturing his eyes, he needed to guide his spiritual consciousness inwardly, inspecting his meridians and the fine vessels of the eyeballs, ensuring precise awareness to avoid harm. Hence, the requirement for cultivation was to develop spiritual consciousness, allowing for careful observation without injury to the eyes. The cultivation of the 1st level of Huangshan was not exceedingly difficult. In just one night, Li Qingyuan successfully entered the threshold of the 1st level. Buzz. In the mysterious realm, a shadow reappeared, with luminous points of energy coursing through its meridians and the points of light in its eyes manifesting. This emerging diagram of meridian flow not only illustrated the 1st and 2nd levels of cultivation, but also contained the long-missing methods and key insights for the 3rd level. Li Qingyuan studied intently, committing the diagram to memory. Achieving perfection in the 1st level was not overly challenging. However, progressing to the 2nd level required the assistance of a 1st-grade superior spiritual herb, which should be available for purchase in Liuhe City. Li Qingyuan's excitement was palpable. The 3rd level presents true challenges, but the rewards are equally substantial. To condense spiritual awareness with the cultivation of qi refinement not only enhances combat prowess, but also increases the success rate of foundational stage cultivation. As time flowed, a month slipped by. Li Guangao and his grandson, Li Qingyuan, had spent the entire month holed up in Liuhe City, drawing talismans, selling them, and cultivating while awaiting the external turmoil to settle. One day, within their solitary courtyard, Li Qingyuan diligently sketched talismans using a 1st-grade superior talisman brush, ink, and paper. The talisman paper measured about a foot in length and 3 inches in width. With a single stroke, he drew without pausing, creating intricate symbols that absorbed the spiritual energy within him, while also drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to amplify the talisman's power. Upon completing the final stroke, the talisman emitted a resonant hum, summoning the spiritual energies of the surrounding world to be sealed within the paper. Standing nearby, Li Guangao's eyes gleamed with delight as he exclaimed, "The premium turtle shell talisman is complete. Qingyuan, your talent for talisman crafting is truly extraordinary." Li Qingyuan smiled modestly. For a whole month, he had immersed himself in researching new talisman papers, dedicating 1 hour daily to the first-grade superior turtle shell talisman and 2 hours to the first-grade premium pure yang sword talisman. Li Guanao sighed, "Alas, it seems my talent for drawing talismans is rather mediocre. A month has passed, and I have yet to successfully create a single turtle shell talisman. As for the first-grade premium pure yang sword talisman, I fear I shall never master it in this lifetime." Li Qingyuan offered, "Here, grandfather. This turtle shell talisman is for your protection." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao squinted with a smile. "Really? This is a premium turtle shell talisman? It can withstand a full-strength strike from a 9th-level Qi refinement master." Li Qingyuan assured him, "This is my humble gift to you, grandfather. Please accept it." Receiving the talisman, Li Guangao felt a deep sense of satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent. What a good child. I have not spoiled you in vain over the years." With that, he happily accepted the turtle shell talisman. Quality talismans were exceedingly rare. In truth, besides the premium turtle shell talisman, Li Guangao also possessed several authentic quality turtle shell talismans gifted by Li Qingyuan. At the 7th level of Qi refinement, Li Guangao was already invincible. He could contend with 8th-level cultivators using his talismans, matching them for several rounds. Li Qingyuan produced first-grade premium talisman ink, first-grade premium talisman paper, and wielded a first-grade superior talisman brush, taking a deep breath to compose himself before beginning to draw. Li Guangao observed from the side, reflecting over the past month. Qingyuan has consumed 5 or 6 sheets of materials daily, studying for over 2 hours each day. However, first-grade premium talisman paper is truly a daunting challenge for a talisman master, a qualitative leap. At the upcoming talisman exchange meeting, among the 5 major islands and 36 island talisman masters gathered, there are only 7 or 8 first-grade premium talisman masters, including 3 quasi-second-grade masters, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao. Through this month-long exploration and learning, Li Guangao realized that being a first-grade superior talisman master was a remarkable achievement for someone who had self-taught his way through the craft. However, he also felt a sense of hopelessness regarding his ability to create first-grade premium talisman paper in his lifetime. Watching Li Qingyuan draw, he thought, yet, given Qingyuan's talent, with a few years' time, he might master the pure yang sword talisman. After he faces failure, I must encourage him to prevent him from losing confidence in his craft. He sighed, "Alas, my grandson's prodigious talent is also a burden. Since he began learning to draw talismans, he has never faced failure or encountered setbacks." Buzz. The next moment, the flow of spiritual energy in the air jolted Li Guangao from his reverie. From all directions, within a radius of several zhang, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow. The pure yang energy gathered and took form around the solitary courtyard, infusing itself into the talisman paper. Boom! The spiritual energy of the talisman vibrated, and the power of the runes manifested, forcibly sealing the pure yang energy within. A domineering and searing sword aura was imprisoned within the talisman, endowing the runes with a profound spirit. Li Guangao was stunned. It worked, it really worked. Just like that. As soon as Li Qingyuan put pen to paper, the talisman succeeded. Within the champagne space, a mysterious figure was inscribing the talisman. It was indeed the pure yang sword talisman, each stroke and line appearing as if drawn by a grand master of the talisman path. Every stroke, every step, every rune, and every turn of the pen was executed with perfect precision, exquisite to the point of transcendence, captivating Li Qingyuan to the point of rapture, yielding immeasurable benefits. If Zhao Tu's guidance was filled with craftsmanship and rigid adherence to the rules, then the guidance from the champagne space was akin to the very creator of the talisman himself at work. It was ethereal and sublime, the path of the great simplified. Li Qingyuan mused, having succeeded by sheer luck this time, if it weren't for the guidance from the champagne space, who knows when I would succeed next. With the champagne space's guidance, his talisman drawing skills would soon enter a rapid enhancement phase. Mastering the pure yang sword talisman was merely a matter of time. Li Guangao laughed heartily. "Haha, Qingyuan, you did it. You have succeeded." Li Qingyuan, equally exhilarated, nodded and declared, Yes, Grandpa Patriarch, from this day forth. Our Li clan possesses its very own first-tier top-notch talisman master. Li Qingyuan continued. Grandpa Patriarch, it is getting late. Let us rest for the night and return home early tomorrow. Li Guangao nodded. Indeed, during this time, we have earned over 100 spirit stones and gained a method to inscribe the tortoise-shell talisman and the pure yang sword talisman. This journey has been well worth it. It had been a month since the auction, and the island seas should have quieted down by now. Tomorrow morning, they would set off for home. Li Guangao advised. Qingyuan, you should rest early. Li Qingyuan shook his head. No, I wish to draw a few more talismans. With that, he picked up his brush and continued to inscribe the pure yang sword talisman. He observed the method of drawing from the champagne space while inscribing the runes of the talisman. Bang! The talisman paper self-destructed. This proved that the previous success had indeed been a stroke of luck. This time, following the method from the champagne space, he faced failure as well. Letting out a long breath, Li Qingyuan took out several spirit stones to meditate and refine his energy, restoring his spiritual power and awareness. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan resumed drawing talismans. Bang! Failure. Buzz, the talisman succeeded. The pure yang sword talisman, a first-tier top-notch talisman, consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual power and awareness. He could only draw it 2 or 3 times before needing to meditate again to recover. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of qi refining, drawing a first-tier top-notch talisman was a significant shortcoming. Bang! Failure. Bang! Failure. Buzz, the talisman succeeded. Bang! Failure. Soon, the time reached deep night. After 10 attempts, he had succeeded in creating 2 talismans, a success rate barely reaching 20%. Including the first successful one, Li Qingyuan possessed 3 pure yang sword talismans. Li Guangao expressed his delight. Qingyuan, you are just starting out, and your success rate is already 20%. In a year or so, it will surely exceed 50%. With a first-tier top-notch talisman at your side, our Li clan will no longer fear even second-rate qi refining families. As long as we remain low-key for 2 or 3 decades, silently developing in 30 years with you at the helm, our Li clan will undoubtedly become a first-rate qi refining family. Li Qingyuan nodded. Yes, we will develop cautiously for 30 years and then astonish everyone. Li Guangao remarked. Here, Grandpa Patriarch, allow me to present you with a pure yang sword talisman as a token of my filial piety. Li Guangao laughed heartily. Ah, you are just too filial. Haha, I accept it. Chapter 55. Zhao Tu on the run from pursuers. Zhao Tu, you old turtle. Everyone has underestimated you. Lu Yunming was exasperated, his face covered in dirt, exuding black mist, his skin charred. Lu Yunming cursed. You old fellow. Not only do you possess a first-tier top-notch inner armor, but you also master the art of talisman formations. You broke free from a situation of certain death and even took down 2 of my subordinates. Zhao Tu's chest heaved as he breathed heavily, his hair disheveled. Appearing quite disheveled, his cheek was cut by a flying sword, and his inner armor bore a gash, blood flowing profusely. Zhao Tu's eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth. Lu Yunming, what a fine Lu clan, a hypocritical foundation-building celestial clan indeed. You even disguised yourself as a bandit to hunt me down, attempting to reclaim the foundation-building pill. If this matter were to come to light, countless cultivators in the island seas could drown your Lu clan in spit. Lu Yunming, having fallen victim to the talisman formation schemes, was injured, and his body-altering disguise technique was rendered ineffective, revealing his true appearance. Lu Yunming sneered. Old man Zhao Tu, you have no chance left. Kill him. As Lu Yunming's words fell, 3 others immediately summoned their magical artifacts, preparing to jointly slay Zhao Tuesday, including Lu Yunming. There were 2 at the 10th level of qi refining, 1 at the 9th level, and 1 at the 8th level. Originally 6. Zhao Tu had counterattacked using talisman formations to instantaneously kill 2, leaving the remaining 4 severely or lightly injured. Zhao Tu pressed his hand against his chest. His first-tier top-notch inner armor was already damaged, a gash had been cut into it, and the sword wound nearly struck his heart, breaking several ribs. He glared at the magical artifact in Lu Yunming's hand, filled with resentment. A second-tier magical artifact. If it weren't for Lu Yunming's second-tier magical artifact, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Lu Yunming summoned the magical artifact, his tone vicious. Zhao Tu die. Clang. The second-tier magical artifact was summoned, and the flying sword pierced the heavens. The extraordinarily sharp sword energy could dismantle any killing move from late-stage Qi refining cultivators, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Zhao Tuesday simultaneously. The other three launched their attacks. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two streaks of light shot out from the nearby forest, launching a surprise attack on Lu Yunming and another 10th level Qi refining cultivator. Lu Yunming's expression changed. Enemy attack. Buzz. The first tier top-notch defensive talisman activated on Lu Yunming's body, blocking the enemy's assault. And the second tier magical artifact was summoned back to hover in front of him as he called out. Who? The other 10th level Qi refining cultivator followed suit, activating his defensive talisman, the first tier top-notch talisman protecting his body, deflecting the flying sword that had surged toward them. Two figures soared out, waving their hands as a dozen or more first-tier top-notch talismans were unleashed in a barrage toward Lu Yunming and his companions. Lu Yunming furiously retorted, seeking death. Breaking spirit, sword technique. Boom! The Lu clan's family spell was unleashed, infused into the second-tier magical artifact, with 10 zhong of sword energy sweeping across, shattering the talismans and obliterating them. A man and a woman, both over 50, chuckled. Lu Yunming of the Lu clan, TSK, colluding with the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, disguised as a bandit to ambush old Zhao. If the cultivators of the island seas were to learn of this, it would ignite their fury. Even your Lu clan, as a foundation-building celestial clan, could not withstand such wrath. Beside Lu Yunming, the other 10th level Qi refining cultivator was indeed the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, a sworn brother of the chief, Ji Yihu. Gao Chong and Su Hong from the Gao clan of Baihong Island. What are you doing here? Lu Yunming furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was dire. Baihong Island, one of the 36 islands, is known for its formidable strength, possessing several first-tier spiritual veins. Among them, one has reached the upper tier of first grade, controlled by the Gao clan. Gao Chong and Su Hong are the clan head and matriarch of the Gao clan, also the island lord and lady of Baihong Island. Both seasoned experts who have stepped into the 10th level of Qi refining for many years. The Gao clan of Baihong Island is a top-tier presence among first-rate Qi refining families. It is said that when the two of them join forces, they are nearly invincible below the foundation-building stage. The second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits whispered, Lu brother, this is troublesome. The two of them had already expended half their spiritual power, and the other 9th and 8th level Qi refining cultivators were also significantly injured, their combat strength greatly diminished. In contrast, Gao Chong and Su Hong were at their peak, ready for battle. Sao tu hastili exclaimed, thou ist Gao, thou ist Su. I am willing to offer you Foundation Establishment pills as a gift, only asking that you two uphold justice for me and the cultivators of the Sea region by eliminating the despicable scoundrel Lu Yunming. Gao Chong chuckled softly and replied, rest assured, Taoist Zhao. Lu Yunming has colluded with rogue cultivators to ambush righteous cultivators. His crimes warrant execution. Please stand by as my wife and I take the lead. With that, Gao Chong and Su Hong joined forces, cutting through the fray with talismans and flying swords, advancing towards Lu Yunming and his companions. Lu Yunming and his followers, having sustained injuries and expended much of their spiritual energy, found themselves at a disadvantage against the formidable pair. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yunming warned, Gao Chong, provoking me will come at a cost. After uttering these words, he produced a vial of spiritual liquid, swallowed it in one gulp, and then tossed it to the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, saying, Brother Ji Bao, take this. Ji Bao, upon inspecting the vial, exclaimed in delight, a century-old spiritual milk? This is a primary ingredient for crafting the top-tier Yuling Dan. Just a single drop of this miraculous liquid could restore a Qi refining cultivator to peak condition, making it worth hundreds of spirit stones, yet nearly impossible to acquire. Laughing heartily, Ji Bao declared, what a treasure. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Yunming distracted two of their enemies, he consumed a drop, feeling his spiritual energy surge back to life. Here, you all should drink as well. This not only replenishes spiritual energy, but also heals external injuries. The remaining 2 drops were swiftly consumed by the other 2 cultivators, allowing them to recover rapidly. Lu Yunming's heart bled. Had he not been driven to desperation, he would never have shared such a precious item with the others. Gao Chong, Su Hong, it is all you're doing. With a fierce resolve, Lu Yunming unleashed the breaking spirit sword technique, sending a Tianzhong sword aura slicing through the air towards Gao Chong and Su Hong. Faced with Lu Yunming at his peak, wielding a low-grade second-tier magical artifact, the couple could only join forces to withstand the assault. Su Hong waved her hand, releasing a flurry of talismans, first-grade upper-tier and first-grade top-tier talismans, all hurled forth without restraint. The barrage once more suppressed Lu Yunming's advance. Frustrated, Lu Yunming shouted, "How can the Gao family possess so many talismans? Your clan lacks a first-grade top-tier talisman master." Gao Chong replied with a cold smile, "You need not concern yourself with that." With a swift motion, Gao Chong unleashed a handful of talismans, hidden with lethal intent. One talisman detonated near Lu Yunming, summoning a fire python from the essence of heaven and earth. Zhao Tu gasped in shock. A talisman-formed fire python? Such intelligence and power. This is a second-tier talisman. Lu Yunming's expression turned pale. A second-tier talisman. The 3-foot sword barrier. The second-tier talisman transformed into a swaying fire python, launching itself with devastating force, breaking through the 3-foot sword barrier and striking Lu Yunming directly. Lu Yunming coughed up blood, propelled backward for Tianzhong, crashing into several trees and sustaining grievous injuries. Struggling to rise, he could hardly believe what had transpired. A second-tier talisman? How could there be second-tier talismans in the sea region beyond my Lu family? There are only 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters in the entire sea region, none of whom possess the cultivation or divine sense to inscribe second-tier talismans. Gao Chong chuckled and said, "My dear, you go and capture Lu Yunming alive. I shall deal with the other 3. As he spoke, Gao Chong charged forth, summoning his first-grade top-tier flying sword and unleashing a torrent of talismans, single-handedly suppressing Ji Bao and the others. Ji Bao, battling while retreating, felt the urge to flee. Su Hong effortlessly overpowered the injured Lu Yunming, who, without the aid of a second-tier magical artifact, would have been slain long ago. However, given the current situation, it was merely a matter of time before Lu Yunming was defeated and captured. Seeing this, Zhao Tu's heart sank. This is bad. The situation has turned against me in an instant. Whether it be Lu Yunming or Gao Chong, neither party will let me go. Yet a cold glint flashed in Zhao Tu's eyes. However, the reason I fled here was to prepare for this contingency. In the next moment, Zhao Tu waved his hand, causing array flags to fly from his storage pouch. 8 flags soaring into position as a formation disc emerged from the depths of the earth. A formation was swiftly established. Everyone gasped. This is not good. Their SA formation. Zhao Tu was propelled back Tianzhong, forming seals with his hands as he laughed heartily. Haha, everyone, experience the might of my killing formation. Fire Crow, killing formation, arise. With a screech, the formation activated, condensing a Tianzhong fire crow that emanated a terrifying aura rivaling that of a peak Qi refining cultivator, spewing flames toward Gao Chong and his companions. I shall take my leave first. Zhao Tu activated the formation, swallowing a recovery pill to forcibly restore a measure of spiritual energy before immediately soaring away on his sword. Gao Chong cursed angrily. You old fool, to think you had the foresight to set up a formation as a contingency. As a loose cultivator of the first tier, he was willing to sacrifice even a first-grade top-tier formation for his escape. Chapter 56, A Grandfather and Grandson's Harmony, Slaying Zhao Tu. Gao Chong's expression shifted slightly. The power of this formation has reached first-grade top-tier, enough to threaten peak Qi refining cultivators. Su Hong gritted her teeth, declaring, My husband, we absolutely cannot allow Lu Yunming and his companions to escape. Otherwise, the wrath of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan will be more than the Gao family can bear. Gao Chong nodded. Fortunately, the Qin family elder has provided us with numerous first-grade top-tier talismans. No matter the cost, we must slay all 4 of them. Brother, your younger sister is here to assist you. A beautiful middle-aged woman, around 40, rushed into the killing formation. Behind her were 2 robust cultivators, both at the 8th level of Qi refining. Father, mother, we have arrived. 2 identical middle-aged men, both also at the 8th level of Qi refining, were the twin sons of Gao Chong and Su Hong. Gogan Loga Hartali. Splendid Timing. Capture Lu Yunming and his companions alive. Gao Chong's sister employed first-grade top-tier talismans to engage the fire crows of the formation, stalling it. Su Hong single-handedly defeated Lu Yunming, knocking away his second-tier magical artifact and using a first-grade top-tier binding net to capture him. For good measure, she also employed sealing talismans to suppress his spiritual energy. Second-tier magical artifact. What a treasure! Su Hong rejoiced at her acquisition. Meanwhile, Gao Chong unleashed his full power as a peak Qi refining cultivator, overpowering Ji Bao. And with the aid of various talismans, he struck with thunderous force, capturing him alive. Soon, the last two cultivators, one at the 9th level and the other at the 8th level of Qi refining, were also taken. Finally, Gao Chong, wielding the second-tier magical artifact, infused it with spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful sword aura that shattered the Fire Crow formation and dismantled the array. He gathered the 8 array flags and proclaimed, "The era belonging to my Gao family is about to commence." A second-tier magical artifact, a first-grade top-tier killing formation, and 2 peak Qi refining cultivators. This journey has been worthwhile. Su Hong added, "My husband, capturing Zhao Tu will make this venture truly complete." Gao Chong nodded and instructed, "Younger sister, Inner, bind Lu Yunming and his companions with sacks, then return to Baihong Island immediately to hand them over to Mr. Yu." Mr. Yu, known as Qingyuan, had been instrumental in secretly advancing the Gao family's spiritual veins over the years. Gao Chong's sister nodded. "Yes, elder brother." The younger sister and twin sons of the Gao family complied, using sacks to bind Lu Yunming and his companions before soaring away on their flying swords back to Baihong Island. "My lady, pursue," Gao Chong commanded coldly. "Search every corner of Luha Island to catch up with Zhao Tu and seize the Foundation establishment pills and second-tier talisman inheritance." With a determined yes, Gao Chong and Su Hong took to the skies on their swords, employing tracking spells to capture any traces along the way. During the time they spent capturing Lu Yunming and breaking through the Fire Crow formation, Zhao Tu had already fled desperately, disregarding his stamina to cover dozens of miles. Thus, following the trail became arduous and time-consuming. Meanwhile, Zhao Tu was fleeing for his life, flying low on his sword, continuously coughing blood, and consuming pills to replenish his spiritual energy. "Lu Yunming, once I reach the Foundation establishment stage, I will make your Lu family pay in blood," Zhao Tu coughed, forcing his energy as he flew. "The Fire Crow formation cannot hold them for long. I must escape quickly." Zhao Tu pondered. It has been a month since the incident, and the surroundings of Lu Ha Cheng should have returned to tranquility. Various factions and rogue cultivators have likely dispersed. Indeed, returning to Lu Ha Cheng is the safest course of action. Within Lu Ha Cheng, neither Lu Yunming nor the Gao couple would dare to act against me in broad daylight. 3 days later, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan rode their unicorn-striped horses, galloping through the mountains and forests for 1,000 miles, having completed 1/3 of their journey home. One morning, while relieving himself in the woods, Li Qingyuan lifted his shirt and affixed a turtle shell talisman just below his navel. Li Guangao inquired, "What are you up to? Why do you always apply a turtle shell talisman after urinating?" Li Qingyuan replied, "Grandfather, this is the Dantian Qi point. By sticking the talisman to my skin here, in times of crisis, my internal spiritual power can erupt instantaneously, flooding the talisman from the Qi point, the Shermin point, and the Guanyuan point, swiftly activating the turtle shell talisman to initiate its defensive capabilities. This is far quicker than sensing danger, retrieving the talisman from the storage pouch, and activating it." Li Guangao remarked, "You, a mere lad of 16, exhibit more prudence than this old man of 80. I shall have one as well." He produced a high-quality turtle shell talisman capable of withstanding a full force strike from a 9th level Qi refining master. After both finished their business and adjusted their trousers, they exchanged knowing smiles and declared, "Let us return home." However, just as they mounted their horses, a figure plummeted from the sky with a whoosh. "Who is it?" Li Guangao exclaimed, alert and ready to activate his talisman. Li Qingyuan was equally prepared. With his Qi turtle shell talisman ready for activation and a handful of talismans in his possession, including a first-tier pure Yang sword talisman. "It is you, Zhao Lao." Li Qingyuan recognized the disheveled and depleted Zhao Tu's cough. Zhao Tu cautiously regarded Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan, maintaining his composure. "It is merely my friends, Taoist Li and young friend Qingyuan. Someone is pursuing me. You must flee to avoid being implicated." Taken aback, Li Guangao asked, Zhao Daoist, who is pursuing you? How did you come to such a grievous state? Zhao Tu explained, 4 masters at the 10th level of Qi refining and a group of late-stage Qi refiners. Li Guangao gasped in astonishment, while Li Qingyuan's heart raced. Good heavens, so many masters? Zhao Tu stood up, consuming recovery pills and energy-replenishing elixirs, desperately seeking to restore his spiritual power while urging, you two must leave quickly to avoid being entangled in my troubles and falling victim to rogue cultivators. Li Qingyuan, feeling frightened, hastily mounted his horse and said, Grandfather, we must hurry. Li Guangao, equally alarmed, urged, Yes, let us depart. The grandfather and grandson mounted their horses and galloped away, narrowly passing by Zhao Tu's day. As they brushed past, Zhao Tu's eyes glinted with malice, and he thrust his hands outward, launching a first-tier superior talisman, harboring murderous intent. Do not blame me. Blame your ill fortune. I cannot allow you to leave and expose my whereabouts. 2 first-tier superior talismans, capable of annihilating an 8th-level Qi refiner, were deployed against them. However, the next moment, Zhao Tu's expression changed drastically. As the duo rode past, they simultaneously activated their talismans, unleashing a torrent of pure yang sword Qi, sharp and blazing, with the power to severely injure a 10th-level Qi refiner. What astonished Zhao Tu was the familiarity of the talismans. The pure yang sword talisman. How could this be? Among the countless islands in the sea, only a few first-tier superior talismans could be drawn by a handful of talisman masters. How could this young lad, who had only been studying for a few days, possibly wield such power? Clang, clang. The 2 pure yang sword talismans surged forth, manifesting as twin blades of pure yang qi, each extending a yard, shattering Zhao Tu's first-tier superior talisman and striking him. Boom! Boom! Zhao Tu was hit by the 2 pure yang sword talismans, letting out a wail, spewing blood uncontrollably, his spiritual power surging chaotically, causing his body to convulse. Yet, due to the defensive capabilities of the first-tier superior inner armor, although his injuries worsened, he did not perish immediately. Clang! Li Qingyuan summoned a first-tier mid-grade weapon, the Qitian sword, while Li Guangao followed suit with his own first-tier mid-grade weapon. The duo aimed for Zhao Tu's eyes, piercing through his skull. Zhao Tu screamed, meeting his demise on the spot. Thus, Zhao Tu fell lifeless. After slaying Zhao Tu, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances, feeling a mix of awkwardness and mutual understanding. Chapter 57. The eldest brother of the Zhao clan. Coughing, Li Guangao stated seriously, this old fellow was no good. Fearing exposure, he would surely have silenced us. Li Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, had we believed his words, we would have been the ones to suffer. This place is unsuitable for lingering. We must depart quickly. Li Guangao collected Zhao Tu's talismans and storage pouch. Li Qingyuan deftly infused his spiritual power into the first-tier superior inner armor, causing it to hum and detach from Zhao Tu's body, which he then stowed in his pouch. Li Guangao then employed a fireball technique to incinerate Zhao Tu's corpse, erasing all traces. Li Qingyuan gently patted the 2 unicorn-striped horses, whispering, I am sorry. With a swift motion, he executed the Qi blade technique, slicing through the 2 unicorn-striped horses. He swiftly collected their remains into his storage pouch, saying, if only we had spiritual beast pouches, they would not have had to perish. Afterward, Li Qingyuan cast another fireball technique to vaporize the blood on the ground. Li Guangao stroked his beard, saying, indeed, decisive action is necessary. Riding the unicorn-striped horses left a clear trail, and their pace was slow. It was only a matter of time before Zhao Tu's pursuers caught up. Li Guangao had already made up his mind but still inquired, Qingyuan, where do you think we should head next? Li Qingyuan promptly replied, Lu Hecheng, Li Guao Shuklet. The youth is indeed teachable. With a whoosh, whoosh, the grandfather and grandson activated their lightness talismans, summoning their flying swords to soar through the skies. To ensure their safety, they continuously employed their lightness talismans to enhance their speed. Zhao Tu knew that Lu Hecheng was a sanctuary, and naturally, so did Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan. If they continued toward the Li family, what if they encountered Zhao Tu's pursuers? After a quarter of an hour, 30 minutes, Gao Chong and Su Hong, the elderly couple, arrived at the scene. They landed and stated, according to the tracking technique, they should have gone in this direction. Gao Chang's expression turned contemplative. The pure Yang sword talismans had unleashed powerful attacks. Naturally, they would leave traces of battle on the ground and amidst the foliage. Gao Chang observed the path ahead and declared, Zhao Tu has traveled this way, toward Lu Hacheng. Su Hong's expression shifted slightly. Once we reach Lu Hacheng, we must refrain from further action. After all, the vicious dogs of the Lu family, the Heishan bandits, would not dare to act openly in Lu Hacheng. Lu Hacheng requires order. With order, the Lu family can prosper immensely. Gao Chang, unwilling to relent, insisted pursue. Zhao Tu is at his wit's end. He cannot run far. There are still thousands of miles to Lu Hacheng. We shall surely reach it first. Su Hong nodded in agreement. Very well. Suddenly, after flying for a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan had a realization and said, Grandfather, we should not go to Lu Hacheng. Oh, why not? Li Guangyao halted and inquired. Li Qingyuan explained, Zhao Tu knows Lu Hacheng is safe. The pursuers are following his trail. They can likely deduce that he intends to go to Lu Hacheng. The pursuers of Zhao Tu are formidable. Their speed must certainly surpass ours if they are in full pursuit. Li Qingyuan suggested, let's alter our course to the east, circling around Lu Ha Island before returning. Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao exclaimed, Indeed, how did I not think of that? While everyone believed Lu Ha City to be safe, it was already perilously vulnerable. They changed direction to the east. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson soared through the forest on their swords, veering toward the east. They had only been gone for a short while when two streaks of light hurtled past, heading straight for Lu Ha City. As night fell in the northeastern region of Lu Ha Island, the pair had finished their dinner at a small inn in a quiet town and were preparing to rest. The inn was sparsely populated, with cultivators being a rare sight. In the dead of night, they finally seized the opportunity to open Zhao Tu's storage bag. The moment it was unsealed, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, such a plethora of high-tier resources. Zhao Tu truly deserves his reputation as one of the three renowned quasi-second-tier talisman masters. This first-tier top-grade magical artifact alone is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. It seems he has spent most of his resources on purchasing foundation establishment pills, as there are only a little over 300 spirit stones remaining. The storage bag itself is commendable, being of first-tier high quality and not of negligible value. Li Qingyuan produced a piece of inner armor, stating, this first-tier top-grade inner armor, despite bearing a sword mark, still holds considerable value, surpassing that of artifacts of the same level. Inner armor is more complex to craft than comparable artifacts, requiring more materials and intricate processes, which is why its price is 2 to 3 times higher. After organizing for a moment, Li Guangyao remarked, there are no top-grade talisman papers here. It appears Zhao Tu was indeed forced into a corner by the robbers, exhausting his supply of talisman papers. Even the first-tier high-quality talisman papers are down to just 3. Various pills suitable for the Qi refining stage, including recovery pills, foundation pills, Qi nourishment pills, and hemostasis pills, are nearly depleted, leaving behind only a few worth perhaps 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan gazed at a jade box, his heart racing. Grandfather, this must be a foundation establishment pill, right? Li Guangyao took a deep breath, slowly infused it with spiritual power, and opened the jade box, his eyes gleaming as he breathed rapidly. Yes, it is indeed a foundation establishment pill. The two exchanged a glance, feeling a surge of disbelief. They never anticipated that this foundation establishment pill, acquired for 13,000 spirit stones, would fortuitously come into their possession. Li Guangyao, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, Heaven bless the Li family. Qingyuan, with your talent, coupled with this foundation establishment pill, the chances of your successful foundation establishment could exceed 50%. At that moment, Li Guangyao felt his blood surge. Envisioning the Li clan becoming a foundation establishment celestial family, soaring across the archipelagos with hundreds or even thousands of cultivators in their ranks. Third-rate Qi refining families have fewer than 100 cultivators. Second-rate Qi refining families boast over 100. First-rate Qi refining families host several hundred. A foundation establishment celestial family, with thousands of cultivators, would become a colossal force, dominating the surrounding area for thousands of miles. Ah, there are also 2 pieces of jade slips. Li Qingyuan picked one up, pressed it to his forehead, and read the spiritual information. In the next moment, He was elated to discover it contained the talisman inheritance jade slip that Zhao Tu had devoted his life to studying. The old man had made 2 copies, one for auction and the other for personal use. Li Qingyuan calmed himself and contemplated. This was a complete set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance. There are 12 types of first-tier low-grade talisman papers, 6 types of first-tier mid-grade, 4 types of first-tier high-grade, and 2 types of first-tier top-grade. The 2 types of first-tier top-grade talisman papers are one for attack and one for defense. The pure Yang Sword talisman for offense and the mixed Yuan Bowl talisman for defense. Lastly, there is a second-tier low-grade talisman paper, whose creation necessitates the use of spiritual consciousness to succeed. After reading, he handed it to grandfather. Li Guangao, upon reviewing it, was ecstatic. With this set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper as our inheritance, the foundation of the Li clan is now on par with first-rate Qi refining families. Given time, Yuan, you will surely succeed in your foundation establishment and become a true second-tier talisman master. Ha ha ha. Li Qingyuan expressed his admiration. Zhao Tu, the old man, was truly a good person. He is the foremost elder brother of the Li clan. Finally, Li Qingyuan took up the second jade slip, the last one, infused his spiritual consciousness, and read the information. Formation technique? How marvelous! Talisman papers can be utilized in such a manner. Chapter 58. 2 Foundation Establishment Pills. Li Qingyuan felt a profound expansion of his horizons. The formation techniques utilize the principles of the 5 elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, and water talisman papers. By employing a special method to activate these 5 distinct elemental talisman papers simultaneously, their combined potency can dramatically amplify, increasing their power exponentially. 5 first-tier, high-grade talisman papers, when employed through the 5-element formation technique, can transform their lethality, surpassing the effectiveness of using each first-tier high-grade talisman paper individually by multiple folds. This power is even stronger than typical first-tier, top-grade talisman papers. If 5 first-tier, top-grade talisman papers are used concurrently, their might would rival that of true second-tier low-grade talisman papers, posing a threat to early foundation establishment cultivators. Li Guangao was astonished. What formation technique is this? Let me take a look. Li Qingyuan passed it to him. Moments later, Li Guangao marveled. This Zhao Tu truly possesses remarkable fortune, having acquired such advanced formation techniques. In his youth, he must have encountered numerous fortuitous events related to talismans. Li Guangao reflected. Among the 3 renowned quasi-second-tier talisman masters in the archipelagos, Daoist Gong serves the Foundation Establishment Celestial family, and Daoist Zheng hails from one of the 5 Foundation Establishment Celestial families. Only Zhao Tu, as a rogue cultivator, has achieved such prowess in talisman arts and reached the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. After some contemplation, Li Guangao began to distribute the spoils, saying, Qingyuan, you shall keep this foundation establishment pill. With your talent, you will certainly need it in 2 or 3 decades. However, you must keep it well hidden, ensuring no one else learns of it, not even your father. Li Qingyuan nodded. Rest assured, grandfather, I will safeguard the foundation establishment pill. Its significance is paramount, and I will keep it secret from my father, not out of distrust, but to protect him. Li Guangao nodded. As for these 2 inheritance jade slips, let them remain with you. Contemplate them thoroughly, and once you have grasped their essence, you can guide me. Regarding these over 300 spirit stones, I intend to deposit them in the family treasury to bolster resources for our family's spiritual seedlings, ensuring that our descendants are stronger than the last, preventing any decline in our lineage. Li Qingyuan concurred. Grandfather, you possess remarkable foresight. The future of our family ultimately lies in the hands of the youth. We have previously suffered from poverty and a lack of spirit stones. Now, with cultivators in the late Qi refining stage and 2 first-tier high-grade talisman masters, our spirit stones will only increase, providing more resources for nurturing our spiritual seedlings. Moreover, as the great elder enhances his cultivation, he will produce even more spiritual plants. Li Dingzhou's strength has risen, rivaling that of the second elder, and with various talismans at their disposal. They can occasionally hunt first-tier late-stage demon beasts comparable to those at the 7th layer of Qi refining. The income from the hunting team has multiplied, and correspondingly, the beast blood has increased, enriching our 100 acres of spiritual fields, thereby enhancing the output of our family's spiritual rice. The family's annual profits continue to grow. And for the sake of our 100-year plan and the overall enhancement of our family strength, it is imperative to intensify resources for cultivating our spiritual seedlings. Li Guangao declared. The first-tier high-quality storage bag, the first-tier top-grade magical artifact, and the 3 first-tier high-grade talisman papers will belong to me. The remaining supportive pills, such as recovery pills, foundation pills, chi nourishment pills, and hemostasis pills, will be yours. Additionally, you should wear this first-tier top-grade inner armor. Your safety is of utmost importance. How does this arrangement sit with you? Li Qingyuan moved, responded, Thank you, grandfather. I shall not disappoint your hopes or the expectations of our family. One day, I will achieve foundation establishment and elevate the Li clan to become a foundation establishment celestial family, surpassing the Lu clan. In the face of the foundation establishment pill, all else, the first-tier top-grade magical artifact, the first-tier high-quality storage bag, and the 300 spirit stones pale in comparison. Moreover, the patriarch grandfather bestowed upon him an extraordinary first-grade inner armor, more precious than a first-grade supreme magical artifact. Even though it was damaged, it was sufficient to withstand the attacks of a 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Zhao Tu, gravely injured, had been struck by 2 pure Yang sword talismans, yet did not perish immediately, thanks to the inner armor absorbing most of the damage. Zhao Tu's storage bag contained no spiritual herbs or ores. It seemed he had sold off all the scraps for spirit stones, merely to acquire a foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, Zhao Tu passed away with unfulfilled wishes, lamenting the years of toil spent enriching others. All his efforts inadvertently paved the way for Li Qingyuan and the Li clan. Soon, the grandfather and grandson concluded their share of the spoils. Li Qingyuan obtained the inheritance of second-grade talisman paper, mastery of the 5 elements talisman array, various auxiliary pills worth hundreds of spirit stones, and a slightly damaged set of first-grade inner armor. However, the most valuable treasure remained the foundation establishment pill. Although it was merely of low quality, it was a priceless gem that was nearly impossible to procure in the island seas, worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. After distributing the spoils, the grandfather and grandson retreated to their respective guest rooms for rest, separated by a wall, ready to respond to any situation. After seeing the patriarch grandfather off, Li Qingyuan promptly took out the foundation establishment pill and stored it in the Xianpin space. Buzz, buzz, within the Xianpin space. The foundation establishment pill bathed in the radiance of creation, splitting into 2 and perfectly replicating itself. Now, there were 2 low-quality foundation establishment pills. Li Qingyuan's breath became fervent with excitement. The once elusive pill transformed into 2, now valued at over 20,000 spirit stones. Moreover, consuming both pills consecutively would significantly enhance the success rate of his foundation establishment. Subsequently, he also replicated the auxiliary pills worth hundreds of spirit stones and 2 sets of first-grade inner armor. Li Qingyuan Siga, noting that the only flaw was that the light of creation could replicate but not repair. As for the second-grade inheritance and the 5 elements talisman array, these 2 jade slips could be copied at any time or replicated within the Xianpin space. The following morning, the grandfather and grandson continued their detour, taking half a month to return to Yunxia Town and Yunxia Mountain. Upon seeing Li Guangao, Li Qingyuan's return alleviated the unease of the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou. Li Qingyuan understood their concerns well. During this time, battles frequently erupted in the island seas. Many top-tier Qi refinement families and powers had either suffered ambushes or gone mysteriously missing, creating an atmosphere of dread. The Grand Elder, still shaken, remarked, I heard that Zhou Kuai, the head of the Zhou family from Fubo Mountain, and his son Zhou Li were also targeted by the Heishan bandits, but managed to escape. The Wang family, the nearest top-tier Qi refinement family to us, has suffered greatly. Li Qingyuan, intrigued, inquired, Oh, how so? The Grand Elder explained. The Wang patriarch was gravely injured, and the family's Grand Elder, the only first-grade high-quality alchemist, was captured by evil cultivators, with his fate unknown. The other side, alas. A first-grade high-quality alchemist is a treasure for the family to earn spirit stones. It is rare even among foundation establishment cultivators. The Wang family has suffered catastrophic losses this time. Li Qingyuan blinked, contemplating, this time, perhaps someone will profit from bloodshed, but my Li family shall never suffer loss. Next, He resolved to enter seclusion to enhance his strength comprehensively, mastering talisman inheritance, studying the illusory divine eye technique, and advancing his Qi refinement cultivation. Chapter 59. Qi refinement level 6 achieved. Brother Qingyuan, are you looking for me? Li Qingqing, with her hands behind her back and a light step, appeared in a flowing green dress, standing elegantly. The 16-year-old girl exuded an aura as refreshing as an orchid in an empty valley. Li Qingyan observed her with a sense of kinship, smiling. Qingqing, you have done well, having reached the pinnacle of the second layer of Qi refinement, ready to step into the third layer at any moment. Li Qingqing giggled, replying, all thanks to Brother Qingyuan's guidance and the family's nurturing. Li Qingyuan Ninkidat. I heard from the Grand Elder that you have mastered the Spirit Rain technique quite well, and with the water elemental skill, you have become adept at cultivating spiritual rice. Indeed, Li Qingqing beamed, her liveliness captivating. Cultivating spiritual rice is quite fascinating. In the future, I aspire to be a spiritual cultivator like the Grand Elder. Li Qingyuan Ramarka. To become a spiritual cultivator, you must put in more effort to enhance your cultivation and the Spirit Rain technique. He then waved his hand, presenting her with a first-grade, low-quality storage bag. Upon receiving the storage bag, Li Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Qingyuan, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. She attempted to return the bag and its contents. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious. Qingqing, we have been family since childhood. In my eyes, you are my sister. Would you truly reject your brother's goodwill? Hearing this, Li Qingqing replied, but Brother Qingyuan, this is too much. You need resources for your own cultivation too. The storage bag contained various pills for cultivation, such as Qi nourishing pills, blood vitality pills, and recovery pills, valued at 200 to 300 spirit stones, alongside a small spirit nourishing pill that could help her break through to the third layer of Qi refinement. There was also a first-grade low-quality flying sword, the green bamboo sword. All the pills were of genuine quality, with none being of low quality. Li Qingyuan planned to sell all the low-quality pills in the future, reserving only the genuine quality ones for use. He smiled. What does this little resource matter? I am now a first-grade high-quality talisman master. A mid-grade talisman master can earn 200 to 300 spirit stones a year with a success rate of 60 to 70%. As a first-grade high-quality talisman master, earning 1,000 to 1,800 spirit stones in a year is merely basic. The truth is, he is a first-grade supreme talisman master. Qingqing, these resources are sufficient for you to cultivate to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. Strive hard. Li Qingyuan encouraged, patting her head. Soon, I will need your assistance. Li Qingqing, holding the storage bag, clenched her fist resolutely. Yes, brother, rest assured I will work hard. Li Qingyuan nodded, stating, I will enter seclusion for a while. We shall meet again once we both emerge. With that, he turned to leave. Li Qingqing gazed at her departing brother, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. Brother, I will not let you down. Nurturing Li Qingqing was part of Li Qingyuan's plan. In the future, after establishing his foundation, he would undoubtedly leave the island seas to seek opportunities and resources across various states and nations on the mainland. However, the family needed strong guardians. With her 4 spiritual roots and excellent comprehension, along with a commendable temperament, Li Qingqing, if properly nurtured, could surely uphold the family's legacy. Of course, the most vital aspect was that Li Qingyuan genuinely regarded Qingqing as a sister, thus tending to her with extra care. Bazidas nurturing Li Qingqing. Li Qingyuan also wished for his father to achieve greatness. Upon returning home, he gifted his father, Li Dingzhou, numerous pills. Qi nourishing pills, blood vitality pills, spirit cultivation pills, tiger strength pills, all genuine quality, with several being of superior grade. These pills had been secretly purchased in Liuhua City and were worth hundreds of spirit stones. As a father, Li Dingzhou understood better than anyone that his son had become a formidable talisman master, no longer lacking spirit stones. So he graciously accepted his son's filial gifts. With confidence, Li Dingzhou stated, in 3 to 5 years, I will surely reach the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Very well. At that time, I will prepare a spirit-nourishing pill for you. Li Qingyuan had 2 spirit-nourishing pills, having given one to the patriarch grandfather to assist him in breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. This remaining one was reserved for his father. As for Li Qingyuan himself, he established a personal guideline to refrain from consuming medicinal pills during the Qi refining stage. relying solely on his innate spiritual energy to forge a flawless foundation. Should he truly need to consume pills, only those of exquisite quality would suffice. Even standard-grade pills were unacceptable. He harbored ambitions far beyond merely establishing a foundation or achieving the golden core stage, aspiring instead to reach the nascent soul stage, to attain divine transformation, and ultimately to achieve immortality, living in harmony with the heavens. Thus, with the generous contributions of training resources from Li Qingqing and Li Dingzhou, Li Qingyuan commenced his seclusion. His daily regimen was meticulously scheduled, primarily focused on meditative practices to enhance his cultivation. Each day, he dedicated an hour to drawing talismans, 2 hours to practicing the illusionary divine eye technique, and spent the remaining rare moments honing 6 types of first-tier spells from his family lineage. Furthermore, in order to devote himself entirely to his seclusion and cultivate with undivided attention, he reported to his grandfather, the clan leader. Following this, the clan leader, Li Guangao, arranged for his mother, Chen Shuyun, to cease her involvement in family affairs, allowing her to focus solely on caring for her son's daily needs. As the clan leader put it, Shuyun, your devoted care for your son, allowing him to immerse himself in cultivation, is the greatest contribution to our family. Naturally, Chen Shuyun relished this role, as it afforded her the joy of seeing her son every day. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. 2 years prior, Li Qingyuan had just entered the 6th layer of qi refinement. After this duration of accumulation, he had achieved the consummate level of the 6th layer. Li Qingyuan pondered, if I were to consume a high-quality yin soul pill, I could likely advance to the 7th layer of qi refinement, reaching the late stage 6 months ahead of schedule. Alas, there were no exquisite yin soul pills available. In pursuit of a perfect foundation during the qi refinement stage, and given his youth, he deemed it wiser to gradually refine his spiritual power, allowing for a natural breakthrough. Therefore, he opted to continue his seclusion, striving towards the 7th layer of qi refinement. During Li Qingyuan's retreat, deep within the Tianyin mountain range, 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, each exceeding 3 zhang in length, soared through the air, their 1,000 legs undulating, their enormous jaws bearing venomous fangs, emitting sound waves like crashing waves, exuding the aura of second-tier great demons. The shrill cries of the bloodthirsty centipedes echoed as they engaged in a fierce battle with a foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator, standing alone against the 2 second-tier great demons, found himself in a stalemate, even with the aid of second-tier magical artifacts and talismans. 1 kilometer away, Qingyuan, adorned in a flowing purple gown, exuded grace and elegance, her ethereal beauty further accentuated by a translucent purple veil. Beneath her feet, a creature resembling a bloodthirsty centipede emerged from the ground, measuring over 8 feet in length and radiating the aura of a late-stage first-tier beast. This centipede, with its dark red body adorned with blood-like patterns and 3 vibrant stripes glowing on its forehead, seemed to possess emerging wings along its back, as if preparing to soar into the sky. Observing the 2 second-tier bloodthirsty centipedes, it appeared anxious. Qingyuan gently patted the centipede's head, reassuringly saying, "Shao Kai, do not fret. We will ensure you consume them and ascend to the 2nd tier. Just give your second uncle a little more time." Suddenly, one of the bloodthirsty centipedes exhaled spiritual energy, channeling its demonic power into a formation disk, which promptly illuminated, activating a killing array of astonishing might. The array unleashed a terrifying force, repelling the foundation establishment cultivator. The cultivator was left helpless, shaken by the power of the attack. "Second uncle," Qingyuan inquired, "is it still insufficient?" The Qin family's second uncle shook his head, responding, "Not only do these beasts remain within the confines of the array, but they also possess the ability to activate the killing formation, clearly having received prior instruction from the cave's master. This formation is sufficient to contend with mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, especially with 2 second-tier great demons guarding it." With a resigned expression, the second uncle concluded, "Only a true late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could dismantle it, or perhaps a coalition of several early-stage cultivators could succeed." Qingyuan furrowed her brow, expressing regret. The Qin family, cannot afford to expose our strength. Instead, let us adopt a strategy of watching from the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to fish in troubled waters. The second uncle, upon hearing this, chuckled. A cave that potentially belongs to a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator is bound to incite fervor and conflict among the 5 major foundation establishment clans and the island cultivators of the sea. The more chaos, the better. In Chapter 60, the ruins of a late-stage foundation establishment cave. Qingyuan's delicate brows knit together in a tone tinged with dismay. However, if this continues, the inheritance of this cave will fall into the hands of the 5 major foundation establishment clans. Her niece had already discreetly gathered information, revealing that the cave's master was likely the renowned Sanquan Shangren, a foundation establishment rogue cultivator who had gained fame in the island territories 200 years ago. The term Shangren signifies a master of the foundation establishment stage. Only those who have reached this stage may be honored with such a title. The Qi refining stage still binds one to the mundane. Only upon entering foundation establishment can one transcend to become a master. The second uncle of the Qin family raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What do you mean by Sanquan Shangren?" Qin Miaoi elaborated. This Sanquan Shangren not only successfully established a foundation as a rogue cultivator, but also excelled in beast taming, alchemy, and formations, 3 essential arts of cultivation. According to the information circulated among cultivators, this Sanquan Shangren crafted his own foundation establishment pills, breaking free from the constraints and oppression imposed by the 5 major foundation establishment clans. Furthermore, he was adept at beast taming and well-versed in formations. Even when the foundation establishment clans united to send 3 of their own to hunt him, he managed to escape time and again. The second uncle of the Qin family, astonished, remarked, "A first-tier rogue cultivator, through his own exploration, not only managed to gather the materials required for crafting foundation establishment pills, but also successfully produced them. If true, this Sanquan Shangren possesses extraordinary fortune, as well as unparalleled insight in alchemy. Without luck, how could he have gathered the materials for crafting foundation establishment pills in this modest island territory? Without exceptional talent, how could a first-tier rogue cultivator, without the guidance of a renowned master, succeed in crafting foundation establishment pills?" The second uncle gazed towards the foundation establishment cave that lay 100 zhang away. At its entrance, the formation pulsated, while the 2 bloodthirsty centipedes patrolled back and forth, exuding the aura of second-tier great demons. With a deep sigh, he lamented, "These 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, one of mid-stage second-tier and the other of early stage, are comparable to mid-stage and early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Even with a second-tier magical artifact and the assistance of second-tier talismans, I still find it difficult to secure a victory." Perhaps, before his demise, this Sanquan Shangren truly reached the late stage of foundation establishment, and his legacies in formations, alchemy, and beast taming would surely entice even the most accomplished of golden core or even nascent soul cultivators. The second uncle sighed, regrettably, over the past 2 years. "Despite my numerous attempts, I have still been unable to eliminate these 2 beasts, especially considering that they have a rudimentary understanding of formations. Their combined attacks nearly rival the efforts of 3 second-tier great demons." Qin Miaoi nodded, stating, "To seize this foundation establishment cave, we would need at least 3 foundation establishment cultivators working in concert. However, the current strength of our Qin family is but a fraction of its former glory. With only you, second uncle, remaining as our sole foundation establishment cultivator. To digest this foundation establishment cave solely, we must wait for Zhou Kuei, Gao Chong, and Su Hong to successfully establish their foundations." The second uncle shook his head, responding, "Zhou Kuei has decent aptitude, with a 50% chance of establishing a foundation. Gao Chong and Su Hong, though appearing to be in their 50s, have actually surpassed 60 years of age. In a few years, they will reach their 70s, and the likelihood of their establishing a foundation is low. Even if we provide them with inferior foundation establishment pills to assist them in upgrading to second-tier spiritual veins, their chances of success would merely be 30 to 40%. Qin Miaoi continued, "Currently, the Zhou family's spiritual vein and the Gao family of Baiyang Island have both reached the threshold of second-tier spiritual veins and are on the verge of becoming true second-tier veins. 2 years ago, during the auction in Liuhua City, cultivators gathered from all sides, with hundreds or even thousands at the late stage of Qi refinement. and thousands upon thousands at the mid-stage. During that occasion, with the clandestine assistance of the Zhou and Gao families, particularly with our Qin family's covert support, they managed to capture numerous cultivators at the late and mid-stages of Qi refinement. Even among them, there were 7 or 8 at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. For instance, Lu Yunming, the notorious leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, along with his second-in-command, and several heads of first-rate factions and families. Extracting the lifetime cultivation of those at the late and mid-stages of Qi refinement and nurturing it for 2 years has finally enabled our 2 first-tier spiritual veins to ascend, becoming quasi-second-tier veins. Qingyuan Shu remarked, although the inheritance of the cave dwelling belonging to late-stage foundation establishment cultivators is esteemed, it ultimately pales in comparison to the profound heritage of our Qin clan. Our foremost objective is to cultivate foundation establishment practitioners, seize control of Luha Island, and use it as a foundation to unify the 5 great immortal islands and the 36 archipelagos. Ultimately, we shall gather all second-tier spiritual veins, merge them into one, and create a third-tier spiritual vein, thereby restoring the glory of the Jiedan family, returning to the Jiuzhou continent, annihilating our enemies, and reclaiming our ancestral land. Upon hearing this, Qin Miao Yi's beautiful eyes flashed with resentment, and she clenched her jade fist, stating, "What you say is true, uncle. The grievances of my grandfather's fall, my father's death, and the usurpation of our family's foundation must not go unavenged. We need not use this late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's cave dwelling as bait. Let us spread the word to lure the 5 great foundation establishment immortal clans here, gathering all the experts while they neglect their rear islands. If the archipelago is thrown into chaos once more, our Qin clan can assist the Zhou and Gao clans in completing their spiritual vein upgrades, nurturing 1 or 2 foundation establishment practitioners." Qingyuan Shu nodded, expressing his satisfaction. "Indeed, Miao Yi, your ability to prioritize the greater good over small gains is commendable. Though you possess a triple spiritual root, your unique spiritual body allows your cultivation foundation to rival that of a heavenly spiritual root. You are the future of the Qin clan." He continued, "Thus, when the Zhou and Gao clans achieve their second-tier spiritual vein upgrades, it will also mark your day of breaking through to foundation establishment. Within 3 to 5 years, you must reach the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage." Qin Miao Yi confidently replied, "Uncle, rest assured. I feel that I have honed my Qi refining stage to perfection and will surely break through within a year or half a year. Within 3 years, I will undoubtedly attain the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage." Qingyuan Shu stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. "With you and the Qin clan, we have hope. Whether we can exact revenge, reclaim our ancestral land, and restore our former glory all depends on you." Qin Miao Yi respectfully bowed and said, "Uncle, I shall return to continue my seclusion." She planned to return to Baihong Island for further cultivation, striving to reach the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. With a whoosh, Qin Miao Yi soared away on her sword, leaving the Tianyi Mountains. In her spirit beast pouch, a small centipede voiced its dissatisfaction, bumping against the storage pouch in frustration. Qin Miao Yi comforted it. "All right, Shao Kai, I promise that the essence, flesh, and blood of these 2 blood-devouring centipedes will be yours. How does that sound? I also hope you consume them and become a second-tier foundation establishment great demon to assist me." In the spirit beast pouch, the 3-colored centipede calmed down upon hearing this. Luha Island's foundation establishment immortal clan, the Lu family. The head of the Lu family is the strongest foundation establishment cultivator among the archipelago, surpassing the heads of the 4 major foundation establishment immortal clans. "Grandfather, Changfeng seeks an audience." Outside the cave dwelling, a young cultivator requested to enter. Within the stone chamber, a man in his 40s was meditating with closed eyes and slowly spoke, "Enter." Boom! The stone door opened slowly, and a young man in his 30s entered the stone chamber. Respectfully bowing, grandson pays respects to grandfather. "Fengyue, have you found your second granduncle and the foundation establishment, Dan?" The head of the Lu family, with a restrained aura and a tranquil demeanor, sat cross-legged like a deep pool. Lu Changfeng responded helplessly, reporting to grandfather, "It has been 2 years. The family has spared no effort in searching. Yet we still cannot find the whereabouts of the second granduncle. as if he has vanished from the face of the earth. Additionally, the bandit Ge, who acted alongside the second granduncle, has also gone missing. The second in command of the Black Mountain Bandits, Ji Bao, and others have also disappeared. All Qi refining practitioners in the Black Mountain, both late and mid-stage, have been abducted, their fates unknown. Upon hearing this, the head of the Liu family's expression darkened. Who is responsible for this? Over the past decade, various forces and Qi refining families in the archipelago have faced ambushes and have inexplicably vanished. People are alive one moment and missing the next. This energy is unsettling. The head of the Liu family frowned. What could their intentions be? Without the concealment of Foundation establishment practitioners, it would be impossible to achieve such perfect hiding. Who could it be? The heads of the other 4 major Foundation establishment families? Or perhaps an external force? Liu Changfeng stated, I believe we can rule out external forces. The Tianyi Mountains stretch for 30,000 miles, extending thousands of miles along the coast, hiding countless second-tier great demons, with many third-tier great demons as well. For an external force to cross the Tianyi Mountains, they would need to be exceptional among the Jidan real people. The Jidan real people would not consider this barren land. As for the false Jidan real people and those below them, crossing the Tianyi Mountains would be a perilous endeavor. Why would they risk it just to come to our impoverished land? The head of the Liu family nodded. Pass the order down to continue searching for your second granduncle. We must see him alive or his body if he is dead. Furthermore, we must find Zhao Tu and the whereabouts of the Foundation Establishment Dan. That is our Liu family's Foundation Establishment Dan. And it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Liu Changfeng nodded, yes, grandfather. The head of the Liu family looked at his legitimate grandson with satisfaction in his eyes, saying, Feng, heir, you are a rare dual spiritual root in the family for hundreds of years, and you have now reached the Qi refining stage's 10th layer. However, you must work hard to swiftly attain the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage and break through to Foundation establishment. The head of the Liu family sighed. At 60, I reached Foundation establishment, and now over 30 years have passed, and I have barely reached mid-Foundation establishment. The prospect of reaching Jidan is still far away. At the age of 100, barely at mid-Foundation establishment, reaching late Foundation establishment will likely take 50 years or more, even if I'm fortunate enough to reach it. The gap between late Foundation establishment and Jidan real people is a true chasm, difficult to cross. Feng heir, if you can successfully establish your foundation before 40, you will surely be able to break through to Jidan and lead the Liu family to devour the remaining 4 major Foundation establishment immortal clans, gaining control over the entire archipelago. Liu Changfeng, stirred by these words, clasped his fists and said, Grandson understands. I will not disappoint grandfather's expectations. Within 5 years, I will surely reach the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage and break through to Foundation establishment. Chapter 61. The 5 Great Immortal Clans. The contest begins. Not long after, within the Tianyi Mountains, a certain mercenary group, while hunting demon beasts, ventured deep into mountains, 5,000 miles in pursuit of a severely injured demon beast. By chance, this mercenary team discovered a Foundation establishment cave dwelling. This cave dwelling was not only surrounded by second-tier illusion formations, confinement formations, and killing formations, but also guarded by 2 second-tier great demons, blood-devouring centipedes. One was at the mid-second tier, and the other at the early second tier. More terrifyingly, these 2 second-tier great demons could roughly manipulate formations to kill enemies, slaying wave after wave of cultivators. Initially, the mercenary group intended to conceal themselves and monopolize the treasures of the Foundation establishment cave dwelling. However, after a brief probe, the mercenary group suffered heavy casualties. Had it not been for the reluctance of the blood-devouring centipedes to leave the cave, they would have faced total annihilation. The surviving members of the mercenary group returned and discreetly sought out trusted friends and allies, making a second assault on the Foundation establishment cave dwelling. Yet, despite gathering 3 to 5 practitioners at the Qi refining stage's 10th layer and over a dozen late-stage practitioners, they still suffered grievous losses and fled in panic. Ultimately, out of desperation, the survivors convened and decided to report to the Foundation establishment immortal clans, selling information about the cave dwelling in exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, they cunningly sold one piece of information multiple times, distributing it to first-rate powers, leading families, and then Foundation establishment immortal clans, simultaneously at different locations, selling dozens of copies. Thus, within just 2 to 3 months, news of the Foundation establishment cave dwelling spread like wildfire, sweeping across the 5 great immortal islands and the 36 archipelagos, attracting countless cultivators to explore it. In less than 3 months, the Foundation establishment families also took action, and even Foundation establishment cultivators ventured to the cave dwelling for investigation. On Luha Island, within the Lu family, the head, Lu Yunlong, sat cross-legged in the cave dwelling, listening to his son, Lu Yingjiao, report the information. Lu Yingjiao, one of the head's several sons, possessed a mediocre 4 spiritual roots and average comprehension. Yet he had become the family's heir due to his exceptional son, the dual spiritual root Lu Changfeng, who at 33 had reached the Qi refining stage's 10th layer and was expected to establish his foundation before 40. Because of his son Lu Changfeng, Lu Yingjiao, though possessing ordinary talents and preferring to expand the family rather than focus on cultivation, had been promoted to the position of heir, temporarily taking the role of family leader. Lu Yingjiao reported, "Father, I have confirmed that the news of the Foundation establishment cave dwelling is indeed true. Moreover, the master of the Zhuji cave, quite likely, is the renowned genius Lu's cultivator, Sanquan Shangren, who was well-versed in alchemy, beast taming, and formations 200 years ago, making him a legendary figure across the maritime archipelago." Upon hearing this, the family head, Lu Yunlong, exhibited a subtle shift in expression. Could it truly be him, Sanquan Shangren? In the Qi refining stage, one may live for 2 cycles, approximately 120 years. Upon entering the Zhuji stage, one's lifespan extends to 200 years, and as one approaches the late Zhuji stage, the maximum lifespan nears 250 years. The difference in magical prowess between the early and late Zhuji stages naturally results in a variation in lifespan. It is erroneous to assume that the initial Zhuji stage grants the same longevity as that of the late Zhuji stage. Should one reach the Jidan stage, the maximum lifespan could extend to 500 years. The legendary Yuan Qingyuan is said to live for a millennium, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties and the transformation of landscapes over time. Lu Yunlong appears to be in his 40s or 50s, yet he is actually 60 years old, having entered the Zhuji stage, and is now over 90. Thus, he is quite familiar with the illustrious name of Sanquan Shangren. Sanquan Shangren, who entered the Zhuji stage 200 years prior, mastered beast taming, formations, and alchemy, excelling in combat with no rivals of the same level. After numerous failed assassination attempts by the 5 major Zhuji immortal clans, they were left with no choice but to begrudgingly acknowledge his existence. Sanquan Shangren had entered Zhuji at around 40 years of age, thus he has roamed for over 100 years. Approximately 80 years ago, he departed from the maritime archipelago, reportedly to traverse the Tianyin Mountains, heading towards the nearest kingdom of Yu on the mainland of Jiuzhou. Lu Yunlong recalled, 80 years ago, Sanquan Shangren intended to utilize a teleportation array to depart for Yu in search of a breakthrough opportunity. However, how could our 5 major Zhuji immortal clans permit that? In a fit of rage, Sanquan Shangren killed numerous high-ranking members of the 5 clans. The 5 Zhuji clans collectively mobilized, ultimately defeating Sanquan Shangren, driving him back and pursuing him deep into the Tianyin Mountains. Lu Yunlong stated, "It now appears that Sanquan Shangren must have perished within the Tianyin Mountains. Send word to gather 1 Qi refining 10th layer cultivator, 3 9th layer cultivators, 5 8th layer cultivators, and 10 7th layer cultivators from the family to accompany me to the Tianyin Mountains for investigation." Lu Yingjiao respectfully replied, "Yes, father." Shortly thereafter, Lu Yingjiao withdrew. Lu Yunlong pressed the switch of the stone chamber, entering the secret passage. After traversing 1,000 zhong, he paused outside a hidden chamber, offering a respectful bow. He said, "Father, the ruins of Sanquan Shangren's cave have emerged, and I wish to explore them." Within the secret chamber, an aged figure responded with surprise. "Oh, Sanquan Shangren. Alas, what a name from long ago, yet so familiar." Sanquan Shangren. Not only was he gifted with exceptional roots and extraordinary comprehension, but his fortune was also remarkable. The second-tier formation inheritance, second-tier alchemy inheritance, and beast-taming techniques he possessed are greatly coveted, even by me. In the past, the The five major Zhuji masters joined forces to slay him and seize his opportunities. Yet his evasion techniques were astounding, and his combat strength formidable, allowing him to escape time and again. Go now, and when necessary, shatter the jade slip from my decaying body. I may yet burn for the family one last time before I perish. Lu Yunlong respectfully replied, I accept the command. With that, Lu Yunlong turned and departed. Whoosh! Above the Lu family, Lu Yunlong unleashed the pressure of a Zhuji master, followed by family experts, including Qi refining 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th layers, boarding ethereal cranes and soaring into the skies. 2 days later, deep within the Tianyin Mountains, 5,000 li away, amidst towering peaks, Caw! The ethereal cranes cried out. As the Lu family's Zhuji masters and Qi refining experts arrived, exuding formidable might, their spiritual pressure causing the surrounding space to ripple. Roar! A blazing lion bellowed, bearing upon its back a burly man, around 50 years of age, with a square face, prominent nose, thick brows, and large eyes. The old man was bare-chested, his body appearing as if cast from ancient bronze, standing over 2 meters tall, with a chest like a disc and a powerful physique. His face adorned with a rugged beard, his features coarse, and his muscles sinewy. Behind him, numerous robust men and formidable female cultivators rode the blazing lion, forming a torrent of steel, their spiritual pressure soaring. The leading old man laughed heartily. Ha ha, Brother Lu, you haven't come too late. Lu Yunlong frowned slightly and replied coolly, Brother Tai, why have you left your forge to come here? Caw! A flock of fiery crows flapped their wings, soaring through the flames. A female cultivator exuding the pressure of a Zhuji master, a beautiful woman in her 40s, smiled charmingly. Hee hee, Brother Lu, Brother Tai. It has been a long time. I have truly missed you too. Nay, the sound of horses echoed as a group of beastly steeds galloped forth, each possessing late first-tier strength, with the lead horse akin to a Qi refining 10th layer cultivator. Roar! Snow leopards howled, the chill of wind and snow howling, as a pack of snow leopards raced through the forest, effortlessly carrying a multitude of cultivators to this location, with the leading leopard king also comparable to a Qi refining 10th layer cultivator. The old man, named Tai, stated, the Lu family, Tai family, Yin family, Ma family, and Shui family, the 5 major Zhuji immortal clans have all gathered. How shall we divide the inheritance of Sanquan Shangren's cave? The 5 exchanged glances, each harboring vigilance. Lu Yunlong, exuding his cultivation aura, declared loudly, naturally, the capable shall take their due. Boom! The expressions of the other 4 shifted. Mid-Zhuji, Lu family head, we did not expect you to have advanced to this level. In a certain part of the mountains, the second uncle of the Qin family chuckled sinisterly, harboring ill intent. How interesting. The heads of the 5 major Zhuji immortal clans have all arrived. Let me add some fuel to the fire. The inheritance may be granted to you, but I shall not allow you to obtain it so easily. In his hand, a stick of incense was lit. It sent imperceptible to humans, but highly sensitive to beasts. Soon, deep within the Tianyin Mountains for dozens of miles and over 100 miles, second-tier beasts began to stir, sweeping forth their underlings from all directions. The second uncle of the Qin family watched the incense burn down, feeling a pang of regret. The beast frenzy incense, made from the beast cores of third-tier beasts, is the last remaining one in the family. Roar! Caw! Moo! In less than half a quarter of an hour, beasts from all directions erupted into chaos, collectively rampaging towards the scent of the incense, arriving at the vicinity of the Zhuji cave. Simultaneously, the mounts of the 5 major clans also went berserk, disobeying orders, their spiritual powers surging violently, their eyes turning crimson in madness, turning against their masters. Squeak! Squeak! Within the Zhuji cave, 2 massive bloodthirsty centipedes burst forth, their eyes glowing red, venomous fangs spewing toxic mist, charging towards the cultivators of the 5 major clans. The expressions of Lu Yunlong and the others changed. Damn it, why have the beasts suddenly gone berserk? Boom! The 5 major Zhuji immortal clans immediately sprang into action, suppressing their mounts and fighting against the bloodthirsty centipedes, as well as the relentless tide of second-tier beasts that continued to rush in. The scene descended into chaos. The 5 major Zhuji clans, alongside the cultivators of the maritime archipelago, found themselves besieged by the beast tide, battling while retreating, forced to seek refuge from the onslaught. The second uncle of the Qin family observed this with a sinister smile, concealing his presence, watching from a distance. Let them fight. The more chaotic, the better. Let the 5 major Zhuji clans be tied down here. Chapter 62, Qi Refining Late Stage. Qi Refining 7th Layer. The Tianyin Mountains erupted with a beast tide of second-tier beasts, causing the mounts of the 5 major clans to go berserk, resulting in an unfavorable first battle for the 5 Zhuji clans, who were reluctantly forced to retreat 1,000 li. In the following months, the 5 major Zhuji clans launched several fierce assaults, rallying the top powers of various islands to quell the beast tide and steadily advance towards the Zhuji cave. Moreover, a rumor emerged that drove the 5 major islands and the cultivators of the 36 islands into a frenzy. Sanquan Shangren's cave not only possessed second-tier formation inheritance, second-tier alchemy inheritance, and second-tier beast-taming techniques, but also contained ready-made and in-use Zhuji pills within its spatial storage. This rumor was highly credible. Sanquan Shangren had indeed personally refined Zhuji pills, successfully achieving the Zhuji stage through his elixirs. Thus, it was entirely plausible that his storage contained Zhuji pills. The inheritance and resources left behind by Sanquan Shangren stirred immense desire even among the 5 major Zhuji clans, prompting the collective action of the heads of these clans. Consequently, this inheritance became a lethal temptation for the cultivators of the maritime archipelago, igniting a fervor among them. Nonetheless, the beast tide insurrection has compelled the cultivators of the island region to retreat successively, leading to a stalemate between the 2 factions. The army of demonic beasts and the cultivators stand opposed to one another, engaged in fierce combat. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyuan has entered seclusion for another year. 2 years prior, he achieved the consummation of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, and, after a year of honing his skills, the opportunity to break through has finally arrived. Li Qingyuan channels the De Chun Gong, scattering hundreds of spiritual stones around him, pouring his full effort into their refinement. Surrounding him, the energies of the spiritual veins, the essence of heaven and earth, and the spiritual energies of the stones converge, penetrating his skin and meridians, circulating through his body, ultimately transforming into his own power. He has been in this meditative state for 3 days. Outside the small courtyard, Chan Xiuyun gazes towards the house, a smile gracing her face. Little did I expect that Yuaner would reach the late stage of Qi refinement before turning 20. In the future, my Yuaner will undoubtedly succeed in establishing a foundation, leading the Li clan to become a foundation-level immortal clan, renowned for tens of thousands of miles across the island region. Chun Xiuyun expresses her yearning. I truly hope to witness Yuaner establish his foundation in my lifetime. Boom! Inside the small house, the sky reverberates with the essence of heaven and earth, stirring the energies within a radius of several meters. 100 yards away, the elder of the medicinal field's managing family arrives, soaring down on his sword, his face brimming with excitement. This young lad, without relying on medicinal pills, has managed to step into the 7th layer of Qi refinement before the age of 20 through sheer personal cultivation. Ha! Our ancestors are watching. The Li clan is on the rise. The elder has now reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, having begun to accumulate spiritual stones to purchase the spirit-nourishing pill, half of which he saves himself while the family supports the other half. In 2 or 3 years, he will surely be able to acquire the spirit-nourishing pill. Far from feeling jealousy over being surpassed by Li Qingyuan, he is instead filled with immense joy. The family is flourishing. The family is flourishing indeed. After another quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan has successfully completed his breakthrough, advancing to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The late stage of Qi refinement has been attained. Exhaling a long breath, Li Qingyuan senses the elder's arrival. He rises and steps outside, smiling. Grandfather elder. He turns to Chun Xiuyun, grinning like a child. Mother. Elderly Guangyao chuckles. Qingyuan, I congratulate you. Attaining the 7th layer of Qi refinement brings you one step closer to establishing a foundation. Li Qingyuan reciprocates the smile. Thank you, grandfather elder. Li Guangyao strokes his beard, chuckling. You two are truly amusing. Even your breakthroughs seem to coincide. 5 years ago, you and your father both entered the 5th layer of Qi refinement nearly simultaneously. Today, you have stepped into the 7th layer. Li Guangyao adds. Moreover, just 10 days prior, Your father broke through to the completion of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, advancing into the 6th layer, placing him on par with me. Speaking of these matters, the elder is visibly delighted, his face beaming with joy. The Li family is growing ever stronger. The number of cultivators in the family, including the immortal seedlings, has surpassed 80, pushing towards the threshold of 100. In the 7th layer of Qi refinement, there are 2, Li Guangyao and Li Qingyuan. In the 6th layer, there are 3, the elder, the 2nd elder, and Li Dingzhou. Indeed, a year prior, the 2nd elder also broke through to the completion of the 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. In the 5th layer, there are 5, Li Dingyan, Li Dingfang, Li Dingxian, and Li Dingxue. In the 4th layer, there are over 10, more than double that of a decade ago. Among the younger generation, around 20 years of age, there are 2 who have reached the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, Li Qingqing and Li Qinglei, the nephew of the clan leader. Elder Li Guangyao strokes his beard, stating, based on this momentum, in just 10 years, our Li family could ascend to the status of a 2nd-tier Qi refinement family. A 2nd-tier Qi refinement family would have at least 3 individuals in the 7th layer and a minimum of 1 in the 8th layer, with over 100 family cultivators, thus qualifying as a 2nd-tier Qi refinement family. By then, we could report to the Liu family and continue expanding our enterprises, broadening our territory, and gaining access to more mines, using Yunxia Town as our core to extend 30 to 40 miles in all directions. However, the Li family would not take such actions. They choose to remain in hiding, awaiting Li Qingyuan's meteoric rise. After a detailed conversation with the elder, Li Qingyuan learned much about recent family affairs. He inquired, "Grandfather elder, where are clan leader grandpa, 2nd elder grandpa, and my father?" Upon hearing this, elder Li Guangyao sighed. More than half a year ago, a cave dwelling left behind by a late-stage foundation cultivator was discovered deep within the Tianyin mountain range. A late-stage foundation cultivator? Li Qingyuan was taken aback. It is known that within the vast expanse of the island region, only the 5 great families controlling the 5 major islands possess foundation cultivators, and they are merely in the initial stages. The discovery of a cave dwelling belonging to a late-stage foundation cultivator is indeed astonishing. After elder Li Guangyao briefly explained the identity of the cave's owner, Li Qingyuan was even more astonished. A genius loose cultivator, breaking the monopoly and suppression of foundation immortal clans, successfully reaching the foundation stage through his own comprehension of the foundation pill, and proficient in formations, alchemy, and beast taming, is referred to as the Sanquan Shangren. Li Qingyuan mused, "This sounds like a protagonist template." Upon receiving this information, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of determination. Soon after, the elder departed, returning to oversee the medicinal fields while also taking on the responsibility of safeguarding the family. With Li Qingyuan's breakthrough, there was no longer a need for his mother to continue watching over him. He decided to enter seclusion once more for a period to stabilize his realm. Half a month later, after absorbing dozens of spiritual stones to solidify his cultivation, he left a note and quietly departed, heading straight for the Tianyin mountain range. Whoosh! Outside Yunxia Town, amidst the mountains and forests, Li Qingyuan employed the moon shadow technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow, gliding swiftly, moving through the woods with astonishing speed. Each leap allows him to cover dozens of zhang effortlessly. In mere moments, he could traverse hundreds of meters, his speed nearing half that of sound. Tianyin Mountain Range. Here I come. This journey to the Tianyin Mountain Range is a necessity for Li Qingyuan. Firstly, after 3 years of seclusion to reach the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he has nearly exhausted his supply of spiritual stones. Without spiritual stones, it is impossible to cultivate in seclusion for long periods with peace of mind. Secondly, in just 3 short years, he has refined the illusory divine eye technique to the completion of its 2nd layer, capable of dispelling any illusion formations or techniques below the 1st-tier premium grade. Li Qingyuan moves as lightly as a swallow, soaring through the air, his eyes glowing with purple light as he employs his eye technique to see clearly the details of every blade of grass and tree a kilometer away. Perhaps due to his inherently powerful divine soul, he has mastered the illusory divine eye technique with remarkable ease, achieving the completion of the 2nd layer. To reach the 3rd layer of the illusory divine eye technique, he needs to cultivate divine consciousness, which requires gathering 3 types of 1st-tier premium spiritual plants to concoct a medicinal liquid combining it with his training. These three types of first-tier premium spiritual plants are rather unique and not commonly found in the market. Even during his inquiries in Liyue City, he was unable to procure them. The shopkeeper mentioned that they may be found in the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan contemplated, "Only by cultivating divine consciousness can I create true second-tier talismans, possessing the power to rival foundation cultivators." In these 3 years, he primarily focused on qi refinement, but he has also practiced his eye technique and talisman crafting. The semi-second-tier talismans inherited from the old man Zhao Tu have been thoroughly studied by Li Qingyuan, and in just 3 years, his talisman skills have greatly improved. He possesses several first-tier superior and premium talismans, and with his solid foundation at the 7th layer of qi refinement, he can easily defeat those at the 8th layer. In the face of 9th layer qi refinement cultivators, he can also strike them down using a plethora of talismans. Coupled with a first-tier premium inner armor, which he wears in 2 layers, he can contend even with those at the 10th layer. For this reason, Li Qingyuan dares to venture alone into the Tianyin mountain range, seeking first-tier premium spiritual herbs to further his eye technique. His goal has never been the cave of the late-stage foundation cultivator, nor would he attempt to snatch food from the jaws of a foundation expert. Cultivating immortality requires prudence. Chapter 63. First battle after leaving seclusion. Not weaker than 8th layer qi refinement. The Tianyin mountain range stretches over 13,000 miles, with a midpoint serving as the boundary, extending horizontally about 6 to 7,000 miles. The mountain range radiates outward from this midpoint, dividing into 3 distinct zones: the core area, the middle area, and the outer area. The outer area, which lies below 2,000 miles, is primarily inhabited by first-tier early and mid-stage beasts, with occasional encounters with late-stage first-tier demonic beasts. In the expanse of 2,000 to 5,000 li lies the mid-tier area, predominantly inhabited by first-tier early, mid, and late-stage demon beasts, with a notable surge in the number of peak first-tier demon beasts and the occasional appearance of a second-tier major demon. The range of 5,000 to 7,000 li constitutes the core region, wherein every few dozen to 100 li, one can find a second-tier major demon, making it a perilous venture even for those in the foundation establishment stage. The heart of the 7,000 li area is referred to as the Tianyin mountain range, a death zone. It is rumored that there exist multiple third-tier major demons within this forbidden zone, comparable to human cultivators at the core formation stage. Thus, even human core formation practitioners dare not recklessly traverse the Tianyin mountain range, fearful of provoking a siege by multiple third-tier major demons. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan had reached the outer layer of the Tianyin mountain range, delving directly into 2,000 li. This area frequently harbors late-stage first-tier demon beasts, akin to human practitioners at the late stage of qi refinement. In the depths of the mountains, a steel-armored rhinoceros snorted smoke from its nostrils, its horns sharp as blades, charging forth with terrifying force that crushed trees beneath its hooves. This steel-armored rhinoceros was indeed a late-stage first-tier demon beast, its strength comparable to a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan remained motionless, not evading, as he activated the Dazhuan skill, channeling spiritual energy into his arms, instantly invoking the first-tier spell, Iron Arm Technique. His arms became impervious, imbued with the strength of 10,000 pounds. Is it comparable to an 8th level practitioner? Perfect, let me test the culmination of my Iron Arm Technique, he thought. The 2-zhang tall, 3-zhang long steel-armored rhinoceros charged at him like a colossal elephant, shaking the ground within a 10-zhang radius, its hooves causing depressions in the earth. With its sharp horns and thick, armored hide, it launched an all-out attack against Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's arms hardened, meeting the charge head-on, grasping the rhinoceros's horns, opting for a direct confrontation to withstand the full force of the impact. The moment they collided, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted, stirring up a fierce wind that swept through the surroundings. Li Qingyuan's expression changed as he was forced back, his feet sliding along the ground as he was driven back over 10 zhang by the rhinoceros's sheer might. Hold firm, Li Qingyuan shouted, unleashing all his spiritual power. Pushing the Iron Arm Technique to its utmost, he stomped his feet firmly into the ground, channeling force from the earth to counter the rhinoceros's overwhelming strength, successfully blocking its charge. Breathing heavily, Li Qingyuan and the rhinoceros engaged in a contest of strength. What a beast! Truly deserving of its reputation as a powerhouse among first-tier demon beasts, he mused. Had it not been for my profound spiritual foundation and the mastery of the iron arm technique, I would not have withstood this strike. With Li Qingyuan's advancement to the 7th level of Qi refinement, the iron arm technique had finally reached its consummate stage. In the next moment, he activated the moon shadow technique, abruptly retreating and leaping back over 10 zhong, moving with such speed that he seemed to vanish. The steel-armored rhinoceros, caught off guard by Li Qingyuan's sudden retreat, lost its balance and skidded several zhong forward. With the mastery of the 7th level of Qi refinement, he formed a 7-foot blade of Qi. With a swift slice, he severed the rhinoceros's thick hide and flesh, causing blood to spray forth. The rhinoceros let out a roar of agony, its eyes turning red as it charged again. Li Qingyuan, utilizing the moon shadow technique, evaded the rhinoceros's relentless attacks with ease, his hands slicing through the air to unleash 7-foot blades of Qi, targeting the same spot again and again, deepening the wounds and causing blood to flow profusely. After the 5th blade of Qi struck, it severed the rhinoceros's neck, decapitating it. The massive body of the steel-armored rhinoceros collapsed to the ground. Li Qingyuan expressed satisfaction. Not bad. Although I am merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, my consummate first-tier spell strikes with the force of quality first-tier superior talismans. The quality of a superior first-tier talisman is comparable to the full strength of an 8th level Qi refinement practitioner. Thus, Li Qingyuan, relying solely on his own spiritual foundation and the consummate mastery of a first-tier spell, was not weaker than an 8th level practitioner. He pondered. It seems that relying solely on the spiritual power cultivated through personal training surpasses that of ordinary practitioners, with a purer quality of energy. To be able to slay a demon beast comparable to an 8th level practitioner at the onset of the 7th level of Qi refinement, I am indeed outstanding among my peers in the islands. Moreover, this was achieved without the use of talismans, inner armor, talisman arrays, or magical artifacts. Upon exiting his seclusion, besides seeking spiritual herbs, he also aimed to engage more with demon beasts, refining his spiritual energy through battle. Furthermore, the materials harvested from demon beasts could be exchanged for spiritual stones to aid in cultivation. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan skinned the steel-armored rhinoceros, collecting its thick hide, horns, and tail, along with its valuable organs. These items served either as refining materials or as ingredients for potent concoctions. Finally, he selected a well-balanced cut of meat from the front legs, approximately 20 to 30 jin, for sustenance, then cast a fireball spell to incinerate the demon's remains. With a leap, Li Qingyuan soared over 100 meters, his figure flitting through the forest as he advanced in the mid-tier area. In the ensuing days, he hunted demon beasts while gathering information on the desired spiritual herbs. After several days, in the mid-tier area of the Tianyin mountain range, he ventured approximately 4,000 li in, where the late-stage first-tier demon beasts were plentiful and peak first-tier demon beasts significantly more numerous. Even practitioners at the 10th level of Qi refinement needed to exercise caution in this area. Deep within the forest, a confrontation unfolded between a lone human and a tiger. With his enhanced perception from a Huanshan technique, Li Qingyuan noticed a presence approaching from 100 li away. Filthy beast, prepare to die. Li Qingyuan shouta intantunari, tossing numerous first-tier superior talismans into the fray, unleashing chaos. In Zhao Tu's talisman tradition, he wielded 4 types of first-tier superior talismans: Golden Spear Talisman, Blazing Fire Talisman, Swift Movement Talisman, and Binding Spirit Talisman. While the Swift Movement Talisman served as support, the other 3 were offensive. 10 Binding Spirit Talismans transformed into ethereal ropes, ensnaring the first-tier demon beast, the Haywing Spirit Tiger, immobilizing its movements and thwarting its counterattack. Subsequently, the Golden Spear Talisman, Blazing Fire Talisman, and Ice Flame Talisman became weapons of destruction, bombarding the Haywing Spirit Tiger with unbridled ferocity. As the dust settled, the Haywing Spirit Tiger lay utterly defeated, reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh, with parts frozen and others charred. 100 li away, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions contorted. One among them lamented, "What a waste! Those first-tier superior talismans are worth 1 or 200 spiritual stones. all for the demise of a late-stage Haywing spirit tiger. Indeed, the Haywing spirit tiger has no valuable hide, no sharp claws, only its fangs hold some worth, perhaps a mere dozen spiritual stones. Another remarked, "Who is this young master, running wild with such lavish use of talismans?" Among the 5 individuals, the leader, a man, glanced at a voluptuous woman beside him and signaled her. The female cultivator approached with a warm smile. "Young brother, why are you hunting demon beasts all alone?" Qingyuan concealed his cultivation, presenting himself merely as a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner, nonchalantly replying, "Mind your own business." The woman's eyes flashed with irritation, but she maintained her composure, continuing, "Are you perhaps hunting demon beasts to hone your skills? You might as well join us for mutual protection." Recently, the Tianyi mountain range has seen a surge in demon beast activity, with cultivators gathering, and there are rogue cultivators about. It would be easy for a lone practitioner to attract unwanted attention. Qingyuan carefully tucked away his huya and, with a confident pat of his hands, declared, "No need. A mere jieshio can be extinguished with a snap of my fingers." With that, he turned to leave. Even if you're not jieshio, seeing a wealthy young master venturing out alone, would you be able to resist the temptation to commit an act of robbery? Qingyuan secretly mused, "Hurry and strike at me, so that I may counterattack." Indeed, this old schemer also wished to engage in some bait-and-switch tactics. The 5-member group possessed no more than Qi refinement stage 9, rendering them insignificant. The leader of the group, a young man, chuckled and remarked, "I observed your spiritual energy as you activated your talisman. It is rich and verdant. Are you perhaps cultivating the Qingyuan?" The Qingyuan is a cultivation method known to all Qi refinement families and sects, and many practitioners follow it. Thus, it is not surprising. Qingyuan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, and what of it?" The young man continued, "To be honest, I too practice the Qingyuan." "I have no interest in what methods you practice," Qingyuan said, not bothering to turn around as he walked away. However, the young man called out, "Young brother, we have discovered a Qingmuju. Might you be interested?" Qingmuju. Qingyuan paused and turned to face them. "Is that true?" Qingyuan asked, "Is it truly Qingmuju?" The young man nodded. "Indeed, it is a first-grade exquisite spiritual herb, Qingmuju. Qingmuju, a first-grade exquisite spiritual herb, possesses exceptionally pure would-attribute spiritual energy, serving as a tremendous tonic for those practicing would-attribute techniques. For Qingyuan, it is one of the 3 first-grade exquisite spiritual herbs essential for cultivating divine awareness. Qingmuju, Shuiyuji, and Huanshingu, when combined, can be used to refine the 3rd layer of Huanshintongshu, enabling the cultivation of divine awareness. These 3 herbs were the very reason for Qingyuan's venture into the Tianyi mountain range. Qingyuan displayed no pretense, showing great interest as he inquired, "Where can I find the Qingmuju?" A beautiful female cultivator swayed her alluring figure and sweetly replied, "Young brother, the Qingmuju is not far from here, merely 50 miles away. However, a great serpent lurks nearby, and it is no easy foe." Qingyuan dismissed her concern, saying, "What great serpent? Watch as I slay it and claim the Qingmuju." The male cultivator's expression changed, and he said, "Young brother, I have had my sights on that Qingmuju for quite some time. How about we join forces to defeat the serpent and share the Qingmuju?" Qingyuan responded, "We can join forces, but the Qingmuju must belong to me. I can compensate you with spiritual stones equivalent to half its market value." The male cultivator hesitated, and Qingyuan added, "The fact that you have not obtained the Qingmuju indicates that the great serpent is formidable. I have an abundance of talismans. While I cannot guarantee its immediate demise, I can certainly restrain it to buy you time to harvest the Qingmuju. Let's join forces. I will take the entire Qingmuju and provide you with spiritual stones as compensation. What do you say?" The male cultivator and the female cultivator exchanged glances. Considering the tragic fate of the Heiwen Linghu, a late-stage first-grade beast, which had been easily dispatched by various talismans, it was no wonder Qingyuan was so fearless. The male cultivator inwardly scoffed, "Foolish boy. When you meet your end at the serpent's jaws, I will gladly claim your storage bag." After a moment of contemplation, the male cultivator agreed, "Very well. The Qingmuju shall belong to you, and I will accept spiritual stones for my portion." Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us proceed. The male cultivator said, "This way, young brother." The five-member group consisted of a male cultivator at Qi refinement stage 9, a female cultivator at Qi refinement stage 7, and 3 middle-aged men at Qi refinement stage 6. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Qingyuan activata a shanun talisman, a top-grade, first-grade talisman of genuine quality, and his speed surged instantly, rivaling that of a Qi refinement stage 8 cultivator. The male cultivator's eyelids twitched, realizing, this boy is indeed extravagantly affluent. Although he's only at Qi refinement stage 5, he uses top-grade, first-grade talismans without restraint, while others preserve talismans for life-and-death situations. He employs them for travel. Ordinary Qi refinement stage 5 cultivators, whether independent or from small families, possess few top-grade, first-grade talismans, typically reserving them for critical moments. Yet, this boy, at Qi refinement stage 5, boldly ventured into the 4,000-mile region of the Tianyin mountain range, liberally utilizing talismans to slay late-stage first-grade beasts. The male cultivator chuckled. "May I inquire which family you hail from, young brother? At such a young age, possessing Qi refinement stage 5 cultivation and various first-grade talismans. You must come from an extraordinary lineage." Qingyuan proudly replied, "I am from a common family." The male cultivator's lips twitched in disbelief. "Do you take me for a fool?" The beautiful female cultivator smiled brightly, asking, "Young brother, could it be that your elder is a talisman master?" Upon hearing this, Qingyuan's smile widened, and he arrogantly stated, "Indeed, my grandfather is a talisman master, and a top-grade first-grade one at that." The revelation stunned everyone. A top-grade first-grade talisman master? This? Qingyuan shook his head, sighing, "Alas, it is a pity that top-grade first-grade talismans are incredibly difficult to draw. Even my grandfather rarely succeeds." The male cultivator's eyelids twitched slightly, deliberately testing. "Oh, may I ask if you possess any top-grade first-grade talismans? After all, that great serpent is a formidable adversary. Even I, at Qi refinement stage 9, have faced defeat multiple times." Qingyuan, invigorated by the question, replied, "My grandfather has always doted on me. Although it is challenging to successfully draw top-grade first-grade talismans, I do have one or two on hand." Upon hearing this, the male cultivator visibly relaxed, his earlier tension dissipating. He understood that reaching Qi refinement stage 9 meant he was well aware of the complexities involved in drawing top-grade first-grade talismans, which are exponentially more difficult than first-grade ones. He had heard that top-grade first-grade talismans do not come in categories of inferior, genuine, or premium. They either succeed or fail with a high level of difficulty. To his knowledge, there are only about 7 or 8 top-grade, first-grade talisman masters in the entire archipelago, and among them, aside from the 3 semi-second-grade masters, Gong Lao, Zhao Lao, and Zheng Lao, most others barely reached that level, with considerable doubt surrounding their abilities. Having just 1 or 2 on hand is truly fortunate. The male cultivator rejoiced inwardly, plotting, "Let this boy restrain the beast. After he exhausts his top-grade, first-grade talismans, I shall seize his storage bag." After traversing 50 miles, the group swiftly arrived at their destination. "Here we are," the male cultivator announced. Qingyuan followed the group into a canyon. After navigating through a hidden passage for 100 feet, they emerged into a spacious area filled with bamboo, lush and vibrant, with green bamboos stretching endlessly. A gentle breeze whispered through the valley, creating a symphony of rustling sounds among the bamboo. Following the direction indicated by the male cultivator, Qingyuan spotted a small clearing in the center of the bamboo grove, where a 3-foot-tall spiritual plant, resplendent in green, stood. The 3-foot Qingju, with its verdant stalk and leaves, boasted a blooming blue flower that exuded a subtle yet rich fragrance, enveloping the entire bamboo forest. Qingyuan's face lit up with delight. Indeed, it is the first-grade, exquisite spiritual herb, Qingmuju. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed as a massive serpent dangled from the green bamboo, its length spanning several meters and its girth as thick as a bowl, causing the bamboo to bend under its weight. The serpent, a formidable by Qingyuan, was a peak first-grade beast, comparable to a human cultivator at Qi refinement stage 10. Qingyuan's expression shifted in alarm as he stammered, I no longer want the Qingmuju." The peak first-grade beast was terrifying. Even my grandfather would not have complete confidence in defeating it. The male cultivator remarked, "Young brother, There's no need for you to engage in battle with it. Simply use the talisman paper to provoke it, divert its attention, and restrain it, thus granting us the necessary time to procure the Qingyuan. But how long will that take? Li Qingyuan's expression turned troubled. The male cultivator replied, 30 breaths will suffice. Young brother, do you not wish to seize the Qingyuan, swiftly break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement and attain the 6th layer, or perhaps even the 7th layer? Such achievements would surely earn you the admiration of your family's elders. Should you reach the 7th layer, the celestial maiden you admire will undoubtedly favor you. Young men, especially those from affluent families, naturally crave recognition and the affection of the celestial maidens they hold dear. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qingyuan gathered his courage and said, very well, 30 breaths. If you have not acquired the Qingyuan by then, I shall leave on my own. With that, Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth, activated the moon shadow technique, and swiftly advanced. With a flourish of his hands, several first-grade talismans flew forth. The tranquility of the bamboo grove was shattered as the Bailin giant python was suddenly assaulted by the first-grade talismans, causing it to tumble from the Tenjong tall green bamboo, while many of its snake offspring were slain by the talismans. Roar! The Bailin giant python, filled with rage, let out a furious roar, sending shockwaves through the bamboo grove, its demonic power sweeping across a radius of several zhang. Oh my! Li Qingyuan cried out, turning to flee. With the spirit movement talisman affixed, his speed surged, and he hurled talismans as he ran. The Bailin giant python, its eyes a deep crimson, surged forward through the bamboo grove, its massive serpentine body gliding just above the ground as it rapidly pursued Li Qingyuan. One man and one serpent fled the bamboo grove. The male cultivator urged, quickly, take action. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 cultivators swiftly wielded their magical artifacts, unleashing the talismans they had accumulated, engaging in a lightning-fast assault to seize the Qingyuan. Surrounding the Qingyuan, several Bailin pythons roared in retaliation, unleashing their demonic energy. Among them were 2 to 3 late-stage first-grade pythons, with the majority being mid- and early-stage first-grade pythons. The male and female cultivators joined forces, engaging in a fierce battle against the late-stage demonic beasts, unleashing their full strength to slay the Bailin pythons one by one. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Time passed swiftly. We got it. The male cultivator's eyes gleamed as he seized the 3-foot Qingyuan, uprooting it and placing it into his storage bag. Retreat, he called out. The 5 cultivators dashed toward the valley's exit. Roar! The Bailin giant python sensed the theft of the Qingyuan and became enraged, letting out a deafening roar. Li Qingyuan, having affixed a tortoise-shell talisman and a spirit movement talisman, ran while shouting, Brother Zhang, Sister Lu, help, help! That giant snake wants to eat me. As he yelled, he sprinted toward the Zhang cultivator and the others, throwing talismans in a desperate attempt to hold the giant snake at bay. Brother, quickly use the first-grade premium talismans. Zhangquan Urja. Only the first-grade premium talismans can harm a peak first-grade demonic beast. Li Qingyuan, hearing this, looked reluctant and said, but the first-grade premium talismans are too precious. My grandfather always said not to use them unless in a life-or-death situation. Zhang Quan replied anxiously, Brother, this is precisely such a moment. Act quickly, or you may lose your life. Don't worry, friends. The good part is in the next chapter. Chapter 65. Playing the fool to kill and steal. With determination, Li Qingyuan bit down hard, retrieving a pure yang sword talisman and infusing it with spiritual energy. Whoosh! The 1-foot talisman soared through the air, rapidly approaching the Bailin giant python. Clash! The talisman's spiritual energy ignited, gathering the essence of heaven and earth, transforming into a pure yang sword qi, brilliant and sharp, extending for Zhang and ablaze with flames. Roar! The Bailin giant python sensed the threat and let out a furious roar, gathering spiritual energy within its mouth to unleash a counterattack. Boom! The one Zhang sword qi sliced through the spiritual light, striking the serpent's head, causing it to crack and bleed profusely as its massive body writhed in pain. Roar! The Bailin giant python, now enraged, its eyes bloodshot, gathered more demonic energy within, preparing to unleash its most powerful strike. With the Qingyuan stolen and its injury inflicted by humans, it was intent on devouring them. Li Qingyuan skramat. Running for his life, Brother Zhang, Sister Lu, save me. Zhang Quan called out, Brother, what an impressive first-grade premium talisman. Do you have any left? Quickly disrupt the Bai Lin giant python's accumulation of power. If it completes its charge, even a master at the 10th layer of Qi refinement would have to avoid its strike. Li Qingyan, nearly in tears, replied, Brother Zhang, I have none left. I only had one. Please save me. Seeing his distress, Zhang Quan exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yun, a smirk appearing at the corners of their mouths. Don't worry. Good brother, I will come to your rescue. Whoosh! Zhang Quan, at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, soared through the air on his sword, rapidly approaching Li Qingyuan. With a swift motion, he gathered spiritual energy into a massive fireball and launched it. However, his target was not the Bai Lin giant python, but rather Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in shock, finally realizing the situation, and he shouted in anger, Zhang Quan, how dare you kill me? My grandfather will never let you go. Zhang Quan chuckled, Kid, it is the Bai Lin giant python that will kill you. Even if your grandfather finds this place, he will never know we intervened. Zhang Quan flew closer, within 10 meters of Li Qingyuan, and unleashed the fireball. With the power of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, this attack could severely injure even those at the 8th layer. His intention was to grievously wound Li Qingyuan, then swiftly snatch his storage bag, ensuring that Li Qingyuan would be devoured by the pursuing Bai Lin giant python, thus buying time. Boom! The fireball struck Li Qingyuan directly, engulfing him in flames. Kid, I'll gladly take your storage bag, Zhang Quan said with a triumphant grin. As his words fell, Zhang Quan approached Li Qingyuan and reached out for his storage bag. However, in the next instant, he felt his wrist firmly grasped. How is this possible? Zhang Quan's eyes widened in horror. Buzz! Li Qingyuan's blue shirt was torn, his clothing ablaze. But a fitted inner armor blocked the spiritual energy, perfectly defending against the fireball's attack. Not only that, but a defensive talisman had activated, resembling a tortoise shell, enveloping his entire body, including his head, shielding him from the fireball strike. Zhang Quan's expression shifted as he exclaimed, Is that a quality first-grade premium defensive talisman? And 2 layers of first-grade premium inner armor? In that moment, Zhang Quan felt the universe's deep malice. This kid was wealthier than he could have imagined. Even a master at the 10th layer of Qi refinement might not possess such riches. Kid, are you playing me for a fool? Zhang Quan roared in anger. His composure shattered. Li Qingyuan activated the iron arm technique, unleashing the full force of his 7th layer of Qi refinement, firmly gripping Zhang Quan's wrist. And with a sudden twist of his body, he hurled Zhang Quan toward the Bai Lin giant python. Behind them, the massive Bai Lin giant python, already in pursuit and fully charged, let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of emerald spiritual light that spanned the heavens. Zhang Quan, caught off guard by Li Qingyuan's throw, became a meat shield against the Bai Lin giant python strike, taking the full brunt of the attack. Zhang Quan screamed as the spiritual light struck his legs, reducing them to pulp, and he crashed heavily to the ground. Li Qingyuan chuckled, Since you are a bandit cultivator, I need not pretend to be a virtuous gentleman. Li Qingyuan reached out, drawing on spiritual energy to retrieve the storage bag from several zhang away, along with the first-grade premium flying sword that Zhang Quan had dropped. Whoosh! With his 7th layer of Qi refinement, Li Qingyuan activated his magical artifact, the Puling Blood Wheel, soaring towards the beautiful female cultivator, Lu Yun, while also affixing a quality spirit movement talisman. In an instant, Li Qingyuan's speed, while flying on his sword, was no less than that of a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Lu Yun screamed, You! Don't come any closer! What a vile kid! Retreat! The 4 of Lu Yun scattered in all directions. Li Qingyuan produced another broken spirit blood wheel, infusing it with spiritual energy before casting it forth with lethal intent. The broken spirit blood wheel, acquired from slaying a tribulation cultivator, had been replicated by him, resulting in 2 identical wheels, both possessing the ability to sever spiritual barriers, with their edges honed to a razor sharpness. This top-tier spiritual artifact had been cultivated for quite some time, and he had secretly honed his skills in its use, allowing him to wield it with great efficacy. Whoosh! From several dozen meters away, the broken spirit blood wheel whistled through the air, carving a semicircle as it cleaved through 1, 2, and 3 6th level Qi refinement cultivators, bisecting them with ease. Ultimately, Li Qingyuan directed the wheel towards Lu Yun using his spiritual sense, hearing the anguished cries of her three companions. Lu Yun's composure shattered as she sensed the deadly blade racing towards her. Instinctively, she turned to block, hurling talismans to counter the impending strike. Bang! 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 The broken spirit blood will pierced through several first-tier protective talismans, striking Lu Yun. With a sharp hiss, she narrowly avoided a fatal blow. But her right arm was severed cleanly, eliciting a chilling scream as her breath faltered. As she plummeted from the sky while attempting to control her sword, she crashed to the ground, tumbling violently. Li Qingyuan surged forward, a flying sword hurtling through the air, precisely targeting Lu Yun's heart. With a sickening squelch, the mid-tier red iron sword pierced her body, spinning around before returning to Li Qingyuan, its tip dripping with blood. As he sped past, he sees Lu Yun's storage pouch and artifacts, cursing under his breath about her impoverished state, despite being a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator. She possessed neither a first-tier artifact nor sufficient resources. He conveniently forgot that even his own clan's patriarch lacked the means to acquire a first-tier artifact, as the family needed to develop, and he had his own cultivation to attend to. Roar! The Bailin giant python relentlessly pursued him. While Li Qingyuan dealt with Lu Yun and her companions, the beast once again skimmed the ground, unleashing a violent gale as it charged. Li Qingyuan kakalad manasingli. You wretched creature, your turn has come. The python's venomous fangs, skin, and gallbladder were worth a considerable fortune in spirit stones. In the next instant, he waved his hands, each fingertip gripping 5 pure yang sword talismans. In a heartbeat, 10 talismans were unleashed, equivalent to a simultaneous strike from 10 peak 6th-level Qi refinement masters. A buzzing sound resonated as 10 swords of energy, ablaze with fiery intensity, surged towards the Bailin giant python. The python trembled in fear, attempting to flee. It was too late. The 10 pure yang sword talismans descended upon it, inflicting grievous wounds. Its tail was severed, its body sliced open, and blood sprayed forth. It emitted a mournful cry, on the brink of death, its flesh charred and exuding a tantalizing aroma. Li Qingyuan, manipulating the broken spirit blood wheel from a distance, sent it whistling through the air to sever the python's head, granting it a merciful end. He collected various materials and subsequently incinerated the Bailin giant python with a fireball technique. Following this, he repeated the process with Lu Yun and her companions, erasing all traces while ensuring he claimed the storage pouches of the other 3 6th-level Qi refinement cultivators. What a thrill, what a delight! Li Qingyuan grinned broadly. It turned out that masquerading as a pig to devour a tiger was extraordinarily satisfying. Acquiring the Qingmu Ju and the materials from the Bailin giant python, along with the wealth of a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator, a 7th-level cultivator, and 3 6th-level cultivators, had amassed a fortune. Li Qingyuan employed the concealment technique to revert to a 5th-level cultivation, then strolled leisurely out of the valley to find a hidden spot to count his spoils, doubling his resources. Chapter 66. Sudden Wealth. Amidst the towering peaks, there lay an inconspicuous cliff, its sheer face cloaked in dense, intertwining vines, nearly impenetrable to light. Beneath the layers of vines, Li Qingyuan excavated a simple stone cave to begin tallying his gains. Holding 2 Qingmu Ju, he chuckled. One will be used for cultivating the illusory God Eye technique, while the other will aid in mastering the Chun Gong to elevate my cultivation. The Qingmu Ju, a first-tier exceptional spiritual herb, naturally cultivated and rich in pure, would attribute spiritual energy, was a significant boon for Li Qingyuan's wood-based cultivation. It was not only beneficial for him. Even a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator would find it immensely advantageous, potentially saving them a year or 2 of arduous training. In the market, Qingmu Ju was exceedingly rare. One had to be exceptionally lucky to procure it. For cultivators practicing wood attribute techniques, even at 1,000 spirit stones per herb, it was a treasure in high demand. Li Qingyuan contemplated, once I reach the pinnacle of 7th-level Qi refinement, I can leverage the pure wood attribute spiritual energy within the Qingmu Ju to break through to 8th-level Qi refinement, potentially shortening my arduous training by a year or 2. He carefully stored the 2 herbs in a jade box, sealing them to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Next, he retrieved the Bailin giant python's severed head, gallbladder, and reverse scales placing them into the Xian pin space to duplicate them. The Bai Lin giant python. A peak first-tier demon beast yielded 5 materials: fangs, skull, scales, reverse scales, and gallbladder, all of which he replicated. These double materials were worth at least 300 spirit stones, yielding him a tidy profit. Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together with anticipation, ready to open the blind boxes. He systematically opened 5 storage pouches, ranked from highest to lowest value. Now, with his cultivation at the 7th level, the allure of standard 6th level Qi refinement cultivators pouches no longer held much appeal. Soon, he assessed the pouches of the 3 6th level cultivators, calculating the value of their artifacts, pills, talismans, and spirit stones, which totaled approximately 1,200 spirit stones. What a pitiful sum for these 3 impoverished souls, barely amounting to 1,000 spirit stones. After duplicating their resources, he gained roughly 2,400 spirit stones. Lu Yun, a 7th level female cultivator, possessed a mid-tier first-tier storage pouch, a comparable artifact, and various Qi refinement pills and talismans, with her spirit stone count nearing 400. Her total wealth, including 300 to 400 spirit stones, amounted to around 800 spirit stones, doubling to no less than 1,700 spirit stones. In total, Li Qingyuan had thus far amassed 4,100 spirit stones. The final storage pouch belonged to Zhang Quan, a 9th level cultivator. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. This was the pouch of the highest-ranked cultivator he had collected. Aside from Zhao Tuesday, as his spiritual sense delved into the pouch and he beheld its contents, his eyes widened with delight. The spirit stones alone exceeded 800. No wonder he was a 9th level tribulation cultivator. His life of plundering and pillaging had certainly been lucrative. Moreover, he found first-tier exceptional and superior ores, indicating that this individual had likely gathered materials to commission a first-tier exceptional artifact from a master craftsman. The pouch's quality was first-tier superior, containing a plethora of mid-tier and late-tier first-level demon beast materials, a testament to the long hunts undertaken by their group. Additionally, there were several first-tier superior and mid-tier spiritual plants, along with Qi refinement pills valued at 200 to 300 spirit stones, including recovery, vitality, essence nurturing, blood stopping, warming, and more. Zhang Quan's total wealth was estimated at around 3,000 spirit stones, which, after duplication, amounted to approximately 6,000 spirit stones. Wealth had indeed come forth. Li Qingyuan's gaze burned with fervor. It was a night of sudden fortune, no, a heist of wealth. When all resources were tallied according to market prices, they approached 10,000 spirit stones. However, this was the market price, not the buyback price. Merchants would invariably seek profit, deducting operational costs, store expenses, employee wages, and so forth. Thus, a spirit stone priced at 10 in the market likely cost them 8. Li Qingyuan, satisfied, mused, if I sell everything, I can exchange it for 8,000 spirit stones, more than enough for my cultivation for some time to come. He would not lack for spirit stones until reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement. Of course, without the Xian pin space's doubling capability, selling Zhang Quan and his companions' amassed wealth would likely yield only 4,000 spirit stones. This space truly was his greatest advantage. He extracted the spirit stones, channeling them through the De Chun Gong for refinement. After half an hour, many spirit stones had been reduced to powder, restoring his cultivation to its peak. With the Qing Mu Jun now in his possession, he continued his search for 2 more spiritual herbs. Days passed, and Li Qingyuan engaged in several battles each day, deliberately targeting late-tier, first-level demon beasts to refine his skills. Every day, engaged in relentless battles, enduring exhaustion, and striving for recovery, Li Qingyuan refrained from utilizing talismans whenever possible, primarily focusing on refining his swordsmanship and mastering the art of employing magical artifacts to vanquish foes, alongside his family's inherited first-tier spells. Thus, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Yet, Li Qingyuan had still not located the Shuiyu Ji or the Huanchengu. During this time, he encountered various mercenary groups and adventurers, some in teams and others solitary practitioners, resulting in both conflicts and collaborations. However, he notably lacked the presence of robbers like Zhang Quan, which hindered his plans for fishing for opportunities. After 2 arduous months of searching, Li Qingyuan resolved to head toward a city, a small one at that, deep within the Tianyin mountain range. A town had gradually formed as human cultivators confronted the onslaught of demonic beasts, establishing a supply base for logistics. The allure of the late-stage Foundation Establishment Practitioners' Caves, combined with the order from the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan to mobilize various vassal forces to hunt demonic beasts, contributed to the town's growth. Over time, it evolved into a bustling settlement of human forces, with thousands of practitioners residing there, a multitude of shops flourishing, and a vibrant marketplace teeming with alchemical elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, weaponry, formations, spiritual plants, and spiritual grains for various guilds and stalls. Venturing deeper into this realm for several hundred miles led to the front line of clashes between demonic beasts and human cultivators. Arriving at the hunter's town, Qingyuan stood at its entrance. Though populated by over 10,000 cultivators, the town was modest in scale. He contemplated his strategy to discreetly trade various cultivation resources in batches for spiritual stones, while also gathering information on Qingyuan and Huanchengu. The hunter's town attracted countless practitioners, including those from the 5 major islands and 36 archipelagos, with late-stage qi refinement cultivators being plentiful, if not rare. This instilled Qingyuan with a sense of confidence. Qi refinement practitioners at the 10th level could suppress peak first-tier demonic beasts using talismans, magical artifacts, formations, and elixirs. And with a modest price, they could even slay them. Furthermore, cultivators could collaborate, hunting demonic beasts in groups. Qingyuan mused that perhaps within this town lay a top-tier first-tier spiritual plant. Over the next few days, Qingyuan occasionally donned a black robe and mask to conceal his true identity while selling various materials. At other times, he employed human skin masks to alter his appearance, adopting different aliases to circulate throughout the town, consistently trading materials for spiritual stones. His cultivation level also fluctuated, sometimes presenting as a 5th, 6th, or 7th level qi refinement practitioner, varying his name and location for resource exchanges. The previous 2 months of skirmishes had yielded a significant collection of materials from late-stage first-tier demonic beasts and high-quality spiritual plants, amounting to a considerable value nearing 1,000 spiritual stones. With 1,000 spiritual stones and resources duplicated, he possessed 2,000 spiritual stones. While selling materials in the town, Qingyuan occasionally drew attention, and to ensure his safety, he opted to retreat, altering his aura and cultivation level to evade pursuit. On one occasion, he was targeted by a formidable 10th level qi refinement practitioner, necessitating considerable effort and multiple disguises before he successfully escaped. Finally, after a month, Qingyuan managed to sell all his materials. He packaged up the remaining scraps and sold them to various guilds. In the end, he obtained only 8,500 spiritual stones due to the devaluation of demonic beast materials. The influx of practitioners attracted by the allure of Foundation Establishment Caves had led to a surplus of demonic beast materials, causing a drop in prices across the archipelagos. Nonetheless, 8,500 spiritual stones still represented a substantial fortune. The decline in the price of demonic beast materials also indicated that the magical artifacts crafted from them had similarly decreased in value, which was a boon for independent cultivators. As the prices of artifacts of the same level had dropped by 15 to even 20% compared to previous years. After liquidating his various materials, Qingyuan waited for another month. On this day, he finally received news regarding the Qingyuan. At the Lingyao Pavilion, Qingyuan arrived as arranged. Having disguised himself as a lean man in his 30s, presenting a perfect 6th level qi refinement cultivation. "Manager Wan, I have arrived," he announced. The Lingyao Pavilion was one of the places where Qingyuan sold spiritual plants and medicines, and he was quite familiar with Manager Wan. He informed Manager Wan that should Qingyuan or Huanchengu become available, he would be willing to purchase them at a premium, even if no goods were available. He would pay for information. Not only at Manager Wan's establishment, Qingyuan had left contact information in various guilds and among different independent cultivators, waiting for news. Manager Wan, a rotund man in his 50s with a broad smile, was an 8th level qi refinement cultivator who had connections within the hunter's town, having a wide network for information. "Friend Gong, the Qingyuan you seek is in stock," Manager Wan declared. Here, Qingyuan went by the surname Gong, with the given name Xian. His eyes lit up as he inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Please, Manager Wan, show it to me at once." Chapter 67. The first-tier supreme spiritual plant, Qingyuan. Acquired. Manager 1 opened a jade box and smiled. Friend Gongxian, behold. Li Qingyuan focused his gaze on the rectangular box, revealing a 3-foot-long, single-leaf spiritual plant resting quietly within, its jade-like sheen contrasted by a brilliant crimson hue, resembling a sculpture carved for blood-red jade. The Qingyuan emitted a rich fragrance that invigorated the senses upon mere inhalation. Indeed, this is the first-tier supreme spiritual plant, Qingyuan. Perfectly intact and brimming with spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan remarked with satisfaction. Manager 1. Shall we proceed with the transaction as per our previous agreement? The Qingyuan is known to enhance vitality, open meridians, replenish essence, and harmonize the body's yin and yang energies, proving immensely beneficial for qi refinement practitioners, and particularly rare for body cultivators as a body-enhancing elixir. It is one of the 2 main ingredients for crafting the first-tier supreme elixir, Longshuadan, which can elevate a 9th-level body cultivator to the 10th level of qi refinement, comparable to the Yuling Dan. Manager 1 responded with a smile. Friend Gongxian, I believe you are aware that the prices of demonic beast materials have recently decreased, while the prices of talismans and elixirs have risen somewhat. According to market estimates, this Qingyuan is valued at no less than 1,000 spiritual stones. Li Qingyuan nodded, retrieving 1,100 spiritual stones. Manager 1, based on our prior agreement, I am willing to pay a 10% premium for this Qingyuan. Is that acceptable? Manager 1 stroked his beard, smiling broadly. Very well. Your decisiveness is commendable. They exchanged goods and spiritual stones, completing the transaction. Holding the Qingyuan, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of joy. With the Qingmuju and Qingyuan secured, now only the Huanshingu remained. Thank you, Manager 1. I take my leave, he said with a bow. Wait, friend Gong, Manager 1 called out. I have received some information about the Huanshingu from an acquaintance. Li Qingyuan paused, eager to know, oh, where might I find the Huanshingu? Manager 1 hesitated for a moment. Li Qingyuan smiled, offering 100 spiritual stones. I would appreciate it if you could share the information. After months of fruitless searching, paying 100 spiritual stones for the whereabouts of the Huanshingu was worthwhile for him. Manager 1 accepted the stones with a chuckle. Your willingness is commendable. He then leaned in to whisper, my friend mentioned that the Lame mercenary group has news regarding the Huanshingu. Li Qingyuan was taken aback and asked, the Lame mercenary group? Is it spicy and sister? Manager 1 clarified, it's spicy and charming. Li Qingyuan mused to himself, so that is it. The Lame mercenary group, indeed a peculiar name. Manager 1 continued, the Lame mercenary group is quite well known in this hunter's town. With a little inquiry, you should be able to find them. Thank you, Li Qingyuan replied. Li Qingyuan clasped his fists in a gesture of respect and said, I take my leave. He swiftly departed from Lingyao Pavilion and entered a nearby inn, requesting a room. A quarter of an hour later, he transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, exuding a robust charm typical of a mature gentleman, and made his way out of the inn. At the same time, he ceased the use of the concealment technique, openly revealing his cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. Only with such prowess could he garner attention and more easily join various mercenary groups or team up with other cultivators. After inquiring around, Li Qingyuan arrived at the western gate of Liao Town, a hub where mercenary groups congregated and scattered practitioners sought allies to form teams. The Iron Mercenary Group invites fellow cultivators. Those with an iron will are welcome to join. The Sanshur Mercenary Group, comprised of the 3 Shur brothers, seeks to invite an alchemist to join us. The Longhu Mercenary Group invites talisman masters. All fellow cultivators are welcome. As Li Qingyuan navigated among the various mercenary groups, his 7th level of qi refinement attracted several invitations to join, which he graciously declined. Soon, he found the group he was searching for, the La Mei Mercenary Group. This group was founded by 2 sisters, both voluptuous and in their 40s, dressed in crimson garments that accentuated their full figures and long, elegant legs. Li Qingyuan learned that their names were Lan Yangzi, the elder sister, and Meng Yangzi, the younger sister. Lan Yangzi called out, the Lame Mercenary Group is broadly inviting fellow cultivators to team up for hunting demonic beasts, requiring a cultivation level above the 7th level of qi refinement. Talisman masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and formation masters will be prioritized. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, I am Zhen Yud. At the 7th level of qi refinement, and a first-tier superior talisman master. May I inquire if I could join the La Mei mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Lan Yangzi regarded Li Qingyuan with her sparkling peach blossom eyes and smiled warmly. A first-tier superior talisman master? I'm Lan Yangzi, and I welcome you, fellow Zhen, to join us. At first glance, she found Zhen Yud quite appealing. At 40, he had a refined demeanor and a stable charm typical of a mature man. Dressed in a long blue robe with a robust physique. As a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator and a first-tier superior talisman master, he would indeed make a valuable ally. Mei Yangzi approached as well, her appearance resembling her sister to a significant degree, similarly voluptuous, and her movements exuding the allure of a mature woman in her 30s or early 40s. I am Mei Yangzi, and I welcome you, fellow Zhen, to join our group, she said with a smile. No wonder the La Mei mercenary group was well known. This pair of sisters possessed not only captivating appearances appealing to all demographics, but also considerable strength. Lan Yangzi cultivated at the 9th level, while Mei Yangzi was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. There were also 3 other teammates, 1 male and 2 females, all at the 7th level. At this moment, Li Qingyuan inquired, is the La Mei mercenary group still accepting members? Just then, a middle-aged female cultivator approached, also at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Her appearance was unremarkable, and her features lacked distinctiveness. She introduced herself. I am Qin Ping, the Ping from floating on water, at the 7th level of Qi refinement and a first-tier superior alchemist. As she spoke, Qin Ping raised her hand and displayed several medicinal pills, Pei Yuan Dan, Qi Shui Dan, and a first-tier superior Yunling Dan, all of which were of excellent quality. A first-tier superior alchemist? Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback, visibly surprised. It dawned on him that this was the first time he had encountered a first-tier superior alchemist. It was well known that even first-rate Qi refinement families rarely produce such talents due to the immense resource investment and innate talent required. While cultivating a talisman master might only require thousands of spirit stones, nurturing an alchemist demanded at least several thousand spirit stones with uncertain returns, making it unfeasible for lesser powers. Mei Yangzi exclaimed with delight. A first-tier superior alchemist? Excellent, very good. Lan Yangzi then asked, may I inquire what brings fellow Qin to seek membership in our La Mei mercenary group? A first-tier superior alchemist would certainly attract the attention of even the most formidable cultivators. Qin Ping replied, I have heard that the La Mei mercenary group often ventures deep into the Tian-Yin mountain range, up to 5,000 li, to hunt first-tier pinnacle demonic beasts. I happen to require first-tier top-grade spiritual plants to refine pills and strive to become a first-tier top-grade alchemist. However, first-tier top-grade spiritual plants are exceedingly rare, even in the markets of the 5 Great Islands. Recently, I've heard rumors that such plants occasionally appear in Liao Town, and many mercenary groups are gathering them, which is why I am here. Lan Yangzi and Mei Yangzi exchanged knowing glances and nodded slightly. This explanation made sense. First-tier, top-grade spiritual plants were not commonly found even among first-rate powers, and it was unlikely that Qin Ping could freely use them for alchemical purposes to enhance her skills and achieve the rank of a first-tier top-grade alchemist. The consumption was immense, and even first-rate forces could not sustain it unless it was for their own family members. External elders were merely workers. The cost of refining a first-tier top-grade pill could be as low as 700 to 800 spirit stones, or as high as 1 to 2,000. Lan Yangzi smiled and said, very well, with fellow Zhen and fellow Qin joining us, our La Mei mercenary group is now complete, and we can set off. In Chapter 68, Li Qingyuan and Qin Miaoi, 2 seasoned individuals, were introduced. The members of the La Mei mercenary group were as follows. The captain, Lan Yangzi, at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The vice-captain, Mei Yangzi, at the 8th level. Li Qingyuan, Zhen Yud, at the 7th level and a first-tier superior talisman master. And Qin Ping, at the 7th level and a first-tier superior alchemist. The remaining 3 members, a male and 2 females, were all at the 7th level. The average cultivation level of the team was at the late stage of Qi refinement, making the La Mei mercenary group exceptionally powerful, rivaling that of a formidable 10th level Qi refinement master. Such a team was not easily targeted for ambushes. Of course, the greatest vigilance was always required among teammates. Lan Yangzi said, if there are no objections, we shall depart immediately. Upon hearing this, The others naturally had no dissent. With a swift motion, all members activated their flying artifacts. As they were all at the 7th level of Qi refinement, flying over dozens or even hundreds of li posed no issue. They would stop every few dozen li to rest for a moment before setting off again. Liao Town, home to 10,000 cultivators, had the highest number of mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Thus, it was established approximately 3,500 li from the Tianyi mountain range. Therefore, Li Qingyuan and his companions needed to fly over 1,000 li to reach the depths of the mountain range, 5,000 li deep, to hunt first-tier pinnacle demonic beasts and collect first-tier superior and top-grade spiritual plants. During their journey, Qin Ping stood out with her wealth, utilizing a flying artifact known as the Feng Ling Zhou. This flying artifact was a unique creation among artifacts, requiring the construction of spirit stone conversion laws to automatically absorb spirit stones as a power source for flight. It was a product of the fusion of weapon refinement and formations, making flying artifacts extremely expensive and rare. Li Qingyuan trailed at the back of the group, enviously eyeing the Feng Ling Zhou and pondering, I wonder when I will possess a flying artifact of my own. Aside from consuming spirit stones, flying artifacts had no adverse effects and required little to no mana, unless one wished to accelerate their speed. Not only was Li Qingyuan envious, but so were the other cultivators. Lan Yanzi remarked, fellow Qin, as a first-tier superior alchemist, you truly are wealthy to possess such a flying artifact, which makes us all quite envious. Qin Ping smiled slightly and replied, you flatter me, fellow Hua, with your talent. Reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement is merely a matter of time, and you may even have a chance at successfully establishing a foundation. Lan Yangzi and Ming Yangzi. This pair of sisters shared the surname Hua, yet their names remained undisclosed. At that time, obtaining a flying artifact would be as easy as pie. As for me, I exhausted all my resources to acquire this Feng Ling Zhou. Li Qingyan, flying at the rear, listened to their mutual flattery and subtle, probing remarks. Qin Ping maintained a calm demeanor, her brow furrowing as her foundational spiritual awareness radiated out, instantly scanning the group, revealing all disguises and hidden intentions. The foundation of divine consciousness surpasses spiritual awareness, is formless and intangible, rendering it undetectable by cultivators in the Qi refinement stage. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow, pondering, what is amiss? I suddenly feel as if I'm being watched. Qin Ping was startled, thinking, is it him? That young man with the surname Li? He would frequently visit my Ling Fu building to sell large quantities of talismans every year or so. Qin Ping, or rather, Qin Miaoyi, after advancing to the 10th layer of Qi refinement, consumed her family's essence-nourishing pill, allowing her to refine her divine consciousness upon entering the 10th layer. Originally in seclusion, she abandoned her plan to achieve complete mastery of the 10th layer upon hearing that the Tianyi mountain range had sightings of the Zihua Lingyuan. Opting instead to emerge from her retreat, she possessed a spiritual body known as the Zihua Lingti. If she could absorb the essence of the Zihua Lingyuan, extracting its pure Zihua spiritual energy, it would greatly expedite her progress towards perfecting the 10th layer of Qi refinement. This method of cultivation was unique to her and could not be replicated by others. Qin Miaoyi had been in the hunting town for several days, discreetly gathering information and eventually choosing to join the Lame mercenary corps, leveraging their network to inquire about the Zihua Lingyuan. However, she was quite surprised to discover that there was another individual in the group, aside from herself, who was equally impressive. Under the scrutiny of her divine consciousness, the age, cultivation, and bone age of the Qi refinement cultivator were laid bare. At 19 years old, he had reached the 7th layer, marking him as a prodigy. Qin Miaoyi, now 21, with her 10th layer cultivation, looked down upon her peers. Yet she was acutely aware of her own identity. Outwardly, she possessed the fire, earth, and metal spiritual roots, but in reality, she was endowed with the innate Zihua Lingti. The cultivation speed of an innate spiritual body rivaled that of a heavenly spiritual root, and her family had designated her as a critical seed for future development from a young age. Even though her family had fallen from grace, with resources and strength at merely a fraction of their former peak, her cultivation resources remained abundant. With her extraordinary talent, ample resources, guidance from foundational cultivators, and her innate comprehension, she had achieved the 10th layer of Qi refinement by the age of 21. given her qualifications. Achieving foundation establishment before the age of 30 was almost a certainty. Qingyuan was quite astonished, thinking this young man at 19 has already attained the 7th layer of qi refinement. In the realm of the islands, only the most talented direct disciples from the 5 major foundation establishment families can possess such power at this age. What an intriguing young man. Li Qingyuan seemed to sense her gaze and smiled at Qin Ping, who returned the gesture before averting her eyes. Soon, the group arrived at the summit of a mountain and began to rest. A spirited woman approached, her bosom heaving, long legs accentuating her alluring figure. She smiled and said, "Dao friends Qin and Zhen, in order to maximize our team's sustained combat capabilities and enhance our survival, might I request that you sell some elixirs and talismans to the group for combat assistance?" The spirited woman was quite generous, producing several hundred spirit stones, stating, "I can advance you some spirit stones now. After the hunt, I will ensure to compensate for any shortfall in spirit stones when distributing the spoils. What do you say, fellow Taoists?" Qin Ping nodded in agreement, replying, "Certainly. Furthermore, as we are all teammates and share a bond, I will sell to you at the internal price of our trading association, which is only 80% of the market price." Hearing this, Li Qingyuan concurred, "Indeed, we are all Dao friends. I will also sell at 80% of the market price." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and a total of 120 first-tier superior talismans flew forth. These consisted of 6 types of first-tier superior talismans: tortoiseshell talismans, Yambing talismans, Jinxiang talismans, Lihua talismans, Shunxing talismans, and binding spirit talismans, with 20 of each type. Of course, Li Qingyuan had held back, as the majority of the talismans were of low quality, with only a few being genuine and not a single exquisite talisman was among them. Well, it seemed Li Qingyuan was quite reserved. As a first-tier master talisman maker, he was careful not to reveal his true identity. He possessed 2 types of first-tier exquisite talismans: the pure Yang sword talisman and the Qingyuan bowl talisman. One offensive and one defensive, with dozens of each, capable of engaging in direct combat with those at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Additionally, he had 2 layers of first-tier exquisite inner armor, providing maximum defense. Upon the display of Li Qingyuan's 120 talismans, the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with excitement. The spirited woman and her sister expressed their delight, saying, "So many first-tier, superior talismans. It seems that Dao friend Zhen possesses remarkable skill in the talisman arts." As they divided the talismans, each person received 20, encompassing offensive, defensive, and binding talismans, significantly enhancing their means of combat. Qin Miaoi gazed at the 20 talismans in her possession and recognized the Yambing Zhampa talisman, a talisman she was quite familiar with, having procured numerous exquisite ones from the Lingfu building. This young man is truly cautious. He has sold many exquisite Yambing talismans to the Lingfu building, yet today, not a single one is in circulation. Fellow Taoists, these are the elixirs. After stowing away the talismans, Qin Miaoi waved her hand, casting forth various recuperative elixirs, bleeding stop elixirs, qi nourishing elixirs, and yuan nurturing elixirs that landed in the hands of the crowd. After distributing the elixirs, the spirited woman began to showcase her talents. With a flick of her fingers, she produced a sharp whistle that soared into the sky. Moments later, a Qingling eagle cried out, circling twice before flying in a specific direction. Fellow Taoists, let the hunt commence. Chapter 69. The White Jade Monkey-Faced Spider. The spirited woman proudly introduced. This is my spiritual pet, the Qingling eagle, which I have meticulously raised for over 10 years. It has now reached the late stage of the first tier. This eagle possesses eyesight far superior to that of cultivators, able to clearly spot prey 2 miles away. Li Qingyuan marvalat. This eagle is indeed an essential companion for scouting enemies, exploring paths, and hunting beasts. The charming woman chimed in. Each time we enter the Tianyi mountain range, my sister and I rely on this eagle for navigation, allowing us to avoid formidable beasts while discovering rare spiritual plants. Qin Ping also offered her praise. Indeed, it is an excellent hunting eagle. With a cry, the Qingling eagle soared high, releasing a call before gliding down toward the valley. The spirited woman remarked, "It seems the Qingling eagle has found target. Fellow Taoists, follow me." Whoosh, whoosh. The group flew on their swords, transforming into streaks of light, swiftly pursuing the Qingling eagle into the depths of the valley. Within the valley, the vegetation flourished, and webs hung suspended among the trees. With a flap of its wings, the Qingling eagle unleashed wind blades that sliced through the towering trees and severed the webs. Suddenly, a spider leapt out, measuring a length of 10 feet. Its body is white as jade, with bristles standing erect like needles and 2 jet-black eyes. Each side bore 8 spider limbs, their tips sharp as blades. Most peculiarly, the spider had a face resembling that of a monkey. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. The white jade monkey-faced spider. This beast appeared to consist of a male and a female, moving in pairs. With a whoosh, whoosh, 2 beams of white light shot forth, expanding into webs that enveloped their prey. Fortunately, the Qingling eagle, being sharp of hearing and sight, nimbly dodged the 2 web attacks, retreating to a safe distance. The charming woman exclaimed, "Sister, these are 2 late-stage first-tier, white, jade monkey-faced spiders. Their webs can only be severed by first-tier superior artifacts, and once ensnared, they release paralyzing toxins while also sealing spiritual power. Any cultivator below the late stage of qi refinement that falls victim is doomed." The spirited woman laughed, "Fellow Taoists, shall we work together to capture these white, jade, monkey-faced spiders?" The group nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the way to go. Capturing them alive for domestication will ensure a steady and lucrative source of spirit stones from their webs. Let us make our move. Whoosh, whoosh. The group sprang into action, with Li Qingyuan slightly lagging behind. The 2 10-foot white jade monkey-faced spiders sensed the threat and emitted a piercing sound wave, gathering spiritual energy within to unleash webs against the group. The spirited woman and her sister, with their profound spiritual power, activated their first-tier superior artifacts to slash through the web attacks, charging toward one of the spiders. The spirited woman instructed fellow Taoists, "Just hold back the other white, jade, monkey-faced spider. Once we capture this one, we will swiftly come to your aid." Li Qingyuan activata aliu talisman, striking a web that erupted into flames. He, Qin Ping, and 3 others at the 7th layer of qi refinement simultaneously launched an assault, encircling a Baiyu Homian spider. The 5 of them easily subdued it, rendering it unable to escape. Qin Ping remarked, "The strength of these 2 Baiyu Homian spiders is comparable to that of an 8th layer qi refinement cultivator. They hold significant value for domestication. Should there be a first-tier upper-grade artifact refiner, using their webs as the primary material, supplemented with others, they could undoubtedly forge a web artifact that would pose considerable challenges even to those at the late stage of qi refinement." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan nodded. It appears that the value of these Baiyu Homian spiders surpasses that of an ordinary pinnacle first-tier demonic beast. As they conversed, La Anyangzi struck, sending the Baiyu Homian spider flying. A silken artifact at her waist emerged, binding its movements, and she swiftly applied a sealing talisman to subdue it. With a flick of her fingers, the Baiyu Homian spider shrank rapidly, and she stored it in her spiritual beast pouch. After Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi captured 1 Baiyu Homian spider, they soared on their swords and coordinated once more, quickly securing a second one. Qin Ping, being a first-tier upper-grade alchemist, fully embraced her persona as she leaped toward the spider's lair. Observing this, Li Qingyuan and the others followed suit. The spider's lair resembled a cavern, spacious enough for a Baiyu Homian spider of a foot in size to navigate. The group moved unhindered and reached the spider's nest. With a smile, Qin Ping declared, "Indeed, the Baiyu D Pipa is here." Li Qingyan, gazing at the Baiyu D Pipa, displayed curiosity, having never encountered such a spiritual plant before. Qin Ping elaborated, "This Baiyu D Pipa has reached the quality of a first-tier upper grade, capable of refining it into first-tier upper-grade pills known as Baiyu Pipa 1. Li Qingyuan inquired, "What miraculous effects does this pill possess?" Main Yangzi's eyes sparkled as she responded, "The Baiyu Pipa 1 can nourish the yin and replenish qi, enhance skin beauty, and even remove scars and blemishes. This pill is highly sought after in the market, often exceeding 100 spirit stones per bottle." Qin Daoyu, "Can you indeed refine this pill?" The remaining 4 female cultivators in the group gazed at Qin Ping with eager eyes. With an unassuming expression, Qin Ping replied warmly, "I just happen to be able to refine this pill. La Nyangsi smiled, excellent. After this hunt concludes, we hope Qin Daoyu can refine 2 batches of Baiyu Pipa 1, and we shall purchase them at market price. Let us keep the Baiyu D Pipa with Qin Daoyu for now." Qin Ping harvested the Baiyu D Pipa and stored it carefully, saying, "Dear friends, it is fate that brings us together. As per our usual practice, I will sell it at an 8/10 discount." Upon hearing this, the female cultivators expressed their gratitude. In an instant, Qingyuan bonded with the group of women. Lan Yangzi announced, "Friends, we have triumphed in our first battle and secured considerable gains. Next, I hope we can work together to hunt more demonic beasts and seek out spiritual plants." The others nodded in agreement, of course. Days passed in succession. The group traversed the depths of the Tianyin mountain range, employing the Qingling eagle as a scout, hunting late-stage first-tier demonic beasts, and harvesting upper-grade spiritual herbs, amassing significant spoils. During this time, Li Qingyuan drew talismans on-site twice to replenish the group. His on-site talisman crafting served to demonstrate that his stock of finished talisman paper was dwindling, while in reality, his storage pouch brimmed with talisman paper. Qingyuan also refined several batches of pills, primarily recovery pills and qi-nourishing pills, allowing the group to sustain their combat capabilities. After half a month, the team had undergone combat training, fostering deeper familiarity among themselves. One day, Li Qingyuan approached Lan Yangzi. Performing a respectful bow, "Fire Daoyu, you and your sister have roamed the Tianyin mountain range for years. Have you heard of the Huan Xingu?" Huan Xingu. Lan Yangzi was taken aback, realization dawning. It seems that Zhen Daoyu has entered the Tianyin mountain range in search of the first-tier exquisite spiritual plant, Huan Xingu. Li Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, the Huan Xingu possesses the ability to nourish the soul and strengthen spiritual awareness. As a talisman master, my work demands a high level of spiritual awareness. Strengthening it will enhance my success rate in crafting talismans and improve my talisman skills. His explanation was impeccable, leaving no room for doubt, except for Qingyuan. In her mind, Qingyuan pondered, "This Li fellow seems to be concealing the truth. With my spiritual perception, I sense that his awareness is not inferior to that of an ordinary ninth-layer qi refinement cultivator. What does he need the Huan Xingu for?" At this moment, Lan Yangzi spoke. "To be honest, Zhen Daoyu, I do know of a place where Huan Xingu exists." Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. "Oh, really? Please tell me." "Fire Daoyu, where can I find the Huan Xingu?" Chapter 70. News of Huan Xingu. Lan Yangzi pondered briefly before responding. "Travel south for 5,000 miles, approximately between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The Tianyin mountain range extends over 30,000 miles in length and 15,000 miles in width, divided into northern, middle, and southern sections longitudinally, and into core, mid-layer, and outer regions latitudinally." Li Qingyuan was momentarily taken aback. 5,000 miles south, between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. Could it be that Fire Daoyu and her sister are from Ice Fire Island? The Tianyin mountain range stretches for thousands of miles along the coastline, with 5 major islands distributed from north to south along the eastern coast: Liuhe Island, Xuanqi Island, and Ice Fire Island. Among these, Ice Fire Island is precisely located between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. La Nyangsi Nadiv, Indev. We are cultivators from Ice Fire Island. We heard that a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator's cave abode has appeared in this area and plan to come here for a stroke of luck. Magni Angshi coldly interjected. I never expected that cave abode to have already attracted the attention of the 5 major Foundation establishment clans, rendering it inaccessible to other forces. The 5 major Foundation establishment clans have always been domineering. Any valuable resources that appear in the islands ultimately end up in their pockets. Qingyuan feigned sympathy, lamenting, "Indeed. For us, small factions and scattered cultivators from humble backgrounds, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulties. Resources for cultivation, such as island spirit veins, spiritual plants, pills, artifacts, and spirit stones, are all monopolized by the 5 major Foundation establishment clans." Qingyuan expressed her indignation. As scattered cultivators, we either become vassals of the Foundation establishment clans, toiling for them for a year to earn a meager amount of resources, or venture into the Tianyin mountain range to hunt demonic beasts, living a life on the edge, unaware of when we might perish at the jaws of beast. Sighing, Qingyuan displayed a sorrowful expression. "My father, unable to endure the oppression of the Foundation establishment clans, led our clan to migrate to a small island, relying solely on hunting demonic beasts for survival. When I was very young, my father perished at the hands of a beast, leaving our clan struggling to survive. If it weren't for fortunate opportunities, I would find it difficult to become an alchemist today. Qin Ping's heartfelt confession of her struggles and the harsh cultivation environment earned the sympathy and recognition of the group. Main Yangzi coldly remarked, indeed. The 5 major foundation establishment clans are the greatest parasites of the coastal islands. A male cultivator in the group, an elderly man in his 50s at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, displayed a sorrowful expression, alas. This scar on my face was also a gift from a foundation establishment clan cultivator. Old Wang, appearing to be in his 50s, was actually over 60, with a grotesque scar marring his face. The other 2 female cultivators expressed their outrage, vocally condemning the oppression exerted by the foundation establishment clans. Li Qingyuan glanced at Qin Ping, contemplating, this woman can incite such collective animosity with just a few words. Is it unintentional or intentional? Clearing his throat, Li Qingyuan said, Fire Daoyu, please elaborate on the Huan Shengu. What kind of demonic beasts are found around it? Lan Yangzi replied, 3 years ago, my sister and I entered the mountains for a hunt, and by chance, our Qingling eagle discovered the Huan Shengu and led us there. Upon reaching, we found a Shaoran guarding the area. Qin Ping's expression shifted slightly. A Shaoran? That is an exceedingly rare and unique humanoid demonic beast, skilled in illusionary attacks and possessing a ghostly agility, capable of killing stealthily. Lan Yangzi nodded. Indeed, upon seeing the Shaoran, we wasted no time and turned to flee. Main Yangzi, still apprehensive, added, that Shaoran is formidable. Its aura is strikingly close to that of a peak first-tier demonic beast. Only a 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator should dare to provoke it. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, clasped his fists, and respectfully addressed, Dear Taoist Hua and esteemed friends, could you assist me in gathering the illusionary divine mushroom? Over the past half-month, I can offer all the materials harvested from hunting demonic beasts and all spiritual herbs without any compensation. During this period, the group has made considerable gains from hunting, likely nearing 3,000 spiritual stones. Even if distribution were to start now, I would receive a substantial share of several hundred spiritual stones. However, the value of the illusionary divine mushroom exceeds 1,000 spiritual stones. He continued, the journey south spans 5,000 miles. All the demonic beasts hunted and the spiritual herbs gathered will belong to you, my friends. Additionally, I would be willing to present each of you with 31st tier superior talisman papers as a token of gratitude. How does that sound? This generous offer amounted to a benefit exceeding 1,000 spiritual stones. The 2 women, La Niatzi and Mei Niatzi, appeared intrigued. Old Wang furrowed his brow and remarked, Taoist Jun, the Shaoran are elusive and adept at illusionary arts. Once ensnared, one's consciousness may be obscured, leaving one at their mercy. Your promise is indeed appealing. Yet life holds greater value. The 2 female cultivators nodded in agreement. Mei Niatzi confessed, to speak candidly, my sister and I also covet the illusionary divine mushroom. The wings, fangs, and claws of a Shaoran are also exceptional materials for refining. Yet, no treasure can compare to life. La Niao si Kenkirth, Indev. In that area, there are not merely one type of first-tier superior spiritual elixir. There's also the first-tier superior spiritual liquor, Zihua, Qingyuan. Both La Niatzi and Mei Niatzi licked their luscious lips, stating, Zihua, Qingyuan, a first-tier superior spiritual liquor, is brewed by the Zihua spirit ape using various spiritual herbs, elixirs, and fruits, combined with a special secret method. It serves as a great tonic for practitioners of fire attribute techniques, even aiding those in the late stages of Qi refining to break through a small realm and elevate their power. Mei Niatzi added, if I can obtain Zihua, Qingyuan, after a few years of closed-door cultivation, I am certain to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining and advance to the 9th. Qin Ping's eyes glimmered with delight as she subtly probed, Zihua, Qingyuan, is it not brewed solely by the Zihua spirit ape? Have you truly encountered one? La Niatzi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there were 2 Zihua spirit ape kings among that troop, both reaching the pinnacle of first-tier demonic beasts. Thus, given our strength, we can only lament our inability to confront them. Qin Ping feigned a contemplative demeanor, stating, I have been stagnant at the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refining for several years and urgently require Zihua, Qingyuan, to aid my breakthrough. She proposed, Dear Taoist Hua and esteemed friends, please assist me in obtaining Zihua, Qingyuan. Like Taoist Jun, I shall take no compensation from the materials harvested from demonic beasts or spiritual herbs. Moreover, if successful, I would generously offer a free Bayou Peepa pill to each of you. The group was momentarily taken aback by the enticing offer. A talisman master and an alchemist, willing to forego all profits from hunting demonic beasts and offer talisman papers and elixirs, could potentially lead them to an additional 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones, alongside the free first-tier superior talisman papers and first-tier superior elixirs. Old Wang declared, I too practice fire attribute techniques and wish to share in the Zihua Qingyuan. Naturally, Laniatsi and Mei Niatsi, being fire attribute practitioners, expressed their agreement as well. Li Qingyuan remarca de adoistu. We need not confront the Shaoran or the Zihua spirit ape king directly. We merely need to restrain or divert them while sending someone swiftly to collect the spiritual herbs and liquor. Qin Ping suggested, I will take 1/4 of the Zihua Qingyuan, allowing the remaining 3/4 to be evenly divided among all of you. She thought to herself, to me, the essence of the Zihua spirit ape is far more valuable than the Zihua Qingyuan itself. Laniatsi pondered for a moment, clearly tempted, and agreed. Daoist Jun makes a valid point. We need not engage in direct combat, but can lead the tiger away from its mountain lair and stealthily seize our prize. Moreover, if we all join forces, even a practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refining could be challenged. With that, they resolved to head south. The sisters from the Hua family concurred, as did Old Wang, while the other 2 female cultivators were eager for the beauty-enhancing Bayou Peepa pill. Thus, the group unanimously agreed to proceed southward. Li Qingyan, observing the situation, felt a surge of joy. No matter what, I must acquire the illusionary divine mushroom. It will aid me in cultivating my consciousness and crafting second-tier talisman papers. My dreadful fear of insufficient firepower has reached a critical point. Meanwhile, Qin Ping, Qi Miaoi, was also secretly elated. I never expected to truly encounter the Zihua spirit ape. Refining the essences of the 2 Zihua spirit ape kings will surely allow me to swiftly reach the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi refining, gaining several years of cultivation and accelerating my foundation establishment. Chapter 71, Shaoran Illusions. After their discussions, the La Mei mercenary corps of 7 individuals diverted southward. Throughout the journey, La Niatsi employed the Qingling Eagle as a scout, targeting first-tier late-stage demonic beasts, particularly those with established territories. Generally, first-tier late-stage demonic beasts possessing fixed territories exhibit strengths comparable to practitioners at the 8th or 9th layers of Qi refining. Moreover, these beasts typically indicate the presence of first-tier superior spiritual herbs, at the very least, first-tier intermediate spiritual herbs. As they journeyed south, they hunted demonic beasts and gathered spiritual herbs. Aside from rest periods, they engaged in battle, covering over 300 miles daily. After several days, they traveled 5,000 miles south, reaching the boundary between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. Laniatsi announced, the valley 10 miles ahead is our destination. Let us meditate and restore our spiritual energy before proceeding. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding spiritual stones, channeling his De Changong to refine them for rapid energy recovery. After 3/4 of an hour, he had refined the stones, and his spiritual energy was nearly restored. He mused, I wonder if the illusionary divine mushroom still exists after these 2 years. Mei Niatsi approached, her ample bosom swaying alluringly as she sat, her fair skin captivating. Despite being in her 40s, she retained a charming elegance. Her slender waist and curvaceous hips resembled a grinding wheel. Mei Niaoshi giggled, Dia Daoish Jian, rest assured. This past year, cultivators from various islands and seas have flocked to the cave left behind by San Quan Shaoran. The Shaoran-S lair is remarkably concealed, making it difficult to discover. Moreover, the Shaoran-S methods are troublesome. Their movements are elusive, and they are proficient in illusionary arts. Even a solitary master at the 10th layer of Qi refining would find it challenging to subdue one. The outcome of our endeavor remains uncertain. Li Qingyuan clasped his fists and replied, regardless of the outcome, my prior promise holds true. Mei Niatsi regarded Li Qingyuan's mature and charismatic visage, intrigued by his composed demeanor, and inquired, may I ask, dear Daoist Shun, do you have a partner or a family? Li Qingyuan casually responded, I'm a first-tier loose cultivator from a mortal background, without any cultivation family. As for a partner, I leave such matters to fate. Oh, Mei Niatzi smiled brightly. What a coincidence. My sister and I are also solitary cultivators without partners. Li Qingyuan merely smiled slightly and chose not to engage further. Soon, the group gradually replenished their spiritual energy. La Niatzi's expression turned serious as she warned, "Friends, once we reach the valley, do not act independently to avoid falling victim to the Sharon's illusions." The others nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, the seven activated their magical artifacts to fly forth. Li Qingyuan stood atop a first-tier superior magical artifact, the Polling Blood Wheel, moving swiftly through the air akin to sword flight. The 10-mile distance, approximately 5 kilometers, was covered rapidly as they neared the valley's entrance. Taking a deep breath, La Niatzi, with her 9th-layer Qi refining prowess, activated her magical sword, elegantly tracing fiery arcs around her. "Be cautious, esteemed friends," she cautioned. Li Qingyuan regulated his breathing, positioning himself at the Dantian point below his navel, with a mixed Yuan Bowl talisman at the ready. This first-tier superior defensive talisman could withstand the full force of a master at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Additionally, he had layered 2 sets of first-tier superior inner armor, which would withstand even the mightiest of attacks from those at the 10th layer. As long as no foundation establishment masters intervened, Li Qingyuan would be virtually invincible. A line of 7 individuals, their spiritual energies pulsating, advanced into the valley with an aura of mystique, forming a pin formation. The entrance to the valley lay nestled between 2 mountain ranges, accessible through a narrow path that wound for 100 zhang before leading into the heart of the valley. As Li Qingyuan focused his gaze, he beheld a scene shrouded in swirling mists and rising vapors, where clusters of huai trees thrived, casting a verdant shade over the valley, which had transformed into a lush grove of huai trees. The 7 moved slowly through this enchanting expanse, their spiritual senses extending outward to capture the slightest rustle of the wind and the stirring of grass. Qin Miaoyi, quietly expanded her foundational spiritual awareness, enveloping a radius of 10 zhang, 30 zhang, and 50 zhang, ultimately encompassing a full 100 zhang in her perceptive grasp. Li Qingyuan activated the illusory divine eye technique, rendering him immune to illusions below the first tier, significantly enhancing his vision to 10-fold, allowing him to see clearly even 2 to 3 li away. His ocular technique pierced through the mists and vapors, granting him a sweeping view of the entire grove of huai trees. Then he sensed it. The Shaoren was approaching. A flicker of unease coursed through Li Qingyuan as he spotted a shadowy figure leaping between the towering huai trees, its eyes glowing a fierce crimson, and wings reminiscent of a bat, gliding down from the mountainside into the valley. From halfway up the slope, the Shaoren descended 1,000 meters into the valley's depths, weaving through the thick fog with an elusive grace, rapidly closing in on the group. At 500 zhang, 300 zhang, 200 zhang, and finally 100 zhang, the Shaoren concealed itself within the mists, darting amongst the huai trees with agile precision, approaching the 7 without a sound. Li Qingyuan observed as the Shaoren summoned its demonic energy, exhaling a cloud of mist that seamlessly merged with the surrounding vapor, becoming invisible and odorless, slowly drifting towards them, enveloping the group. Holding his breath, Li Qingyuan glanced at Lan Yangzi and Mei Yangzi, contemplating that they appeared blissfully unaware of the imminent danger posed by the approaching Shaoren. He then shifted his gaze to Qin Ping, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment, sharing a knowing smile before discreetly averting their gazes. Qin Ping held her breath, reflecting that the illusory divine mushroom was a key ingredient in crafting the concentration pill. Once they all succumbed to the illusion and lost their senses, she would strike down the Shaoren, seize the mushroom, and then concoct a plausible excuse to cover her actions. Soon, Lan Yangzi and the others unknowingly inhaled the mist exhaled by the Shaoren, falling victim to the illusion that conjured vivid hallucinations, their eyes gradually becoming vacant. Wang Laon began to shed his garments, a foolish grin spreading across his face as he embraced a huai tree, chuckling, "Mo Ro, don't leave. Your partner is away today. Why not indulge in some fun?" Li Qingyuan thought to himself, what a character, this Wang for next door. Meanwhile, 2 female cultivators, entranced by the illusion, held their magical artifacts and frantically began to dig into the ground, laughing maniacally. Haha, spirit stones. So many spirit stones. We're rich. We're rich. Main Yangzi, at the 8th level of Qi refining, was also unable to resist the allure of the Xiao Ren's mist. As she caressed her thighs and tore open her bodice, she gasped, Zhen Daoyu, Zhen Ge, why not be with me and become partners, enjoying life together? I could even bring my sister along. Li Qingyuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, realizing that Lan Yangzi had also succumbed. Sitting cross-legged, she channeled her cultivation, her spiritual energy overflowing as she laughed madly. Ha ha ha, I've made it, I've made it. I'm at the foundation establishment stage. Li Qingyuan mused, this is just like the sitting, forgetting Tao. It seems the Xiao Ren's illusion brings forth humanity's most primal desires and obsessions, even awakening one's inner demons. No wonder they say Xiao Ren are particularly unique and rare beasts. Even the most skilled at the 10th level of Qi refining cannot guarantee victory against them. This technique of illusion is indeed insidious. The mist melds seamlessly with the surrounding air, invisible and tasteless. Without prior awareness, one would almost certainly fall prey to it. Yet, Li Qingyuan's instincts turned toward Qin Ping, who had also shifted her gaze back to him. Their eyes met once more, a moment stretching into seconds. In the next heartbeat, Li Qingyuan produced a talisman. Laughing heartily, ha ha ha, a second-tier talisman. I've made it. Almost simultaneously, Qin Ping revealed a pill, exclaiming with glee, ha ha ha, the foundation establishment pill. I've refined it. As the two reveled in their triumph, a vicious claw sliced through the air towards Li Qingyuan's throat. In an instant, the deranged Li Qingyuan activated his talisman, unleashing an attack upon the Xiao Ren. Following this, he guided his spiritual energy and invoked his magical artifact, transforming it into a blood wheel that cleaved through the air with lethal precision, targeting the Xiao Ren. The flames of the fire talisman ignited, billowing towards the Xiao Ren, startling it as it had not anticipated this human to be unaffected and retaliate. However, the Xiao Ren remained unperturbed, swiping its claw to tear through the flames, its prowess on par with a 10th level Qi refining practitioner. A mere first-tier talisman posed little challenge for it. Yet, as it ripped through the flames, its crimson eyes narrowed sharply as a blood-red wool shot through the air towards it. The Xiao Ren's expression shifted to one of alarm as it unleashed its spiritual energy, swiping its claws to deflect the blood wheel. The clash produced sparks, and the blood wheel was sent reeling back, but was soon pulled back into Li Qingyuan's grasp by his spiritual awareness. Qin Daoyu, stop feigning. Let us combine our strengths to subdue this Xiao Ren, Li Qingyuan declared. Qin Ping, still maintaining her manic laughter, shouted with excitement, I've refined the foundation establishment pill. I've refined it. The Xiao Ren bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs, seething with rage as it glanced at its wounded palm, where blood trickled from a fresh gash. Clearly, Li Qingyuan's surprise attack had incensed it. With a flicker, the Xiao Ren's movement was ghostly, blending seamlessly with the mists, leaving behind phantoms as its crimson eyes lurked within the fog. Employing the illusory divine eye technique, Li Qingyuan's eyes glimmered faintly, discerning the Xiao Ren's true form amidst its deceptive motions. With a leap spanning several zhang, the Xiao Ren lunged towards him. Moon Shadow Technique. Li Qingyuan, at the 7th level of Qi refining, activated the first-tier spell, the Moon Shadow Technique, utilizing its perfected application to evade the Xiao Ren's assault. In a series of agile maneuvers, Li Qingyuan positioned himself behind Qin Ping. Qi Miaoui, I've taken note of your antics, she remarked. The Xiao Ren's claws, sharp as daggers, charged directly towards Qin Ping, intent on tearing her apart before turning on Li Qingyuan. In the next moment, Qin Ping cried out, hush. The air resonated with a profound hum as she unleashed her sound wave attack, amplifying her foundational spiritual awareness to strike at the Xiao Ren's mind. The Xiao Ren emitted a shrill cry, reminiscent of a human infant, as its body plummeted from the air, clutching its head in agony, blood streaming from its orifices. It rolled on the ground in distress. Li Qingyuan seized the opportunity, shouting, wretched beast, meet your end. 5 talismans flew forth simultaneously, all first-tier, high-quality talismans, merging into a 5-element talisman array that ensnared the Xiao Ren, detonating in an explosive display. The force of this strike surpassed that of an ordinary 9th-level Qi refining practitioner. nearing the prowess of a 10th level cultivator, especially as the Shao Run had been caught off guard, unable to muster its spiritual energy in time for defense. The explosion of the talisman array caused the Shao Run to screech in agony, its flesh mangled, teetering on the brink of death. Blood wheel of spirit breaking. In the instant of the explosion, Li Qingyuan wielded his magical artifact, the sharp blood wheel cleaving through the air, cleanly severing the Shao Ren's head in a single decisive strike, ending its life. Qin Ping, taken aback, exclaimed, "The art of talisman arrays? You actually understand the art of talisman arrays?" Li Qingyuan summoned his magical artifact, gazing at Qin Ping, and remarked, "As a master alchemist, it is only fitting that you possess knowledge of sound wave techniques. As a talisman master, my understanding of talisman arrays is equally justifiable." He continued, "Moreover, I am quite curious. The Shao people are adept in illusions, their spiritual essence formidable. Even a cultivator at the 10th layer of Qi refinement finds it challenging to penetrate their consciousness. How, then, does your sound wave technique prove effective, inflicting such severe damage upon their soul?" Qin Ping sneered, "You use me as a shield against the Zhao's attack, and I have yet to settle the score with you." With a roar, spiritual energy surged within her, infusing the magical artifact with a palpable murderous intent. A streak of sword light whistled through the air, aimed directly at Li Qingyuan. His expression shifted dramatically. 10th layer of Qi refinement? A first-tier supreme artifact? At that moment, Li Qingyuan's heart raced with indignation, cursing internally. How can I endure this? There are actually others more cunning than I. Here stood a dignified practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, masquerading as one at the 7th layer. Li Qingyuan circulated his spiritual energy, activating the power within his dantian in an instant. And the concealed Qingyuan bowl talisman was promptly triggered. With a hum, the Qingyuan golden bowl materialized, covering Li Qingyuan and blocking Qin Ping's attack, propelled by her 10th layer Qi refinement prowess. Qin Ping struck again, her flying sword launching a second assault. Li Qingyuan channeled his spiritual energy into his inner armor, 2 sets of first-tier supreme inner armor igniting in a radiant defense, shielding him from yet another strike by the first-tier supreme artifact. The sounds of clashing echoed as Qin Ping wielded her sword with remarkable speed, incessantly piercing and striking at Li Qingyuan's outer layer, causing his internal defenses to tremble under the relentless onslaught. You wield a force beyond mere consciousness, powerful enough to overwhelm even first-tier supreme inner armor. Li Qingyuan's expression changed, and he hastily activated high-grade turtle shell talismans for auxiliary defense, barely managing to withstand her assault. Qin Ping's lips curled in disdain. 2 sets of first-tier supreme inner armor, a first-tier supreme defensive talisman, and countless first-tier upper-grade defensive talismans. Just how fearful are you of death? Li Qingyuan produced 5 talisman papers, all of first-tier upper-grade quality. These 5 talisman papers interconnected to form a talisman array, emanating a power comparable to a full force strike from a perfected 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Qin Ping's expression flickered with surprise. 5 first-tier upper-grade talisman papers, all exquisite? You truly possess a wealth of resources. Li Qingyuan chuckled. Ah, Qin Daoyu, shall we continue the charade? I possess numerous such talisman arrays, each capable of delivering the full force of a perfected 10th layer Qi refinement practitioner. Qin Ping retorted coldly, no matter how strong your talisman array, can it rival a second-tier talisman? As she spoke, a second-tier talisman materialized in her hand, exuding overwhelming spiritual pressure. Li Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically. A second-tier inferior talisman? Such a talisman boasts power equivalent to a full-force strike from a foundational stage cultivator. Under normal circumstances, a foundational stage practitioner would absolutely dominate a 10th layer Qi refinement cultivator, leaving no room for doubt. Even 2 layers of first-tier supreme inner armor would struggle to withstand a second-tier inferior talisman. Li Qingyuan's expression tightened as he chuckled nervously. Qin Daoyu, allow me to speak. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan produced a vast array of talisman papers, including Qingyuan bowl talismans, pure yang sword talismans, and various others, numbering in the hundreds or thousands. So many talisman papers? Qin Ping's eyes twitched at the sight. Li Qingyuan continued, Qin Daoyu, second-tier talismans are rare in these island seas, each one a precious commodity. I possess 2 sets of first-tier supreme inner armor, along with first-tier supreme talismans at my side, not to mention an abundance of first-tier upper-grade talismans. Your second-tier talismans may not suffice to eliminate me. Despite his words, Li Qingyuan felt a pang of regret. After 3 years of seclusion, 3 years of drawing talismans, and 3 years of accumulation, he was reluctant to expend such a vast number of talisman papers merely for survival. Qin Daoyu, we hold no grudges. Why not turn hostility into harmony? He urged. Qin Ping appeared contemplative and inquired, are these first-tier supreme talisman papers crafted by your hand? Li Qingyuan nodded. Indeed, to speak candidly, I am not merely a first-tier upper-grade talisman master, but rather a first-tier supreme one. My reason for concealing my identity within the Lame mercenary corps was due to the intelligence regarding the illusory god mushroom possessed by their group. Qin Ping stated. Li Daoyu, I have always sought to recruit talented individuals. If you were to join the Qin family, today's incident would be considered resolved. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, feigning confusion. What do you mean by that, Qin Daoyu? My surname is Zhan. Still pretending. Qin Ping scoffed coldly. With a rumble, her aura surged. The ink-colored gown she wore tore away, revealing a resplendent purple dress that accentuated her graceful figure, her exquisitely flawless face radiating like jade, with eyes as bright as the stars. Buzz. Her foundational spiritual awareness expanded outward. Qin Miaoyi calmly remarked, Li Daoyu, under the scrutiny of my spiritual awareness, all your disguises are laid bare. So, are you still planning to pretend? Li Qingyuan's expression shifted. Kashan Market, Lingfu Tower's owner, Qin Daoyu. I truly did not anticipate that the owner of Lingfu Tower in Kashan Market would be a practitioner at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. Moreover, this woman appeared only a few years older than him, and yet her cultivation was at the 10th layer. Could she possibly possess dual spiritual roots? Or perhaps a singular heavenly spiritual root? Li Qingyuan felt a surge of wariness, concealing his emotions as he clasped his fists in respect. So, it is you, Qin Daoyu. I offer my greetings. It is worth noting that the talisman papers I have drawn were primarily sold to your Lingfu Tower, making us somewhat acquainted, and indeed commercial partners. He began to build rapport. Today has truly been a misunderstanding. Allow me to formally introduce myself. Li Qingyuan continued. My name is Li Qingyuan. May I ask how to address you? Qin Xinzi? Qin Miaoyi replied, coolly, Qin Miaoyi. Miaoyi, what a lovely name. Li Qingyuan smiled. After collaborating for years, I finally learned your name. Truly a stroke of fortune. Ha! Qin Miaoyi responded indifferently. We are hardly old acquaintances, nor commercial partners. I shall not forget how you used me as a shield against the Shao people. Li Qingyuan forced a smile. I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this matter, and I am willing to offer first-tier supreme talisman papers as an apology. Recognizing his inferior strength, he knew it was prudent to yield. Initially intending to gauge Qin Ping's capabilities, he found her to be far more formidable than anticipated at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. She had also cultivated spiritual awareness and possessed a second-tier inferior talisman. She was even more composed, cautious, and undeniably talented. This woman must have significant backing. It was best not to make her an enemy. Qin Miaoyi stated, I have no need for your talisman papers. Let me inform you. The Qin family is actively recruiting talent from all walks of life. Your extraordinary cultivation talent and unparalleled aptitude in the art of talismans are rare in a century. Should you choose to join the Qin family, we would become one family. Once we are kin, minor conflicts would be inconsequential. Li Qingyuan hesitated and replied, Qin Xinzi, you jest. My talents are mediocre, and in comparison to you, I appear utterly ordinary. Furthermore, your Qin family is guarded by second-tier talisman masters. What weight does a mere first-tier talisman master hold? Li Qingyuan reflected internally. The ambitions of the Qin family must be vast. Such a prodigy as Qin Miaoyi surely has formidable backing. They must be a foundational stage celestial clan. The strife among foundational stage celestial clans was not something he could involve himself in. Moreover, he was not alone. He had parents and clansmen to consider, thus necessitating a cautious approach. Qin Miaoyi, with a genuine appreciation for talent, patiently continued, Li Daoyu, the 5 foundational stage celestial clans dominate the island seas, enjoying the resources of the ocean, with legacies spanning thousands of years. Under their rule, apart from the Sanquan Elder, no 6th foundational stage family has emerged in millennia. Many geniuses and leaders of first-rate families mysteriously fall before they reach the foundational stage. She elaborated, "It is precisely for this reason that the existence of the Sanquan elder appears so extraordinary, and his cave of remnants incites the greed of all cultivators in these island seas. With a little inquiry, you will discover that prior to the Sanquan elder's foundational establishment, he frequently faced joint assaults by the foundational stage celestial clans." Qingyuan chuckled softly and remarked, "At just 19 years of age, you have reached the 7th level of qi refining. If I am not mistaken, in such a small place as the Qingyuan. To advance to the later stage of qi refining before turning 20, you must possess dual spiritual roots." She continued, "If I were to publicize your identity, your strength, and your talent, do you think the 5 major foundation-building sects would spare you and your family?" Li Qingyuan felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. Qingyuan added, "Moreover, with your extraordinary talent, it is certain that you will eventually leave the Qingyuan. There are only 2 ways to do so. The first is to leave through the teleportation array, and the second is to traverse the Tianyin mountain range." Li Qingyuan furrowed his brow. Neither option was feasible. Qingyuan smiled, stating, "The 5 major foundation-building sects have monopolized the teleportation array, allowing only their members to use it, rendering the area within 100 miles a forbidden zone. Anyone who approaches will be slain by the cultivators of these sections." She continued, "Furthermore, crossing the Tianyin mountain range carries the risk of falling even for those who have reached the stage of forming a core. Even if you manage to establish your foundation, the safe passage is far from guaranteed." Li Qingyuan understood that her words were entirely truthful. He inquired, "Is your Qin family aiming to supplant the Liu family's Liu Hadao and become one of the new 5 major foundation-building families?" Qingyuan shook her head, replying, "No. Our Qin family intends to replace all foundation-building sects, unifying the 5 islands of the Haiyu and the 36 surrounding islands, to become the sole core-forming sect." Li Qingyuan gasped in astonishment. "A core-forming sect? This is impossible." He shook his head, insisting, "Without a 3rd-grade spiritual vein, core-forming spiritual objects, or 3rd-grade elixirs, it is nearly impossible to produce a core-forming cultivator." Qingyuan, exuding confidence, responded, "Time will provide you with the answer. So, have you made your decision? Will you join the Qin family and serve us, or perish at the hands of the 5 major foundation-building sects?" Li Qingyuan asked, "What must I sacrifice to join the Qin family, and what will I gain in return?" After a brief contemplation, Qingyuan stated, "To become a guest elder of the Qin family, you will be required to craft talismans for us for 30 years. 30 years? Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Qingyuan continued, "Of course, the Qin family will not neglect your needs for spiritual stones and resources. We can even assist you in establishing your foundation. Furthermore, after serving the Qin family for 30 years, you will receive a quota for teleportation, allowing you to leave the Qingyuan for broader realms of cultivation." Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow and asked, "You can assist me in establishing my foundation? Does your Qin family possess foundation-building elixirs? How could you possibly afford to give me such a treasure?" Qingyuan replied, "Certainly, but this comes with conditions. It will depend on the contributions you make to the Qin family." After pondering for a moment, Li Qingyuan declared, "Very well, I agree to join the Qin family." At this point, he felt compelled to appease her. Additionally, the 5 major foundation-building sects had held dominion over the Qingyuan for a millennium, establishing a monopoly. If the Qin family could incite conflict among the foundation-building sects, it would ultimately benefit him, especially as he considered that once he formed his foundation, his only means of leaving the Qingyuan would be through the teleportation array. Qingyuan nodded with satisfaction, waving her delicate hand as a token flew forth. A dark black talisman inscribed with the character Qin in bright crimson, shimmering radiantly. "This is a 1st-grade superior magical artifact?" Li Qingyuan, holding the token, was astonished after a brief examination. A mere token had been crafted into a 1st-grade superior magical artifact? Qingyuan explained, "This is a unique token of our Qin family, currently held by only a few individuals. You alone, among those at the 7th level of qi refining, are worthy of it." Li Qingyuan's heart stirred as he stowed the token away. Cupping his fists in salute, Li Qingyuan pays his respects to the young lady. A 1st-grade superior magical artifact is priceless, and many masters at the 10th level of qi refining could not afford it, let alone acquire it. Joining the Qin family seemed quite advantageous, if only he did not have to serve for 30 years. Qin Miaoi contemplated before tossing a jade slip, stating, "This contains the method for crafting second-grade, low-grade talismans. Study it diligently, as it will aid you in enhancing your talisman-making skills. I hold great expectations for your talent in this regard. Li Daoyu, do not let me down." Li Qingyan accepted the jade slip, his expression brightening, and replied, "Rest assured, young lady, I will exert every effort to enhance my talisman-making skills and soon become a second-grade talisman master." Such generosity, to casually provide a second-grade talisman jade slip. One must seize the opportunity. Qin Miaoi continued to entice. In our Qin family, there's also a second-grade elixir known as the Ning Shundan. As long as a cultivator reaches the 9th or 10th level of qi refining, they may consume the Ning Shundan to refine their consciousness in advance, greatly increasing the success rate of foundation establishment. Your access to the Ning Shundan will depend on your performance. Li Qingyuan replied with a fist salute, "Understood." Qin Miaoi smiled, "Very well, Qingyuan Daoyu. From this day forth, you shall be a guest elder of the Qin family. You need not call me young lady. We shall address each other as fellow cultivators." At this moment, the seductive ladies began to stir, their consciousness gradually returning. Li Qingyuan said, "Qin Daoyu." They are about to awaken. Qin Miaoi activated her technique, transforming her appearance into that of a woman in her 40s, unremarkable in looks and stature, and calmly said, "Do not worry, I will handle the subsequent matters. You go and collect the Huanshan mushroom. It shall belong to you." Chapter 74. The Huanshan mushroom obtained. Qin Miaoi declared, "The Huanshan mushroom is yours. The refining materials from the Shaoran will belong to me. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Li Qingyuan nodded, "Of course. My purpose for this trip is indeed the Huanshan mushroom." With that, Li Qingyuan employed the moonshadow technique to swiftly traverse through the locust grove. Utilizing the Huanshan technique, he saw through all the mist and vapor, quickly arriving at a crevice in a cliff. Inside the crevice, a mushroom approximately 2 feet tall, round-headed with a cap diameter exceeding a foot, exuded a deep black hue like ink, releasing wisps of spiritual mist. At last, he had gathered the final spiritual plant, the Huanshan mushroom. Li Qingyan approached to collect it, inadvertently inhaling the spiritual mist emanating from its surface, instantly feeling dizzy and faintly perceiving little figures dancing. Gasping in shock, Li Qingyuan quickly activated the Huanshan eye technique to dispel the effects of the drug. The potency was remarkably strong. Just the single inhalation produced hallucinations. If he were to consume it directly, even a master at the 10th level of qi refining would surely succumb. After successfully harvesting the Huanshan mushroom, he contentedly placed it into a jade box, sealed it with a spiritual seal, and stored it in his storage pouch. Once finished, Li Qingyuan summoned the blood wheel of dispelling spirits to fly back swiftly. Upon his return, he witnessed a remarkable scene. Qin Miaoi, now appearing as Qin Ping, exhibited her mastery at the 10th level of qi refining, bestowing a vial of white jade loquat pills to a person, earning the respect and gratitude of the seductive ladies. Clearing her throat, Qin Miaoi adopted an air of sophistication, stating, "Fire Daoyu, let us proceed to the domain of the purple fire spirit ape king." The seductive sisters nodded respectfully. "Yes, Qin Daoyu, right this way." A master at the 10th level of qi refining possesses the qualifications to challenge foundation establishment. In the presence of Qin Miaoi, they dared not be negligent. Qin Miaoi nodded, "Very well, lead the way." With a whoosh, the group of 7 took to the skies on their magical instruments. 2 hours later, they halted at the base of a cliff. The seductive sister pointed towards a cliff, saying, "Qin Daoyu, please observe. This is the habitat of the purple fire spirit apes." With a loud roar, the cry of the apes echoed across the mountains for miles. As massive apes leaped through the wilderness, each one holding spiritual fruits and rare flowers in one hand while climbing cliffs and swinging, occasionally dropping spiritual fruits and flowers from great heights. Li Qingyuan activated the Huanshan eye technique, clearly observing the number of purple fire spirit apes on the cliff. It was no fewer than 100. Among them, most were in the early to mid stage of the first level, with over a dozen reaching the late stage of the first level, classified as monstrous beasts. At the cliff summit, there lay a cave. Outside the cave, 2 massive apes adorned in purple fur swayed gracefully in the wind, resembling flames of purple fire. Their faces were dark, and their crimson eyes glinted as they wielded stone tools to crush rare flowers and fruits, seemingly brewing a concoction. The two colossal giant apes towered over 30 feet, their height estimated to be no less than 10 meters. Seated in a meditative posture, they resembled two grand rock formations, exuding an intimidating presence. The fiery maiden's expression shifted slightly as she spoke. Daoist Qin, those two Zihua Ling Yuan Wang have both reached the pinnacle of the first tier among demon beasts. The Zihua Ling Yuan are social creatures, and their movements are relatively easy for human cultivators to detect. However, among the cultivators of our Binghua Island, there were three at the 10th level of Qi refinement who ventured here together, intending to seize the Zi Yin Qingyuan, only to be defeated by the two Zihua Ling Yuan Wang leading their troop. The fiery maiden continued. I suspect that these two Zihua Ling Yuan Wang are not ordinary first-tier pinnacle demon beasts. Qin Miaoi, undeterred, expressed her delight, precisely because they are extraordinary. The stronger they are, the better. You five need only to execute the plan and hold back the other late and mid-tier first-tier demon beasts. Wang Laoan gazed at the multitude of giant apes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Ah, are we five supposed to hold back dozens, even hundreds of Zihua Ling Yuan? My legs have gone weak. Daoist Qin, we cannot accomplish this." Qin Miaoi turned to Li Qingyuan, asking, "Zhen Daoist, where are your talismans?" "With your talismans assisting, they can hold the ape horde at bay." Li Qingyuan, reluctant, inquired, "How many do you need?" Qin Miaoi stated a number, 100 for each person. Li Qingyuan Guspat. The fiery maiden and her companions were equally astonished, exclaiming, 100 for each person? Did Daoist Qin mean to say 10? Qin Miaoi gazed silently at Li Qingyuan. He thought to himself, forget it. Consider it a purchase of a first-tier top-grade magical artifact and a method to craft second-tier inferior talismans. The method for crafting second-tier talismans is indeed a rare treasure in the archipelagos. He knew he could not encounter another Zhao Tuesday. Li Qingyuan felt the pinch in his heart as he waved out 500 talismans, all of first-tier high quality. Naturally, they were of inferior quality. Only those could withstand attacks from cultivators at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement. The premium talismans were kept for himself. Qin Miaoi was taken aback, thinking, what a cunning lad. So many talismans? To produce 500 at once, as if he had no regard for spirit stones, was quite extravagant. The fiery maiden and her companions were awestruck. Main Yanzi's heart skipped a beat as she exclaimed sweetly, I did not expect Zhen Daoist to be so wealthy. Hundreds of first-tier high-quality talismans could fetch thousands of spirit stones in the market. Zhen Daoist is certainly not an ordinary talisman master. Keeping a distance from Main Yanzi, Li Qingyuan positioned himself behind Qin Miaoi, feeling the intensity of her gaze that seemed to devour him. Most importantly, during the earlier incident with the Shao people's illusionary arts, she had stripped while calling out his name. Thankfully, he was now Zhen Yud and not Li Qingyuan. Coughing, Qin Miaoi instructed, Zhen Daoist, you will hold off one of the Zihua Ling Yuan Wang for me. Li Qingyuan pointed to himself. Me? Qin Miaoi affirmed, I know you can do it. Li Qingyuan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This woman was indeed using him. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Miaoi added, you need only to stall one of the ape kings, allowing me time to slay the other. Once successful, all the Zi Yin Qingyuan will be yours. With a hint of a smile, Qin Miaoi inquired, what do you say? Li Qingyuan pondered that the Zi Yin Qingyuan was a first-tier premium spirit wine, crafted by the Zihua Ling Yuan Wang using various rare fire attribute flowers and fruits. His grandfather, the clan leader, and the second elder all practiced the Yin Yanggong. This item would serve as a tremendous boon for their cultivation. He calculated that with this, in 10 years, his father and grandfather could reach the 8th level of Qi refinement. Currently, at the 6th level, the second elder could ascend to the 7th level within a decade. With both Li Guangao and Li Guangzhong now in their 80s, their potential was nearly exhausted, and their cultivation realms might be at a standstill. His father, now 60, though appearing as if in his 40s, was also nearing the end of his potential. Without rare treasures, it would be challenging for him to reach the 7th level. Even with the Yunsing Dan, it would be difficult to attain the 8th or 9th levels. Moreover, Li Qingyuan possessed the Xianpin space, capable of duplicating the Zi Yin Qingyuan, thus doubling his harvest. He turned to the fiery maiden and her companions, asking, if I were to keep the Zi Yin Qingyuan for myself, what about them? Qin Miaoi replied, the talismans you give them will sufficiently cover the difference. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "Dumb. Is she waiting for me here? How cunning of Qingyuan!" With a wave of her hand, she urged, "I implore all fellow Taoists to assist me in slaying the Zihua Ling Yuan Wang." Chapter 75. The Fierce Battle Against the Zihua Ling Yuan Wang. In the heights of the sky, atop a sheer cliff, 7 figures propelled by their magical artifacts soared forth, each unleashing their spiritual energy to launch talismans that shot through the air. With a series of explosions, the talismans detonated against the cliff, sending rocks and splinters flying, while several Zihua Ling Yuan were caught off guard, injured and plummeting down the cliff. The 7 cultivators executed a surprise attack, deploying dozens of first-tier high-quality talismans, which sent several mid to late-tier giant apes tumbling into the valley, either dead or wounded. Roar! Roar! The 2 apes brewing their concoction were instantly roused, gazing at the 7 assailants in the sky. With a furious roar, their sound waves reverberated, relaying commands to all the giant apes throughout the valley. In an instant, from the mountaintop to the valley below, numerous giant apes bellowed at the sky, pounding their chests in fury, their purplish-red fur ablaze, their robust bodies emanating overwhelming spiritual energy. Roar! Roar! From all directions, hundreds of giant apes discarded the rare flowers and fruits in their hands and charged forth. They swiftly scaled the cliffs, swinging on vines and surging with spiritual energy toward the summit. Qin Yaoi, also known as Qin Ping, commanded, "Fire Taoist, you must hold them off. The 2 ape kings are mine, and Zhen Taoist to deal with." The fiery maiden, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, stood atop a great tree, wielding her sword through the air. The sword light blazed with speed, piercing through 3 giant apes before returning to her side. She proclaimed, "Rest assured, Taoist Qin. With Zhen Taoist talismans aiding us, holding them off for a quarter of an hour is no problem." Mei Nyangzi, Wang Laohan, and the other 2 female cultivators, 1 at the 8th level and 3 at the 7th level of Qi refinement, each drove their magical artifacts into the fray while occasionally tossing talismans. The battle erupted, with numerous giant apes being obliterated and forced back down the mountainside. Roar! The ape kings pounded their chests in fury, their roar commanding 10 or so nearby apes to charge forth, each at the late stages of the first tier, comparable to those at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refinement. Qin Ping, fully utilizing her cultivation at the 10th level, summoned her first-tier premium flying sword, combining it with her divine sense to slay her enemies. The sword energy was like lightning, striking with unyielding force. Swish! The sword light flickered, instantly dispatching 5 or 6 late-tier giant apes, their heart vessels shattered, delivering fatal blows. Li Qingyuan pinched the talismans between his fingers, infusing them with spiritual energy, launching them into the air to strike true. Each first-tier high-quality talisman was of exceptional quality, each equivalent to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Boom! Boom! Several talismans descended, their might overwhelming, as the remaining late-tier giant apes were also obliterated, meeting a tragic end. Roar! Roar! The 2 Zihua Ling Yuan Wang, consumed by rage, their crimson eyes seemingly spewing flames, stood upright, their towering figures reaching over 10 meters, their arms extending beyond 3 meters. Their fur billowed like purple flames, their massive forms akin to mountains. Boom! Boom! Spiritual energy surged forth as the ape kings unleashed their colossal fists, creating sonic booms that shattered the air. The force of their strikes bore down with immense power. Li Qingyuan, not being a body cultivator, dared not confront them directly. Utilizing the Yu-Ying technique in conjunction with a first-tier high-quality Shun Xing talisman, his speed surged, evading the ape king's blow. Whoosh! The Paling blood will spiraled forth, slicing through the air and heading straight for the giant ape's eyes. The giant ape instinctively closed its eyes and raised its hand to block. Clang! The Paling blood wheel struck the massive ape's arm, merely breaking through its fur, but it was met with a backlash of spiritual force, sending the wielder, Li Qingyuan, flying several zhang. With a thunderous roar, the giant ape pounded its chest, unleashing a wave of sonic vibrations. It lunged forward, descending with the weight of Mount Tai, intent on annihilating Li Qingyuan. In a moment of peril, Li Qingyuan narrowly evaded, retreating several zhang. As the giant ape landed, the cliff trembled, rocks shattered, and a fierce wind howled. Immediately, the giant ape swung its massive hands, as if swatting flies. Its colossal palms came together with alarming speed, aiming to obliterate Li Qingyuan, who was already airborne. The giant creature moved with astonishing swiftness. Alarmed, Li Qingyuan activated a high-quality turtle shell talisman, capable of withstanding a strike from a ninth-layer Qi refinement practitioner. However, against a peak first-tier beast like the ape, endowed with terrifying physical power, the talisman was not entirely reliable. Still, it was sufficient for Li Qingyuan. With a thunderous crash, the giant ape's palms collided with the turtle shell talisman, momentarily stalling its tremendous force before the talisman shattered with a crack. Li Qingyuan's hands darted out, his spiritual energy surging as he activated the iron arm technique. His arms becoming as hard as iron, strength astonishing, blocking the ape as closing hands and buying himself a fleeting moment. Taking advantage of that moment, Li Qingyuan leapt forward, invoking the perfected moon shadow technique, his figure soaring several zhang as he retreated to a safe distance. With a wave of his hands, a flurry of talismans erupted into the sky. The flame ice talisman, golden spear talisman, blazing fire talisman, and spirit binding talisman unleashed a torrent of attacks. The sharpness of the golden spear, the searing heat of the blazing fire, the bone-chilling cold of the flame ice, and the binding force of the spirit binding talisman assailed the ape. Having created a distance of several zhang, he began to control the ranged attacks, igniting the ape's fur, freezing its skin, and drawing blood, inciting a furious roar from the ape as it pursued him. Riding the pulling blood wheel, Li Qingyuan soared into the air, dropping talismans one after another, taunting the beast with a flick of his fingers, exclaiming in arrogance, "Come at me." Enraged, the ape's chest heaved, its power swelling in waves as it prepared to unleash a devastating roar, releasing a beam of spiritual light that shot skyward for hundreds of meters, streaking across the heavens. The spiritual light, akin to violet lightning, surged toward Li Qingyuan. His expression shifted dramatically as he grasped a pure yang sword talisman, hurling it forth. A sword aura descended with unparalleled force, colliding with the ape's spiritual light. The clash resonated through the mountains, unleashing a thunderous explosion that stirred the clouds. While the pure yang sword aura shattered, the violet spiritual light still bore down with a fraction of its original might, striking Li Qingyuan. This single attack revealed that the ape was no ordinary first-tier peak beast. Its combat prowess was comparable to that of a perfected 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. When the violet spiritual light struck Li Qingyuan, it was momentarily blocked by a protective light screen that rebounded the force. The two sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor he wore activated just in time. Seeing that its strike had failed, the ape roared in fury, gathering strength once more. Li Qingyuan called out, "Friend Qin, slay the ape king, come assist me swiftly. The top-grade talismans are dwindling in my possession." At that moment, the women, Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi, along with Wang Laoan, realized that their team had two hidden talents. Qin Ping, at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, was a top-tier alchemist, while Zhan Yud, at the 7th layer, was a top-tier talisman master, rather than merely a first-tier one. Magni Angshi, incredulous, remart. This fellow is merely at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, yet can contend fiercely with the peak Ape King. Standing atop the flying artifact, Feng Ling Zhou, Qin Ping engaged the Ape King from a distance, capitalizing on her advantageous position, employing a top-tier flying sword in conjunction with talismans to inflict grievous wounds upon the creature. Upon hearing Li Qingyuan's urgent call, Qin Ping responded coolly, "I shall be there shortly." In the next moment, she unleashed 5 top-tier talismans that detonated, severely wounding the Ape King, followed by controlling her sword to strike directly at its forehead, piercing through its skull. With a splatter of blood, she extracted a fist-sized essence core from the ape's head, glowing with a purplish-red hue, sealing within it a miniature purple fire spirit ape. First-tier beasts and second-tier beasts absorb the essence of the sun and moon, drawing in the spiritual energy of the world to cultivate their demonic power. The power gathered within the essence core is akin to a human's dantian. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, when a beast forms its core, the essence converges in the abdomen, thus forming the demonic core. Both the essence core and the demonic core are crystallizations of the beast's power. Upon witnessing the death of its mate, the Ape King, embroiled in battle with Li Qingyuan, completely lost control, letting out a deafening roar that reverberated through the skies. Its bloodline power igniting. A presence that transcended a peak first-tier beast, nearing that of a second-tier great demon, began to manifest. Qingyuan, starlat, swiftly ratrata. A second-tier great demon? Is this ape king about to establish its foundation? It was indeed attempting to break through to the next tier. Qingyuan activated the Poling blood wheel, infusing it with spiritual energy and guiding it to retreat rapidly, distancing himself by 100 zhang. Qin Ping remarked, "Cunning little brat." Lan Yangzi, Main Yangzi, and Wang Leihan's expressions changed drastically. The ape king was on the verge of advancing, the aura of a second-tier great demon. The five of them felt their hearts sink, their fighting spirit evaporating. A second-tier great demon equates to a human cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. A casual strike from a foundation establishment cultivator could eradicate anyone below that tier. Even perfected 10th-layer Qi refinement practitioners rarely withstand a full-force strike from a foundation establishment practitioner. Even if one were to survive by chance, they would be gravely injured. "Friend Qin, we should flee," Wang Laohan stammered. Qin Ping retorted sharply, "Do not leave. Rest assured, I can handle this ape king." Li Qingyuan urged, "Then you must act quickly. If it successfully advances, we will all perish." Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping, continued to observe, contemplating. If I can obtain the essence core of a second-tier purple fire spirit ape king, it would not only allow me to reach the perfected 10th layer of Qi refinement rapidly, but also greatly benefit my foundation establishment. My purple fire spirit body can absorb the pure purple fire energy within the essence core without side effects, converting it for my use. Li Qingyuan furrowed his brows, gradually retreating, wondering why is she yet to act? What is her plan? Could it be that she intends to allow the ape king to advance? Damn, this madwoman. With a furious roar, the ape king summoned the remaining 30 or so purple fire spirit apes around the cliffs, launching a reckless assault in response to their fallen kin. Seeking revenge, the dozens of giant apes attacked fearlessly, unleashing waves of violet spiritual light that overwhelmed Lan Yangzi, Main Yangzi, and the others, forcing them into disarray. Had it not been for their ample supply of first-tier top-grade talismans to fend off the enemies, they would have suffered heavy casualties. The ape king let out a long howl, inhaling deeply, summoning top-tier spiritual wine, the purple flame nectar from a nearby cavern, swallowing it whole. Li Qingyuan watched in desperation. That is mine, that is mine, that is my spiritual wine. Friend Qin, if you do not act now, the ape king will truly ascend to the second tier. At that point, even with your top-tier artifact and second-tier inferior talismans, you will be no match for it. You have slain its mate. It will pursue you to the ends of the earth. As the ape king voraciously consumed the spiritual wine, it simultaneously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, gradually rising into the air, its bones cracking as its physique expanded. 3 zhang, 3.5 zhang, 4 zhang, 4.5 zhang. Main Yangzi felt a chill run down her spine, exclaiming, "Friend Qin, once the ape king's physique reaches 5 zhang, it will be a second-tier great demon." Lan Yangzi, her fiery form trembling, urgently commanded, "Retreat." In a flurry, the 5 of them began hurling talismans wildly, bombarding the oncoming giant apes while simultaneously retreating on their swords. Exiting the battlefield, Li Qingyuan's expression changed. The ape king is soaring. It is about to become a second-tier beast. Foundation establishment practitioners can wield substantial magical power, employing their spiritual energy to soar and engage in aerial combat. Second-tier great demons possess this capability as well. Li Qingyuan retreated with remarkable swiftness, more decisive and rapid than the group led by Lan Yangzi. In no time, he found himself 1,000 zhang away, contemplating. Even if the Zi Yin Xiongjiang has run out, it can be sought again. Yet, life is singular. Once it is lost, everything else becomes meaningless. At that very moment, the Yuan Wang advanced to 4 zhang and 8 qi, merely a step away from becoming a second-tier great monster. It voraciously consumed the Zi Yin Xiongjiang, greedily devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its bloodline power surging forth in an attempt to break through to the second tier. In this instant, Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping, noticed a gleam in her eyes as she held the talisman paper, murmuring to herself, "This beast must not be allowed to ascend to the second tier. If it does, I too may face peril. For some of my family's hidden trump cards cannot be activated until the foundational stage. Being Corpse Talisman hummed. The second tier talisman activated, soaring forth. The talisman spirit transformed into a corpse, which unleashed an aura of extreme cold, shattering the Yuan Wang's spiritual energy shield in an instant. With a claw strike, the sharp talon pierced the Yuan Wang's body, injecting a venomous chill that corroded its vitality, devouring its flesh and disrupting the flow of its spiritual power, halting its breakthrough. With a roar, the Yuan Wang let out a lament of resentment, forcibly channeling its internal spiritual power to condense its most potent strike. Approaching the might of a foundational cultivator, it launched forth like a purple lightning bolt, tearing through the sky towards Qingyuan. Her expression shifted dramatically, gritting her silver teeth. She tore open another second-tier talisman. The talisman erupted with foundational power, colliding with the purple lightning, and the two forces annihilated each other, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that resonated for 1,000 zhang. This clash resembled a confrontation between two foundational cultivators, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Qingyuan formed a seal and commanded her flying sword, which pierced through the Yuan Wang's forehead, transgressing its skull, and subsequently extracted the second essence of the Yuan Wang beast. This essence was more potent and considerably larger, suffused with pure purple fire spiritual energy, resembling a rare purple crystal. Lan Yangzi, Mei Yangzi, and their companions stared at Qingyuan in astonishment. Second tier talisman? When did our island region give birth to a second-tier talisman master? What could be the background of our Taoist friend Qin? As the five of them stood in a daze, Li Qingyuan had already soared to the top of the cliff, casting talisman papers that struck down the giant apes climbing around them. Boom! 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 The talismans detonated, causing the giant apes to tumble down one after another. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "Ha! I knew Taoist Qin was bold and meticulous, surely possessing a method to slay the Yuan Wang." Indeed, even as this beast was on the verge of ascending to the second tier, it still met its demise at Taoist Qin's hands. Taoist Qin, please take a moment to rest. We shall handle these giant apes. Li Qingyuan called out, Taoist Wang, what are you still dawdling for? Slay these giant apes and obtain the beast materials. The five suddenly awakened. Oh, right, Taoist Shun, we shall lend you a hand. Qingyuan cast a fleeting glance at Li Qingyuan, pondering, what a cunning opportunist. In the next moment, she activated her 10th layer of Qi refining cultivation, unleashing a first-tier superior flying sword that painted the air with splashes of blood as she dispatched another giant ape. After a quarter of an hour, all the giant apes in the valley were eliminated. The next phase involved harvesting the spoils. Among the exotic flowers and fruits, there were dozens of first-tier inferior and medium spiritual plants, and a few first-tier superior plants. Yet none of the first-tier